Chapter 251 Crystal Star Civilization. Nirvana Command. Guixingchen, Li Qiushui and Ruaihua were still sitting in the conference room. After several consecutive military meetings, no good plan was developed, which made the mood of the command somewhat abnormal. "Old Gua, have you reported to Yi too?" "What was the reply?" Ruaihua asked. "What the hell?" Guixingchen looked depressed. "Commander Yi ignored me at all. Before departure, he said that I had to complete this defense battle independently." Ruaihua was also a little confused, and he wanted to ask for details, but Guixingchen was too lazy to even open his mouth. After playing with the pen in his hand for a while, Li Qiushui said, "Since Commander Yi has decided that you will command in person, it means that Commander Yi believes in your ability. So you should do it according to your ideas." Ruaihua also perked up. "Yes. What do you think? Hold the troops and wait and see." Ruaihua scratched his head. "It's completely opposite to the ideas of those generals. This is troublesome. How about we go and ask Mr. Zeng?" This reminded Guixingchen, and the three of them immediately stood up, got on the driverless car, and drove towards the nursing home where Mr. Zeng lived alone. The sanatorium is located in the mountains, with beautiful scenery and fresh air. Such places are very common in the current Blue Star, due to the sharp decline in population and the high density of people living in big cities. The population of big cities is dense, but the surrounding environment is kept natural. Because of artificial food, a large amount of farmland is no longer needed. The forest coverage rate is far higher than before. The whole world is growing vigorously and exuding vitality. The sanatorium where Zeng Lao lives is in the middle of a pine forest and bamboo forest. There are green pines in front, and a long bamboo forest behind. In between are plum trees and other ornamental plants. Seeing the driverless car stop from a distance, Zeng Lao, who has gray hair and walks unsteadily, slowly walks out. He knows that someone must be visiting him. Zeng Lao started using anti-aging preparations at the age of 101. Anti-aging preparations cannot make people rejuvenate, nor can they extend cell telomeres. They can only maintain the length of cell telomeres. Therefore, for Mr. Zeng, even if he continues to use anti-aging preparations, he can only maintain the state of 101 years old. And if there is an accident, such as drug delay, or partial failure of the drug, his aging will continue. However, Mr. Zeng is already very satisfied. Otherwise, he should have passed away long ago. He would not have seen the moment when humans walked out of the underground city. "Mr. Zeng, I'm here to ask for help." Guixingchen walked in and held Mr. Zeng's hand. "Where is Yi Linsheng?" Zeng asked cheerfully. "He went to wander in the universe." Li Qiushui came over to support Zeng. "Isn't there long-distance communication?" Zeng asked doubtfully. "Long-distance communication is the most magical way of communication. So far, it has never failed." "He won't answer," Guixingchen said helplessly. Zeng understood everything at once. He stopped and let go of Li Qiushui's support. "You go back." Shuya's meaning is very clear. He wants you to let go and do it. He will support you. Seeing that Guixingchen was still hesitant, he patted Guixingchen's shoulder tremblingly. "Don't worry. If he can't hold it up, I'm still here." Li Qiushui understood. She turned and looked at Guixingchen. "I understand what Commander Yi and Zeng meant. Guixingchen, just do it according to your idea. You can't go wrong." Ruaihua also straightened his chest. "Don't worry, we too will help you. The three of us, if we can save humanity once, we can save it a second time." Guixingchen took a deep breath. "I understand. Let's go back. We will continue to follow our original plan." Looking at Guixingchen, Li Qiushui and Ruaihua excitedly got on the driverless car again and left. Mr. Zeng shook his head. "It's still good to be young. Have ideas. Have drive." Crystal Star Spaceport. The palace-like interstellar spaceship, led by the tugboat, entered the spaceport and docked. Except Shen Yuxing and Song Yujiao, everyone else entered the waiting hall for the space elevator. Seeing the familiar scene in front of him, Mao Xiaonan was a little disappointed. "Why do I feel that? It's the same as other civilizations." Indeed, except for some differences in race, other places are really very similar to the large and small civilizations in the Virgo galaxy cluster. Philosopher Shiziqian said, "This is normal. If you observe carefully, you will find that the more advanced the technology is, the more similar the civilizations will be. For example, the major civilizations on our blue planet, in the era of low technology, each nation had distinct characteristics. The architectural style, living habits, dressing, personal aesthetics, etc. were completely different, and it was difficult for each race to adapt to each other. The grassland people entered the Central Plains and were not used to the food. The Central Plains people entered the grassland and were even less adapted. But with the development of science and technology, the differences between ethnic groups have begun to narrow and become more and more similar. The food has become more similar, the clothing has become more similar, and even the aesthetics have begun to converge. Not to mention the architecture. Which country you go to, as long as it is a modern country, the buildings are the same. This is the inevitable development trend of science and technology. The more developed, the more similar. Xu Ziyuan asked curiously, isn't this caused by cultural invasion? Of course not. It is caused by the power of science. The common building now is the one that saves the most materials, has the most abundant lighting, and has the largest usable area in the house. When technology develops to the end, it will be able to eliminate the existence of all nationalities and become a world of great harmony. Shi Ziqian said seriously. One thing will not change. Yi Linxing smiled. The national characteristics in our bones, this point, will be passed down forever. Shi Ziqian shrugged, indicating his disagreement. At this time, a girl in a standard uniform floated over and asked in an incomprehensible language, "Where are you from? Please show your ID." This girl is very beautiful, with a curvy figure and delicate appearance. Although it is quite different from human appearance, it still gives people a very beautiful feeling. The translation assistant quickly translated it, and Yi Linsheng replied, "We come from an unknown universe to you. We want to come to your planet to investigate." The girl was a little confused, and it was obviously the first time she received visitors from an unknown universe. "Please wait." The girl hurriedly picked up the communicator and called. Although the appearance of this communicator is different from that of the Interstellar Alliance, its usage and content are similar to those used by humans. Soon, a handsome alien floated over. "Everyone, I am the person in charge here. Are you sure you are from an unknown star region?" "Yes," Mao Xiaonan said. "Please follow me. We will arrange for you to land on the ground immediately. At the same time, our leader will meet you in person," the handsome man said with a smile. He was graceful and tall, which made a deep impression on everyone. Chapter 252 A planet full of handsome men and beautiful women. Yi Linsheng looked at all this curiously, and slowly drifted forward. The waiting hall of the space elevator was dotted with some very strange elements, which might be the last stubbornness of this civilization, and also the so-called civilization characteristics. However, in essence, it is still very similar to other civilizations. In the end, civilization is highly unified, and this view seems to be correct, Yi Linsheng said lightly. A military attaché came over, arranged them to enter a special space elevator, and then accompanied them all the way. Why didn't civilization develop into a mechanical civilization, such as turning the body into a machine? Yi Linsheng asked. Like the cyberpunk in the movie. Philosopher Shi Ziqian looked at the scenery outside the window that was very similar to the blue planet and said, "I have actually studied this issue. When anti-aging preparations came out, humans lost the motivation to become robots. When the flesh can live forever, the machine body loses its meaning. The two major motivations for humans to need a mechanical body have lost their meaning." Xu Ziyuan asked, "What are the two major motivations?" The first motivation is immortality, which has been replaced by anti-aging preparations. The second biggest motivation is force. But with the advent of unmanned machines, personal force is not worth mentioning. Moreover, mechanical bodies have many problems. People have been debating whether copied thoughts are considered to be the original thoughts. It's like a clone. Is it your own clone or another life? It's hard to say. With such a drawback, almost no civilization will choose to take the path of human mechanization, Shi Ziqian said. Everyone understood why no civilization would take the path of mechanized bodies. Looking down from the sky, you can see mountains, seas, green forests, and urban settlements. These are just like the blue planet where humans live. The elevator descended to the ground at a very high speed. This planet is slightly larger than the blue planet, and the air contains less oxygen. So the lungs of the people here are obviously larger. They are particularly strong. Other than that, they are not much different from the blue planet. 2 days later, the first crossing point of the solar system. Pu Si, the commander of the Puja fleet, was looking through the information in his hand. The Blue Star people still had no movement, which made him very nervous. But he still had to pretend that nothing had happened. The reaction of the Blue Star people exceeded his expectations. Commander, the detection spacecraft found a suspicious location, initially suspected to be the opponent's ambush point. Within a radius of thousands of kilometers, there are thousands of small celestial bodies scattered around, which is very suspicious. The subordinates reported. Let the detection spacecraft tow one back to have a look. Pussy put down the information in his hand. He knew in his heart that this was a trap set by the Blue Star people. This is also one of the trump cards of the Blue Star people. In addition, send 2 warships to clean up these unidentified objects, no matter how big or small, clean them up. Pooh said. But this may take several months. Are you in a hurry? Pooh said lightly. The subordinates dared not speak, and immediately went down to give orders. Crystal Star. A majestic palace, standing among a group of low buildings. This is the location of the Crystal Star royal family. The guards at the door were all young and handsome male soldiers. Mao Xiaonan said curiously, have you noticed that their army seems to be full of young and handsome men? Regardless of height or body shape. Even passers-by seem to be handsome men. Xu Ziyuan agreed, not only men, but also women are all in good shape. Slim. And outstanding in appearance. It seems that there are handsome men and beautiful women on this planet. Do you still have the mind to look at other beauties? Mao Xiaonan rolled his eyes. Xu Ziyuan didn't dare to speak. This immediately caused laughter from others. Handsome guy, did you bring all the handsome men and beautiful women to the palace? Luoji asked. The military attaché straightened his chest. Dear guest, our race is like this. People like me are just average. The tone was full of pride. Yi Linsheng and others thought that the military attaché must be bragging. There is no planet that is full of handsome men and beautiful women. Even the middle-aged and elderly people who occasionally meet on the street are like stars, very stylish. Entering the palace, it seems to confirm this statement even more. The military officers, guards, staff and maids who meet on the street are all outstanding in appearance. Welcome everyone. The emperor who came out to greet them was also a handsome guy. Although he was at least 40 or 50 years old, he was still very attractive. Oh my god, this Crystal Star should be called the handsome man and beautiful actress star. Xu Ziyuan muttered. Your Majesty, we come from the distant Milky Way, and our planet is called Blue Star. Because we have never been to your planet, we are here to visit you and have a look. Yi Linsheng said after performing a salute according to the etiquette of the other party. The etiquette of this planet is not complicated. Just make a fist with your right hand, extend your thumb, and then place it on your heart, and bow slightly. Blue Star? We have never heard of it. However, we have seen visitors who look very similar to you. The emperor's words made Yi Linsheng very interested. This means that Xiao and his group of mysterious interstellar tourists must have been here. Oh, are they still here? Yi Linsheng asked. They are very mysterious. Although they have a settlement on our planet, they come and go without a trace. And we don't know? The emperor said. Hearing that there is a settlement here, Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji looked at each other. One of the important purposes of their interstellar wandering this time is to find Xiao and his group. I want to learn the true secrets of the universe from them. People like Xiao should have been wandering in the universe for a long time and have a clear understanding of the universe. After a detailed exchange of information between the two sides, the welcome ceremony came to an end. A special diplomat took Yi Linsheng and his party to the inn to check in. On the way, they also took an unmanned vehicle. From this point, it is more confirmed that, although this place is far away, the route of technological development is very close to that of the Interstellar Alliance. Along the way, everyone was shocked again. Because most of the people they met along the way were handsome men and beautiful women. Only a few people were ordinary. And they seemed to be doing low-end jobs. Could it be that the people on this planet are assigned jobs according to their appearance? Philosopher Shiziqian was very interested. As a basic physicist, Luo Ji also had a strong interest in this phenomenon. This officer. Can you introduce us to a historian from your planet? We can exchange and study the process of civilization development. Yi Linsheng said to the diplomat. The diplomat nodded. It's not a big problem. There is a respected historian near the post house. I can introduce him to you. Chapter 253 Concept of Destroying Super Weapons. The historian who came was also a very dignified person. After he bowed, he sat opposite. Dear guests from Blue Star, I heard that you are very interested in our history. I wonder what you want to know. Mao Xiaolan asked first. On our way, the noble people we met were all beautiful girls and handsome boys. No matter old or young, it was the same. We have never seen this on any other planet. What is the reason? The historian smiled. This is very simple. That is, our planet follows the principle of natural evolution. Our crystal star has always been aristocratic, and the royal family has ruled this planet for tens of thousands of years. I know that many of your planets practice monogamy. Don't you? Mao Xiaonan asked in surprise. No. We use the law of natural evolution, and do not use artificial regulations to affect the development and evolution of mankind. The historian smiled and said, for example, I have 25 wives, 107 children, and more than 300 grandchildren. Shi Ziqian is worthy of being a philosopher. He immediately understood. I understand. Because the rich people on your planet can marry and have children at will, without any worries. Moreover, the wives you marry are all outstanding in appearance, so the children you give birth to are also outstanding in appearance. The rich pass down from generation to generation, and their genes become stronger and stronger. And those poor people, because they can't get a wife, gradually die out. The historian nodded, yes. Some rich and powerful women can also attract many handsome men to marry into the family. As for the poor, because they don't have money to marry and have children, they will basically have no descendants. Their bad genes will eventually be eliminated. During these tens of thousands of years, we, the crystal star people, have gradually eliminated genes with ugly appearance. Of course, the genes that remain are good genes. But once you have many children, your property will be dispersed, and you may become poor. Xu Ziyuan asked. Yes, but there will always be rich people rising. For example, my children, there are rich and poor. The rich continue to marry and have children, and the poor are destined to be single until death. After tens of thousands of years, the genes naturally select the good-looking ones and eliminate the ugly ones. Yi Linqing asked suspiciously, in this case, the people on your planet are almost all descendants of the rich? Yes, even the poorest people, 5 generations ago, must be rich people. The historian smiled. Only the rich have the right to reproduce. This is the rule of nature that the fittest survive. On this point, I don't agree with your view on reproduction. You keep those obviously inferior genes. This is human intervention in the evolution of nature, which is unscientific. For us, the poor do not deserve the right to reproduce. Yi Linsheng exchanged glances with several other people in surprise. Sure enough, the universe is still full of wonders. Although the development of science and technology has the same goal, the development of humanities is very different. Moreover, they could not refute it. Monogamy seems to violate the law of evolution. However, it is a manifestation of civilization, a manifestation of fairness. But on Crystal Star, it was directly ignored. After the historian left, Yi Linqing and Luo Ji and others began a heated debate. Which one is against the law of nature? No one can tell clearly. Luo Ji finally said, I think, this is not good. Human genes have less diversity, and there are fewer possibilities. Therefore, most of the planets have chosen the method of human intervention and adopted monogamy. Philosopher Shi Ziqian raised a new question. Speaking of human intervention in nature, it seems that we have another thing, which is also human intervention, that is anti-aging technology. If the people of Blue Star are immortal, human evolution will stagnate. The carrying capacity of Blue Star is limited. If everyone is immortal, humans must stop reproducing. Once reproduction stops, human genes cannot evolve. Human genetic diversity is about to stop. Shi Ziqian murmured. If this continues, humans will face genetic monotony just like on Crystal Star. This seems to be another kind of cosmic convergence. Luo Ji thought of something, and he clapped his hands and said, I understand. I have talked to Ruanihua in detail about the situation on Tada Star. Haomu civilization has been accepting excellent immigrants from outside. I have never understood the specific reason. Now it seems that Haomu civilization is aware of the genetic defects of its own civilization. So it has been introducing excellent genes from outside to enrich its gene pool. Many things. You can understand them at a glance. Things that I didn't understand before. After coming out to broaden my horizons, all became clear all of a sudden. Yi Linsheng looked up at the starry sky. This planet we visited gave us such a surprise. I am now looking forward to the next trip, to see what kind of lifestyle exists in this universe. Blue Star. Nirvana Command. A message came, making Wishington feel a little heavy. The Puja people discovered the laser cannons disguised as small celestial bodies set up at the ambush point, and destroyed them all. This made the humans plan to use the ambush point to ambush fail. At the military meeting at the headquarters, there were more people advocating to take the initiative. But Guixingchen had experienced 2 Lanpu wars. The first disastrous defeat was still fresh in his memory. Thousands of human warships were all destroyed under the attack of that strange spaceship. This lesson was too painful. Taking the initiative is absolutely not advisable. Deputy Commander, someone wants to see you. The assistant came in and said. Who? Guixingchen did not look up. He is a member of Professor Luo Ji's expert team. He said his last name is Luo, and he has worked with you before. The assistant said. Guixingchen raised his head. Maintenance worker Xiao Luo? Please let him in. Soon the assistant brought in a young man, who looked honest and a little restrained. Xiao Luo was still the same. The only change was that he had matured a lot. As soon as he saw Guixingchen, the two of them laughed and hugged. At the beginning, it was Guixingchen and Xiao Luo who joined forces to lead everyone out of danger and escape to the neutral star. Moreover, Xiao Luo also provided great help to Luo Ji's research. However, after they parted on the neutral star, the two never met again. Guixingchen also inquired about Xiao Luo's whereabouts, and knew that he had been lurking in Arcturus. So he gave up the idea of looking for him. Are you busy today? Guixingchen saw that Xiao Luo came here specially. Xiao Luo looked around and saw that there was no one. So he lowered his voice and said, I have an idea for a new weapon. This weapon, in theory, can destroy all enemy warships. Even the super weapons of the Haomiu civilization. In theory, it can be destroyed. Chapter 254 Research and Development of Four-Dimensional Weapons. Guixingchen's eyes lit up. He stood up straight. Tell me about it. Seeing Guixingchen so excited, Xiao Luo knew that he had come to the right place. You know. Xiao Luo blinked and began to gesture with his hands. This was Xiao Luo's habit. Once he had a good idea or a new idea, he would blink involuntarily and dance with his hands to reinforce his idea. I have been studying the mysteries of interstellar spacecraft with Luo Ji in the Great Horn civilization. Guixingchen smiled. After so many years, you still have this problem. Tell me about it. Compared to Xiao Luo's impetuousness, Guixingchen is much more mature now, and his every move has a bearing of taking on a great responsibility. No one in this world has ever been born with the bearing of a superior. The so-called bearing of a superior is brought by great power. Guixingchen is no exception. He is gradually gaining this kind of majestic bearing. This makes Xiao Luo feel a little strange. However, the strong desire to tell supports Xiao Luo to continue. Deputy Commander Gue, I believe you should know the basic principle of the interstellar engine. Without waiting for Guixingchen to answer, he continued to speak excitedly. The principle of the interstellar engine is to use a particle accelerator to collide high-speed particles at extremely high speeds, and use the instantaneous high-energy energy generated by the collision to tear open the four-dimensional space. The size of the particle determines the size of the object being transported, and the energy generated by the collision of the particles determines the coordinates of the transport. Before starting the interstellar engine, we will first require that there must not be any objects at the target coordinates, and that an absolute vacuum must be maintained. Otherwise, objects will be superimposed. Do you know what will happen if objects are superimposed? Guixingchen shook his head. He knew that before interstellar travel, it was necessary to ensure that there were no objects near the crossing point. But he really didn't know the specific reason. Once the phenomenon of object stacking occurs, there will be a phenomenon of material stacking and squeezing in the local area. Xiao Luo saw that Guixingchen didn't understand, and he immediately took a water cup. For example, this water cup, originally filled with water, now fill it with twice as much water. What will happen? Guixingchen understood. The cup will overflow. Xiao Luo quickly waved his hand. It's not that simple. There is only the space of a cup, and it cannot overflow. If it is just the superposition of gases, then nothing will change, because the air molecules are far apart. So, it is just the pressure of the air that increases. However, if it is liquid that is superimposed, you and I both know that the density of liquid is already very dense. If water is compressed to half its volume, it will decompose and become metallic hydrogen and oxygen. Metallic hydrogen and oxygen are extremely unstable. If the compressed metal, such as the metal material of a warship, will cause a qualitative change inside the metal material, at the least, it will split and expand, damaging the original structure, or at the worst, it will be compressed to the point of causing a nuclear explosion, thus accurately destroying the object from the inside. Xiao Luo danced with excitement, and Guixingchen's eyes gradually brightened. But neither of them knew that their conversation today completely changed Blue Star, changed the world, changed the universe, changed the interstellar alliance. This was destined to be a conversation that changed the world. In the underground city of the Great Horn Civilization, the research lab received a message from the Nirvana Command Center, which was to conduct research on four-dimensional weapons, using interstellar engines and interstellar coordinates. Extremely dangerous substances were transmitted to the opponent's spacecraft, and the high pressure generated by the superposition of substances was used to detonate the opponent's spacecraft. When the researcher in charge of this project saw this research project, he was shocked at first, but later he became more and more excited, because once this weapon was successfully developed, it would be invincible. The entire laboratory began to draw out some people to develop this new weapon. Another task of this laboratory is to develop super energy. With the support of these two technologies, the power of four-dimensional weapons can be truly exerted. Crystal Star. Yi Linxing and his group drove on a narrow road in an unmanned vehicle. Unlike what humans expected, the more developed the planet, the narrower the road. Because all vehicles are unmanned. With computer-assigned route planning, there is no need for wide roads to ensure smooth traffic. In fact, more than 90% of traffic jams are not caused by narrow roads, but by bad human driving behavior. Therefore, driverless driving becomes extremely important. Moreover, after the roads become narrower, viaducts and flyovers will not take up too much space for humans, making road construction easier. No matter how complicated the roads are, no matter how complicated the road conditions are, in front of computer programs, they are just like the simplest arithmetic problems, which can be solved in minutes. This also made Yi Linxing realize that the way for humans to solve the problem of traffic jams is to rely on autonomous driving. The driverless car slowly stopped at the side of the road. This is an antique building. The style is very similar to the ancient style of Blue Star. It's here. Mao Xiaonan stood up. Their spaceship looks like this. The car door opened. Mao Xiaonan rushed out first. She didn't care about being reserved, raised her hand and knocked on the door. But there was no response from the house. Mao Xiaonan kept knocking on the door. Finally, the door opened, revealing a face that looked very similar to everyone else. Everyone, the master is not at home. Please go back. Mao Xiaonan insisted. We are from Blue Star. My name is Mao Xiaonan. I have communicated with one of your people named Xiao. Now I really want to communicate with you. No, I want to ask you for advice. At this time, a voice came from the room. Let them in. The servant opened the door, and let Yi Linxing and others in. Yi Linxing had some expectations in his heart. This would be the most meaningful meeting for mankind. He hoped to find a little secret of the universe from the other party. Sure enough, this house was very similar to the house called Xiao that Mao Xiaonan had visited. It was also an antique building, with winding paths, winding corridors, and a poetic rain pavilion on the quiet pool. A man whose age could not be determined, with his hands behind his back looking at the sky. It was very artistic. This person looks like Xiao, but he is not Xiao. Mao Xiaonan has good eyesight, and can see the person in the pavilion clearly at a glance. The man lowered his head, watching Yi Linxing and his group coming over, and smiled, welcome. He did not speak the language of Crystal Star, nor the language of Sage Star or Dragon Star, but the language of Blue Star, which surprised Yi Linxing. This shows that his every move is under the control of this man. Chapter 255 The Secret of Ancient Legends. Don't be surprised, I just lived in Blue Star for a while. The man stretched out his hand, indicating that everyone should take a seat. What era did you live in Blue Star? Yi Linxing's eyes stayed on the man's face. On the surface, this man should be in his 30s, still young. But looking at his eyes, they are deep and far-reaching, definitely not what a 30-year-old person should have. This makes him look strange, that is. You think he can be in his 30s, or in his 40s, or even in his 60s or 70s, and you will think it is normal. This should be the trait of an immortal. About 40 or 50 years ago, the man poured a cup of tea for everyone one by one. This is the tea I brought from Blue Star. Here, you can't grow this kind of tea, the soil is different. Yi Linxing's heart moved. More than 10 years ago, someone implanted a memory in me. I want to ask, is it the memory you implanted in me? The man stopped pouring tea. He was stunned for a while before retracting his hand. It's not me. I left 40 years ago. Moreover, I suggest you don't ask everyone you meet. Yi Linxing understood a little. Does it involve rules? You can find this place. I believe you should know that. We are an organization. As long as it is an organization, there are disciplines. Not participating in battles between civilizations is our discipline. The man said in a rather solemn tone. This is the first time he showed a serious expression. Oh! Yi Linqing lowered his head and thought for a while, and raised his head again. But I still want to thank this person, because he gave us hope for billions of lives on Blue Star, and saved billions of human lives. This is a favor as great as Mount Tai, we Blue Star people dare not forget, and cannot forget. The man was silent. Yi Linqing did not ask any more questions, and just tasted the tea silently. It was indeed the taste of tea from Blue Star. The soil of each planet is different. The tea grown there is also very different. Others did not dare to ask at all, but just waited silently. The scenery was beautiful, but no one was interested in appreciating it. Finally, the man took a sip of the teacup and said slowly, "My name is Hong. I suggest you find a man named Gun. He, like me, has lived on Blue Star for a long time." "Gun? The father of Da Yu in our legend?" Yi Linqing asked in surprise. Legends are biased, but they are not far off. Hong raised his teacup and savored it carefully. "Where should we find him?" Yi Linqing asked. "Follow your heart. You will find him naturally." Yi Linqing lowered his head and pondered again. Others were shocked beyond words. If this is the case, then the legends of the ancients are all true. Hong was not in a hurry and just drank his tea slowly. He gave people the feeling that everything in the world was unimportant. Everything was so calm and peaceful. Only quietly sipping tea was the most important thing to do at the moment. Yi Linqing finally stood up. "Goodbye. No need to see you off." Turning and walking a few steps, Yi Linqing turned around again. "Will we never see you again after we walk out of the door?" "Yes." Hong did not hide it. "We will live on a planet for hundreds or thousands of years, or even thousands of years. But once we are discovered by civilization, we will have to leave." "I understand." Yi Linqing grinned. "But I feel we will meet again." Not long after walking out, everyone felt something unusual, turned around and saw that the beautiful house had disappeared. The peach blossom spring. The legend of the woodcutter. Should all be true. Luo Ji looked at the empty space behind him and murmured. "Why?" Mao Xiaonan asked curiously. The peach blossom spring is easy to explain. They just entered the spaceship. When they walked out of the peach blossom spring, the spaceship was exposed and flew away. As for the legend of the woodcutter, it revealed a terrible problem. That is, they may have mastered the secret of flying close to the speed of light. When the woodcutter was watching the chess game, they flew at superluminal speed. So it appeared that they had been down the mountain for 100 years. Luo Ji was always patient with Mao Xiaonan's questions. Not necessarily. Maybe they just went to the vicinity of the black hole and did something. Yi Linqing said. Maybe there was an emergency at the time, and they had to go to the area near the black hole. But they didn't want to alarm the two people. So they flew to the vicinity of the black hole, causing time to pass at a high speed. Luo Ji was not convinced how to get rid of the strong gravity of the black hole. I believe this group of people have not figured out. On the contrary, flying close to the speed of light should be more reasonable. Yi Linqing knew that. Luo Ji just liked this kind of debate. But he didn't want to. His mind was a little confused. Just now, he didn't ask Hong about the truth of the universe, because he felt that Hong was quite obedient to their internal discipline. The truth of the universe is probably their biggest secret. If you really want to find out the secret of the universe, you may have to find Gun. After all, he has sympathy for the people of Blue Star. That's why we help the Blue Star people. Only by finding Gun can we understand the truth of the world. Philosopher Shi Ziqian suddenly said, "What do you think? Maybe the theory of relativity itself is wrong. Time can be controlled. If you want time to go faster, it will go faster. If you want time to go slower, it will go slower." Rogi sighed. "You should study your philosophy. You'd better not get involved in scientific matters." The theory of relativity had been verified by the Interstellar Alliance long before we Blue Star people discovered it. But the Interstellar Alliance is also controlled by two super civilizations. Whether it is theory or technology, if someone from Hong's group controls the two super civilizations, wouldn't it be possible to directly control the entire Interstellar Alliance? Then, use the theory of relativity to make technology stagnate. Shi Ziqian still didn't give up. The people behind him were arguing endlessly, but Yi Linqing was thinking about his own thoughts. According to the information we have, humans are probably not an indigenous civilization. Or, humans are an indigenous civilization that has gradually evolved into the current civilized humans under the intervention of Hong and his group. Many things that seemed incredible before now seem to be very possible. For example, those fortune tellers who were said to be able to see through the secrets of heaven in ancient times, probably just mastered the ability of data modeling. And through data modeling, they could predict the future trend. After artistic exaggeration and artificial amplification, they became unpredictable fortune tellers. Humans know too little about the past. Moreover, judging from the current results, there were quite a few humans who once lived on the blue planet. Hong, Xiao, and Gun all lived on the blue planet for a long time. This helps to solve the mysteries of the universe. Chapter 256 Four-dimensional weapons will open Pandora's box. Arcturus. A wandering celestial body slowly passed over the cold sky of Arcturus. The next moment, the celestial body suddenly exploded violently, and its brightness suddenly surpassed that of other stars, becoming the most dazzling one. After the light lasted for a few minutes, it completely disappeared. On the ground, scientists used telescopes to clearly see that after the explosion, this wandering celestial body turned into dozens of fragments and scattered in all directions. Successful, precisely hit the wandering celestial body. The scientists shouted excitedly. The project leader immediately started the long-distance communication. Blue Star. Gui Xingchen was awakened from his sleep. He hurried to the long-distance communication transfer station and connected to the long-distance communication from Arcturus. Deputy Commander Gui, after experiments, we used the interstellar engine to send radioactive elements directly into the small celestial body, letting the small celestial body explode from the inside, completely destroying the asteroid. Four-dimensional weapons, we have successfully developed them. The other party's tone was very excited. This excitement was transmitted to Gui Xingchen. He waved his fist fiercely. Great. You should bring the relevant technology back to Blue Star immediately. With this four-dimensional weapon, we will launch a counterattack and completely expel the Puja civilization from the solar system. After hanging up the long-distance communication, he thought about it, and dialed Yi Linqing's long-distance communicator again. Is there anything? Yi Linqing's voice came. Commander-in-Chief, we have developed a four-dimensional weapon that can effectively destroy the super weapon of the Puja civilization. Gui Xingchen said excitedly. With this weapon, we will no longer be afraid of the invasion of the Puja civilization. And we can even spread the war to their planet. Yi Linqing's voice was not excited. But he asked calmly, what do you want to do next? I have asked our research team to make the four-dimensional weapon better, as soon as possible, and then transport it to Blue Star to start our counterattack. Gui Xingchen couldn't suppress his excitement, and said proudly. Until now, he felt that he had done something right. Yi Linqing hesitated for a long time before saying, I didn't want to give you an order. But now, I have to give you an order. Please speak. Commander-in-Chief. Gui Xingchen straightened his back. Yi Linqing was the person he respected and admired the most. And he always hoped to get Yi Linqing's guidance. But Yi Linqing's order was a little strange. If you want to counterattack, it's best to wait until half a year later. Why? Gui Xingchen was puzzled. Shouldn't this kind of thing be resolved quickly? You'll know when the time comes. This is all I ask. You can arrange the rest yourself. After Yi Linqing finished speaking, he hung up the long-distance communication. Yi Linqing's reaction made Gui Xingchen very confused. Humans have mastered four-dimensional weapons, which should be great news. But Yi Linqing didn't seem happy. Moreover, after mastering such a powerful weapon, the first thing should be to drive out the foreign enemies. But Yi Linqing asked him to wait for another half a year. Wouldn't this delay the opportunity in vain? However, he still decided to follow Yi Linqing's arrangement. After all, Yi Linqing was a leader who had led humans to escape death several times. Crystal Star Spaceport. After Yi Linqing hung up the long-distance communication, his face was always bad. Luo Ji floated over. Old Yi. What's wrong? Did something happen on the blue planet? Yi Linqing nodded. Good or bad? Yi Linqing sighed. I can't tell. But I know we have an old saying, called fortune and misfortune. On the surface, this seems to be a good thing, but in fact, I feel it is a bad thing. Philosopher Shiziqian asked with interest, what is it? Mao Xiaonan, Xu Ziyuan and others also looked at Yi Linqing curiously. Yi Linqing said, Gui Xingchen and others invented a four-dimensional weapon. A more powerful weapon that can destroy the Puja people's super weapon. Xu Ziyuan slapped his thigh excitedly. This is good news. Others were also very excited. Because, this means that humans can completely drive the Puja people out of the solar system. Luo Ji's face gradually darkened, and became more and more serious. Obviously, he is the one who understands Yi Linqing the most. Uncle Luo, what's wrong? Mao Xiaonan saw that Luo Ji And Yi Linsheng looked very bad. Luo Ji said slowly, "Back then, when the first nuclear bomb was invented, many people thought it was a good thing. But later it was proved that nuclear bombs are double-edged swords. Killing the enemy can hurt yourself more." Yi Linsheng nodded. "Yes. That's what I'm worried about. Just think about it, we have just mastered the secret of the interstellar engine, and we have already developed a four-dimensional weapon. The two super civilizations have mastered the technology of interstellar engines for many years, and they certainly knew about the existence of four-dimensional weapons. But they have never used them. What does this show?" Luo Ji added. "It shows that four-dimensional weapons are nuclear bombs in the three-dimensional world. It's not a powerful weapon, but a devil that will destroy both sides." Xu Ziyuan didn't understand. How can this be a nuclear bomb? Interstellar engines can quickly pass something through four-dimensional space and deliver it to a designated location. The same is true for four-dimensional weapons. When objects overlap in the same space, it is bound to generate great pressure. When encountering unstable substances, a nuclear explosion will occur directly from the inside. Yi Linsheng explained, "This is the power of four-dimensional weapons." However, if Haomiu civilization or Venerable civilization also grasps this opportunity, they pass a substance that is enough to destroy the blue planet into the core of the blue planet. What will happen? Hearing this, Xu Ziyuan broke out in a cold sweat. The blue planet will be detonated from the inside, and part of it will become a small sun, which will instantly burn the entire blue planet. Luo Ji also exhaled heavily. Anyone who uses four-dimensional weapons, just like the fat boy back then, will open a new Pandora's box. It will reshuffle the entire universe. No one can predict what kind of consequences will occur. Mao Xiaonan was completely dumbfounded. She really didn't expect such a far-reaching thing. Then we should stop Guixingchen as soon as possible. Yi Linsheng looked out the window. The spacecraft was leaving the spaceport and preparing to go to a new area. My mission is to help humans find the secrets of the universe. And Guixingchen's mission is to take over my position and lead humans out of trouble. So, I hope Guixingchen can understand this by himself, instead of my reminder. After all, there will definitely be many difficulties that humans will encounter in the future. I hope he can think carefully before making his decision. So I asked him to make a decision at least half a year later. During this time, I hope he could understand this point. But Mao Xiaonan wanted to say something. Yi Linsheng waved his hand. "Don't say it. A protected child will never grow up. If Guixingchen wants to grow up and become a qualified successor, he must go through this stage." Mao Xiaonan stopped talking. Yi Linsheng's foresight was not something she could understand. In this world, the person she admired most was Yi Linsheng. She also believed in Yi Linsheng's judgment. The spaceship began to accelerate and flew towards the blank area. This time, they needed to find a new coordinate point. To determine whether this coordinate point was safe, they needed to use an unmanned spacecraft to detect it before they could implement it. All of this would take time. Chapter 257. All decided to launch a counterattack. I have decided to launch a counterattack and drive the Puja people out. Guixingchen called Yi Linsheng's long-distance communication again. 6 months have passed since the last call. Guixingchen also complied with the conditions proposed by Yi Linsheng. It was not until today that he decided to launch a counterattack. The air became solemn, and Yi Linsheng's tone became heavy. "Have you thought about the consequences?" "I have thought about it," Guixingchen said. Yi Linsheng didn't want to ask, nor did he want to remind. He had decided to continue to search for the truth of the universe. And Blue Star could only be handed over to Guixingchen for management. The person he chose had to bear all the consequences himself. Yi Linsheng stopped answering, but cut off the long-distance communication. Seeing that Yi Linsheng cut off the communication without giving any hint, Guixingchen felt that Yi Linsheng did not agree with this action. Hesitantly, he picked up the phone. "Notify all senior staff to come to the meeting." When he returned to the meeting room, the senior staff of the Nirvana Command had gathered here. "Today, we will have the last argument to see if this action is feasible." Guixingchen did not say Yi Linsheng's reaction. Yi Linsheng has said many times that he should make his own independent judgment. This time, he will make his own independent judgment. I don't think there is anything to discuss. We have weapons to fight back. But we still have to hide them and endure the provocations of the Puja people. Isn't this ridiculous? It also makes the Puja people think we are too timid. Wai Hua is a firm executor. He is also the most active advocate of war. Ever since he knew that humans had developed four-dimensional weapons, he became a staunch advocate of war. In fact, the others were also advocates of war. Everyone was attracted by the upcoming victory. As long as the four-dimensional weapons were put into use, they would be able to deal with the opponent's fleet immediately. Even the super weapons that once destroyed the entire human fleet would be completely destroyed. With such a big killer, is there any need to grow in a sleazy way? Sure enough, Zheng Jiqing, the former commander of the Space Force, also said, Deputy Commander Gua, there is nothing to consider. What we need to consider now is what we should do after defeating this fleet. Should we continue to liberate other indigenous planets enslaved by them, or go straight to Huanglong, destroy their nest, so that they will never dare to come out to bully people from other planets again? Yes, we still have to rewrite the rules of the Interstellar Alliance. Because we have the capital, Li Qiushui also said excitedly. The whole conference room was immersed in excitement. No one would think like Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji. People are extremely easily affected by the environment. When the national mood reaches a certain point, it is difficult for other noises to appear. This is the current meeting place. Everyone has already started planning for the future. Any opposition voice is insignificant at this moment, and they dare not even mention it. Okay, we will now formulate a new battle plan, and we must completely destroy this fleet. Guixingchen finally stopped hesitating and issued the order to launch a formal attack. At the same time, at a construction site somewhere on the equator of Blue Star, Mazi, who was working on the construction, received a call from Yi Linsheng through the long-distance communication transfer station. It's me, old Yi. Mazi was excited. Is Nanan okay? Yes. Is your project completed? It still needs the final finishing touches. I'll give you a month. 1 month later, testing will be carried out. But energy? I have already told the person who manages the energy warehouse. You can just call it directly when the time comes. Yi Linsheng's voice was very capable and crisp. Mazi, who was familiar with Yi Linsheng, knew that Yi Linsheng would only speak like this when it was the most dangerous. He immediately became serious. Got it. After hanging up the phone, he looked up at the sky. Yi Linsheng's words foreshadowed that something major was going to happen, but as for what kind of thing it was, he didn't know. In an unnamed galaxy, a blue-green planet is slowly rotating. This is an undeveloped planet, a truly indigenous planet. This is also an indigenous planet that the exploration spacecraft has spent nearly half a year to find. A palace-like spacecraft is parked above the indigenous planet. Yi Linsheng, Luo Ji, Shi Ziqian, and Shen Yuxing got into the ferry. Old Yi, what's the point of this indigenous planet? Gun and his men will definitely not come to this indigenous planet, Luo Ji said, looking down at the planet below. This time, we are not here to look for Gun, but to find a spare tire, Yi Linsheng said. The ferry began to shake violently, which is a unique phenomenon when entering the atmosphere. Because of the intense friction, the entire ferry was shaking violently. Landing on the ground with the help of the ferry is actually the most dangerous, but it is the most energy-saving. There are 3 ways to land on the ground. One is to directly use the interstellar engine to control the entire spacecraft to land on the ground. The second is to take a palace-like spaceship directly and slowly land on the ground. Both are very safe, but they consume a lot of super energy. The people of Blue Star have not yet mastered the core technology of super energy. The existing super energy comes from the super energy transportation channel built by Ruanaihua. In the past, if there was no super energy, they would return to Blue Star to replenish it. But now it is not possible. Yi Linsheng wants to keep all the super energy and carry out a major operation. So, they chose this relatively unsafe landing method. As they got closer to the ground, the parachute opened. The ferry began to slow down its landing speed. Only then did Loji have the mood to check the ground situation. A river meandered, irrigating the surrounding forests and grasslands. A large group of animals ran in the woods. The oxygen content is 32%. The animals here must be very large, maybe even dinosaurs, Loji said. Have you seen primitive people? Shi Ziqian asked. According to the regulations of the Interstellar Alliance, planets with primary civilizations are marked as indigenous civilizations and can only be protected, not participated in. If intermediate or advanced civilizations are produced, they will be given a 10-year technological development period. After 10 years, they will become members of the Interstellar Alliance. Since it is to be used as a spare tire, it is best if there is no civilization on this planet. If there are only primitive people, there will be no problem. There is no radio signal, which means that there is at least no advanced civilization here, Shen Yuxing said. When the ferry approached the ground, the reverse thrust device was automatically activated. After a gust of dust, this brand new planet appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 258 The third battle between humans and Puja civilization begins. When I stepped off the spaceship, I felt the extremely fresh air. When the oxygen concentration is high, people can breathe more smoothly. In the distance, frightened animals are running wildly. I didn't see dinosaurs, but the animals here are obviously larger. An animal similar to a deer is actually 2 meters tall. When it runs, smoke billows, which is very spectacular. Shen Yuxing released an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft and began to search for the situation nearby. Luo Ji looked at the rivers and mountains and turned to look at Yi Linsheng. This place should be the second home of mankind. What if there is an indigenous civilization? Yi Linsheng asked. Luo Ji's eyes became cold. Let's be Puja people for once. Yi Linsheng turned his head to look at Luo Ji. The dragon-slaying boy eventually became a dragon? Luo Ji did not shy away for the survival of mankind. It is understandable. Yi Linsheng looked at Shiziqian. Who do you stand with this time? Shiziqian smiled bitterly. If we learn from Puja people and clear the civilization of this planet, we will indeed get a second planet. However, we will invisibly encourage this trend, and will also convey a bad message to mankind. That is, human civilization is superior to other civilizations. So, if mankind has the first time, there will be a second time. Later, we will become the new Puja people, a notorious planet. Yi Linsheng touched his nose, which was his expression when he was proud. So are you on my side? No. It took us half a year to find the second planet, and it's mostly luck. Moreover, on a planet where life is born, it will be easy for civilization to be born. According to this ratio, we may not find a habitable planet in 100 years. Even if we find one, it must be improved to be suitable for human habitation. So, you don't stand on either side? Roji laughed and scolded. Cunning guy. Shiziqian shook his head. No, I have a third opinion. What opinion? We will be the bad guys, remove the traces of the existence of the indigenous civilization, but don't tell the Blue Star people. After we have cleared the traces of low-level civilization, we will send the coordinates to Guixingchen. Shiziqian said. Yi Linsheng understood. We will be the bad guys, and let the Blue Star people be the good guys. Yes, but we may not be able to clear the traces of civilization on the entire planet. Luo Ji interrupted. This is very simple. We can change the atmospheric environment and destroy the fragile low-level civilization. He smiled mysteriously. For example, we push an asteroid to fall, let it consume part of the oxygen on this planet, and transform it to be more suitable for the Blue Star people to live in. Yi Linsheng stopped talking. He has never been a saint. As long as it is a feasible plan, he will choose to do it. Homo sapiens has been discovered. The humans on this planet have not yet reached the level of civilization and can be occupied freely. Shen Yuxing reported a good news. However, Yi Linsheng has been thinking about what Shiziqian said just now. Yi Linsheng knew very well that if Guixingchen chose to use the four-dimensional weapon, it would mean a reshuffle of the interstellar alliance, and the old pattern would probably be overturned and rebuilt. And Blue Star, it is also very likely to be destroyed by the four-dimensional weapons of other civilizations. Therefore, if we want to continue human civilization, we must open up a second homeland. See if there are other continents, other roads, and if there are any civilizations. Yi Linsheng said. Shen Yuxing pointed to the top of his head. They are observing in the sky, and there will be results soon. However, I think, there should be no low-level civilization on this planet. Blue Star. A fleet of hundreds of warships set sail. This is a space fleet composed of attack ships and defense ships. The target is the Puja people's fleet near the first crossing point. The commander of the fleet is Li Qiushui. She has rich combat experience, and this kind of guerrilla warfare is most suitable for her. However, this fleet will take at least nearly a month to reach the first crossing point. The first crossing point. On the flagship of the Puja people. The adjutant hurried over to report. Commander, the Blue Star people have dispatched nearly 500 warships. There are no space carriers. No large warships. Only some high-speed, highly flexible mid-level warships. Poos quickly called up the images. The fleet has now reached its maximum acceleration and is sailing at full speed. It is expected to reach the engagement distance in 25 days. Poos frowned. Since they are moving, let's go and fight them. Separate half of the warships. Bring a super weapon and intercept them first. The rest of the warships will follow up. Half of the warships have been staying at the first crossing point of Blue Star for 7 or 8 months. And Poos is almost depressed to death. But he didn't dare to act rashly. Now that Blue Star was moving, this meant that The real battle now began. On the human flagship, Captain Sharon came hurriedly. The Puja people came to fight. They sent nearly half of the fleet as the vanguard, and the rest of the fleet followed. The two fleets maintained a one-day voyage. As for the two super weapons, they were also divided into two, one in front and one in the back. Li Qiushui pulled out the opponent's formation map and took a look. Very good, this time, let's annihilate their fleet in one fell swoop. We must make the Puja people never dare to come to the solar system again. Blue Star Ground. Nirvana Command Center. Guixingchen stared at the star map for a long time, then turned to look at Wanihua. Is the second fleet ready? Ready. After the four-dimensional weapons destroy the two super weapons, we will surround them and completely destroy them. Wanihua said confidently. Guixingchen looked up at the sky. Commander-in-Chief, he said, let me think about it for half a year, and then decide whether to launch an attack. Now, I have been thinking about it for 6 months, and my opinion remains unchanged. I will still take the initiative to attack. Only in this way can we completely expel the Puja people. Wanihua smiled. This is not your decision alone. It is the decision of all members of the Nirvana Command. You even went to consult Mr. Zeng, and even Mr. Zeng agreed with you. You don't have to worry. Guixingchen hesitated for a long time. You are right, but should I report to Commander Yi again? Doesn't Commander Yi dislike your report? Yes, but I still want to see his opinion. Thinking of this, Guixingchen walked out quickly. I will go and consult Commander Yi now. Yi Linsheng pressed the receiver, and Guixingchen's voice came. Commander Yi, after careful consideration, I still decided to use four-dimensional weapons to take the initiative to attack the Puja civilization. Yi Linsheng was silent for a while. Since it is your decision, then just go for it. After hanging up the long-distance communication, Yi Linsheng immediately contacted Mao Zi again. Be prepared. When the Puja fleet is completely destroyed, then start. Yes. Chapter 259. Once the four-dimensional weapon was released, Puja's fleet was completely destroyed. When the fleet sailed out of the ecliptic plane of the solar system, Li Qiushui issued a new order. In the spaceport, warships began to sail out of the spaceport one after another, and began to form a formation in the vast universe. The formation was also very strange. They all aimed at the center and fired at the same time. If Pusai saw it, he would be shocked. Because this was not a normal confrontation between the two sides, but an encirclement, a crushing attack. This is the pre-war drill of the Blue Star people. Not only are there various types of space warships participating in the battle, but there are also many automatic weapons. These include automatic laser cannons, suicide unmanned warships carrying nuclear bombs, and particle cannons that require extremely long orbits. Regardless of which type, they all have one common feature, that is, they all carry interstellar engines. From this, it can be seen that the goal of mankind is not to expel the warships of the Puja people, but to annihilate them completely. On the nameless planet, the information monitored by the drone and the spacecraft in the sky showed that there was no civilization on this planet. The creatures on this planet have only evolved to the stage of Homo sapiens, and there is still a long way to go before civilization emerges. This makes the occupation of Blue Star by humans undisputed. Commander Yi, do we need to report to the Interstellar Alliance? It is very difficult to find a habitable planet. So Shen Yuxing is so eager to report it. Don't. This planet should be hidden and become a secret base for humans. Luo Ji stopped Shen Yuxing's idea. Besides, this planet is not within the known star field, and there is no need to report it. Let's go. Find the next habitable planet. Yi Linsheng got on the ferry. The others followed. And after the hatch was closed, the primitive animals saw a spaceship, which seemed to be slow, but actually flew very fast into space, and then disappeared into the sky, like a meteor. 10 days later, outside the ecliptic plane of the solar system, Li Qiushui ordered all fleets to slow down, because the human fleet and the enemy fleet were already on the brink of war. After another half a day of flight, the laser weapons of both sides would begin to pose a threat. This critical point is the edge of the battle. Begin to analyze the coordinates. Prepare the four-dimensional weapons. Li Qiushui issued the latest order. The launch of the four-dimensional weapons requires extremely precise coordinates, and the opponent's spacecraft is always moving forward. And because it is too far from the ground, the position seen on the ground is not the real-time position. This is the main reason why Li Qiushui led the fleet to fight. A surveying spacecraft began to work closely. Soon, the precise coordinates of the two super weapons were calculated. Calculate again. After another round of intensive calculations, Another precise coordinate came out. After comparison, the coordinates calculated twice have firmly locked the positions of the two spacecraft. Four-dimensional weapons, prepare to launch. Core fleet, prepare to cross. The battle must be ended within half a day. Li Qiushui's eyes were very firm. On the flagship of the Puja fleet, Pusi looked at the Blue Star fleet in the distance with some confusion. Because this fleet obviously has no support troops, with only 400 or 500 warships, they dare to take the initiative to attack, which makes Pusi a little confused. Although humans have mastered the calculation method of interstellar coordinates, they can instantly transmit spacecraft to the battlefield. But Pusi is not worried. Because, according to the data provided by the Interstellar Alliance, the number of interstellar engines controlled by the Blue Star people is very limited. They only have a few hundred interstellar engines at most. Therefore, even if the Blue Star suddenly sent hundreds of warships over, the Puja people could deal with it calmly. Moreover, the Puja people still had super weapons in their hands. Once they found something wrong, the super weapons would be used. And no matter how many Blue Star fleets there were, they would be useless. There was another point that made Pusi very confident. That is, the space mines and small laser cannons disguised as asteroids in the surrounding airspace were all cleared. The Blue Star people wanted to take advantage of the right time, right place, and right people. But it was completely useless. Therefore, he could not understand Li Qiushui's tactics. Because Li Qiushui's tactics were undoubtedly to commit suicide. At this moment, two groups of bright lights suddenly appeared, which made him close his eyes. This was a nuclear explosion, and the distance was very close. If there was an atmosphere, his flagship might be overturned by such a powerful nuclear explosion. Where did the nuclear explosion come from? Pusi's first reaction was that a nuclear explosion had occurred on his own warship. But, the next moment he understood. This was not an accident. This was an attack. Because nuclear explosions occurred in two places at the same time. The Vanguard fleet and the follow-up fleet both had nuclear explosions at the same time. This was definitely not a coincidence. Report to the commander. It was the super weapons that exploded at the same time. The subordinate reported. Pusi's mind was blank. He knew very well that after the two super weapons exploded, he had no trump card. How could he fight? What frightened him the most was that he had no idea what means the other party was using. The next moment, something even more shocking happened. Alarms from all sides sounded everywhere. A large number of enemy ships were found. We suffered heavy losses. We were attacked. More than a dozen lasers locked onto us. We are going to be destroyed. Oh my god, unmanned warships are flying towards us. No, we are locked onto. Quick, escape in the escape pod. Frightened calls came from all warships. Before Pusi could react, the captain of the flagship also yelled, "Our power equipment is damaged. The reason is unknown. Maybe we were attacked by particle cannons." Unmanned warships, unmanned warships. More than a dozen suicide unmanned warships are rushing over. Escape quickly. Beep, beep, beep. Alarms sounded everywhere. Before Pusi could figure out what was going on, his followers pulled him up and accelerated to the location of the escape pod. As soon as the escape pod was ejected, the sturdy flagship was hit by the unmanned warship, triggering a nuclear explosion. Pusi looked up and looked elsewhere. And suddenly he was furious. The entire fleet was in ruins. Except for a few warships. All the other warships were detonated. Some were nuclear explosions. Some were laser burning and vaporization. And the entire spacecraft was completely scrapped. The space is full of escape pods. But these escape pods have nowhere to go. Because the few remaining warships are also being locked by lasers and are under great attack. The war has not even started. But it is already over. Pusi couldn't figure out what happened. How did their fleet fail? When his eyes shifted to the periphery, to the warships that fired lasers, Pusi understood it all at once. It turned out that the Blue Star people had more than just a few hundred interstellar engines. They have at least several thousand. Because the entire space is filled with Blue Star warships. This shows that the Blue Star people have mastered the technology of manufacturing interstellar engines. Otherwise, they would not have so many interstellar engines. As for why the two super weapons exploded prematurely, he couldn't figure it out. He didn't need to figure it out. A high-power laser irradiated the small escape pod. The next moment, he and his followers, as well as the escape pod, were pierced by the powerful laser cannon and vaporized. Chapter 260 Serious Consequences. Within 3 hours, the battle was over. Including the escape pods, There was no chance of survival in the face of the powerful offensive. Li Qiushui looked at the wreckage of the Puja fleet and waved his fist heavily. This will be a battle that goes down in history, and a battle that will make the Blue Star people proud. This battle surpassed all previous records of space battles. In just 3 hours, the entire fleet was wiped out, and not even a single person was spared. This battle is destined to be a turning point. Collect the wreckage of the super weapon and bring it back. For the other wreckage, pay attention to collecting super energy and transport it back. Li Qiushui issued the last order. The warship turned around and began to return. On the ground, humans were already boiling. This was another victory for humans after breaking through the blockade of the Puja people. Moreover, this battle was of great significance. This battle indicated that humans had surpassed the Puja people in strength and had the strength to compete with them. You should know that the Puja people are notorious in the Interstellar Alliance. There are dozens of indigenous planets controlled by them. And there are at least hundreds of civilizations that have suffered losses from the Puja people and dared not speak after being beaten by them. Their strength is also ranked in the upper reaches of the Interstellar Alliance. The most frightening thing is that the Puja civilization has the support of the Haumyu civilization behind it. Both the fleet strength and the economic strength are very strong. Now, however, in the Battle of Blue Star, it has been repeatedly frustrated. Now, a single encounter destroyed an entire fleet. You know, Blue Star is just an emerging civilization that has just left the indigenous protection zone for 5 years. All of this is of great significance. The first crossing point. A reconnaissance ship appeared, which was a reconnaissance ship from the Puja civilization. The reason for their appearance was that the Pusai's fleet had not reported its whereabouts for 6 days. The way to transmit information between stars can basically only rely on long-distance communication, because the distance between the planets is a few light years at least, and tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of light years at most. In other words, it is almost impossible to communicate through ordinary communication. However, super-distance communication is expensive, and it is charged by byte. In order to save costs, the super communication equipment on Pusai's flagship will send a 1-byte signal every other day, so that the headquarters will know that they are still alive. But this time, the signal was not sent 3 times in a row, which indicates that there is a problem with the spacecraft. This reconnaissance ship was ordered to appear here to collect signals. After a short voyage, the reconnaissance ship collected the signals reflected from the universe with various means, and then disappeared quietly. Humans have no way to deal with this kind of reconnaissance method, so they just ignore it. Anyway, it is impossible for humans to conceal the fact that they destroyed the Puja fleet. Sooner or later, the Interstellar Alliance will know about it. A manned spaceship appeared above the unknown planet named Earth Star. This manned spaceship came from Blue Star. It was a colonization outpost team arranged by Guixingchen after Yi Linxing informed the interstellar coordinates. After the manned spaceship selected the location, it began to land. This is a huge manned spaceship, carrying a full 1,000 people. Among these people, they are mainly builders and engineers, as well as biological scientists. Their mission is to build a ground base, a large fixed-point transmission station, and a scientific observation station. After the large fixed-point transmission station is completed, large-scale immigration will begin. After the manned spacecraft landed, the hatch opened, and a group of people walked out of the hatch. On the ground, someone was welcoming them. The people welcoming them were Mao Xiaonan, Xu Ziyuan, and Captain Aliang. Mao Xiaonan would be the leader of this planet named Earth. Xu Ziyuan and Captain Aliang were her most powerful assistants. Welcome to you. Earth is our second home. Mao Xiaonan shook hands and hugged the people who got off the spacecraft one by one. Everyone felt like they were exploring a new world. The conference hall of the Interstellar Alliance was full of people. Today's meeting was attended by a lot of people, because a piece of news spread throughout the universe. The Blue Star people defeated the entire fleet of the Puja people in just a few hours. This news shocked everyone, especially those developed civilizations that were as powerful as the Puja civilization. If the Blue Star people could defeat the Puja civilization, they could certainly defeat them. So, each representative of these civilizations was very uneasy. The structure of the Interstellar Alliance has not changed for tens of thousands of years. But now it is facing the danger of being overthrown because of a new civilization that suddenly appeared. This has to arouse the vigilance and concern of all civilizations. The Interstellar Alliance has always been controlled by 2 super civilizations. Hundreds of developed civilizations, like Puja civilization, act as the vanguards of the two super civilizations, constantly suppressing new forces and controlling public opinion. Other planets can only survive honestly under the rules they set. An unequal balance has been formed. As for the Interstellar Alliance, it is ostensibly seeking fairness and protection for all civilizations. But there are prerequisites. That is, the existing rules cannot be broken, and the old authority cannot be challenged. As long as they develop within the rules set by the two super civilizations, the Interstellar Alliance will protect these civilizations. But once the authority of the two super civilizations is challenged, or the interests of those lackey civilizations are seriously interfered with, they will unite and suppress them together. The Bighorn civilization was thus expelled from the Interstellar Alliance, and now it can only drift in the universe, acting as a planet of a dying star, lingering on. When this star explodes, it will be completely destroyed. Now, the situation has changed. Blue Star has emerged as a new force, breaking the existing situation in one fell swoop. Blue Star is not a civilization like the Bighorn civilization that only has backbone but no strength. Blue Star civilization is strong enough, and it has even destroyed the fleet of the Puja civilization, shaking the interests of the entire cosmic alliance. This is absolutely intolerable for the two super civilizations. Today's meeting is to discuss this issue. We have reason to suspect that the Blue Star civilization has stolen the technology of the super civilization and violated the patent laws. We propose to form a joint investigation team of the Interstellar Alliance to conduct a technological investigation on Blue Star, the rotating alliance leader said. Now, start the vote. Although Chang Guangxiong, the permanent representative of Blue Star, argued with reason, he still couldn't overcome the general trend. The entire Interstellar Alliance passed this resolution with one vote against, 11 abstentions, and all other civilizations voting in favor. We will invite investigators from dozens of civilizations, including Haomu civilization, Zun civilization, Puja civilization, to investigate Blue Star. We hope that Blue Star civilization will fully cooperate. Otherwise, the Interstellar Alliance will likely vote to expel Blue Star civilization. The rotating alliance leader announced the decision with an unprecedentedly severe attitude. At the same time, we announced that before the results of the investigation come out, Blue Star civilization is prohibited from trading with other civilizations. Violators will also face the penalty of expulsion. After hearing this verdict, Chang Guangxiong could only smile bitterly. The Puja people can ride on the heads of the Blue Star people and act tyrannically, and the Interstellar Alliance turns a blind eye. And the Blue Star people's counterattack, which destroyed the Puja people's fleet, has led to such a strict ban and investigation. It can also be seen from the investigation list that it is absolutely disadvantageous for the Blue Star people. In this list, most of the members are from the two super civilizations and their vassal civilizations. The leader of the investigation team is from the Haomu civilization. He is Mr. Star, the brother of Mr. Stone, who once conducted a technological investigation on Blue Star and was very unfriendly, and died on Blue Star. The deputy head of the delegation is from the Venerable civilization. And in the delegation, there are representatives from the Puja civilization, which violates the rules of the Interstellar Alliance. But no one cares about this now. The purpose of this delegation is to put extreme pressure on Blue Star. There are only two options for the humans on Blue Star. One is to hand over all the technology, become an ordinary planet, and become a vassal of the super civilization. Always accept the supervision of the Interstellar Alliance. The second is to be expelled from the Interstellar Alliance. No matter which one, it is unbearable for human beings. This news reached the Blue Star Nirvana Command. Guixingchen then realized the reason for Yi Lingqing's worry. He was still too young, and did not foresee the consequences now. The Interstellar Alliance is just like the National Alliance of the past, with no credibility at all. The National Alliance was a puppet of the world's most powerful country at the time. The Interstellar Alliance is also a puppet of the two super civilizations. The Blue Star humans defeated the Puja civilization, the lackey of the Haomu civilization, which means they touched the cake of the Haomu civilization, which means they touched the interests of the Interstellar Alliance. This is something that the two super civilizations absolutely cannot tolerate. There is another factor. That is, humans destroyed the super weapons provided by the Haomu civilization to the Puja people. This may be the biggest factor, because this also indicates that the Haomu civilization and the Venerable civilization are no longer invincible. The Blue Star people have threatened them. Destroying possible enemies in the process of growth is the means for for the two super civilizations to maintain their dominance. I didn't expect things to develop into what they are now. What should we do? Li Qiushui looked at Guixingchen worriedly. Since receiving this information, Guixingchen has not eaten. Ruan Aihua stood up. I must eliminate all clues of my reselling of super energy before the inspection team arrives. Otherwise, we will cut off the source of super energy. Guixingchen nodded. You go. It will take about 1.5 months for them to depart from the neutral star spaceport and arrive at Blue Star. During this time, you must erase all clues of smuggling, otherwise, we will be in real trouble. The only technology that humans are subject to is the manufacturing technology of super energy. Super energy can provide more powerful, faster and more abundant energy than nuclear explosions. Interstellar engines must rely on the drive of super energy to work. But humans have not yet overcome this problem. Once all super energy channels are cut off, humans will soon be defeated. Ruan Aihua knew this very well. He quickly left the Nirvana Command Center, boarded the space elevator, and went to the spaceport at the fastest speed. There, his cargo spacecraft for shuttling to Tada Star was parked. However, just as he entered the spaceport, a message came that the investigation team of the Interstellar Alliance had appeared in the solar system, and was only 2 days away from the Blue Star spaceport. This means that the two super civilizations have activated new coordinates in order to quickly reach Blue Star. Everything has become tricky. We haven't hidden a lot of our core data yet. And they are here. We can't hide from this investigation, Li Qiushui said worriedly. Guixingchen looked at the group of experts in front of him. Everyone, analyze it. If the results of this inspection are very unfavorable to us, what kind of results will we face? Zheng Jiqing spoke first. According to Chang Guangxiong's information, once we find out that there is a problem with us, they only give 2 ways out. One is to completely hand over all technology and become a vassal of the Interstellar Alliance. This will ensure the survival of the Blue Star humans. The other way out is to expel us from the Interstellar Alliance. At that time, we will cut off contact with all civilizations, and they will attack us. Once we lose the supply channel of super energy, all our interstellar battleships will be useless. At that time, we will only be beaten passively. We will no longer be able to fight back. After Zheng Jiqing finished speaking, the meeting room fell into silence. This is a dead end. No matter which choice it is not the choice that humans are willing to make. Becoming a vassal. Although the Blue Star people are alive, their spirits are completely dead. Confrontation, Blue Star lost the supply of super energy, will completely lose its resistance, can only passively take the beating. Guixingchen only now understood why Yi Linsheng asked him to think for 6 months before making a decision. He regretted it now. The 4-dimensional weapons should not have been used, nor should the Blue Star people have revealed that they have mastered the manufacturing technology of interstellar engines. If the Puja civilization had been defeated in the traditional way, none of this would have happened today. The reason why the Haumea civilization and the Venerable civilization were so ostentatious, there was only one reason, that is, the Blue Star people destroyed the Puja civilization with a crushing momentum, which touched the nerves of the two super civilizations. Xiaoguo, don't you think that the words that Commander Yi left for you have a deeper meaning? Zheng Lao finally spoke. This sentence awakened Guixingchen. Since Yi Linsheng had known the situation today for a long time, he still let him do it, which shows that Yi Linsheng must have the ability to save mankind. Thinking of Yi Linsheng, Guixingchen suddenly became confident. Even the other people at the venue were confident, because Yi Linsheng had never let others down. Under everyone's gaze, Guixingchen, with a nervous mood, dialed Yi Linsheng's long-distance communication. Commander Yi, Blue Star is now at a critical moment of life and death. I hope you can show humanity a clear way. A familiar voice came from the long-distance communication, and everyone listened attentively. Fearing that a word would be missed, Deputy Commander Gua, Blue Star is yours, and I support the result of your careful consideration. But, just do it. By the way, cooperate with Mao Xiaonan's work and build a good transmission point. Goodbye. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard the long-distance communication was hung up again. This Yi Linsheng really didn't care. It was urgent, but he still told Guixingchen to let go and do it. You know, the result of Guixingchen letting go and doing it is to pull launching into the cliff, and there is no turning back. Guixingchen was also dumbfounded. He looked up at Zheng Lao. Zheng Lao, what should we do? Zheng Lao smiled knowingly. Since Commander Yi asked you to let go and do it, you should let go and do it. Don't worry, he should have a way. Guixingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 261 At worst, we withdraw from the Interstellar Alliance. A high-speed interstellar spaceship arrived at the spaceport. This was the investigation team of the Interstellar Alliance. This group of people came aggressively and ignored Li Qiushui and others who came to greet them. Instead, they made various unreasonable demands as soon as they arrived. First, they demanded that the spaceport be closed and only allowed them to enter and exit. Secondly, they demanded that the spaceport system be fully taken over, and they would conduct various data checks. This was rejected by Li Qiushui. From the beginning, the attitudes of both sides were very unpleasant. When riding the space elevator, the head of the investigation team, Mr. Star, even proposed that the entire blue planet should stop all activities, and everyone should wait at home for inspection. And no private action should be taken without the permission of the investigation team. This is to prevent you from destroying the evidence, Mr. Star added. Li Qiushui said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "I'm sorry, I think the investigation team hasn't started working yet. How did you come to the conclusion that we will definitely hide the evidence? Could it be that you came here with the attitude that we must have violated the rules?" Mr. Star looked at Li Qiushui coldly. "You left a deep impression on me. It seems that you are in charge of the mercenary fleet. And it seems that you are also in charge of the counterattack this time." Li Qiushui was silent. "Unfortunately, the field of science is not war. And your little tricks can't be hidden from our investigation team," Mr. Star said gloomily. The deputy head of the team beside him added, "The technology of our two super civilizations is beyond the imagination of you small civilizations. Everything you do is in vain." Li Qiushui counterattacked coldly. "It seems that your investigation team has made a guilty inference. So you came here this time to find evidence to prove your guilty inference?" These words blocked the malice of Star and others. After all, although they are arrogant, they still need to pay attention to the impact. After all, the Planetary Alliance is still known as the Justice League of all civilizations in the universe. And they cannot go too far. "Hard-mouthed," said Pushilai, the representative of the Puja civilization, coldly, crossing his arms. "In another 7 days. Let's see if you can still be hard-mouthed." Li Qiushui glanced at Pushilai and ignored him. The landing process of this space elevator became extremely dull. After landing on the ground, Mr. Star looked at several reception buses and suddenly became furious. "Where is your commander-in-chief? Where is your deputy commander-in-chief? Why don't you come to greet us?" Li Qiushui still said calmly, "I will be responsible for the reception this time. You are just a fleet commander. What qualifications do you have to receive us?" Mr. Star was furious. "If I guess correctly, you are not even the deputy commander. Right? How can you be qualified to welcome us? Hurry up and call your leaders." Pushil shouted. Li Qiushui asked calmly, "Are you the leaders of your civilizations?" Mr. Star and his men were speechless. Reception also requires equal positions. "We are the investigation team of the Interstellar Alliance," Pushil shouted. Li Qiushui didn't even look at him. Just said, "According to the reception standards of the Interstellar Alliance, my position seems a little high for receiving the investigation team, which also shows how much we value you." Mr. Star lowered his voice and said, "The deputy head and I come from two super civilizations. Just based on this, it is enough for your person in charge to come and welcome you." Li Qiushui still said calmly, "Really? May I ask, which article in the Joint Convention of the Interstellar Alliance states that the two super civilizations are superior to other civilizations?" Mr. Star and the deputy head stopped talking. Fearing the two super civilizations is a common practice of other civilizations. Therefore, for the representatives of the two super civilizations, the general members of the Interstellar Alliance will receive them according to super standard specifications. How can these be written into the Interstellar Alliance Convention? Mr. Star stopped talking and walked angrily onto the bus. When the deputy head of the group walked past Li Qiushui, he coldly said, "Verbal victory cannot reverse your failure." Pushil even made a throat-cutting gesture towards Li Qiushui. All of this made this investigation full of gunpowder. Equator. Mauzi dialed Yi Linqing's long-distance communication. "Today's news. The investigation team has arrived at Blue Star, and the two sides are in a stalemate over the reception issue. The results of this investigation will not be good." Yi Linqing's tone was still calm. "How is the construction of the teleportation point going?" "It has been built, and today we conducted an animal teleportation experiment, and the results are very good," Mauzi said. "That's good. If there are any abnormal phenomena, tell me immediately," Yi Linqing urged. "Yes. Be sure to be prepared. I have a feeling that The attack of the two super civilizations is coming soon. Got it. Somewhere in the residence. The head of the investigation team summoned Li Qiushui again. Headstar pointed to a facility on the map and said, "What is this? We need to enter the site for investigation. This is a special teleportation point built by us humans. It can directly teleport people to the designated location through the four-dimensional space without the need for an interstellar spacecraft," Li Qiushui said. "This teleportation point is an important facility that humans have built over time. The humans on Blue Star will use this teleportation point to transport a large number of people out. And the destination is the distant Earth star, outside the star field that humans have not explored. Humans will open up a second home on Earth star. Open this location. We will go to check it out," Mr. Star said. Li Qiushui shook his head. "Sorry, this is a technology unique to us humans. There is no idea or plan to disclose the information to members of the Interstellar Alliance at present. This facility is too advanced to be displayed. Please understand." Mr. Star and the deputy head of the group exchanged a glance. And both saw shock in each other's eyes. This is the first time that a civilization claims that their technology has surpassed the two super civilizations. In fact, the technology for building a teleportation point is not complicated, but it requires extremely precise coordinates and a very accurate grasp of the four-dimensional space. The principle of the teleportation point is to build a teleportation point on each of the two planets. Then, through point-to-point, precise teleportation is carried out to directly teleport people and materials to the Earth. It's just that it's easy to say, but it's difficult to do it in practice. The current way of crossing is not accurate, and the error range is within hundreds of kilometers to thousands of kilometers. If you want to cross point-to-point, you must make the interstellar coordinates more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more accurate than the current accuracy. The crossing technology mastered by the two super civilizations is only about 10 times the interstellar coordinates used in interstellar engines. This accuracy is also the result of the two super civilizations' hard research for tens of thousands of years. Now, but humans have overtaken us, and have achieved the goal of precise crossing first. It has indeed reached a level that is too advanced. Too advanced? I think you are deliberately hiding it." Pushil did not know much about the technology of this teleportation point. He just wanted to add fuel to the fire. Mr. Star pondered for a moment. "We insist on investigating this place. We have sufficient reasons to suspect that you have hidden relevant evidence in this place." Li Qiushui did not give in. "I'm sorry, this is related to our technological secrets. It is inconvenient to disclose." Mr. Star slammed the table. "I suggest you report to your person in charge immediately, otherwise, I have the right to terminate this investigation." His eyes became fierce. "What are the consequences after termination? I think you should also know very well." Li Qiushui's heart tightened. Terminating the investigation, which means losing the possibility of negotiation, and humans will only face one situation. That is, being expelled from the Interstellar Alliance. Without the protection of the Interstellar Alliance, any civilization may declare war on the Blue Star civilization. The consequences of this are very huge. Li Qiushui did not dare to make a decision on her own. She hesitated for a moment, picked up the phone, and called Guixingchen. After a few minutes, Li Qiushui walked over and said, "Captain Star, our Deputy Commander Guixingchen will personally hold talks with you." Mr. Star raised his chin arrogantly. "At this time, your Commander-in-Chief still has to hide behind?" Li Qiushui said coldly. "The actual person in charge of Blue Star now is Deputy Commander Guixingchen." Mr. Star snorted. "Okay. We'll wait here. In an unknown galaxy. On a palace-like spaceship sailing in solitude. What's the situation?" Rogi had just finished a discussion with astronomer Ma Xingkong and philosopher Shi Ziqian, and turned to look at Yi Lincheng. The Interstellar Alliance can no longer stay on Blue Star. Yi Lincheng's tone was calm, and there was nothing unusual. In fact, this Interstellar Alliance is just like the National Alliance on Blue Star back then. If you don't join, it's inconvenient. If you join, it's disgusting. Ma Xingkong sighed. "I still remember the faces of the Secretaries General and officials of the National Alliance. When the largest country invades other countries, they dare not say a word. If other countries make a little move, they will be condemned by them." Rogi said, "In fact, the most critical reason is that we still rely on two super civilizations for super energy. Otherwise, it doesn't matter whether this Interstellar Alliance exists or not." Yi Lincheng shook his head slightly. "Super energy is secondary. Once the Interstellar Alliance announces the expulsion of Blue Star may encounter a joint attack by the two super civilizations. They will use four-dimensional weapons to completely destroy Blue Star. This sentence made Rogi fall into deep thought. This is something that will happen with a high probability. Since humans have used four-dimensional weapons first, the two super civilizations will also use four-dimensional weapons first, and transmit radioactive materials that are enough to detonate the blue planet into the core of the blue planet. Under huge pressure, the blue planet will start to detonate from the core, and then destroy the entire blue planet, and even turn the blue planet into a temporary small sun and burn out. We received a signal asking us why we came. Shen Yuxing sent a message from the control console. Yi Linsheng drifted over. Tell them, we are here to look for Gun. Just millions of kilometers in front of the spacecraft, there is a golden planet slowly rotating. This is the place Yi Linsheng found based on his intuition. He replied. The other party asked what planet we are from. Tell the truth. Yi Linsheng perked up. He suspected that, when Gun implanted his memory, he also implanted this coordinate, and in the dark, he guided Yi Linsheng to move forward to this place. He gave us a coordinate, and invited us to enter the planet directly. Shen Yuxing replied again. Okay. Enter the coordinates, and we will cross. Yi Linsheng became excited. He knew that Gun might be on this golden planet, waiting for him. Blue Star. In the conference room, the atmosphere was quite tense. The members of the investigation team were more serious than each other. Mr. Star stared at the young Guixingchen and said in a stern tone, we now suspect that you have hidden the evidence of your theft of the technology of our two major civilizations at the so-called crossing point. We ask you to let us inspect it. Hearing such unreasonable remarks, Guixingchen almost laughed out of anger. You can't find evidence that we stole your technology, so you came up with this shady trick? This is our interstellar point-to-point direct transmission point. The accuracy of the transmission coordinates has far exceeded your Haomu civilization and Zun civilization. This is our core technology. It is impossible for you to inspect it. Bang! Pushil slammed the table. Boy, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. If you insist on not opening up, we can only end this investigation and report the results to the Interstellar Alliance. Guixingchen frowned. This is a very serious matter. If the investigation team really decides to stop the investigation, then the humans on Blue Star will either surrender directly and become their vassal, or no. Humans will only have one possibility. That is, being expelled from the Interstellar Alliance and becoming an ownerless civilization. This is a major test for humans. Seeing Guixingchen's face become serious, Pushil was proud. Let me tell you, Deputy Commander Gua, you Blue Star now have only two options. One is to be completely convinced. You just need to cooperate with us in whatever we want to check. When we finish the inspection, you should actively make compensation according to the results of the inspection. Then, you can still stay in the Interstellar Alliance. Otherwise, once our investigation report is submitted to the Interstellar Alliance, your Blue Star will be finished. Pushil said with a grim smile. You can choose one of the two. This is a complete showdown. Mr. Star and the deputy team leader crossed their arms and stared at Guixingchen attentively. They believed that under such a high-pressure situation, Blue Star had only one choice, which was to surrender. But they were wrong. Guixingchen slowly stood up, looked at the team of experts, and said in a deep voice, we humans have developed our own point-to-point transmission technology, and we will never allow you to inspect it. As for other places, we welcome your inspection at any time, and we are not afraid of your inspection. If you originally came with the idea of making Blue Star a vassal, I'm sorry. We would rather withdraw from the Interstellar Alliance than surrender. After saying that, Guixingchen turned around and left, leaving behind the group of stunned members of the investigation team, who looked at each other in bewilderment. After leaving the conference room, Li Qiushui chased after him. What if they really expel us from the Interstellar Alliance? Guixingchen said viciously. It's better not to join this crooked Interstellar Alliance. We, Blue Star, have four-dimensional weapons, and will no longer be afraid of any civilization. Li Qiushui looked at Guixingchen with admiration in her eyes. This is the demeanor that a great man should have. However, with the power of a single planet, Blue Star, how could it possibly defeat the entire Interstellar Alliance? Chapter 262 The Attack of Four-Dimensional Weapons. Blue Star. The air suddenly became extremely tense. As the investigation team boarded the space elevator and ascended into space, everyone began to get nervous. Blue Star and the Interstellar Alliance officially broke up. Looking back, it has only been more than a decade since humans joined the Interstellar Alliance, and from the initial honeymoon period, they directly entered the split period. This speed is too fast. It is so fast that people cannot adapt. Guixingchen issued several instructions. The first one is to speed up the immigration to Earth. Although the point-to-point transmission station has just been built, it originally needs to run at low load for a period of time before it can be operated at high intensity. Now there is no time. If the blue planet is attacked, then the Earth planet will be the second home of mankind. Now the transmission station must be operated at full capacity, and as many fires as possible must be transferred to the Earth planet. The second item is to launch all warships and conduct alert defense in space. A large number of four-dimensional weapons carrying interstellar engines are patrolling in space, and they will carry out precise strikes on enemies who dare to attack. The third item is to speed up the reserve of super energy before the official removal by as much super energy as possible, and at any cost. For Blue Star, interstellar coins will be of no use in the future. It is more effective to exchange for some super energy, and human research on super energy must also be accelerated. The fourth item is to inform humans to be prepared for a hard fight. Since it has been decided to decouple from the Interstellar Alliance, we must prepare for the worst. There is one more thing Guixingchen must do immediately. That is, report to Yi Linsheng. Such a major matter must be made known to Commander Yi. Commander Yi, we may soon break up with the Interstellar Alliance, Guixingchen said. Yi Linsheng did not seem surprised at all. He just asked calmly, how will you deal with it? Guixingchen reported his 4 measures. Yi Linsheng added, notify all our personnel in the Interstellar Alliance to withdraw to the solar system before the members of the investigation team cross. This is very important. Received. But, is it urgent? Guixingchen also hoped that Chang Guangxiong could mediate in the Interstellar Alliance. Delay the time for Blue Star to withdraw from the Interstellar Alliance, and buy more time for Blue Star. Very urgent. Also, always pay attention to their spaceships. Once their spaceships cross, notify Maozi immediately. This is crucial. Yi Linsheng reminded him again. This surprised Guixingchen a little. It seems that Yi Linsheng has some plans that he is hiding from him. However, Guixingchen knew that he was far inferior to Yi Linsheng in interstellar combat experience. Even in terms of management, he had only just begun to learn the ropes. Yes, Guixingchen replied. On the Golden Planet, Yi Linsheng and his party strolled in the artificial dome. This planet was not habitable. There was no thick atmosphere, and no temperature suitable for human survival. The planet was not big, only about the size of the moon. But the gravity was comparable to that of the blue planet, which meant that the density of this planet was very high. As soon as they entered this planet, Yi Linsheng and others were extremely shocked, because the surface of this planet has been almost completely transformed. There is no atmosphere. So the people living here installed a dome to create an atmosphere. The dome can not only simulate the atmosphere, but also isolate the radiation from the universe and the impact of small meteorites. As for large meteorites, there must be other means to deal with them, because the dome is high enough. It is not oppressive. There was no sense of crampedness or oppression like in the underground city. A man in a long gown led the way politely. The man looked very similar to the people of Blue Star. Everyone, please wait here. The man bowed and walked away, turned around and walked into a building. I bet they must have adjusted the structure of this planet from the inside, turning a natural planet into an artificial planet. Roji stepped on his feet with interest. Ma Xingkong also agreed with Luo Ji's idea. If I have such strength, I will also choose such a planet for transformation. In this way, hurricanes, earthquakes, floods, and droughts will no longer exist. With such a planet as the main core base, the existence of civilization can be truly preserved. Philosopher Shiziqian shook his head. What's the point of this world? Everything is planned. Everything is predetermined. But the years are so long that they are endless. Such a life will drive people crazy. Luo Ji scratched his head. What you said seems to make some sense. If I can barely accept living on such a planet for 10 years, if I have to live there for hundreds or thousands of years, it will really drive me crazy. Yi Linsheng did not speak, but just listened quietly. Based on his experience, he knew that everyone's horizons have not been opened. It's like a frog in a well. How can a frog in a well imagine that? The world outside is so vast. Human beings are now like frogs that have just jumped into the well and have just seen a corner of the world. How can they guess what the world really looks like? By the way, how is Blue Planet? Rogi changed the subject. Yi Linsheng said calmly. The investigation team left early, and the interstellar war should be coming soon. If there is enough energy, We will not be afraid of anything, Luoji said, a little depressed. But we can't study the principle of super energy no matter what. Without super energy, the interstellar engine cannot be started, and the four-dimensional weapons can only become decorations. Super energy is a major obstacle restricting mankind. If we have super energy, humans will not be afraid of any civilization. Not even the Interstellar Alliance. Four-dimensional weapons are the original nuclear weapons, with unlimited deterrence. Yi Linshan looked at the gate. This is also one of the main reasons for our visit this time. Luoji led a team of experts to study super energy carefully, but they were at a loss. With human technology, it is impossible to see through the mystery of super energy. The existence of super energy is like a bug on the technology tree. It is obviously out of the scope of technology. It is said that super energy is formed by the neutralization reaction of antimatter and positive matter. I wonder if it is true, philosopher Sherzichian asked. There is this conjecture. We have also observed the existence of antimatter in the universe. However, how to obtain antimatter and how to use it has become the biggest problem, Rogi said. It's like we know that the sun has great energy, but we can't get it. Ma Xingkong asked, how did the two super civilizations capture antimatter and make it into super energy? Rogi shook his head and smacked his lips and said, this is the most confusing part. We specially formed a research team to study the technology trees of the two super civilizations, and found that their research on antimatter is almost zero. Even worse than ours. This is very strange. They obviously do not master the research on antimatter, but they can capture antimatter and make super energy. This is weird everywhere. Yi Linshan looked up. Not only super energy, but also four-dimensional technology. The research of the two super civilizations is also very suspicious. They still can't pinpoint interstellar coordinates to within a few hundred kilometers. But it took us just over a year to pinpoint interstellar coordinates to within 10 meters. I suspect that the way the two super civilizations obtained super energy and four-dimensional technology was not through scientific research breakthroughs, but through direct acquisition. Yi Linshan still stared at the door. So, if we find Gun, we may be able to break the limitations of super energy. The door slowly opened, and a man in ancient costume walked out slowly. Seeing Yi Linshan and others, he showed a mysterious smile on his face. Welcome, my descendants. Interstellar Alliance. Chang Guangxiong received an emergency communication, requiring him to evacuate immediately. Take the interstellar spacecraft and rush back to Blue Star as quickly as possible. This news caught Chang Guangxiong off guard, because he had gathered some opposition forces and tried to keep Blue Star in the Interstellar Alliance. At the very least, he had to buy as much time as possible to give Blue Star a slightly slower decoupling time. However, Chang Guangxiong, who received the order, burned most of the information as soon as possible, and then took the staff and core information and hurriedly boarded the space elevator. Are we just leaving like this? The deputy was a little unwilling. The deputy was one of the young warriors who stayed behind. Chang Guangxiong stood on the space elevator, looking at the neutral star getting farther and farther away. We must leave. Since it is an order issued by the Nirvana Command, we must execute it. And I have a feeling that we will not come here again. But the deputy was still a little reluctant, because she met the person she liked here. After this separation, there's really no possibility of returning to the neutral planet. The beloved will never see him again. No buts. The Blue Star civilization has always known how to make choices. This is our sacrifice, Chang Guangxiong murmured. Sacrificing the self, for the benefit of the public, is the nature of our race. The deputy stopped talking, just silently watching the ground gradually moving away, saying goodbye to his love in his heart. On other planets, all the Blue Star people who went out for business received the order to evacuate. Even Ron Aihua, who was smuggling super energy, received the order to evacuate. However, he did not choose to evacuate, but insisted on staying. He knew very well that, without super energy, humanity would find it difficult to resist the encirclement of the Interstellar Alliance. He himself may be the only way for humans to obtain super energy. So he must persist. Outside the ecliptic plane of the solar system, the high-speed interstellar spacecraft approached the newly developed crossing point. This was the interstellar spacecraft that the investigation team was riding. The next moment, the high-speed interstellar spacecraft disappeared quickly. At the same time, at the Nirvana Command Center, Deputy Commander, the tracking spacecraft ahead sent a long-distance communication that the investigation team spacecraft has crossed. The staff immediately reported to Guixingchen. Guixingchen's heart moved, and he called Maozi. The investigation team spacecraft has left the solar system. Near the equator, Maozi put down the phone, and his face became solemn. Everyone, start immediately and cross. Energy is ready. Equipment is ready. Maozi no longer hesitated, and directly pressed the start button on the table. The surroundings seemed to have changed, but also seemed not to have moved. But Maozi knew that, actually, it had moved. It was not a certain person who had moved, but the entire blue star. Under Yi Linxing's arrangement, Maozi had been carrying out a huge project these days, which was to build a giant interstellar engine around the equator. The purpose was to transport the blue star from its current position to the other end of the orbit. If it weren't for the lack of energy, Yi Linxing would even want to transport the entire blue star to other galaxies. Now, including the moon and the spaceport, all have been repositioned. This is Yi Linxing's ambush. Nirvana Command Center. Guixingchen, who had just walked out of the command center, was shocked to find that it was still a cold winter. But now the sun was as strong as summer. The air temperature around was also rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the southern hemisphere experienced a completely opposite experience. The originally hot summer suddenly became extremely cold. The temperature around dropped sharply, and we entered the cold winter again. Guixingchen's phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was Maozi calling. Notify people around the world that Blue Star has traveled through space and entered the other side of the solar orbit. Notify everyone to prepare for cold and heat stroke. Is this Commander Yi's arrangement? Yes. Why? I don't know. Maozi's answer was simple. This made Guixingchen a little puzzled. After hanging up the phone, Guixingchen quickly notified the Nirvana command. However, he still didn't understand why Yi Linxing used his huge energy reserves to change the orbit of Blue Star. However, he immediately thought of a possibility. He quickly picked up the phone and called Li Qiushui at the spaceport. Hurry up and check. Something may appear at the location where Blue Star was originally located. Li Qiushui's message was quickly fed back. Xingchen. Just 10 minutes after we moved, tens of thousands of tons of radioactive elements suddenly appeared at the location where Blue Star was originally located. Guixingchen understood. Everything was understood. And he finally understood the gap between himself and Yi Linxing. Yi Linxing can take one step and look 10 steps ahead, while he takes one step and can only look one step ahead at most. Yi Linxing had long guessed that the two super civilizations would completely tear each other apart and attack Blue Star. And it would be a ruthless move. If Blue Star had not moved away just now, after these tens of thousands of tons of radioactive materials were transmitted into the core of Blue Star, it would have exploded directly under huge pressure, and then triggered a series of reactions. It only takes 1 second for Blue Star to completely explode and turn into a small sun-like star. Blue Star will also be completely destroyed. The two super civilizations did not even think of leaving a way for humans to survive. They did not even wait for the Interstellar Alliance to officially expel Blue Star and directly attack Blue Star. Fortunately, Yi Linxing had anticipated it, and he had long understood the thoughts of the two super civilizations. Therefore, he had let Maozi carry out this super project, the purpose of which was to make Blue Star leave its original orbit. Avoid this fatal blow. Guixingchen picked up the phone with his hand, because of shock and anger, which began to tremble. His decision almost destroyed all the humans on Blue Star. Humans must fight back. Qiushui, collect these materials, we follow their example, and destroy their home planet. Guixingchen said viciously. Chapter 263. The universe has changed. Li Qiushui's voice was calmer than Guixingchen's. They have dozens of planets. Which one should we destroy? Guixingchen calmed down. Yes. Fighting back like this would be of no benefit to mankind. Because the Blue Star civilization only has one planet. But they have dozens of planets. If we destroy one of their planets, they still have dozens. Don't move for now. Control these materials first. Guixingchen finally calmed down. He jumped into the car and quickly rushed to the long-distance communication station. Commander Yi. They launched a four-dimensional attack. Fortunately, you predicted their motives in advance and avoided this attack. However, what should we do now? Should we launch a reciprocal attack? Guixingchen asked. Yi Linxing did not seem surprised. He asked about the situation in detail, and then asked, what are you going to do? They have dozens of planets, and we only have one. If we fight back, they will attack us once, and we will be finished. Guixingchen said, a little depressed. But we can't just take the beating like this. Yi Linqing replied slowly. Do you know when nuclear weapons appeared? Why were only the little boy and the fat man actually used on the battlefield? And there were no more nuclear weapons used in wars later? Guixingchen's eyes lit up. I understand. Deterrence is far greater than implementation. Just do it. Yi Linqing once again said the words that Guixingchen relaxed. Let it go. This indicates that Yi Linqing has a backup plan. This clears all obstacles for Guixingchen. Li Qiushui, after the collection is completed, don't stay in the solar system. Find a place that only you know, maintain long-distance communication, and lock on a target at will. Guixingchen answered Li Qiushui's call. Li Qiushui is very smart, and immediately understood Guixingchen's intention. Don't worry. No one can find me. That's right, this is an incompletely transformed planet. Gun looked about 50 or 60 years old, and although there were some wrinkles on his face, but not many, and not dense, the smile seemed a bit fixed. However, it was not because he was not sincere, but a normal reaction after a long time. In tens of thousands of years of life, they had seen everything. The smile became mechanical. This kind of smile also appeared on Xiao and Hong's faces. Why not completely transform it? Roji was a science fan, and he would ask about everything he saw. The project was too big. I want to travel to various planets and experience the diversity of life. Compared to Xiao and Hong, Gun seemed very enthusiastic and talkative. Although it's just a small planet, it's still a difficult project for human power. Gun patted Yi Linqing on the shoulder. You're still the same. Yi Linqing's heart moved. Have you seen me? Of course I have. Otherwise, how can I input your memory? Gun didn't hide anything. When Xiao Hong told me the news, I thought it was time to say goodbye. Yi Linqing looked at Gun's face, but he still didn't feel that he had seen him before. Gun saw Yi Linqing's doubts. How about adding a messy beard to my face? Yi Linqing suddenly woke up from a dream. I have seen it. I have indeed seen it. Just a few months before my rebirth, I once bought a bowl of noodles for a beggar. Once my thoughts were opened, memories came flooding in. It was a winter day. A beggar with a dirty hat sat quietly on the street begging. He was not like those fraudulent beggars who made a sound system and made themselves miserable. Either kowtowed desperately or exposed the dirty wounds on their bodies to seek sympathy from passers-by. He just sat there quietly. His hat was dirty, his clothes were tattered, and some parts were even pierced, revealing his dark skin. Against the gray beard, he showed a pair of calm and peaceful eyes. He looked like he knew his fate, and was at peace with what happened. This look touched Yi Linqing, who was passing by at the time. He had already walked past, but he turned back to take a few more glances. Yi Linqing went to a restaurant, originally wanted to buy some fast food, but he was worried that the beggars were not used to it, so he went to the ramen restaurant next door and bought a bowl of ramen. When he handed the bowl of noodles to the beggar, he saw the beggar showing a peaceful smile, taking the noodles very calmly, and eating them in big mouthfuls. There was no pretense, no unbearableness, just like it was a normal thing. After Yi Linqing handed him the noodles, he left, but the beggar's peaceful look always remained in Yi Linqing's heart. Moreover, Yi Linqing could be sure that this was not an input memory, but something that really happened. Luo Ji also said that the input memory can only be something that never happened. Human memory cannot be modified, it can only be input. So you are the beggar back then. Yi Linqing finally understood. No wonder you looked so peaceful and calm back then, not like a beggar at all, but like a philosopher. Philosophers and beggars are very similar. Both are people who see through the world. Gun said meaningfully. Why choose me? You give me a bowl of noodles, I give you a chance to live, equivalent exchange. Gun pointed around. Everyone, this is my back garden. It is also my home. I usually don't stay here for a long time. It is fate that you can find me. Isn't it the result of model deduction? Yi Linqing asked. Model deduction can only deduce the general direction, and it cannot be accurate to the details. Gun didn't mind Yi Linqing's questioning at all. The results I input for you will not all happen, especially small events. However, small events will not affect the big results. This is the basic requirement of deduction. The so-called butterfly effect does not exist at all. Just like Wang Meng, although he made a lot of jokes, he still couldn't change the course of history. Gun walked to a door and stopped. Let's go, let you see the vastness of the universe. Gun pushed open the door. Blue star. Equator. A seemingly ordinary building stood in the coconut grove. A helicopter landed slowly. Guixingchen jumped off the helicopter and shook hands with Mouzi, who came to greet him, and the two hurriedly walked into the building. This is an elevator that goes directly into the underground city. The two did not talk too much nonsense, and just waited for the elevator to descend vertically. Finally, the elevator stopped. Guixingchen walked into the underground, and what came into view was the familiar scenery of the underground city. Guixingchen grew up in the underground city, and was full of memories of the underground city. We used the connecting tunnels between the underground cities to build a particle accelerator around the blue planet, and then modified it to make a super-large four-dimensional engine. Mouzi introduced briefly. Commander-in-Chief Yi has already been planning this project. He should have anticipated the possible attack of four-dimensional weapons now. Guixingchen said in admiration, in my life, I will always catch up with the wisdom of Commander Yi. Walking into the center console, Mouzi pointed to a row of equipment and said, here is the control center for starting the four-dimensional engine. He pointed to a button with a safety cover and said, this is the start button. Once pressed, it can drive the entire planet to travel through time. Guixingchen's eyes were full of excitement. How many times can we travel through time? Mouzi's expression became strange. You also know that the start of the four-dimensional engine requires a lot of energy to be consumed instantly. Only by relying on super energy can we succeed. Theoretically, an ordinary interstellar engine can drive the entire planet through. But in reality, because the acceleration track of the interstellar engine is very short, it requires extremely terrifying energy to achieve this goal. Even if the super energy of the entire interstellar alliance is gathered, it may not be able to complete a single crossing. Therefore, Yi Linqing asked us to build such a huge particle accelerator. With the assistance of the particle accelerator, the amount of super energy required can be greatly reduced. However, even so, crossing with the moon and the blue planet together, it will also consume a lot of super energy. This time of crossing has consumed nearly 90% of our blue star's super energy reserves. Mouzi stared at Guixingchen. So, we can't cross a second time unless we can gather energy again. Guixingchen was shocked. Looking at Mouzi's solemn eyes, he understood all of a sudden. Humans are not capable of crossing a second time. Once the new interstellar coordinates are leaked, the two super civilizations will directly destroy Blue Star. The danger of Blue Star is obvious. The air was filled with a heavy breath. Humanity has never been so dangerous. I understand. I know what to do. Neutral Star. Interstellar Alliance Core Headquarters. An internal meeting is being held. Everyone, if nothing unexpected happens, Blue Star has been destroyed. The representative of Haomu civilization said arrogantly. What we should discuss now is how to frame them, so that other civilizations can learn a lesson, and at the same time we can't scare them. Why can't we scare them? The representative of the venerable civilization sneered. Interstellar Alliance should play a deterrent role. The head of the Interstellar Alliance quickly said, we should still have some faith in the Interstellar Alliance. After all, we haven't removed Blue Star from the list yet. It would be a violation of the Interstellar Alliance's joint convention to destroy them just like that. It would have no good effect on restraining other civilizations. The representative of the Haomu civilization said impatiently, this is easy. No one knows that the Blue Star civilization has been destroyed. When Mr. Star and his team arrive at the neutral star, we will hold a meeting immediately, initiate a vote, and kick the Blue Star civilization out of the Interstellar Alliance. Then tell them that the Blue Star civilization has been completely destroyed. And that's it. The representative of the venerable civilization stood up. I think we should send out a reconnaissance spacecraft first to confirm the demise of Blue Star. Otherwise, if there's a problem with your coordinates, it would be a joke if they are not dead. Are you doubting the strength of our Haomu civilization? The representative of the Haomu civilization stood up suddenly. Can I doubt it? The representative of the venerable civilization refused to give in. Seeing that a heated argument was about to break out between the two sides, the alliance leader quickly said, everyone, please be patient. We will go to the Blue Star civilization on the pretext of a notice issued by the Interstellar Alliance. We will know whether their planet is still there or not when the time comes. At this time, the staff hurriedly walked in and said, it's bad. We just received a threat from the Blue Star civilization. They said that they have mastered a four-dimensional weapon that can destroy a planet, and have already targeted all the planets of the two super civilizations. They issued a threat. If anyone enters the Blue Star region without permission, this four-dimensional weapon will be launched, randomly destroying a planet. If anyone wants to enter Blue Star, they must get approval from the Blue Star people. Impossible. The representative of Hao Miao civilization stood up suddenly. This is impossible. Their civilization is definitely destroyed. The leader of the Interstellar Alliance was still sober. He asked, "Where did the news come from?" "From the long-distance communication transfer station." After saying this, everyone was silent. The long-distance communication transfer station must be built on the planet, not in space. Otherwise the transfer will lose its meaning. This means that Blue Star is still there. The Alliance leader stood up in silence. "Apply to them for our qualification to enter the Blue Star region." He turned to look at the representatives of the two supernetwork civilizations. "Whether Blue Star has been destroyed, we will know when we go there. However, I have reason to believe that their threat is real," the Alliance leader said in a low voice. "You have four-dimensional weapons, and they have them too. You have the power to destroy Blue Star, and they also have the power to destroy your planet. I suggest." It is hard to tell whether the tone of the Alliance leader is excited or gloating. You should think carefully about how to negotiate with them. The Alliance leader is also an old hand. He knows very well that if Blue Star is not destroyed, and they also master the four-dimensional weapon, the pattern of the universe will change dramatically. The pattern of the oligarchic rule of the two super civilizations will undergo a major change. The world will become full of variables. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. A piece of news began to spread wildly in the Interstellar Alliance. The two super civilizations secretly launched a devastating attack on Blue Star, but for some unknown reason, Blue Star actually escaped. And Blue Star, mastered the secret of the four-dimensional weapon, is now ready to start a counterattack. All the planets of the two super civilizations are now in a precarious state. This news is so explosive that it spread throughout the universe in an instant. The news was as explosive as the worst student in the class marrying the head teacher. In people's minds, the two super civilizations were unattainable, mysterious, and superior. And Blue Star was an indigenous civilization that was suffocated by the Puja civilization and only broke through the Puja blockade a few months ago. Now, this indigenous civilization that everyone looked down on has transformed into an existence that is enough to threaten the two super civilizations. No one can accept this gap. At the same time, people are also thinking about one thing: how did the Blue Star civilization rise? Can our civilization also replicate the rise of the Blue Star civilization, so as to get rid of the control of the two super civilizations? Where will the Interstellar Alliance go in the future? Will it continue to be the hand of the two super civilizations? Or will it become another existence that stands tall besides the two super civilizations? Everyone has a feeling that the world has changed. The universe is about to undergo a major change. The pattern that has lasted for tens of thousands of years will change because of an indigenous civilization that has appeared in just a dozen years. Chapter 264 destroys Solon Star in 1 second. And even more explosive news spread throughout the universe again. Blue Star issued an attack order to Solon Star, which is under the control of Haumea civilization. Blue Star will launch a four-dimensional attack on Solon Star in 3 days, and destroy the entire Solon planet. This is a revenge and warning to Haumea civilization for daring to launch a four-dimensional attack on Blue Star. At the same time, it was announced again that if anyone dared to enter the Blue Star region privately, Blue Star would destroy all their planets in return. At the same time, Blue Star announced its withdrawal from the Interstellar Alliance and became an isolated civilization. This news was even more explosive than Blue Star's mastery of four-dimensional weapons, because this indicated that Blue Star civilization, which had only joined the universe family for more than a decade, had completely acquired the strength to challenge the two super civilizations. The pattern of the universe has really changed. Interstellar Alliance Conference Hall. The leader of the Alliance was really a little crazy. He did not expect that Blue Star civilization was so crazy. Even crazier than Haumea civilization. The Haumea civilization launched a sneak attack on Blue Star without saying a word. This is not difficult to understand for the leader of the Alliance. After all, the Haumea civilization and the Venerable civilization have been ruling the universe together for tens of thousands of years. It has been like this since the birth of the Interstellar Alliance. They act recklessly, which is reasonable and reasonable. After all, they are the boss. They are a super civilization. The Interstellar Alliance cannot intervene, and cannot intervene. But what is Blue Star? More than a decade ago, it was just an indigenous civilization. But now it has the strength to attack the Haumea civilization. And it has given the time of attack so blatantly. This is completely disregarding the Haumea civilization and the Venerable civilization. The subordinate hurried in, with a somewhat ugly look on his face. What is the result? Have they withdrawn their threats? The leader of the Alliance asked angrily. He just requested to immediately communicate with Blue Star over long distances, requiring the Blue Star people to immediately stop attacking and threatening. Alliance leader, Blue Star Commander Guishingshan once again stated that they will definitely retaliate. 3 days later, no matter how many people are left on the planet, they will be wiped out. The subordinate whispered. The representative of the venerable civilization slammed the table fiercely. This Blue Star civilization really takes itself seriously. I say, representatives of the Hao Miao civilization, you have to hold on, I bet. They don't have the strength. They are just bluffing. The representative of the Hao Miao civilization, however, had a gloomy face. This time, the target chosen by the Blue Star civilization is very interesting. It is not the real native planet of the Hao Miao civilization, but a Solon planet that is between an immigration transit station. Here, the warning is more obvious. As an immigration transit station, Solon Star continuously provides a large number of people with excellent genes for Hao Miao civilization, replenishes fresh blood, and improves the gene pool of Hao Miao civilization. It is also the destination for residents of many planets in the universe to immigrate. Destroying this planet is equivalent to destroying the talent delivery station that Hao Miao civilization has spent tens of thousands of years to build. The meaning of provocation is very clear. Moreover, it is also a great blow to Hao Miao civilization. However, it will not cause severe stimulation to Hao Miao civilization. However, without such a transitional planet, the immigration plan of Hao Miao civilization will be greatly frustrated. Hao Miao civilization representatives are at a loss. This is an unprecedented phenomenon. Even when competing with the venerable civilization, they have never encountered such a severe moment. Back then, Hao Miao civilization and venerable civilization fought a battle for supremacy that lasted for thousands of years. The battle was very fierce, and many civilized planets perished in this battle, until the emergence of four-dimensional weapons. Both sides dared not fight again, and had to negotiate. Finally, a plan was determined. That is, the two sides formed an interstellar alliance, and the two sides reached a tacit understanding to jointly manage the entire universe. This led to the rapid development of the interstellar alliance for tens of thousands of years. Seeing that the Hao Miao civilization remained silent, the alliance leader understood that the Hao Miao civilization was afraid. Moreover, although the venerable civilization has been speaking coldly, judging from the performance of the venerable civilization, they are also afraid. The leader of the alliance knew that no force could stop the destruction of Solon. He immediately stood up and, as the Interstellar Alliance, issued an evacuation order. For a time, the already panicked people on Solon began to flee. Countless manned spacecrafts continuously traveled between the spaceport and space. The two super civilizations even opened up the right for various interstellar spacecraft to freely cross, and no longer needed to reach the crossing point to cross. Although some people still hold on to their luck, thinking that Blue Star is just trying to scare people. But more people choose to escape. The price of a ticket is ridiculously high, but there are still countless people scrambling to buy a ticket. However, it takes 2 days to reach the spaceport from the ground. The limited capacity of the space elevator greatly limits the speed of people's escape. Many people move out old and dilapidated launch vehicles and take them into space. There was a doomsday scene everywhere. Even so, 3 days was still too short. Only less than 1/10 of the population could be evacuated. Solon Star fell into extreme panic. At the same time, countless observation satellites gathered over Solon Star, observing from afar. Because, except for the two super civilizations, no one had ever seen the spectacular scene of a planet being destroyed. Even more people were doubting whether the Blue Star civilization really had the strength to destroy a planet. After all, this is too absurd. An indigenous civilization that has just entered the universe family only took more than 10 years to master this technology to destroy a planet. This is too crazy. However, what actually happened dispelled people's last doubts. As Li Qiushui pressed the launch button, a pile of tens of thousands of tons of radioactive material suddenly disappeared from an unknown star field. At the same time, the interior of Solon Star began to explode. The explosion was triggered from the inside. Radioactive materials exploded instantly under extreme pressure. High temperature and high pressure caused the core materials inside Solon Star to be continuously decomposed, and finally all decomposed into hydrogen elements in an instant. Hydrogen elements exploded like the sun under high pressure. All this happened in just a short moment. Those detection satellites only saw a green planet that was originally full of vitality, which instantly turned into flames. The green planet also became as hot as the sun. There were at least more than 10 billion residents on the planet. At this moment, all of them were reduced to ashes and turned into a ball of energy. This explosion made most of the skeptics close their mouths. The world returned to peace. And in the galaxy, there was a small sun, which was emitting hot energy. A seemingly insignificant, unresponsive mind attack turned the habitable planet of Solon into a short-lived star. The power of the four-dimensional weapon once again shocked everyone in the Interstellar Alliance. Many civilizations began to waver, because they found that the planet they were on was so fragile that it could not withstand a single blow. A four-dimensional attack, not only their civilization, but also their planet, will be completely destroyed. An interstellar spaceship from Blue Star is parked on the neutral star spaceport. This is the manned interstellar spaceship said by Guishingchen after receiving the request from the Interstellar Alliance. No one can afford the war. Blue Star can't afford it either. Although Blue Star has mastered four-dimensional weapons, it does not have the strength to destroy all the planets of Haumea civilization and Venerable civilization at once. As long as one planet is missed, the two super civilizations may launch a counterattack and destroy Blue Star. The super energy of Blue Star is not enough to support them to transmit again. The two super civilizations only need to send a reconnaissance spacecraft to lock the coordinates of Blue Star. Guishingchen can let Li Qiushui hide. Similarly, the two civilizations can also hide their own strength. Neither side can completely destroy the other. In this way, once an interstellar war breaks out, it will be a dead end for everyone. This is like the nuclear war of the past. Once it breaks out, there is only one outcome, that is, mutual destruction. All the major cities in the world will be destroyed within a day. 90% of the population will die in the nuclear war. The remaining 10% of the population, although they escaped the first nuclear explosion by hiding in remote mountains, they could not escape the subsequent continuous nuclear pollution, and they will die sooner or later. There is no winner in a nuclear war. Similarly, under the current circumstances, there is no winner in the four-dimensional war. Especially for the Blue Star, which has a weak foundation. The possibility of extinction is greater. After all, the two super civilizations have a deep foundation, and they may have secret planets in the universe. And humans only have this one Blue Star. Humans can't afford to lose. This is also the reason why Guishingchen is willing to negotiate, although some radical personnel clamored for revenge. After all, it was the other party who launched the four-dimensional attack first. But Guishingchen knew very well that others could be radical. But he couldn't, because he now represents the entire human civilization. Moreover, destroying Solon Star is also a revenge action of mankind. Speaking of which, Haumea civilization suffered greater losses. What needs to be done now is not to escalate the revenge, but to cool down. Because, according to the current situation, humanity will sooner or later surpass Haumea civilization and Zun civilization. Although these two are super civilizations, their technological development is not stable. They spent tens of thousands of years, and they still could not accurately determine the interstellar coordinates within 10 meters, which fully illustrates this point. The only shortcoming of mankind at present is super energy. However, from the current data, in fact, the two super civilizations do not have the ability to independently master super energy. Their technology for manufacturing super energy is more like OEM, rather than independent research and development. A group of passengers got into the spacecraft. Among them, there was Mr. Star, who was no longer arrogant. Now, as the representative of the Interstellar Alliance, he no longer dared to look down on Blue Star in the slightest. Because Blue Star actually has the strength to challenge the two super civilizations. Also traveling with them is the leader of the Interstellar Alliance, Miss Nina, who has a good impression of Blue Star. And Sia, who first dropped into Blue Star and established a bridge of communication between Blue Star and the Interstellar Alliance. These two people were specially arranged by the leader of the Alliance. This is also the best way to bring you Blue Star closer. In addition, there are representatives of Haumea civilization and Zunja civilization. Their purpose is to examine the true strength of Blue Star and, if possible, to conduct the first round of peace talks with Blue Star. The spacecraft slowly left the spaceport, and then in an instant, it appeared in the solar system. In the space orbit of Blue Star, Mr. Star leaned against the porthole and looked at Blue Star. This beautiful planet was floating quietly in space. Everything was the same as when he left. This also shows that the four-dimensional attack of Haumea civilization failed. The reason for the error must be the accuracy of the coordinates. Everyone, we will appear directly on the ground of Blue Star. Please fasten your seatbelts, the cabin service staff reminded. This made the people in the spaceship nervous again. Because the control of interstellar coordinates by Haumea civilization and Zune civilization is extremely fragile. Therefore, their interstellar spaceships can only dock at the spaceport, and then take the space elevator to enter the ground. Otherwise, if they cross directly, because the error is too large, the spaceship will mistakenly cross into a solid object on the ground, which may kill everyone. In other words, the two super civilizations do not have the technology to cross directly. Before everyone could react, the surrounding scenery shook, and everyone was surprised to find that the spacecraft had appeared above a helipad. Below, there was an empty helipad. The error was definitely within a few meters. This technology shocked Mr. Star and Haumea civilization, the representative of the venerable civilization. They looked at each other and felt a little fear for the progress of mankind. Everyone, get ready. We will land soon. The flight attendant spoke again. Sia felt like she was dreaming. In the past, a space trip would take at least several months. First, it would take 2 or 3 days to enter the spaceport from the ground. Then it would take 20 to 1 month to reach the crossing point. Then it would take another 20 to 1 month to cross to the target galaxy. Then it would take another 20 to 1 month to stop at the spaceport and take the space elevator to land on the ground. This would take another 2 or 3 days. In total, it would take 2 months to travel. This is also an important reason why interstellar travel is so expensive. However, everything today refreshed everyone's cognition. Excluding the 2 or 3 days of riding the space elevator, the actual time spent on interstellar flight is only less than half an hour. It is faster and simpler than taking a taxi. If this technology can be popularized in the universe, interstellar travel will become a real journey that everyone can do. As soon as her feet landed, Sia was shocked by the great changes in human beings. When she left, Blue Star was still hiding underground. Now, it has undergone such a huge change. Miss Nina was also shocked. When she came to inspect, Blue Star was just getting started. Now Blue Star has become a highly developed planet. The speed is too fast. Moreover, Miss Nina knew that the people of Blue Star had almost no external assistance, but had accomplished the current feat with the power of a single planet. Although compared with those planets that have been operating for thousands or tens of thousands of years, Blue Star is not perfect enough. But just from this construction speed, we can know the tenacity and diligence of the Blue Star civilization. A bus took them directly to the venue, and Guixingchen personally participated in the meeting. Commander Gua, if you do this, you will drag the entire universe into the abyss. The representative of the Haumea civilization suppressed his anger and said. Guixingchen said contemptuously, "It seems that you were the first to launch the attack. If your interstellar coordinates were not calculated accurately enough, our Blue Star would have ended up like Solon Star now." Chapter 265 The Secret of the Universe. The representative of Haumea civilization was speechless. It was because of their preemptive attack that today's incident occurred. In fact, Haumea civilization is the culprit. However, he also noticed the information in Guixingchen's words. That is, they did not destroy Blue Star because of inaccurate coordinates. The leader of the alliance quickly tried to smooth things over. Commander Gua, what conditions do you have? Say them. No one can afford a four-dimensional war. As long as the four-dimensional war is launched, it will not only hurt us, but also your blue planet will suffer greatly. The venerable civilization also spoke. That's right. There is no winner in the four-dimensional war. Once it is launched, all civilized planets in the entire universe will become the first targets of attack. The final result is that everyone will lose their home planet and can only wander in the vast universe, and will never find their home again. This sentence made everyone silent. It seems that only now, everyone has truly felt the crisis. On the golden planet, Gun sat on a golden bench, cross-legged. Others also followed his example, and sat cross-legged. We may be the first civilization in the universe to discover the four-dimensional space, and make use of it. Our civilization, as you guessed, is called the Hua civilization. Gun slowly narrated. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Hua civilization mastered the secret of the four-dimensional space. Yes, it relied on the energy generated by the acceleration of particles to tear the barrier between the fourth dimension and the three-dimensional world, and briefly observed the secret of the four-dimensional space. In fact, your Blue Star civilization has almost achieved this. However, compared with the Blue Star civilization, we have an advantage. That is, we are very close to the area where antimatter exists in the universe. Using special equipment, We can capture their reaction phenomena. Moreover, we have continuously observed the antimatter particles that are scattered. When the technology matures, and we can capture the antimatter in the universe, we will use the huge energy generated by the combination of antimatter and positive matter to stably tear the four-dimensional space and travel through the stars. This is the super energy you are using now. Antimatter is extremely unstable. For this research, many people died. Every time the research failed, it was equivalent to a nuclear explosion. However, we never gave up and have been conducting research. Finally, we mastered the technology of interstellar engines. Many of us began to travel in the universe, opening the era of space exploration. Among them, is it very developed now? Luoji asked. Have you studied the mysteries of the universe? Looking at Luoji's eagerness, Gun smiled, but this smile was different from the past, seemingly revealing a hint of bitterness. No, we don't even know how antimatter exists in the universe. Our current technology can only capture antimatter. Why? Yi Linqing asked curiously. According to Gun, Chinese civilization is so advanced that it has mastered the secret of interstellar travel hundreds of thousands of years ago. How could it be that there is still no breakthrough until now? Just hundreds of thousands of years ago, a madman captured a large amount of antimatter, wanting to use these antimatter for research, to break through the limitations of four-dimensional space, and explore higher dimensional space than four-dimensional space. As a result, due to poor storage, the antimatter leaked, and an explosion occurred immediately. Our entire home planet was destroyed, and even the entire galaxy was destroyed. This explosion destroyed all the accumulated civilization of Chinese civilization for hundreds of thousands of years. With a population of more than 10 billion. Only tens of thousands of people who were exploring the stars survived. If these tens of thousands of people can gather together and reproduce again, we may spend hundreds or thousands of years to return to the peak again. But after seeing the grandeur and magnificence of the universe, everyone's hearts are not in harmony. Of course, this includes me. I also want to build my own independent civilization. Gun pointed around. This planet is the independent kingdom I wanted to establish. I found women of various races from many planets, and then married with them, and gave birth to many children. I hope to use the population to restore the glory of the ancient civilization. But unfortunately, no matter how hard I try, I can't produce a creative civilization. Gun turned his head and looked at Yi Linqing. And it's not just me, but also Hong and Xiao, and all the interstellar wanderers. It's the same. As long as we deeply intervene in the civilization, there will definitely be various problems. Not to mention recreating the glory of Chinese civilization. Even many of the research results that Chinese civilization had completed in the past failed to be replicated. From this time, we began to find the reason. Civilization is by no means achieved overnight, but it must have national heritage to develop. All of us Chinese civilization gathered together to discuss this matter. Of course, at this time, for various reasons, we had only a few hundred people left out of tens of thousands of people. Space exploration is full of dangers. Although we have mastered the code of immortality, we cannot stop death. These hundreds of people reunited again, and it would be impossible to rebuild the Chinese civilization. At this time, I put forward a new suggestion, that is, we no longer intervene in civilization directly, but wait silently as a bystander, waiting for a race that is most likely to be close to the Chinese civilization to appear. Under this trend of thought, we supported two opposing civilizations, introduced some high-tech power to them, and influenced them to establish an interstellar alliance, giving all civilizations in the universe a chance to survive. Let's see which civilization will stand out in the end and inherit the mantle of our Chinese civilization. Yi Linqing suddenly realized, so that's it. This is how the Interstellar Alliance came about. But he immediately shook his head. However, the Interstellar Alliance has lost its original intention when it was first established. It no longer protects the development of weak civilizations, but has become an obstacle to the development of civilization. Gun nodded. Yes, I also found this problem. However, because this plan was confirmed by everyone at the beginning, it cannot be changed because of my idea alone. We cannot directly interfere in the struggles of various civilizations. If we want to change it, we must call more than 90% of the wanderers of the Chinese civilization to hold a new meeting, and then we can make changes. But this is almost impossible. I can't change the Interstellar Alliance. However, I can't sit idly by. When I modeled and speculated that the Puja civilization might invade you, I thought of a way, using an indirect method, to give you Blue Star civilization a chance. His eyes became very kind, looking at Yi Linqing with joy, as if he was looking at the most outstanding offspring. You performed very well, even better than the data I modeled. Gun's expression became serious. However, I interfered with your memory. You just need to know, don't tell anyone in the future. After all, there are still hundreds of people in the Chinese civilization. If they knew that I interfered with your civilization process, it would be a crisis for your Blue Star civilization. Yi Linxing shook his head slightly. If you can't change the current situation of the Interstellar Alliance, even if hundreds of thousands of years pass, you will not be able to restore the former glory of the Chinese civilization. Gun showed his embarrassment for the first time. We agreed to get together every 1,000 years to talk about our understanding of civilization. But at the last gathering, only a few dozen people came. They began to indulge in their own lives and no longer pursue the restoration of the glory of Chinese civilization. This is a very dangerous trend. At the same time, we, a few dozen people, cannot change the existing situation. We cannot directly intervene in the affairs of the Interstellar Alliance without the authorization of others. Yi Linxing stood up. I know. Since it is inconvenient for you, let us break the sky from the inside. Gun looked at Yi Linxing's appearance, and a smile appeared on his lips. You are still the same as before. You have not changed at all. Very good, keep it up. As long as you dare to break the sky, I and Hong, Xiao, and other people who share the same ideas can provide you with assistance. Just when Yi Linxing was about to leave, he stopped and asked what was in his heart. I believe you must also be afraid of the attack of four-dimensional weapons. I want to ask, how do you avoid the attack of four-dimensional weapons? Gun did not answer directly, but looked at Yi Linxing. You will definitely think of a way to avoid the attack of four-dimensional weapons. I am sure of this. How to break the threat of four-dimensional attack? This is the biggest problem facing mankind. If this threat cannot be cracked, humanity can only be on par with the two super civilizations at best, but cannot gain the upper hand and break the original pattern of the Interstellar Alliance. The Interstellar Alliance can only change from the rule of the two super civilization oligarchs to the rule of the three super civilization oligarchs. This point cannot be changed before the means of disintegrating the four-dimensional weapon attack are obtained. The last question, how to capture antimatter? Rogi asked. This is also the issue that Rogi is most concerned about. What bothers Blue Star civilization the most is not anything else, but super energy. To obtain super energy, you need to obtain a large amount of antimatter. However, Blue Star civilization does not yet have the ability to capture antimatter. Zun civilization and Haomya civilization have the ability to capture antimatter, which has been approved by all members of our Chinese civilization. Gun shrugged. You know, I can't tell you without the approval of all members of the Chinese civilization. And the next Chinese civilization meeting, because of the number of people, no one knows when it will be held. Yi Linxing understood, but he was not frustrated. Since you can study the method of capturing antimatter, we can do it too. I have confidence in this point. Gun nodded. I can provide you with several coordinates of antimatter. Within these coordinates, you can easily observe the various characteristics of antimatter. It is convenient for your research. Moreover, at these coordinates, it is also easy to capture some antimatter, providing you with the opportunity to create super energy. Blue Star. Nirvana Command. Guixingchen slowly spoke. That's right. In a four-dimensional war, no one can afford it. We, the Blue Star civilization, cannot afford to fight. And your Haomya civilization and the Venerable civilization cannot afford to fight even more. As for other planets, they can only be beaten, and they cannot afford to fight even more. He slowly looked at the leader of the alliance. If you want not to fight, it's okay. Our conditions are very simple. No interference. No invasion. You won't join the Interstellar Alliance? The leader of the alliance was a little bit unbelievable. After all, the Interstellar Alliance has mastered almost all known civilizations. A puppet alliance? We are not interested. Guixingchen said lightly. We will form a more potential, more peaceful universe alliance. An alliance with more development prospects. The leader of the alliance was a little embarrassed. After all, he was the leader of the Interstellar Alliance. A young man told him he was a puppet, but he couldn't refute it. The Cosmic Alliance will welcome anyone who leaves the Interstellar Alliance and joins our civilization, and will give them a fair and just development path. Guixingchen stood up. These are my conditions. No one can afford a four-dimensional war. However, not being able to fight now does not mean that you can't fight in the future. The technological development speed of the Blue Star humans far exceeds that of the super civilizations of the two old men. In time, the technology of the Blue Star civilization will surely surpass that of the Venerable civilization and the Halmu civilization, and can even disintegrate the attacks of four-dimensional weapons. At that time, it was the time when the Blue Star civilization really rose. Now, Blue Star civilization needs time. Using peace to trade time is the best strategy. 1 month later, a message spread all over the world. Blue Star civilization announced the establishment of the Cosmic Alliance. All civilizations are welcome to join. There will be no discrimination or oppression against the civilizations that join. In the Cosmic Alliance, we can truly coexist peacefully and develop together. The Cosmic Alliance announced that it would provide adequate protection for indigenous civilizations, and would never allow strong civilizations to invade weak civilizations. At the same time, special personnel were sent to guide the weak civilizations to develop their own unique technology. The first batch of civilizations to join the universe included 3 civilizations that were once expelled from the Interstellar Alliance. The Great Horn civilization was one of them. After joining the Universe Alliance, there is another benefit, which is that you can buy the interstellar engine developed by Blue Star. This interstellar engine has a higher coordinate accuracy and can directly cross to the orbit of the target planet, thus greatly saving the time of interstellar travel. The crossing point is a joke to the Cosmic Alliance. The members of the Cosmic Alliance will also be freer and safer. Another big news is that Yi Linsheng, the chief commander of the Blue Star civilization, resigned from the post of the chief commander of Blue Star and officially took up the post of the leader of the Cosmic Alliance. He will lead the Cosmic Alliance to catch up with the Interstellar Alliance in terms of economy and technology. Peace Galaxy. This is a galaxy that was previously unknown to humans. After being discovered by humans on Blue Star, it was officially named the Peace Galaxy. The star is still named the Sun, and the planet suitable for human habitation is named Peace Star. This place was chosen by the Blue Star humans as the headquarters of the Cosmic Alliance. However, it is a wasteland, and no civilization has developed yet. Yi Linsheng regarded this planet as a planet for each member of the Alliance to develop together, and built a point-to-point transmission point. At the invitation of the leader of the Great Horn civilization, Commander Black Mountain, Blue Star also built a point-to-point transmission point on the mother planet of the Great Horn civilization. Now people are teleported here every day to settle down and develop the planet. The Cosmic Alliance currently has only 4 member states, namely the Blue Star civilization, the Great Horn civilization, the Lost civilization, and the Ancient civilization. Chapter 266. Declare war on Puja civilization. These civilizations have one thing in common. They were expelled from the Interstellar Alliance because they wanted to develop their own technology and were unwilling to be blocked by the 2 super civilizations. Now they have become the main members of the Cosmic Alliance. Somewhere on Peace Star, a tall building is rising from the ground. This is the headquarters of the Cosmic Alliance. Many builders from the 4 major civilizations jointly participated in the construction of this tall building. Once completed, it means that the Cosmic Alliance has a formal office. The pattern of the universe will also undergo a huge change. In the unknown star field of mankind, the humans of Blue Star also began to build a space base on a planet that is not habitable. As for the reason, it is because this is the most suitable planet to observe antimatter. Moreover, it is also the easiest place to capture the escaped antimatter. Antimatter is the raw material of super energy. Humans are studying super energy with their greatest strength. The biggest obstacle that restricts mankind is super energy. Super energy is like the chip that restricted the development of science and technology in the past. Once the restriction of super energy is broken, the technological development of the human beings on Blue Star will achieve a curve overtaking, leaving behind the 2 super civilizations, and become a proud existence in the universe. The person in charge of this task is still the strong-willed and extreme-doing Luo Ji. He has gathered a large number of physicists and astronomers, and is conducting antimatter research day and night. Blue Star. Nirvana Command. Yi Linsheng presided over the Blue Star high-level meeting for the last time. After this meeting, Yi Linsheng will focus on the Cosmic Alliance. No longer interfere in the affairs of the Nirvana Command. The current situation is that the Cosmic Alliance is not directly decoupled from the Interstellar Alliance, and both sides are allowed to have economic and trade exchanges within a certain range. This is good for Blue Star, and for the newly born Cosmic Alliance. However, the Interstellar Alliance also took a countermeasure, prohibiting the 2 alliances from conducting business related to interstellar engines, super energy, long-distance communication, and anti-aging preparations. Because This is the best tool for the two super civilizations to suck the blood of other planets. They don't want Blue Star to interfere. As for other trade exchanges, there are no restrictions. Watching Yi Linxing slowly walk into the venue, all the participants stood up and applauded enthusiastically. It was this man who led mankind to fight against the invasion of the Puja people and saved the Blue Star civilization. Now, he has found a way for the people of Blue Star to achieve eternal victory. Even Zheng Lao stood up and applauded. He watched with his own eyes Yi Linxing grow from a young man who had just started out to the savior of mankind. Yi Linxing walked quickly to his seat, waved his hand, and asked everyone to sit down. Everyone, it's not time for us to celebrate. Our Universe Alliance has only 4 members, which is far from the Interstellar Alliance. We still haven't mastered the method of making super energy. Once a 4-dimensional war really happens, we will be very passive. But my goal is very big. That is to liberate all cosmic civilizations and overthrow the rule of the 2 super civilizations. I have discussed with Commander Gua. Blue Star must not be idle now. The first thing is to go to war with our old enemy, the Puja civilization. Hearing this, everyone was excited. It was because of the existence of the Puja civilization that Blue Star was forced to self-mutilate, turning a habitable planet into a frozen planet. It was also because of the existence of the Puja civilization that Blue Star was blocked for several years. Now, Blue Star civilization has developed. If it cannot avenge its previous humiliation, it will not be able to convince the public. There has always been a voice among the people of Blue Star, wanting to start an interstellar war and defeat the Puja civilization. Now, Commander-in-Chief Yi Linxing took the lead in proposing the idea of declaring war on the Puja civilization, which makes people excited. Commander-in-Chief, should we defeat or destroy it? Former Space Force Commander Zheng Jiqing asked. These are 2 concepts. Defeating means preserving the Puja civilization. Destruction means completely occupying the planet of Puja civilization and completely eliminating Puja civilization from the root. Guixingchen answered first. Of course it is destroyed. A robber civilization like Puja civilization is not suitable to exist in the universe. After saying this, the atmosphere in the venue became heated again. Many younger people, or people with deep hatred, were excited, but some people were worried. But this seems to violate the war laws of the Interstellar Alliance. Someone asked. Yi Linxing smiled. Everyone, you need to change your mindset. We are now a cosmic alliance, not an interstellar alliance. As long as we don't activate 4-dimensional weapons, interstellar wars, we can fight as we please. Of course, you must have money and strength first. The participants laughed. There are several advantages to going to war with the Puja civilization. The first is that we are enemies. We have always had a grudge. We have suffered from the oppression of the Puja civilization. Now it is legitimate to take revenge. Even if other civilizations have opinions, they can't say anything. After all, when the Puja civilization invaded Blue Star, they didn't even give a shit. Secondly, the Puja civilization occupied more than a dozen subordinate civilizations. If the Puja civilization is destroyed, these subordinate civilizations can get rid of the restrictions of the Interstellar Alliance and join the big family of our Cosmic Alliance. Based on the above reasons, we must fight this battle. On the basis of not using 4-dimensional weapons, we must not only win, but also win beautifully, without hurting any bones, and give a warning to other civilizations. Yi Linxing looked at everyone. Today, I am the last to preside over the meeting of the Nirvana Command, just to listen to everyone's opinions and see how to fight this battle. We must vigorously develop space carriers and warships, and crush their fleet with huge numbers. Someone proposed. But someone immediately refuted. Puja civilization has been immersed in the universe for tens of thousands of years. They have more warships than us, and they have rich combat experience. It is difficult for us to surpass them in number. It is also difficult to gain the upper hand on the front battlefield. I agree with this point, astronomer Ma Xingkong said. Moreover, Puja civilization has allies. Since we cannot use 4-dimensional weapons, we may be lagging behind in all aspects. We cannot be blindly optimistic. This battle will not be easy to fight. I don't think so. For a while, people expressed their opinions one after another. But in the end, no one could convince anyone. No plan could get the approval of the majority. Among them, the biggest problem was the comparison of military strength between the 2 sides. Blue Star's foundation was too shallow, and the number of warships was really limited. Even the number of generals who had participated in space wars was not large. The most powerful weapon of mankind is the 4-dimensional weapon, which is a crushing weapon, almost a dimensionality reduction attack. The last time the Puja people were defeated, they relied on the sudden attack of the four-dimensional weapon. Now that we cannot use four-dimensional weapons, it is equivalent to destroying our own martial arts. The Blue Star people have no advantage at all. At this time, the philosopher Shi Ziqian raised his hand. Commander Yi. Everyone. I have an idea. A snake cannot swallow an elephant in one go, but must swallow it bit by bit. We only have one complete planet now. Earth has just developed, and it will take at least hundreds of years to develop into a complete planet. Even if we build faster, it will not be faster than the dozens of planets of the Puja civilization. So, I suggest that we swallow it bit by bit. Swallow the nose first, and then the feet. After swallowing all other parts, we will swallow the body. Although the Puja civilization claims to have dozens of planets, there are less than 10 that truly belong to them. The other planets are puppet planets, managed by puppet agents supported by them after they invaded. We can start with these planets first, from within them, and liberate these planets one by one. This way, we will be justified and have a legitimate reason. After liberating all the dozens of subordinate civilizations, we will pull them into the Cosmic Alliance. Their strength will be greatly reduced, and our strength will be greatly increased. In the end, we will have a head-on battle with the Puja civilization. As soon as this idea came out, it was praised by everyone. A huge plan began to take shape. The Emerald Blue Planet. This is a planet affiliated with the Puja civilization. It has a similar experience to the Blue Star civilization. After joining the Interstellar Alliance, the Puja civilization targeted the Turquoise Planet. When the 10-year protection period for indigenous civilizations expired, the Puja civilization blocked the space of the Turquoise Planet, then used cyber attacks to disintegrate the Turquoise civilization from within, supported a puppet regime of the surrenderists, and ruled the entire planet with violence, then announced that it would become a vassal planet of the Puja civilization. This planet is one of the important targets of the Nirvana Command. A small cargo ship appeared outside the spaceport, and slowly approached the spaceport. This cargo ship came from the Tada star of Haumyo civilization. The ship was loaded with super energy. This was a smuggling ship. Wherever there was a technological blockade, there would be smuggling ships. After all, super energy was not valuable on Tada star, but it was extremely expensive on other planets. The hatch opened, and Ruan floated out of the ship, and with a cool emergency stop, he appeared in the hall. Ruan, did you have a smooth journey? A man with blue-black skin greeted Ruan. What do you think? Ruan's greatest strength is that he can make friends with people as soon as they meet. He can become friends with people in a short time. This kind of ability is especially precious in today's society. After all, with the development of technology, there are more and more otakus and otakus. And no matter which civilization, people's social skills have obviously weakened. How about it? Can I meet your boss this time? Ruan asked in a low voice. The blue-black man looked around vigilantly. Our boss also wants to meet you. Ruan was delighted. He has been in contact with the Tsuelan civilization for several months. Although he has established contact with the underground organization on Tsuelan planet, he has always been in contact with peripheral personnel, and has never been in contact with core personnel. His mission is to find rebels from within, support them, make their power stronger, and finally overthrow the puppet regime controlled by the Puja people. Now he has finally established contact with the core members, which makes him very excited. The skin of the people of Tsuelan Star is blue-black, which is related to the environment of Tsuelan Star. Most people's skin is slightly darker and bluer, which looks a bit like the skin of a famous movie character. Where? The ground? The man pointed down. This time, you need to go to the ground. Do you have time? Ruan shrugged. You must have time. Then let's go. Our space elevator is slow. It takes 5 days to land on the ground. The man said apologetically. It takes 10 days to go back and forth, just to spend time in the space elevator. Gui Xingchen was stunned for a moment. You are really backward. The man showed anger on his face. This is all because of the exploitation of the Puja people. They control the resources of the entire planet, but are unwilling to spend money to rebuild the space elevator. Ruan saw that the man was really angry. From this, it can be seen that the people of the Turquoise Planet must have a very hard time. Ruan has not been to the Turquoise Planet many times, including this time. It has been less than 5 times. Every time he came, he only docked at the spaceport and never landed on the ground. However, even so, he could sense that most of the people of the Turquoise Planet were very dissatisfied with the people in power. and hated the Puja civilization even more. The same is true for other vassal civilizations. Powerful rule will never win people's hearts. However, the Puja people don't care. Because of the huge gap in weapons, the regime they support can firmly hold its position. As long as the rebels are exposed, they will be ruthlessly suppressed. The people of the Turquoise Star had a population of nearly 10 billion at the beginning. But now, there are less than half of the population left, and it is still decreasing. On the contrary, more and more Puja people are immigrating here. If this continues, at most a few hundred years later, the people of the Turquoise Star will be completely extinct. Waiwa has more confidence in the purpose of this time. Peace Star, headquarters of the Cosmic Alliance. Yi Linshan looked out the window. Peace Star is a young planet, where the vegetation is mostly primitive plants. The animals are also in the primitive animal stage. However, because of the influx of the four civilizations, the original ecological environment here has been greatly damaged. Especially the animals and plants brought from various planets are invading the planet with a crushing momentum and are destroying the fragile original ecology. Some environmentalists tried to protest, but they were sent back to their original planets by Yi Linshan. The reason is simple. Yi Linshan never thought that backward animals and plants were worth protecting. If the humans on Blue Star could not survive in the harsh environment, enter the underground city, and continue to survive, they would have been extinct long ago. Only strong humans can survive in a cruel environment. The same is true for animals and plants. Animals and plants that cannot survive in the tough competition are not worth protecting at all. It is enough to leave some samples in the zoo. Objects eliminated by nature, there is no need to protect them at all. This is Yi Linshan's attitude. Chapter 267 The Pirate Death Returns. Developing a planet is not a problem for the four civilizations that are holding back their energy. Since the teleportation station was built, people from all planets have been madly rushing to Peace Star. Because the living environment of their respective home planets is too harsh. The galaxy where the Great Horn civilization is located is dying, and the sun can no longer provide energy for the survival of animals and plants. The Great Horn civilization is curled up underground and has been living off its old capital. Sooner or later, they will die. Now that Peace Star has been developed, a large number of people from the Great Horn civilization have left their homes and entered Peace Star. The Lost civilization and the Ancient civilization have similar experiences. Their home planets are no longer habitable, and they are all struggling with the harsh environment. However, the harsh environment has tempered their tenacity. The people from these three star systems, in the spirit of hard work, are not inferior to the Blue Star people at all. Yi Linshan divided Peace Star into 4 equal areas, which are under the jurisdiction of the 4 major civilizations. The headquarters of the Cosmic Alliance occupies a large area in the center, which is not under the jurisdiction of anyone, and borders the 4 major civilizations. At the same time, some small plots of land are reserved to provide backup sites for subsequent civilizations. Peace Star is a planet where people live in peace. It will accommodate all members. Yi Linshan looked up at the sky, where there was also a satellite orbiting Peace Star. This satellite is much smaller than the moon, and its mass is also much smaller than the moon. Yi Linshan named this star Guixing. On Guixing, a huge project is underway. This project is supervised by Yi Linshan himself. He is doing an experiment to build a planet that belongs to him. This is the idea he came up with after visiting Gun's Golden Planet. Yi Linshan also visited the internal structure of Gun's Golden Planet. It is a hollow planet. A hollowed-out planet. It is also a planet that Gun spent more than 100,000 years to build to avoid 4-dimensional attacks. During this time, Yi Linshan also figured out the principle of avoiding 4-dimensional attacks, which is to make the entire planet hollow. But there is a high-density and high-quality core running inside. This is enough to maintain the overall mass of the planet and ensure that the planet can generate enough gravity. The secret to avoiding 4-dimensional attacks is that the operation of the core is irregular. Without entering the interior, it is impossible to infer the trajectory of the core's operation. The biggest shortcoming of 4-dimensional weapons is that the coordinates of the target must be accurately calculated. Otherwise, the transmitted radioactive material will not be detonated. It is equivalent to an ordinary transmission. Just like the attack launched by Haumio's civilization. It not only failed to destroy the Blue Planet, but also gave a great gift. For this reason, Gun's Golden Planet can avoid the attack of 4-dimensional weapons to the greatest extent. At the same time, the trajectory of Gun's Golden Planet often changes. It will be transmitted over a short distance, making it difficult to lock the coordinates. unable to lock the coordinates of the planet, let alone the coordinates of the core. The enemy cannot perform accurate teleportation. It is difficult for four-dimensional weapons to play a role. Even if a four-dimensional attack is launched, the most likely possibility is to transmit a large amount of radioactive materials to the internal vacuum space of the Golden Planet, which will not cause the entire planet to explode directly. Gun's Golden Planet can run smoothly all the time, and can effectively avoid most four-dimensional attacks. However, these methods are not applicable to the Blue Planet. After all, the Blue Star people still don't have the ability to transform the entire planet. Even if it is a short-distance transmission, the amount of super energy consumed is unbearable for humans. Therefore, Yi Linsheng wants to conduct experiments on this small satellite, turning this asteroid into an artificially transformed satellite. A transformed planet with attack and defense functions. Now the transformation on Guixing is all for this purpose. Linsheng, my brother sent a message. They have identified several areas where antimatter exists. Although there is no way to capture it, we have made a breakthrough discovery about the properties of antimatter. Luo Qingyu came over and said softly. Yi Linsheng turned around and gently put his arm around her waist, pointing to the osmanthus tree in the sky that is slightly larger than the stars, and said, "Do you see this star? It will be our home in the future." Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes. That will be many years later. Not much. Just more than 1,000 years. Yi Linsheng said in a flat tone. Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes again. You are so arrogant now. It's not that many years, just over 1,000 years. How many years have you lived now? Less than 50 years. Yi Linsheng touched his nose. Really? I thought I lived for 5,000 years. No, after spending some time with Gun, I have no concept of time and life. This planet will be the main place where you will stay in the rest of your life. You have to think about how to build some buildings. Yi Linsheng pressed his face against Luo Qingyu's. Otherwise, after building, it will be a big trouble to rebuild again. Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes again. Anyway. Life. Life is long. What's the point of rebuilding? Yi Linsheng suddenly realized, yes, I have been struggling with. What kind of building should be on Guixing? Now think about it, there is no need at all. At worst, we can rebuild it later. I just need to lay a good internal foundation. Luo Qingyu looked at the distant Guixing with some worry. But, I am worried that we can't hollow out this planet with our technology. Right? Do you know Yugong moving mountains? Yi Linsheng was peaceful and calm. Let's dig slowly, and one day we will hollow it out. Every time seeing Yi Linsheng so calm and confident, Luo Qingyu would feel very relieved. She knew that her man had never been unable to do anything he wanted to do. On the Blue Planet, Wan Aihua met the core figure of the opposition. This was a woman, with big eyes, light blue-black skin, and a thin mouth, full of a unique charm. Hello, my name is Lan Sikui. Nice to meet you. The woman stretched out her hand, and shook hands with Wan Aihua. My name is Wan Aihua, nice to meet you. We want you to provide more super energy. Lan Sikui got straight to the point, as soon as she opened her mouth. This made Wan Aihua understand that this woman was impatient. What do you want super energy for? Wan Aihua asked, while looking up at the surrounding environment. This is an underground building. The technology and facilities on the Emerald Blue Star are very backward, especially in the suburbs. Only in the core cities, where the Puja people gather, are there modern facilities. This underground building is very simple, just like the air raid shelters dug by the Blue Star people back then. We are the largest opposition party on the Green-Blue Planet. But we are seriously short of funds to overthrow the current regime. Lan Sikui glanced at Wan Aihua. Don't you want to support us as an opposition party? Giving us more super energy is the best support. Wan Aihua smiled. Excuse me. If you continue to develop in the current state, you will always be an opposition party. It is impossible to overthrow the current ruler. Lan Sikui said very vigilantly. You want to interfere in the internal affairs of our Green-Blue Planet. Right? Sorry. We don't need other civilizations to participate in the internal affairs of the Green-Blue Planet. Otherwise, what is the difference between us and the current rulers? Wan Aihua still said slowly. The difference is huge. The power behind the current rulers is the Puja civilization. The goal of the Puja civilization is to turn the turquoise planet into a vassal of the Puja planet. In fact, they have done it. But our blue planet civilization is different. We don't want any planet to be our vassal. We have only one goal, which is to weaken the power of the Puja civilization. We will only help you drive away the Puja civilization. That's all. The future of the turquoise planet is still in your own hands. Lan Sikui sneered. What if you and the Puja civilization are the same? What should we do? Ruanihua said slowly. Your election will come soon. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Whether it is beneficial or harmful to cooperate with us, you may as well give it a try. Anyway, the worst result is to keep the status quo. So what does it matter? This sentence touched Lan Sikui. How can you help? We are not just simply providing the supply of super energy, which is not very meaningful. We provide a complete system. First, we use our influence to let the Interstellar Alliance send officials to supervise your election this time. Secondly, we secretly provide you with advanced technology to support you in making an overall layout. Ruanihua talked freely, while Lan Sikui listened carefully and fell into thought from time to time. Puja Star. A transport ship appeared out of thin air from the crossing point, loaded with goods, and sailed towards the spaceport. Since the establishment of the Cosmic Alliance, the entire Interstellar Alliance has undergone tremendous changes. The biggest change is that each galaxy has 2 more crossing points. Compared with the previous crossing points, these 2 crossing points are much closer to the spaceport. It only takes 5 days to reach the spaceport from the crossing point, which greatly improves efficiency. This change is indeed a major benefit for other planets. Interstellar travel greatly shortens the time. But for the Puja civilization, it is useless. Because the Blue Star civilization has already started a secret war against the Puja civilization. The female pirate death god has reappeared, specializing in robbing the cargo ships of the Puja civilization. This has made the cargo ships of the Puja civilization in a state of panic. Therefore, as soon as this transport ship appeared at the crossing point, it started all its power and began to accelerate, wanting to quickly enter the spaceport. Not far away, a small fleet was cruising, responsible for the safety of the cargo ships near this crossing point. Suddenly, a pirate ship with a skull flag appeared next to the cargo ship. On the skull flag, there were bright red lips, which was the symbol of the female pirate god of death. The captain was shocked. Turn around. Turn around. But the helmsman shouted desperately, it's impossible to turn around. Our speed has just increased. The captain gnashed his teeth and shouted, then keep speeding up. Let's rush to the escort fleet. The escort fleet in the distance also saw the situation here, and they also started to speed up and chased here. The speed of the island ship was very fast, and their engine power was obviously much stronger than that of the cargo ship. It took less than an hour for the pirate ship flying the pirate flag to approach the cargo ship. After the forced docking, a group of fully armed pirates rushed in, led by the perfect female pirate Death. That is Li Qiushui, wearing a cold mask. She shouted to the people on the cargo ship, everyone, let those who surrender go, and those who resist will be killed without mercy. Seeing the appearance of the female pirate Death, all the crew knew that if they wanted to survive, they had to be obedient. They raised their hands and surrendered obediently. A group of pirates rushed into the cargo hold at the back and directly dismantled the cargo hold. They tied the cargo hold with ropes and tied it to the pirate ship. After doing all this, the pirates quickly evacuated. The next moment, the pirate ship quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. From appearance to evacuation, it took less than 3 hours in total. The escort fleet in the distance was at least half a day away from here. The commander of the escort fleet sighed and ordered the troops to withdraw. In this kind of battle, they are completely helpless. Neither of the 2 super civilizations has mastered accurate coordinate technology, and the coordinate technology of the Puja civilization is even worse. They can only cross to a fixed location at a fixed crossing point. But the pirates' pirate ships are completely free from this restriction. They can cross freely, just like ghosts, suddenly appearing and suddenly leaving. The escort fleet is completely powerless. They could only watch the female pirates succeed again and again. Neutral star. At the Interstellar Alliance meeting, the representative of the Puja civilization angrily slammed the table. Alliance leader, I strongly suggest that we go to war with the Space Alliance. They wantonly robbed our cargo ships. If we don't go to war, wouldn't it show that we are incompetent? The Alliance leader was very entangled. Representatives of the Puja civilization, I understand your situation very well. However, the Space Alliance flatly denied that they had any connection with the female pirate Death God. And you can't provide any evidence. If we declare war first, we will be the first to violate our agreement. This is something we cannot accept. If you want us to declare war on the Space Alliance, you must have reliable evidence to prove that the pirates are their people. The leader of the Alliance emphasized. The representative of the Puja civilization slammed the table again. They are far superior to us in the technology of interstellar engines. We can't catch them at all. How can we produce evidence? Moreover, their space alliance is just 4 small civilizations. If our interstellar alliance doesn't even have this courage, what is the need for this alliance to exist? This sentence angered the leader of the alliance. Puja civilization representatives, please pay attention to your words. If you want to withdraw from the interstellar alliance, we can consider it. As soon as this sentence was said, the representative of the Puja civilization finally calmed down. He knew that, without the interstellar alliance, the Puja civilization would be nothing. Without the interstellar engines, interstellar coordinates, and super energy provided by the 2 super civilizations, they would be no different from the indigenous civilization. Without the key core technology in hand, there would be no right to speak. This was the pain in the hearts of almost all members of the Interstellar Alliance. Chapter 268 Transformation of Turquoise Star. In fact, the leader of the Alliance is helpless. No one wants to start a 4-dimensional war. Once the 4-dimensional war starts, there will be no winner, and the entire universe will live in fear. Therefore, the Interstellar Alliance will never take the initiative to declare war on the Cosmic Alliance. As for the battle between the Puja civilization and the Blue Star civilization, it will not affect the overall situation. The battle between the 2 civilizations will not involve the 4-dimensional war. The Interstellar Alliance will not participate in this mess. Although the representative of the Puja civilization was angry, he could do nothing about it. He felt uneasy. Not only him, but the entire Puja civilization felt uneasy. The transportation routes were bullied by pirates, and could not be smooth at all. It was almost equivalent to cutting off the communication between these planets of the Puja civilization and the outside world. Moreover, because of the huge gap in technology, they could only passively take the beating. Up to now, the Puja civilization has never encountered pirates head-on. Every time they robbed. By the time their fleet arrived, the pirates had already evacuated for a long time. The Puja people finally got a taste of the economic blockade. The situation on the turquoise planet is even worse. The pirates here don't just rob, but kill. The pirates will kill any Puja people who appear on the turquoise planet without hesitation. Now, the Puja people dare to appear on the turquoise planet only with the escort of warships. At the crossing point of the turquoise planet, a bright light flashed, and a cargo ship appeared at the crossing point, and a small fleet crossed over together. This fleet consists of 2 attack ships, 2 frigates, and 3 high-speed patrol ships. The cargo ships are loaded with super energy. The frequent presence of pirates on the turquoise planet has seriously hindered the smooth flow of cargo, and also hindered the transportation of super energy. On the one hand, the official super energy is in urgent need, but on the other hand, smuggled super energy is rampant, and the smuggling ships are all controlled by the opposition party. As one grows, the other shrinks, and the influence of the opposition party is expanding, while the influence of the current regime is weakening. In order to change this situation, the Puja civilization did not hesitate to use the space fleet to escort these transport ships. These transport ships are loaded with super energy. You know, only with super energy can interstellar travel be achieved, and only with other planets can trade be carried out. It can be said that whoever controls the supply of super energy truly controls the lifeblood of the planet. This small fleet began to accelerate towards the spaceport. Although pirates are rampant here, the commander of this fleet is not nervous. So far, there has never been a fleet attacked by pirates. The commander believes that pirates are paper tigers and only dare to harass civilian ships. With a fleet escort, this trip is absolutely safe. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from here, Wanaiwa's transport spacecraft is also sailing. Seeing this fleet appear, he smiled. After connecting to the long-distance communication, he said, "The target appears." Li Qiushui's voice came, "Okay. Get ready to receive the goods." All the officers and soldiers of the small fleet have begun to relax. With their escort, it should be safe. Just at this moment, the soldier operating the spaceship suddenly found that there seemed to be something more beside the spaceship. He looked through the porthole in surprise, but found that there were more than a dozen warships with skull flags. These warships are well equipped and have advanced weapons. He shouted in fear, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The commander still couldn't believe it. When he confirmed that there were indeed pirate ships around, it was too late. Laser cannons began firing one after another. High-power laser cannons are extremely powerful at such a close distance. Wherever the laser irradiates, no matter how thick the bulkhead is, it will be vaporized instantly. The crew behind the bulkhead will also be vaporized instantly. The air in the cabin overflowed from the huge gap. and the blood vessels of the soldiers, who were not wearing aviation suits, were ruptured in an instant, and they died instantly without any consciousness. 7 warships were all destroyed in the blink of an eye. The crew on the only remaining cargo ship immediately gave up resistance, and watched helplessly as the female pirate Death led the pirates to rush in, dismantle the entire cargo hold, and drag it away. They didn't know that these super energies were transferred to Ruanaihua's cargo ship and continued to fly to the spaceport. However, this batch of super energy has changed hands, from the ruling party to the opposition party. Soon, the news of the fleet's attack reached the Turquoise Star. On the Turquoise Star, the ruling party began to panic. Their regime was originally unpopular, and they relied on the powerful military force of the Puja civilization to suppress it. Now that they have lost the support of the Puja civilization, they feel a huge crisis. At the same time, in an underground facility, Lon Sikui was counting the huge amount of super energy while feeling very excited. In just a few months, the blue planet has undergone earth-shaking changes. In the past, the ruling party on the blue planet had absolute authority, and ordinary people would be reported by informants and thrown into prison even if they talked about some of the atrocities of the Puja people in private. The surrenderists of the Turquoise Star, relying on the support of the Puja people, lived a life of luxury. However, with the rampant pirates in the past few months, the days of these surrenderists began to become difficult. Without financial assistance, they could not pay the commissions of servants, the salaries of soldiers, or the wages of their subordinates. Their status was also precarious. On the contrary, the opposition party, due to its abundant funds, began to provide large amounts of financial assistance to ordinary people and won a good reputation. The situation is quietly reversing. This batch of goods is enough for you to expand your propaganda channels. In addition, we propose to the Interstellar Alliance through the Sage Star and the Dragon Star to send people to supervise this vote, and it has been supported by hundreds of civilized planets. According to past practice, the Interstellar Alliance will hold a vote soon, and once the vote is passed, the Interstellar Alliance will send a supervisory group to supervise this election. Ruanaihua said confidently. Lon Sikui was very emotional. She had never thought of everything now. Her highest goal, as the leader of the opposition party, was not to drive out the Puja people, and let the people of Suilon take charge of Suilon, because she knew that this goal was unrealistic. It was impossible to do it. Her goal was just to make the people of Suilon live a little better, under the cruel rule of the Puja people. The Puja civilization was too powerful, and the Suilon civilization was too weak. It was impossible to drive the Puja civilization away. But now everything has changed. In just a few months, the powerful Puja civilization became vulnerable and extremely fragile. Although they still have a large fleet, they are powerless against the pirates' harassment. They are also unable to get rid of the pirates' de facto blockade of the Turquoise Star. Driving away the Puja civilization is no longer impossible, but a promising thing. All this is just caused by the intervention of the Blue Star civilization. After these days of contact with Ruanaihua, she also felt that the Blue Star civilization really wanted to help the Turquoise Star civilization, because the Puja civilization is their common enemy. Most importantly, the Blue Star civilization has no intention of interfering in the internal affairs of the Green Blue Star civilization. Until now, the Blue Star civilization has not made any unreasonable demands. Instead, it has tried every means to help them become independent. What if the vote fails? After all, more than 100 supporters are too few in the Interstellar Alliance. Lon Sichuei asked. Ruanaihua's expression was still calm and gentle. Whether it passes or not, the Interstellar Alliance will definitely send someone to supervise. Why? Lon Sichuei didn't understand. Although Lon Sikui is the leader of the opposition party on the blue planet, she is actually very immature in politics. After all, the opposition party is just a very weak organization. Ruanaihua explained patiently. If the vote passes, the Interstellar Alliance must send someone to supervise. I believe you already know this. It doesn't matter if the vote fails. According to the current progress, the opposition party will definitely win the election results this time. If you win, what do you think your governor will do? Lon Sikui thought for a while. The governor will not be willing to fail this time. They will overturn the results of this election with various excuses and continue to maintain their rule. Ruanaihua nodded approvingly. Yes. But this violates the regulations of the Interstellar Alliance. At that time, we will take you to the Interstellar Alliance. The Interstellar Alliance has always been known as a free, fair, and just alliance. So your appearance will definitely attract the attention of the Interstellar Alliance. At that time, you will have the opportunity to give a speech in front of all the representatives and accuse the Archon of his arbitrariness. Ruan Ihua smiled. Your experience will definitely attract the attention of many planetary civilizations. After all, the Archon's actions violated the principles of the Interstellar Alliance. At that time, the Interstellar Alliance will have to send officials to investigate. At that time, overthrow the ruling party, you take power, and then announce that you will no longer be a subordinate civilization, a Puja civilization. Everything will be natural. Lon Sikui finally understood. Luckily I have you, otherwise, I really don't know that there are so many ways to be independent. Ruan Ihua sighed. In fact, these methods are the sadness of civilization, and also the helpless actions of civilization. If one day, the whole world no longer needs these methods, that will be the real ideal world of the future. Unfortunately, where there are people, there are ambitions. Where there are ambitions, there are means. The purpose of our use of means is only to stop being controlled by others. In this respect, we are fundamentally different from the Puja civilization. Ruan Ihua stretched out his hand and held Lon Sikui's hand. Come on, we will definitely win. Feeling Ruan Ihua's kindness, Lon Sikui's heart was moved. Blue Star. Nirvana Command. The new Commander-in-Chief Guixingchen received a long-distance communication from Longxing. This is from Princess Chiuyun. Congratulations on becoming the Commander-in-Chief. Hearing the familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Guixingchen felt a little bitter. His position determines that he cannot enter Dragon Star at will in the future, and Princess Chiuyun's status as the heir to the throne also determines that she cannot enter Blue Star at will, especially since the two planets now belong to two different alliances. It would be even more difficult to meet, unless one of them gives up his identity. But this is impossible, as the Commander-in-Chief of Blue Star, Guixingchen, cannot give up, and Princess Chiuyun is the right-hand man of the current Dragon Star Emperor, and cannot give up her identity. This means that the two can only separate. Thank you. After a pause, Guixingchen asked, Are you okay? Princess Chiuyun hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke, Xingchen, we are destined not to be together. Our children will now also begin to compete for the status of heir. I've thought about it. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Let's break up. Don't worry, we will be friendly planets in the future. As long as my father and I are still here, we will maintain friendly exchanges with Blue Star. Today, we will officially say goodbye, and each of us will be well. After listening to Princess Chiuyun's words, Guixingchen finally put down a stone in his heart. The marriage with Princess Chiuyun was a huge burden in his heart. Separation is a relief. Okay, let's separate. I wish you happiness. I wish you happiness too. There was no quarrel, only friendship between friends. Guixingchen hung up the long-distance communication and looked up at the sky. For some reason, he thought of Li Qiushui, who had been waiting for him. He decided that when Li Qiushui came back, he would propose to her, to make up for the mistakes he made that year. On the Suilun Star, Adjutant Lan Tianyu sent Ruan Ihua to the space elevator. Mr. Ruan, I wish you a safe journey. Lan Tianyu is Lon Sikui's adjutant, and also the security captain of the opposition party. He holds a small private army in his hands. He is also a loyal follower of Lon Sikui. Ruan Ihua stopped, turned around and looked around. There were only two of them here. Do you understand the current situation? Ruan Ihua asked. I understand. The ruling party is doomed, and we, the opposition party, may counterattack at any time. Lan Tianyu said excitedly. Ruan Ihua shook his head. The election will be held in another year. But judging from the current situation, 1 year later, your advantage is not great, and you may still be at a disadvantage. Lan Tianyu remained silent. For safety reasons, you, the opposition party, should speed up the expansion of influence. Ruan Ihua said. Lan Tianyu raised his head and stared at Ruan Ihua. Mr. Ruan seems to have something to say. Before the Puja people find a suitable way to lift the blockade, you must quickly expand your influence to turn the tide. Ruan Ihua said. You can talk to the leader about this. Lan Tianyu said firmly. He is a principled man. He will only listen to Lon Sikui's opinions, and will not be blindly instructed by others, even if that person is Ruan Ihua. Ruan Ihua said solemnly. With a serious expression, it is best that leader Lon Sikui does not know about this matter. Lan Tianyu heard something strange. I would like to hear more details. The surrender faction is just a spent force. It may collapse at any time. What you need to do is just to create some public opinion and accelerate their collapse. Wanihua said calmly. For example, a traitor was eliminated by righteous people. His eyes became sharp. This kind of thing cannot be done by leader Lan Sikui. Even she shouldn't know. Do you understand? Lan Tianyu understood. Now on the turquoise star, because the Puja people are challenged by the blue star, life on the turquoise star is not so good. And the days of those lackeys and surrenderists are even more difficult. However, even so, they may survive this election. If the Puja people think of a way to break through the pirate blockade, the surrenderists' life will be better again. Waihua's meaning is to take advantage of the current turmoil, create a bigger incident, to accelerate the demise of the surrenderists. The most direct means is to start clearing out the surrenderists in the name of exterminating traitors. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Wan, for your reminder. Lan Tianyu said in a deep voice. Chapter 269. Turquoise Star successfully becomes independent. March of the 17th year of the new era. Turquoise Star. A storm began to blow on Turquoise Star. This is a storm of liberation from the rule of the Puja people. A mysterious organization began to be sought after by the people. The name of this organization is the Avengers. They are secretive and elusive. They have advanced network technology in their hands. And also the most advanced individual weapons. And they have a broad mass base. They began to purge those scums on the turquoise planet, who helped the Puja people brutally suppress and bully the turquoise planet people. The most famous person to be purged was Wei Lizhe, the head of the Turquoise Planet Security Bureau. He was found dead in a hotel bed, and the most famous socialite on Turquoise Planet died with him. At the crime scene, there were many leaflets scattered around, which listed the deeds and pictures of Wei Lizhe's past crimes. Among them, there were many secret events, which were also revealed one by one. For example, this Wei Lizhe had planned the murder of the former leader of the opposition party, and was planning the murder of the current leader of the opposition party, Lan Sichui. The most fatal thing was not these. If the police could seal off the scene in the first place, the impact could be minimized. But unfortunately, the first to receive the intelligence were the various news media. They swarmed into the crime scene, took a lot of photos, and then rushed to distribute these photos and inside information. This impact is extremely significant, and even more fatal to the ruling party. Originally, people still had some illusions about the ruling party, but after this incident, they completely lost trust in the ruling party. The influence of the leader of the opposition party, Lan Sikui, is growing day by day. Some people also suspect that Lan Sikui is the real murderer behind the Avengers. The police also conducted an in-depth investigation, but the conclusion is that, no matter from which aspect, Lan Sikui has nothing to do with the Avengers. The actions of the Avengers became more and more rampant. They even published a purge list, and gave a countdown to the people on the list. If the people on the list cannot resign from the existing management agency in time, they will launch a purge operation. Originally, these surrenderists joined the Puja people because they were afraid of death and greedy for wealth. Now after being threatened with death, they all began to waver. Now even the director of the Security Bureau, Wei Lizhe, has been purged. What hope do they have? Except for a very small number of stubborn elements, the others on the purge list have resigned one by one with various excuses. The Puja people were angry. They began to implement various emergency measures on the green-blue planet, madly searching for the hidden Avengers. They arrested a large number of innocent people, making the green-blue planet a mess. At the same time, they instructed the ruling party to announce the postponement of the general election. This further intensified the conflict. The entire green-blue planet really fell into the most violent time. The headquarters of the opposition party. A strange-looking spaceship was quietly parked in the open space outside. Lan Sikui hurried out, accompanied by Wanihua, and walked into the spaceship. This is a shuttle ship that is not much bigger than a fighter. Unlike ordinary shuttle fighters, this ship is equipped with an interstellar engine. It can directly carry out interstellar navigation. The Puja people have blocked the spaceport, and we can't get out. Lan Sikui said nervously. Wanihua said contemptuously, where do we Blue Star people want to go? With the means of the Puja people, it is impossible to block it. He fastened the seat belt for Lan Sikui considerately. This is your first time riding a free travel spaceship. You will witness a miracle later. After a roar, the interstellar engine completed the preheating process. Boom! After a roar, Lan Sikui found herself in space. And it was a completely unfamiliar space environment. Not far away, a bright planet was very dazzling. Sit tight, I'll take you to the Dragon Star spaceship. Wanihua started the engine and flew towards a warship not far ahead. Can the Interstellar Alliance really accept our request? Lon Sikui asked nervously. Don't worry, I will definitely. They haven't taken off their disguise yet, so they must try to be fair and just. Wanihua said while driving the spaceship. Lon Sikui reached out her hand and held Wanihua's hand. I'm a little scared. Can you go with me? Wanihua understood Lon Sikui's feelings. After all, she was just a girl who had never left the turquoise planet. Now she was going to the Interstellar Alliance to attend a meeting. Of course she was afraid. Not because of the danger, but because she was afraid of bringing shame to Turquoise Planet. Wanihua patted her hand. If you insist, I will always accompany you. I insist, Lon Sikui said quickly. Her heart was in a panic now. Only by holding Wanihua's hand could she feel at ease. Wanihua nodded, and the spaceship quickly approached the warship, and then moored at the warship's berth. The one who came out from Longqing was Princess Chilian. She warmly received Lon Sikui. Miss Lon, we heard about your deeds, which are really touching. For the freedom of the people of Suilon Star, your efforts will surely move the entire Interstellar Alliance. Lon Sikui turned her head and looked at Wanihua, and her heart finally calmed down a lot. Sure enough, as Wanihua expected, the appearance of Lon Sikui caused a huge response in the Interstellar Alliance. The Interstellar Alliance has always been known for freedom, justice and fairness. However, on the Blue Planet, there was an extremely unfree and unfair phenomenon. The ruling party controlled by the Puja people even decided to postpone the election without authorization, which seriously violated the basic principles of the Interstellar Alliance. This also angered many small civilizations. Everyone has been oppressed by a powerful civilization, like the Puja civilization, for a long time. Now there is finally an opportunity to fight against the Puja civilization. Everyone is willing to step on it. Although the Puja civilization is a lackey of the Haumyu civilization, one of the two super civilizations, everyone still understands that it is difficult to offend the public. The Haumyu civilization did not dare to interfere too much in this matter. Each civilization expressed its opinions and refuted the representatives of the Suilon Star and the Puja civilization. They strongly demanded that the Suilon Star hold the election at the scheduled time. The Interstellar Alliance also held a voting meeting, and the meeting passed a resolution with an absolute majority. That is, this election will proceed as usual, and the Interstellar Alliance will send a supervisory team with a wide range of representatives to supervise this election. 10 days later, the members of the supervision team were formed. They will arrive at Suilon Star with Lon Sikui to supervise the election activities throughout the process. The success of Suilon Star stimulated more than a dozen other planets controlled by the Puja people. On these planets, a wave of opposition to the rule of the Puja people also broke out. The pattern of the universe began to change. The arrival of the investigation team of the Interstellar Alliance completely changed the public opinion of Suilon Star. The defeat of the Puja people was unstoppable. 3 months later, the voting began amidst heavy resistance. Although many things happened during the process, including closing polling stations in neighborhoods supporting the opposition party, using police force to block roads to polling stations, arresting core members of the opposition party, etc. However, as the saying goes, the general trend is irreversible. The voting on the Blue Planet was still completed with difficulty, under the supervision of the supervisory team sent by the Interstellar Alliance. The voting results were announced, and Lon Sikui was elected as the ruling party with an absolute advantage. The first thing she did after taking office was to announce the termination of the affiliated relationship between Suilon Star and Puja Star, and to declare all Puja people on Suilon Star as unwelcome persons, and order them to leave the country within a certain period of time. This was the first planet that Blue Star successfully disintegrated. With the successful case of Suilon Star, a dozen other planets also began a transformation to varying degrees. However, the crisis was also approaching Blue Star. The Puja people were finally forced to take ruthless measures. On the core planet of Puja Star, in the palace of the King of Puja, the atmosphere was solemn. No one expected that, 20 years ago, a small planet with indigenous civilization would now become a major concern for the Puja people. The King of Puja civilization knew very well that, if the Blue Star could not be contained, the Puja civilization would fall apart little by little, and eventually more than a dozen vassal planets would become independent. This was something that the Puja civilization could not afford. The Puja civilization was an expansionist civilization. Since its birth, it had been on the road of conquest. They actively conduct interstellar navigation, searching for possible habitable planets in the vast universe. Then expand and migrate. There are basically three ways to expand. If there is no civilization on the planet, then directly occupy it and migrate. If there is an indigenous civilization, then send out terrifying creatures to devour all the creatures on the planet, and then send out fleets to occupy it and migrate. The last one, if this civilization has been known to the Interstellar Alliance, they will use trumped-up charges to launch an interstellar war. Send a powerful army to block the entire planet, and then disintegrate it from the inside. Support a puppet regime, and then let this regime declare its affiliation with the Puja civilization. The Puja civilization then sends people to immigrate, and slowly devours the territory of the indigenous civilization. The Puja civilization controls more than 20 civilized planets, of which more than a dozen planets belong to the third type. There are also more than a dozen planets that belong to the first and second types. In this model, they have never failed. Only Blue Star has become their only failed planet. Moreover, Blue Star has now become their biggest concern. My generals, are you all shit-eaters? The monarch was furious. A small blue star has stumped you. We are a civilization with tens of thousands of years of civilization development history, while Blue Star is only a small civilization that has entered the universe for less than 20 years. But look at us now, we are actually being bullied by them at our doorstep. The Prime Minister quickly said, Monarch, this Blue Star civilization is indeed a bit weird. They actually mastered four-dimensional weapons. The two super civilizations can't do anything to them, and we can't do anything either. Asshole. The monarch was angry again. Do you really think I don't know anything? The Blue Star civilization doesn't dare to use four-dimensional weapons at all. If they use the four-dimensional weapons, it will not be a bad thing for us, but a good thing. Do you understand? The monarch cursed. I am looking forward to their use of the four-dimensional weapons. Once the four-dimensional weapons are used, the Halmia civilization and the Venerable civilization will not be able to sit still, and will go to war with them. Don't be afraid of them using the four-dimensional weapons. I now order you to quickly arrange tactics and attack Blue Star with all your strength, forcing them to use the four-dimensional weapons first and drag the Halmia civilization and the Venerable civilization into the water. If they don't use the four-dimensional weapons, then destroy their planet completely. Anyway, they are no longer members of the Interstellar Alliance, and it is not excessive to fight them in any way. General Prison. Here. A tall man with a cold look stood up. I order you, at all costs, to attack Blue Star, and to kill them with powerful force. Remember, at all costs, to transfer all our warships to the solar system, to fill the entire solar system with our warships, to crush them with absolute numbers, and to leave them with nowhere to escape. The monarch said viciously. This sentence made everyone gasp. To mobilize all forces to fight Blue Star. This is a gamble. If they win, Puja civilization will return to normal track. But if the Puja civilization loses, then for the Puja civilization, this is a nightmare. However, no one dared to persuade them, because this was an order personally issued by the monarch of the Puja civilization. This will also be a battle that will determine the fate of the country. Blue Star. Nirvana Command. Intelligence from all over the world shows that the Puja fleet is gathering and a war is brewing. Guixingchen also summoned the top leaders of the human race to discuss countermeasures. The current situation is tense. We estimate that the Puja people will dispatch 50,000 warships, which is far more than our Blue Star people. This will be a huge challenge for us. We must be prepared to deal with it. This is the most serious challenge Guixingchen has faced. In the past, he had the support of General Commander Yi Linxing. But this time Yi Linxing did not participate at all. His work focus was on the establishment of the Cosmic Alliance and the transformation of Guixing. This is also a major test of Guixingchen's ability. Former Space Force Commander Zheng Jiqing said, since ancient times, water comes and soil covers. Soldiers come and generals stop. If they dare to come, we must dare to fight. Space warfare, it is not whoever has more warships, whoever wins. I am willing to lead a fleet, use our mature interstellar coordinate technology, form a local numerical advantage, and attack them. Wait until their reinforcements arrive, then we will withdraw. We will launch a guerrilla war with them, and we will definitely drive them all away. Zheng Jiqing's words won the approval of most of the generals present. The biggest advantage of the Blue Star humans is the interstellar coordinates. This is also the best weapon of the Blue Star humans. Just imagine, a huge fleet suddenly appears around the enemy's ships, and then uses fierce firepower to besiege, quickly destroying a small group of enemy troops. After destroying this part of the enemy ships, then quickly cross and leave. In this way, coming and leaving suddenly, it is possible to take the initiative on the battlefield. Gui Xingchen looked at Li Qiushui. Among this group of people, Li Qiushui can be said to have the most combat experience. Chapter 278 Battle that staked the fate of the nation. She not only led the mercenary corps in person, but also led the pirate corps, attacked everywhere, and played around with the Puja people's fleet. But Li Qiushui remained silent. Gui Xingchen felt that Li Qiushui must have some concerns. After the meeting, Gui Xingchen called Li Qiushui. Come with me. The two walked into Gui Xingchen's office one after the other. What do you want to drink? Pu'er. When did you like pu'er? Gui Xingchen took a small bag of pu'er tea and put it in the teacup, asking. Li Qiushui looked up. Her eyes seemed to be looking at the star distribution map on the wall. But she was actually secretly observing Gui Xingchen. Since you got married. Hearing Li Qiushui's answer, Gui Xingchen's hands trembled. And he almost spilled the boiling water. What do you think of the war? Gui Xingchen quickly changed the subject. Stand and watch. Speak seriously. Gui Xingchen was speechless. Speak seriously. Okay. When will you propose to me? Li Qiushui's eyes were sparkling. And Gui Xingchen almost avoided it. I'm talking to you about business. Gui Xingchen hesitated to try to ease the tension. I'm talking to you about business. 2. Li Qiushui didn't give in. Gui Xingchen sighed. I've been married. And I have a child. This is unfair to you. Just tell me if you want me or not. After all these years of ups and downs, Li Qiushui has matured. She no longer waits for Gui Xingchen to take the initiative to attack. She wants to take the initiative to seek her own love. She knows that Gui Xingchen carries a heavy burden. He's been married. And he has a child. He got married when he was in love with her. This can be regarded as a betrayal of himself. At the same time, he is now the commander-in-chief of the human race on Blue Star, shouldering a heavy responsibility. It just so happens that now is the most difficult war period for the people of Blue Star. He has 10,000 reasons not to propose to me. He doesn't even dare to think about it. All this only depends on Li Qiushui's initiative. I agree. I haven't said anything yet? Gui Xingchen was a little anxious. Are you willing to marry me? Yes. But I agree. Li Qiushui held Gui Xingchen's hand. I know what you want to say. You want to use all kinds of excuses to delay. What now is wartime. Our identity is special. Now is the most dangerous time for mankind. You can't be distracted. Etc. Gui Xingchen was speechless, because these were indeed the most powerful excuses he had prepared. I will refute you one by one now. First of all, my marriage to you will not distract you. On the contrary, our union will help us to carry out our work better. One of us is the commander-in-chief, and the other is the fleet commander. Our cooperation will be the most tacit. As for wartime, don't worry. Before the humans on Blue Star gain an absolute advantage, we will always be in wartime. It may last for decades, or even hundreds of years. We can't just stay single for this reason. Without waiting for Gui Xingchen's reaction, she approached Gui Xingchen, tiptoed, closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and quietly waited for Gui Xingchen's kiss. Li Qiushui knew very well that happiness depends on one's own initiative. Since Gui Xingchen was full of concerns and did not dare to speak first, then he had to take the initiative to fight for it himself. Seeing his sweetheart taking such initiative, Gui Xingchen finally couldn't hold it anymore. He hugged Li Qiushui tightly and kissed her. He put all the years of lovesickness into his actions. After a long time, the lips of both of them were a little swollen, then they separated. Li Qiushui smiled. Okay, now we can talk about business. Gui Xingchen smiled dotingly. I can never guess. He took Li Qiushui's hand and sat down. Although Zheng Jiqing's opinion is the mainstream, I feel it is not right. The Puja people have accumulated thousands of years of experience, which is not something we can easily contend with. I want to know what you think. Li Qiushui sat down. Yes. Zheng Jiqing's idea is a bit too simple. Our tactics, in fact, have been known to them. They must have corresponding countermeasures. For example, large-scale group operations. If a fleet of thousands of warships gathers together, our crossing tactics will be difficult to take effect. We just crossed over, and they fired a volley, and we suffered a lot of losses. This is very disadvantageous for us. We can't compete in terms of the number of warships. Gui Xingchen nodded. Your opinion is consistent with mine. So we need more effective means. I wonder if you have any suggestions. Li Qiushui's eyes suddenly became cold. Commander Gua. I do have an idea. But if I say this idea, it will definitely be opposed by other generals and you. So, I didn't dare to say it just now. Gua Xingchen held her tightly in his arms. Smelling the fragrance of her hair, you can say it. Did I really say it? Say it. Don't scold me after I say it. Why are you so nagging? Gua Xingchen looked at Li Qiushui strangely. This doesn't seem like your style? It doesn't seem like it. But this proposal will indeed cause you to be disgusted. Li Qiushui said playfully. Gua Xingchen thought of something. Oh, I know what you're thinking. Oh, it's really too bold. But, it's worth a try. Li Qiushui's tone also became serious. I'm afraid that the humans on Blue Star will have to go through a terrible war again. But, this is the price that the humans on Blue Star must pay. Gua Xingchen finally made up his mind. You should start making arrangements as soon as possible. I approve this plan. At the beginning of the 18th year of the new era, thousands of warships suddenly appeared at the first crossing point of Blue Star. All of these warships were flying the flag of the Puja civilization, and there were at least 5,000 of them. On the same day, more than 10,000 warships also appeared at the second crossing point. These two groups of warships started slowly, and then began to sail towards Blue Star. They maintained a tight formation, except for the reconnaissance ship. No warship left the main force. Although this affected their speed of advance, it left the Blue Star fleet with no chance to take advantage. On the other hand, the point-to-point crossing points of Blue Star began to transmit without stopping. This time, the things being transmitted are not only a large number of people, but also many precious cultural relics and materials. Blue Star is retreating regularly. However, the Puja people don't know. The battle is about to start. 15 days later, tens of thousands of warships appeared at the third crossing point. The first, second, and third batches of warships are meeting. The total number of these three batches of warships exceeds 30,000. According to intelligence, there are still nearly 20,000 warships that have not yet begun to cross. This gave Blue Star a great sense of oppression. At the same time, various civilizations also sent reconnaissance satellites into the solar system. They wanted to observe this largest interstellar war in history up close. On the ground, Nirvana Command was tense. Zheng Jiqing and other generals were shocked to find that if they adopted the tactic of suddenly crossing to the vicinity of the Puzur fleet, it would not work at all, because the distance between the warships of the Puzurs was very close. Although this lost some speed and mobility, it ensured safety. With such a large number, if the Blue Star fleet adopted the crossing tactic and fought behind the enemy, the loss of the Blue Star fleet would be huge. Zheng Jiqing also tried several times, but as soon as the small fleet appeared, it was attacked fiercely by the enemy. In the end, the whole army was annihilated. The number of warships lost by Blue Star is greater than that of the enemy. They are clearly going to engage in a positional battle. Commander-in-Chief, they are well prepared. Our only way now is to use the land-based laser cannons on the moon and the land-based laser cannons on Blue Star for cross-defense, and then use warships to form a powerful firepower network, and engage in a head-on battle with them. Other than that, we have no good way to deal with it. Zheng Jiqing said, very depressed. Gua Xingchen was not panicked. Everyone, don't worry, they still have 20,000 warships that have not appeared yet. When their army is approaching, we will start our counterattack. At this moment, all the generals were confused. It was obvious that the commander-in-chief Gua Xingchen had a backup plan. Zheng Jiqing quietly said to Zheng Lao, Zheng Lao, have you noticed that Gua Xingchen now seems to have some shadow of Yi Linsheng? Zheng Lao nodded. Gua Xingchen has really learned something from Yi Linsheng. Let's wait and see. I believe this kid will give us a surprise. Just over 20 days after the first batch of warships appeared, in a space only tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Blue Star, a large number of warships appeared again. This batch of warships is larger in number, and is closer to Blue Star. If they travel at high speed, they will only need 2 or 3 days to reach Blue Star. This means that Puja civilization has once again sought help from Haomu civilization, and has given them new coordinates. This coordinate is closer to Blue Star. This sudden appearance of the fleet has completely shocked the people of Blue Star. This means that Puja civilization has gone all out to fight Blue Star to the death. Although they have slowed down their speed to guard against the crossing tactics of the Blue Star people, they will arrive at Blue Star in 5 or 6 days. Nirvana Command. Faced with such a severe situation, all the commanders could not sit still. They all requested to use 4-dimensional weapons. As long as 4-dimensional weapons can be used, 50 000 warships will be vulnerable. Moreover, except for using four-dimensional weapons, humans have no good way to deal with it. The enemy has 50,000 warships, while humans have less than 5,000. The strength comparison is 5 to 1. And the enemy's commanders, big and small, are all experienced fighters, while the human warship commanders are obviously inexperienced. This is also a huge gap. All these suggestions were rejected by Guishingchen, because such suggestions are tantamount to opening Pandora's box first. The four-dimensional weapon is a devil. Once opened, the entire universe will fall into fear. No planet is safe. As long as tens of thousands of tons of high-quality elements are stuffed into the interior of the planet, the entire planet can be destroyed. The world, there will no longer be a pure land. This is something that no civilization can bear. The secret Earth star. The point-to-point transmission has been going on. Every half an hour, a large number of people and goods are transported to Earth star through transmission. This group of people, there are special people responsible for receiving, arranging them to take transportation, rushing to various areas of Earth star to participate in the construction. Speaking of which, the people of Blue Star are actually very hardworking. Since He Linsheng started to build the underground city, human beings have been in the process of construction. First, thousands of underground cities were built. When they could return to the ground, humans began to rebuild the destroyed blue planet. Building spaceports, building space battleships. After the failure of the first space war, while under blockade, people built countless shuttle fighters and small battleships. When the blockade was lifted, then they began to build underground accelerators around the blue planet, building countless land-based laser cannons. In the past 20 years, humans have never stopped the pace of large-scale infrastructure. Now, humans are taking action again, and have begun the development and construction of the Earth. Thanks to the dedication of the first group of people who arrived on Earth. Earth has already had a basic construction scale. The layout of various cities is also progressing steadily. This allows these immigrants from Blue Star to quickly invest in large-scale infrastructure operations at the first time. Earth is really changing with each passing day. Mao Xiaonan, the leader of Earth, is also personally supervising on the front line. Because the coordinates of Earth have never been announced to the public. Earth is very safe so far. The people of Earth Star don't even need to build space battleships, but put all their energy into urban development. The people of Blue Star are hardworking, especially in the face of great disasters and major issues. Not only are they hardworking, but they are also united. This is the most important foundation for the survival of Blue Star civilization. Looking at the busy crowd, Mao Xiaonan sighed and said, "When I first took over Earth Star, I was still worried about when we could build Earth Star as developed as Blue Star. Now I realized that I underestimated people's fighting spirit. It will take at most 10 years for the construction of Earth Star to be completed." Xu Ziyuan put his arm around Mao Xiaonan's shoulders. "I am different. I have never worried. Moreover, I know that Commander Yi has never worried either. Earth Star will be our second homeland. Our Blue Star civilization will never let our homeland fall behind." On Guishing, the construction workers are working hard. However, looking at the progress, it is still too early to build Guishing into an artificial planet. Yi Linsheng didn't care. He retracted his gaze from Guishing, turned to the staff behind him, and said, "Notify the representatives of other planets. This is a battle between the Blue Star people and the Puja people, not a war between the Cosmic Alliance and the Interstellar Alliance. So, other planets, don't get involved." "Yes." The staff turned around and walked out quickly. Luo Qingyu came over and said with some concern, 50,000 warships. And most of them are large warships. We can't beat them on Blue Star at all. Yi Linsheng smiled faintly. Can the Great Horn Civilization, the Lost Civilization, and the Ancient Civilization participate in the war and win? Luo Qingyu was silent. The Great Horn Civilization, the Lost Civilization, and the Ancient Civilization are already in a very bad state. Their home planet is still struggling in a dying galaxy. And their strength is very weak. The number of warships they have is also very limited. Their participation in the war is indeed useless. What should we do? Luo Qingyu asked in a low voice. Yi Linsheng hugged Luo Qingyu. Don't worry. Guishingchen and Li Qiushui will definitely be able to think of a way. Moreover, they should start to act now. Chapter 271. Another disastrous defeat of the Puja people. In the deep sky of Blue Star, there are nearly 4,000 warships parked. These warships account for almost 80% of the warships on Blue Star. These warships are fully loaded with ammunition and energy, and are fully staffed, obviously preparing for a major battle. Now, in the center area of each warship, The combatants are standing in neat rows. It is said to be standing, but in fact, they are just floating in the air in the same posture. Suddenly, the voice of Li Qiushui, the fleet commander, came from the radio. "Come in. Are you ready?" "Ready." The soldiers answered loudly. Although the Puja people had gathered 50,000 warships and were approaching the Blue Star, the soldiers were not afraid at all. As long as there was an order, they were willing to sacrifice their lives and rush into the battle. Li Qiushui heard the various responses from the loudspeaker, and her blood boiled. "Everyone, this battle will be a battle for our national destiny. Either the Puja civilization will perish, or we will be devastated. So, I need you to be brave enough to sacrifice your life for victory. Can you do it?" "Yes." The voice was deafening. Soldiers fight for morale. Once morale is low, even the best situation will be ruined. On the contrary, once morale is high, even the most dangerous situation will be reversed. Li Qiushui knew this very well, and she immediately issued an order: "Get ready and set off at any time." The engines of each warship started. However, no one knows the specific tactics. Even the fleet commander doesn't know. Li Qiushui just said that he would hand over the task to everyone at the last moment. On the other side, the fleet of the Puja civilization has approached the Blue Star. It has begun to enter the range of the laser cannon. However, the power of the laser cannon within this distance is limited, so the defense forces on the Blue Star did not start the attack. The Puja civilization was not in a hurry to attack. They will wait until the moon turns to the back of the blue planet before they officially attack. This will prevent the extremely threatening land-based laser cannons on the moon. Space warships are generally helpless against laser cannons on the moon, because each land-based laser cannon is built with a protective shell. These protective shells are made of metal materials with extremely high thermal conductivity. There is also refrigerant inside. Once attacked by lasers, these refrigerants will evaporate quickly, taking away a lot of heat and making the laser irradiation ineffective. Land-based laser cannons are connected to the Earth, and heat can quickly diffuse to the ground through various channels, which makes the land-based laser cannons on the moon a difficult fortress to conquer. Moreover, there is no atmosphere on the moon, and the power of the laser cannon will not be greatly attenuated. This makes the land-based laser cannons on the moon more powerful and more effective than the land-based laser cannons on the ground of the Blue Star. The current moon has been transformed by the Blue Star people into an offensive fortress with thorns all over its body. At the same time, there is a large amount of nuclear fusion fuel on the moon, which makes the moon self-sufficient and can always exert its combat effectiveness. In space, there are some satellites equipped with laser cannons. However, these satellites have limited power and limited energy. They must be constantly replenished to continue to function. After the war began, replenishing energy for these satellites became a difficult task. Finally, after waiting for 4 hours, the moon moved to the back of the blue planet, and the Puja fleet began to accelerate. They maintained their formation and began to approach the blue planet. A total of 50,000 warships formed a huge combat team. However, because they did not dare to disperse, the warships at the back did not dare to fire, fearing that they would accidentally hurt their teammates. Only the warships at the front could freely fire laser cannons. There are 3 types of interception forces on Blue Star. The first type is the land-based laser cannons on the moon and the ground of Blue Star. The second type is various types of attack satellites and unmanned spacecraft. The third type is nearly 1,000 warships covering the attack from the rear. On the flagship of the Puja people, General Prison, the fleet commander, looked at the defense formation of Blue Star and said with some contempt, "The Blue Star people only sent out 1,000 warships for defense. The remaining 4,000 are definitely preparing for a surprise attack on us. Tell the warships behind to stay alert. Their warships may appear at any time." The chief of staff looked at the situation in front. "I think they have completely given up air superiority. If we continue to fight like this, we can easily block the entire Blue Star." Prison smiled proudly and said, in the face of absolute strength, "They are just scum. As long as they don't use 4-dimensional weapons, they will fail." The chief of staff was a little worried. If they use 4-dimensional weapons, our spacecraft may be the first to bear the brunt. "Don't worry. They can't tell who is the flagship." Pulizin waved his hand. "Launch an attack. Destroy everything they have, including the spaceport. If the spaceport is destroyed, it will be too troublesome for us to rebuild it," the chief of staff said. Pulizin laughed. Do you still think this is a battle between interstellar alliances? Our goal is not to occupy, but to destroy. If I wasn't worried about their sneak attack, I would have sent dozens of warships, found a wandering celestial body, and pushed it directly onto the blue planet to blow it up. In front, thousands of warships opened fire together, and powerful lasers launched attacks from a long distance. The land-based laser cannons on the blue planet also began to fight back, and lasers passed through the atmosphere and shone into deep space. The 1,000 warships covering the rear also began to attack. The attack satellites in orbit also began to attack. The battle officially started. On the moon, in the largest land-based laser cannon base, the soldiers led by Zhuang Xiongjie were paying close attention to the battle ahead. Because the moon was blocked by the blue star, they could not participate in the battle, which made them anxious. It would take at least 4 hours before they could officially participate in the battle. Now, they can only wait. On the blue star, all the land-based laser cannons fired into the sky. However, due to the obstruction of the atmosphere, the power was greatly reduced. Now the most powerful ones are the unmanned spacecraft and attack satellites scattered throughout the sky. But their defense is also very weak. Under the intensive laser irradiation, they began to be destroyed one after another. At the beginning of the battle, Blue Star was at an absolute disadvantage, and the 1,000 warships did not dare to move forward, and only dared to harass from a distance with laser cannons. It can be said that the Puja fleet was advancing towards Blue Star almost unimpeded. At this time, Li Qiushui issued a crossing order. One by one, the warships entered the interstellar coordinates that had just been issued, then started the interstellar engine, and began to cross. After a shake, they appeared in an unfamiliar star field. The captain opened the received order, and was surprised to find that their target of attack was not the Puja fleet, but the Puja planet. They did not cross behind the Puja fleet, but crossed into the space on the Puja planets. The order to attack was also very simple. That is, to launch a nuclear attack on the planet of the Puja people. The hundreds of nuclear warheads carried by each warship were released into the atmosphere at once to destroy the planet of the Puja people. There were a total of 10 Puja planets, and nearly 400 warships entered each one. Each warship carried at least 100, and at most 1,000 nuclear warheads. All these warships began to launch towards the ground of Puja. At one time, hundreds of thousands of nuclear warheads flew towards the planet of Puja together. It can really be described as overwhelming. These nuclear bombs passed through the atmosphere and hit the ground like meteors. Not long after, clusters of explosions began to form on the ground. The entire planet was shrouded in nuclear explosions. On the core planet of the Puja civilization, King Puja looked at the nuclear bombs falling from the sky like rain in horror. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe that the Blue Star people actually used such cruel means. They destroyed the Puja people's planet in this way. Weren't they afraid that their home planet would also be destroyed by the Puja people's fleet? Before the nuclear bomb fell, due to the intense friction with the atmosphere, it generated high temperatures. But this still couldn't stop the nuclear bomb from falling. Boom! The first nuclear bomb exploded not far away. The king couldn't open his eyes under the strong light. Then, the second nuclear bomb exploded again. The monarch really regretted it now. He shouldn't have provoked the Blue Star people. The Blue Star people took 20 years to surpass the technological level of super civilization. They wanted to fight with the Blue Star people, which was simply a foolish dream. But it was too late. It was too late to regret. After a burst of explosions, the king and the palace behind him vaporized into dust. Blue Star. The battle continued. Because the explosion came too suddenly, the Puja people did not even have time to notify their fleet, and 10 Puja people's planets were completely destroyed. However, a few hours later, the news was still transmitted to the flagship through other planets. When General Preson heard the bad news, he fainted. He really did not expect that the Blue Star people would do this. He was also angry, and immediately ordered everyone immediately release nuclear bombs on Blue Star. We will completely wipe out the civilization of Blue Star. However, they were still some distance away from Blue Star. When the nuclear bombs began to fly towards Blue Star, the people of Blue Star had already retreated to the long-abandoned underground city, and began to close the blockade doors one by one. The land-based laser cannons that had been prepared for defense were also retracted into the belly of the mountain and hidden. Now, the only ones still attacking were the 1,000 battleships that were covering the battle and the attack satellites. In these days, the Blue Star people have transferred some people to Earth. The remaining people who did not have time to transfer All enter the underground city. The underground city will face the second severe test. Seeing the overwhelming nuclear bombs falling on the ground of Blue Star, the observers of various civilizations in space fell into deep thought. This tactic was not thought of by the Puja people, because this tactic cannot be carried out in the Interstellar Alliance. When the two super civilizations set up crossing points for other civilizations, they were all far away from civilized planets. If a fleet appeared at the crossing point, it would definitely be intercepted by space warships. Ordinary fleets could not get close to the planet at all, let alone attack the ground with nuclear bombs. But the Blue Star people were different. They had precise interstellar coordinate technology, which could directly allow the fleet to reach the sky above the target planet. In addition, the Puja people came out in full force and sent all the warships to Blue Star, causing the rear defense to be empty. Blue Star can easily destroy the planet they depend on for survival. Everyone was shocked. They understood that the Puja civilization had completely fallen. Although they still had 50,000 warships, they had lost their base. Their only way out now was to seize a planet and recuperate. However, the Blue Star people would not let them go. The Puja people in their heyday could not beat the Blue Star people, let alone the Puja people whose home base was destroyed. Now it seems that Blue Star has also been destroyed. But the Blue Star people must have a backup plan. Blue Star must have hidden planets. Blue Star people paid a high price. But the Puja people paid the price of destruction. They do not have any hidden habitable planets. The information of every planet is fully mastered by Blue Star. 10 Puja civilization planets were destroyed, and more than a dozen affiliated planets are seeking independence. The aging of Puja civilization is an indisputable fact. The cruelty of this battle cannot be described in words. On 10 habitable planets, hundreds of billions of people were wiped out in an instant. This is the most serious consequence in history. The battle continued. The moon turned again, and the land-based laser cannons on the moon began to exert their power. Powerful lasers locked onto the warships and began to attack. The power of the land-based laser cannons was far greater than that of the laser cannons on the warships. One by one, the warships began to be destroyed, and then attracted by the gravity of the blue planet, and slowly fell to the ground. Until this time, the commander, General Prisson, finally came to his senses. He dispatched 1,000 warships, and also used nuclear bombs to attack the moon. After another fierce battle, the moon base was basically destroyed, and the land-based laser cannons on the ground were all turned off. The 1,000 warships that provided cover also withdrew from the battlefield. The humans on Blue Star completely gave up Blue Star. Prisson could not laugh. Blue Star was indeed bombed beyond recognition. But the price paid by the Puja people was also extremely high. There is another major problem before them. Now, where should they go? The mother planet, including the core planet, has been destroyed. They have lost their foothold. The universe is so big, but they are homeless. They cannot occupy Blue Star either, because Blue Star was blown up by a nuclear bomb. The buildings on the ground were completely destroyed. The strong nuclear radiation caused by the nuclear bomb also makes it impossible to live. It is not realistic to continue to stay on Blue Star. How to supply? How to get energy? All of these are problems. He called all the commanders together and held a meeting to discuss the current situation. But no one could come up with a good idea. Finally, a fleet commander suggested that they withdraw from the only satellite planet that had not yet become independent, occupy the Magpie's nest, and stabilize it first. This suggestion was unanimously agreed by everyone. Evacuation was the only way out. Chapter 272 Puja Civilization Destroyed. Blue Star Underground City. People who are still in shock are waiting for arrangements inside. Guixingchen is in the underground city. At the cost of destroying Blue Star, destroy all civilized planets of Puja civilization. This is the tactic he and Li Qiushui have agreed on. Only in this way, the humans of Blue Star can win. Without mastering super energy, the humans of Blue Star cannot take the lead in launching a four-dimensional attack. The four-dimensional attack is like the nuclear war of the year. No one dares to press the button easily. Once pressed, the end of the world will come, and no one will be spared. The same is true for the four-dimensional war. Once it starts, all civilized planets will become huge targets and can be easily attacked. Before he is absolutely sure, Guixingchen will not press the switch of the four-dimensional weapon. The technological development speed of Blue Star civilization is extremely fast. In the foreseeable future, it will definitely surpass the two super civilizations and become a more advanced civilization. If Blue Star can't help pressing the button of the four-dimensional weapon now, It will be equivalent to destroying its own future. But apart from the four-dimensional attack, facing 50,000 warships, the humans on Blue Star really have no way out. The only way is to take advantage of the opponent's empty rear defense, launch a surprise attack, and destroy the planet where the Puja people live. As for Blue Star, Guixingchen is more confident that he can withstand it. After all, humans have lived in underground cities for many years and have rich experience. Although nuclear bomb attacks may cause damage to individual underground cities, most underground cities can withstand this test. After Li Qiushui and Guixingchen made a battle plan, Guixingchen did several things to prepare for today's nuclear war. First, he moved some people to Earth to open up a second home for mankind. Then he sent an engineering team to renovate the underground city that had been abandoned for 20 years and move some people into the underground city. When the Puja people started to drop nuclear bombs, Guixingchen even asked all residents to enter the underground city and hide. The underground city built by Yi Linsheng in those days could prevent the impact of asteroids. Now, preventing nuclear bomb attacks is not a problem. This tactic really worked. 10 Puja civilization planets were destroyed. Hundreds of billions of Puja people were killed. And Puja civilization has completely fallen from a medium-high level civilization to a low-level civilization. They no longer have the power to dominate. Although the ground buildings and creatures on Blue Star were all destroyed, it was not the first time that Blue Star was destroyed. The Blue Star people have been maintaining the facilities of the underground city and have preserved the biodiversity museum. As long as the ground conditions allow, most of the animals and plants on the ground will be able to recover soon. Even if the Blue Star civilization hides in the underground city, it can maintain its vigorous vitality. This has been verified by history. Moreover, the Blue Star civilization still has the existence of Earth, its second home. The rise of the Blue Star civilization again is only a matter of time. Zheng Lao looked at Guixingchen and sighed. You kid. You are even more cruel than Yi Linsheng back then. You directly used a nuclear bomb to clean up the ground. I think that we Blue Star people will not be able to rise to the ground to live within 100 years. Guixingchen said apologetically. This is a helpless move. However, fortunately, we have completely destroyed the lair of the Puja people. Puja civilization will no longer be a threat to humans. Where is their fleet now? Mr. Zheng asked. Their fleet is retreating to the nearest crossing point. However, they still left 10,000 warships, trying to blockade Blue Star. Guixingchen replied. Dream on. Mr. Zheng said contemptuously. They couldn't blockade Blue Star before, and it's even more impossible now. Now it depends on Li Qiushui. She has 5,000 warships, enough to torture them. Guixingchen said proudly. Zheng Lao sighed. It's a pity that your wedding will be postponed again. Guixingchen also sighed. My wedding with her is destined to be a long journey. Peace Galaxy and Peace Star. Yi Linsheng saw the latest battle report sent to him, and shook his head while reading it. Guixingchen really learned his true teachings, and he had another experience of hiding in the underground city. Moreover, this time it was a nuclear bomb, which caused greater damage to Blue Star. If you want to rebuild Blue Star, it will probably be a long time. Radioactive contamination is a cosmic problem. Blue Star will remain uninhabitable for hundreds of years. Humans will not be able to return to the ground. However, this is the price that humans must pay. Qingyu, I'm going to go to your brother's place. Yi Linsheng said to Luo Qingyu who came in. I'll go with you. No, you represent me here to preside over the overall situation. Yi Linsheng looked into the deep space. Super energy, related to the safety of Blue Star. I don't feel at ease if I don't go to inspect it. Okay. This is a lonely planet, without an atmosphere, and no suitable temperature. But a huge base has been built here. In the base, there are tens of thousands of scientific researchers busy. They have only one research direction, that is to explore the physical properties of antimatter, to capture the escaped antimatter, and to study the detailed process of the huge energy generated after the antimatter and positive matter come into contact. Humans don't know much about the universe. There are many super energies that humans don't know. Antimatter is one of them. Even the Chinese civilization doesn't know much about antimatter. Their research on antimatter is mostly about capturing and releasing energy. They don't know the production path, origin, characteristics, composition, etc. of antimatter. The spacecraft landed slowly. The hatch opened, and Yi Linsheng came out in a clumsy space suit. When he walked into the door and passed through the pressure hull, he saw Luo Ji and others waiting for him. Welcome, old friend. Luo Ji gave Yi Linsheng a bear hug. I heard that Guixingchen blew up the blue planet again? Damn. You really have a way of choosing people. You chose a character as cruel as us. Yi Linxing took off his heavy space suit. That's why I came here. I am worried that the two super civilizations will take the opportunity to attack us. We must master the technology of super energy. Rogi said excitedly. You came at the right time. We have successfully captured several escaped antimatter. Give us a little more time, and we can use the characteristics of antimatter to successfully produce super energy. That's good. Neutral Star. Interstellar Alliance Headquarters. An emergency meeting is being held. This is an emergency meeting organized by Haumya Civilization after learning that the planet of Puja Civilization was destroyed by a nuclear bomb. Because this is related to the authority of Haumya Civilization. Blue Star Civilization has set a very bad precedent. After the four-dimensional attack, they invented the tactic of nuclear bombs to clean up the ground. This makes all star civilizations very nervous. Four-dimensional weapons are not new. The two super civilizations have already mastered them. But they are also aware of the destructiveness of four-dimensional weapons, so they have never used them. After the Blue Star Civilization used the four-dimensional attack method for the first time, in order to prevent future troubles, they launched a surprise attack on the Blue Star Civilization, wanting to detonate the Blue Star and completely destroy the Blue Star Civilization. However, they were one step behind, and the Blue Star people dodged it. In the end, under the situation of mutual fear, they reached the current ceasefire agreement, and neither side was allowed to use four-dimensional weapons. However, they had no choice but to use the nuclear bomb tactic this time. Because the interstellar coordinates were not accurate, the crossing points they chose needed to be as far away from the target galaxy as possible, so as to avoid hitting other celestial bodies and causing explosions due to insufficient accuracy. But if the distance was too far, as soon as the fleet crossed, it would be discovered by the patrolling guards and then intercepted. They can't get close to the target celestial body at all. But the Blue Star Civilization is different. Their interstellar coordinates can be accurate to the level of 10 meters. They can appear wherever they want. Once they appear, they can launch a nuclear bomb attack on the target, and other civilizations can't defend at all. The two super civilizations are better, after all. Their interstellar coordinates can be set freely, and the accuracy can be reduced to within a few thousand kilometers. At this distance, they can also launch effective nuclear bomb attacks, posing a threat to the Blue Star Civilization. Other civilizations are different. They only have a few designated interstellar coordinates. That is, the crossing points designated by the two super civilizations. It usually takes 20 days to reach the target planet from the crossing point. This time is enough for the Blue Star Organization to fight back. In other words, the Blue Star Civilization can use the nuclear bomb washing tactics, but other interstellar civilizations cannot. They can only passively take the beating. Who can tolerate this? The meeting had just begun, and the representatives of various planets, who were eager to express their opinions, could not wait to ask the two super civilizations to release the interstellar coordinate technology, so as not to passively take the beating. How could the two super civilizations give up this technology? This is their cash cow. After arguing for several days and nights, the Interstellar Alliance finally reached a consensus, that is, to immediately send a negotiation team to Peace Star to hold an emergency meeting with Yi Linxing, the leader of the Cosmic Alliance. Spring of the 35th year of the new era. Earth Star. High-rise buildings are rising from the ground here. After 18 years of construction, Earth Star has already had the style of Blue Star in the past. The population of Earth Star has also grown greatly. The group of children who migrated to Blue Star have grown up and become the backbone of Earth Star. This is a new planet full of hope, full of vitality, and full of possibilities. A gust of wind blew and lifted Mao Xiaonan's long hair. Xu Ziyuan put on her coat. I've never seen you so excited. Mao Xiaonan rolled her eyes at Xu Ziyuan. I haven't seen my father for more than 20 years. How can I not be excited? In fact, Xu Ziyuan was also a little nervous, because this was his first time meeting his father-in-law. The teleportation point flashed with light, and the door slowly opened. A large group of people came out from inside. These people were all on Earth for the first time, and they were a little nervous and excited while walking. It is not difficult to build point-to-point teleportation points, but due to the shortage of super energy, it has never been used on a large scale. Since the nuclear war between the Puja civilization and human civilization, all the planets of the Puja civilization were destroyed, and they lost their foothold. Although there were 50,000 warships, they had lost their homeland. They had wanted to enter the last affiliated planet to recuperate, but an uprising broke out on this last affiliated planet. overthrowing the puppet regime they supported, and following the example of other independent planets, expelling all the Puja civilizations. The situation of these 50,000 warships was very embarrassing. The warship commander, General Prison, did not dare to attack any planet, because it violated the regulations of the Interstellar Alliance. In the absence of supplies, it was difficult for them to use the previous methods to subvert a planetary civilization through blockade and internal infiltration. These 50,000 warships became wandering orphans. At this time, a planet offered to accept them, on the condition that Prison surrendered control. General Prison was of course unwilling. He had no choice but to lead 50,000 warships to invade the Arcturus civilization. Although Arcturus is an icy planet, it is still habitable. Seize Arcturus, and give the fleet a place to call home. This was Prison's idea. The Arcturus civilization was completely powerless to resist, and did not intercept them at all, allowing them to march straight in. However, they encountered a serious problem. If they wanted to occupy the ground, they had to enter the atmosphere. The Arcturus civilization dug underground tunnels all over the planet. If they wanted to occupy the ground, they had to start a tunnel war. This was even more deadly than urban street fighting. After losing tens of thousands of landing soldiers, they had to give up. The Puja civilization fleet, with severely low morale, began to fall apart. A commander led tens of thousands of warships to other planets, and thousands of warships became pirates. The Blue Star fleet led by Li Qiushui has been hunting their lone warships, and constantly devouring their warships. Among them, someone proposed to discover new habitable planets. But they did not have more galaxy coordinates. For thousands of years, they kept searching, and only found a dozen habitable planets. How could they find habitable planets at once? Later, more and more Puja civilization warships fled, either becoming pirates, or joining other civilizations. At this time, the venerable civilization came forward, and they incorporated this fleet, and made them immigrants of the venerable civilization. Although the Haumea civilization was uncomfortable, they were unable to accept this fleet because the Solon planet, which was the immigrant planet, was destroyed. In the end, they had to turn a blind eye and watch Prison and tens of thousands of warships join the venerable civilization. At this point, the Puja civilization completely withdrew from the stage of history. This is also very sad. A civilization that was quite powerful in the Interstellar Alliance was completely destroyed in less than a few decades just because it offended the Blue Star civilization. This also made the civilizations of the Interstellar Alliance look at the blue planet with mixed feelings. The Cosmic Alliance also signed an agreement with the Interstellar Alliance again, which was to prohibit the use of nuclear bombs to clean up the ground. The condition was that both parties signed a peace agreement. Each curbed its own members, and did not wage war against the other party. However, after the signing of this agreement, the Interstellar Alliance issued the latest instructions, ordering each member country to prohibit any exchanges with the member countries of the Cosmic Alliance, especially trade. Moreover, the smuggling of super energy must be strictly investigated. The largest source of super energy on Blue Star is the smuggling channel opened by Ruan. However, with the arrest of Ruan, the smuggling channel of super energy has been basically closed. This makes the point-to-point transmission station built on Blue Star dare not operate easily. It can only be used for military purposes. However, after humans have mastered the technology of capturing and utilizing antimatter, all this has been solved. Chapter 273 Challenge to Super Civilization. After obtaining sufficient super energy, the point-to-point transmission station can finally be used for civilian purposes. Seeing Mauzi coming out, Mao Xiaonan rushed over. Although they hadn't seen each other for more than 20 years, Mao Xiaonan still recognized him at a glance. Mauzi turned his head to look at the surrounding scenery, and took a deep breath. This place really looks like the Blue Star of the past. Mao Xiaonan pulled Xu Ziyuan over. Dad, this is your son-in-law. Mauzi looked at Xu Ziyuan. Are you the boy from Xu Weiman's family? He is quite good-looking, and barely worthy of my daughter. Xu Ziyuan felt relieved. Neutral star. The staff responsible for the dispatch of the spaceport suddenly found that the various spacecrafts parked were a little unstable, and their positions were drifting. This was a phenomenon that had never happened before. He hurriedly checked various equipment and instruments, but found nothing. The only difference was that it seemed that the gravity was reduced. This was very strange. When he turned his eyes to space, he realized what had happened. He was so shocked that he almost swallowed his tongue, because he saw a moon that had never been seen on neutral star. This was a planet. a planet that suddenly appeared. He was so surprised that his mouth was wide open. Until a shuttle flew out of the planet, he realized that this planet was actually a flying vehicle that could be controlled by a certain civilization. At the same time, a wave suddenly surged on the sea surface of Neutral Star. This shocked the fishermen, because it was abnormal that such a big wave could be raised even when there was no wind on the sea surface. But people who have lived on other planets can't help but look up at the starry sky. Because this kind of wave is very common on planets with satellites. Sure enough, people saw a bright moon appearing in the sky. Although it is not big, it is very bright. Interstellar Alliance Headquarters. The leader of the Alliance received the news from the spaceport, and immediately summoned representatives from major planets to discuss. After all the participants arrived, the Interstellar Alliance Headquarters finally received the information of the visitor, who was Yi Linsheng, and this planet has a name called Guixing. It is the satellite of P-Star. Yi Linsheng used the huge super energy to travel here directly. And Yi Linsheng's motive was more like a demonstration. The Interstellar Alliance fell into a panic. For thousands of years, the technological development of the Interstellar Alliance has fallen into a dead silence. And there has been no breakthrough for a long time. In particular, the two super civilizations have firmly controlled the interstellar engine technology and super energy technology, which has almost blocked the channel for technological development. However, the people of the Interstellar Alliance have also become accustomed to this dead silence. Since technology cannot be developed, let's enjoy the fruits of our labor. Except for the new members. The entire Interstellar Alliance has lost interest in researching technology. Now Blue Star has suddenly shown extraordinary technological capabilities, which is like a stone breaking the silence of a well, causing ripples. The shuttle entered the atmosphere of the Neutral Star, and under the gaze of countless people, it landed at the entrance of the Interstellar Alliance building. Yi Linsheng and his wife Luo Qingyu walked out of the shuttle slowly, and walked slowly towards the entrance. I haven't been to Neutral Star for decades, nor have I entered the headquarters of the Interstellar Alliance. I thought there would be some changes, but it is still exactly the same as before. Even the paint color on the wall is exactly the same. Yi Linsheng sighed slightly. When a civilization loses its enterprising spirit, it has begun to decline. Not only are the two super civilizations declining, but the entire Interstellar Alliance is declining. The leader of the Alliance walked out quickly, followed by a large group of representatives of the board members. Alliance leader Yi, you are visiting without an invitation, which seems to be a violation of the rules. The Alliance leader tried hard to look fierce, but was ignored by Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng continued to walk. Who made the rules? The Alliance leader was stunned. Well, the leader of a civilized planet must follow the official process when visiting. This is the rule of the Interstellar Alliance. I'm not a member of the Interstellar Alliance. Yi Linsheng smiled slightly, glanced at the Alliance leader, and his eyes were full of contempt. This sentence made the leader speechless for a long time. When he saw Yi Linsheng bypassing him and preparing to enter the building, he finally spoke again. Excuse me, Leader Yi. Is there anything you need this time? I'm here to ask you for someone. Yi Linsheng's eyes were bright. Leave Huaihua to me. The leader was stunned for a moment, but immediately realized that more than a decade ago, Haomiao civilization discovered the smuggling channel of super energy and caught the mastermind behind the scenes. This person was from Blue Star and immigrated to Haomiao civilization. His name is Huaihua. Alliance leader Yi, it seems a little inappropriate for you to come to negotiate like this. The Alliance leader was a little lacking in confidence. He knew very well that even the two super civilizations would find it difficult to control a satellite to fly around, because the super energy consumed in this way would be an astronomical figure. Moreover, because of the lack of precision, if such a huge celestial body passes through, once it overlaps with a small celestial body, it may cause an internal explosion. But the Blue Star people don't have this problem. Their interstellar coordinates are extremely accurate. As long as there is a little gap, they can travel through the stars. You are wrong. It's not a negotiation, it's a request. Yi Linsheng's tone is still calm. But this sentence hurt the self-esteem of the leader of the Alliance. The Interstellar Alliance has thousands of members, but the Cosmic Alliance has only 4 members so far, and no new members have joined in the past 10 years. In terms of strength comparison, the Interstellar Alliance is far better than the Cosmic Alliance. Yi Linsheng spoke with such an attitude, which really made him embarrassed. Leader Yi, are you ignoring our existence? His words were very harsh. He thought that after he said such harsh words, Yi Linsheng would be more restrained. But Yi Linsheng shrugged. What if I ignore you? I formally inform you that I will give you 10 hours to send Wanihua to my Guixing. Otherwise, our cosmic alliance is ready to invade the planet where Wanihua is imprisoned and destroy it. After saying that, Yi Linsheng stopped, looked up and looked around. I won't go in. Originally, I thought that after 20 years, you would have changed a little. And I wanted to visit you. Now it seems that there is no need. Seeing Yi Linsheng turn around and leave, the alliance leader was a little furious. Yi Linsheng, do you really think this is your backyard? You can come and go as you please? Yi Linsheng stopped, turned his head and looked at the alliance leader with contempt. What else? This sentence exposed his contempt. The leader of the alliance was so angry that he trembled all over and couldn't say a word. The representative of the Haomyu civilization next to him rushed to say, "We can detain you for violating the laws of the Interstellar Alliance. Then you just wait for the start of the four-dimensional war." Yi Linsheng raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Then pointed to the ground. "If you detain me, this planet will be destroyed in the next moment." This sentence made the people of the Interstellar Alliance dare not move. With such arrogance, Yi Linsheng and Luo Qingyu walked briskly towards the shuttle. The leader of the alliance and a group of representatives were trembling with anger. But no one dared to stop them. No one could afford the consequences of provoking a four-dimensional war. Seeing the shuttle flying into the sky, the representative of Haomyu civilization asked, "Alliance leader, how do you plan to respond to his conditions?" The leader of the alliance turned around fiercely. "He really doesn't take us seriously. Ignore him. I want to see what basis he has for invading." The shuttle quickly arrived above Guixing and landed on the tarmac. After entering the base, Yi Linsheng asked, "Have you located Wanihua?" "Yes. It's on Tada," Xiao Dao said. Xiao Dao is now assigned by Yi Linsheng to be the data supervisor on Guixing. Old Chang Jinshen was also assigned to be the mechanical supervisor on Guixing. Yi Linsheng also invited Maozi, who would come to Guixing to report after meeting his daughter and son-in-law on Earth. As for Luo Ji, after solving the problem of super energy, he also came to Guixing to be the technical supervisor, together with Yi Linsheng and Luo Qingyu. The original 6-member team will soon reunite on Guixing. The reason for this choice is that Guixing carries all the hopes of the human beings on Blue Star. Yi Linsheng can only feel at ease if he entrusts this important task to his brothers, who have experienced the test of life and death. Then wait for 10 hours. If there is no response, we will destroy it. Yi Linsheng's tone was full of pride and arrogance. "Fuck. It's finally time to do it." Old Chan laughed, looking impatient. In the final analysis, the power behind the Puja people is actually the Haomyu civilization. After killing the Puja civilization, the next step is to attack the Haomyu civilization. "How is our internal transformation going?" Yi Linsheng asked. Luo Ji said contemptuously, "What kind of people did you arrange before? They don't understand technology at all. They don't know how to use the power of technology. Now with super energy tools, 1 minute of work efficiency is equivalent to 1 month before." Guixing has been digging inside. The goal is to dig Guixing into a hollow sphere. In order to maintain gravity, a heavy metal core needs to be installed at the inner core. The ultimate goal is to make Guixing into a hollow sphere like the golden planet where Gun was. The center is empty, and the outside is the Earth's crust. The metal core moves irregularly in the hollow, so that it can avoid being hit by four-dimensional weapons and detonated to the greatest extent. At the bottom of the Earth's crust, it is consolidated with a tough material, so that the Earth's crust will not collapse. After this operation, Guixing has changed from a natural satellite to a semi-artificial satellite. Yi Linsheng installed numerous laser cannons, nuclear missile silos, chemical kinetic cannons, and other weapons on Guixing. At the same time, it is equipped with tens of thousands of unmanned shuttle fighters and unmanned space warships, which can carry out long-distance combat at any time. It can be said that Guixing is a mobile battle fortress. Now I have improved the technology. In another year or two, I will be able to hollow out the entire Guixing. Luo Ji looked at the neutral star below. "Why? Those bastards won't give in." "Of course, the turtle won't give in before it is beaten," Yi Linsheng said disapprovingly. "So, we are going to Tidal Star soon to let them see the power of the space fortress. Finally, we have waited for this day." Luo Ji sighed. 30 years ago, we have been planning revenge. And now our dream is finally about to come true. Speaking of the past 30 years ago, several people sighed. 30 years. In the blink of an eye, the world has changed dramatically. Although the appearance of the 6 people has not changed much, the world has changed completely. The time is up, and they have no response. Xiao Dao said. Yi Linsheng stood up and said with a big laugh, "Let's go to Tidal Star. We are going to turn this planet upside down." The next moment, Guixing disappeared from the sight of the neutral star people. On the neutral star, the surging waves, after losing gravity, also became quiet. However, the hearts of the people in the Interstellar Alliance could no longer calm down. Such a huge satellite, in Yi Linsheng's hands, could come and go freely. What does this mean? They didn't know how the world would change. But they knew that the world would definitely change dramatically because of Yi Linsheng's reappearance. Tidal Star. People who were walking normally, as usual, suddenly looked up at the sky in surprise. Because there were two moons in the sky. One is big, one is small, all are shining. People are speculating, what is this doing? Tidal Star, like many planets of Haomu civilization, has long been flat. Scientific experiments cannot make great progress, so we can only work hard in life. For example, making people lazier, making life more convenient. There was once a company that created an artificial sun, for no other reason, just to feel the warmth of the sun at night. As a result, it was forcibly destroyed because it reversed people's biological clocks. Now, people also subconsciously thought that this moon was some company's trick. But the next moment, they were all shocked. Originally, only two reflective celestial bodies could be seen on the Tidal Star at night. One was the moon, and the other was the spaceport. The moon was bigger, and the spaceport was slightly smaller, presenting a huge ring. But now there was obviously something wrong with the spaceport. In this huge ring, there were constant flashes of light. People with a little experience knew that this was a sign that various aircraft parked in the spaceport were exploding. This means that the spaceport was attacked. As expected, this news was soon confirmed. An armed planet suddenly appeared in the space of Tidal Star and launched a surprise attack on the warships parked in the spaceport. The attack lasted for about half an hour, until the entire spaceport began to fall. At this time, all the signal receiving devices on Tidal Star received a message, which meant that this attack was launched by the Blue Star civilization. The reason for the attack was that the Interstellar Alliance refused to release the Blue Star native Ruanihua. Now, the planet issued another warning. If Ruanihua could not be released within half an hour, they would continue to attack until the entire Tidal Star was destroyed. This was a revenge for Tidal Star's willingness to act as an accomplice of the Interstellar Alliance and imprison Ruanihua. This news shocked the entire Haomu civilization. You know, for tens of thousands of years, the Haomu civilization and the Venerable civilization have been the most proud existences in the entire universe. In the Interstellar Alliance, their position is even more stable and unshakable. No one dares to start a war against the Haomu civilization. They have enjoyed peace and tranquility for tens of thousands of years, and have long forgotten what war is. Now they are suddenly caught in a war, which is shocking. This foreshadows the collapse of the transcendent status of the Haomu civilization. Chapter 274. Besiege and attack the reinforcements. When seeing the war breaking out on other planets, the Haomu people have always been indifferent. After all, this is someone else's war, and it has nothing to do with the Haomu civilization. At most, they just read it as news. When encountering particularly cruel and inhumane situations, the worst that can happen is to make some insignificant protests. But now it is different. The war is happening in their own homes, right in front of them. The people of the entire planet panicked all of a sudden. Even the planetary guards panicked. They had never experienced such a time before. The usual training was just a formality. Who dared to bully the Haomu civilization? Wouldn't they be courting death? As a result, the entire ground force was in chaos. The space battleship had been destroyed, and the ground forces suddenly didn't know what to do. In a panic, one shuttle fighter after another began to take off, ready to attack. But before they broke through the atmosphere, they were hit by lasers, and then fell. For a time, there was chaos. The governor's mansion of the Tidal Star planet. The confused governor asked in panic, "What happened?" The commander of the guard army said in panic, "The Blue Star people destroyed our spaceport and the docked warships, and asked us to hand over the detained Blue Star people." The governor was completely at a loss, then quickly arranged people to return the people to them. The commander of the guard army did not dare to do so. If he really sent the people away like this, where would the face of the Haomu civilization be? Moreover, he, the commander of the guard army, would also be held accountable. "Governor, this is not acceptable. We must fight back." The governor grabbed the commander of the guard army and said, "You are the commander of the army, so you fight back." The commander of the guard army was stunned, but the warships at our spaceport have been destroyed. Then send them away, the governor shouted. At this time, the crowd in the distance shouted in fear. The governor looked up at the sky, and the wreckage of the downed warships was entering the atmosphere, and began to rub violently with the atmosphere, turning into bright fireballs. There are so many falling debris, now they are blooming like fireworks. The governor was startled. Hurry up and deliver them. Communicator, get in touch with the other party, let them wait, we will send someone up immediately. The commander of the guard army grabbed the governor's arm. Wait, the reinforcements from other planets have begun to gather at the crossing point, and will soon cross over. Let's wait a little longer. The governor shook off the commander's hand fiercely. Don't think I don't understand. It will take at least 7 or 8 days for the reinforcements to arrive at the crossing point, and then approach the ground from our crossing point. They now have air superiority, and attacking us is like playing. As if to verify the governor's words, a laser shone down from space and hit the governor's mansion on the ground. Boom! The building of the governor's mansion collapsed instantly. If it weren't for the fact that the atmosphere weakened the power of the laser cannon, the entire governor's mansion would have been completely vaporized. Quick! Send the people away, the governor roared. In a prison, Wanihua was listening to the commotion outside. He didn't understand why there was such a big commotion outside. This was a rare phenomenon on Tada Star. A burst of hurried footsteps came, and the warden personally took the key and opened the cell door. Wanihua, come out. Wanihua, with a beard, stood up in confusion. Since he was imprisoned, he seemed to have been forgotten. It seemed that except for the food delivery robot, no one remembered his existence. Now the warden actually came to open the door himself, which was obviously very strange. What for? Send you away. The warden was a little furious, but he seemed helpless. This made Wanihua even more strange. It seemed that something made the warden very afraid of him. Since being imprisoned, Wanihua was ready to die here. Haumya civilization is the super civilization in the Interstellar Alliance. No one dared to challenge their authority. The Blue Star people are too weak now. Perhaps, after 100 years, the Blue Star people will be qualified to challenge the Haumya civilization. However, Wanihua, without anti-aging preparations, will not live that long. However, Wanihua does not regret it. Just a little regret? Regret for not being able to see the powerful future of the Blue Star civilization. Where are you going? Someone has called for you. The warden did not want to say much, and pushed Wanihua out. Now Wanihua is in his 30s, with a full beard and long hair. After getting into the shuttle, Wanihua looked up at the sky, and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that the place where the spaceport should have been was no longer a ring of the spaceport, but there were many meteor showers falling. This showed that the spaceport of Tada Star had been destroyed, and the only person who could destroy the spaceport of Tada Star was Blue Star. Wanihua understood that the Blue Star people were forcibly coming to rescue him. The Blue Star people already had the power to challenge the Haumya civilization. At this moment, Wanihua burst into tears, not because of her rescue, but because of the pride and excitement of the great Blue Star civilization. These were also tears of pride for the strength of the Blue Star civilization. You look older than us. The first time he saw Wanihua, Yi Linqing made this joke, but his heart was filled with pain. Since Wanihua was imprisoned, the Blue Star people have thought of many ways and have negotiated with the Interstellar Alliance many times, but all failed, because the strength of Blue Star civilization is not enough to threaten the two super civilizations, nor can it threaten the Interstellar Alliance. If you fall behind, you will have no say. This is a truth that has always been true. Yi Linqing has always been worried about this matter. So, after obtaining enough super energy, he began to rescue Wanihua. At the same time, he also taught the Interstellar Alliance a lesson. He hugged Wanihua in his arms. You have worked hard. Wanihua was very happy. He looked at this huge celestial body in surprise. My God! How did you get this planet here? Luo Ji also came over and hugged Wanihua. How did you get here? You will slowly understand. Now, hurry up and take a shower, you're all rotten. Seeing Wanihua leave, Old Chom came over and asked, the people have come back, what should we do now? Just leave like this? No one expected that. The people of Tada were so cowardly, they didn't even resist, and just sent the people here. This surprised everyone. Originally, Yi Linqing planned to teach the people of Tada a lesson, eliminate more of Tada's armed forces, and show the strength of Guixing's super fortress. As a result, The plan failed. Tidal Star did not even think of resisting, and surrendered directly. Perhaps, tens of thousands of years of peace have already worn out their fighting spirit. Don't leave, keep fighting. Yi Linxing sneered. However, if we don't attack Tidal Star, how can such a sensible planet be destroyed? Then who to attack? Old Chang didn't understand. Luo Ji smiled, of course. The reinforcements. Watch, there will be reinforcements coming soon. Let's teach them a lesson. Let Huaihua vent his resentment. Huaihua looked around in surprise. Can we beat their reinforcements? Of course. Yi Linxing thought of something. It just so happens that we are short of a combat supervisor. You have been a shuttle fighter. Go, operate our super powerful land-based laser cannon, and see its power. Vent out all the resentment you have been imprisoned for all these years. On the blue planet, an automatic robot collected the data nearby and sent it underground. The radiation is still seriously exceeded. Xiao Luo handed the data to Guixingchen. Not only the soil, the radiation in the atmosphere, and the ocean is also serious. It will be a long time for us humans to return to the ground. Guixingchen sighed. Notify everyone, move to the Earth, and only leave a small number of people behind. Although nuclear war cannot destroy human civilization, it is a headache. The humans on Blue Star can only live like moles, hiding in underground cities. Fortunately, there is Earthstar. Earthstar is developing very well now, and has already shown the shadow of Blue Star in the past. Humans can only regard Earthstar as their second home. Of course, some of the people on Blue Star also went to Peace Star, and the development speed of Peace Star is also very fast. Especially the areas under the jurisdiction of the Great Horn civilization, which have become modern cities. The civilization that has been suppressed for a long time, once released, the energy that bursts out is amazing. Li Qiushui came over and took Guixingchen's hand. Are you leaving? Guixingchen shook his head. I am the commander of Blue Star. I will not leave. Li Qiushui leaned her head on his shoulder. Then I will not leave either. I will accompany you. But I don't want my children to never see the blue sky and white clouds from birth to adulthood. Guixingchen said hesitantly. They can go to school on Earth. Someone will support them anyway. Li Qiushui twisted his arm. Anyway, you can never leave me behind again. Xiao Luo coughed. I think this planet can only accommodate the two of you. Too sour. Guixingchen smiled embarrassedly. You go too. With those of us who stay behind, we will definitely be able to restore Blue Star to normal. Li Qiushui suddenly shouted. Look, what is that? On the screen sent back by the robot, there was a bright yellow object. Xiao Luo controlled the robot to walk towards the yellow. Gradually, the yellow became more and more. When the robot finally approached, Guixingchen and Li Qiushui looked at each other happily. This is a plant. It is as big as a stadium. And it is full of this plant. The plant also blooms yellow flowers, which are particularly gorgeous. This is the first plant that has grown in a large area since the nuclear bomb. It's a sunflower. Li Qiushui exclaimed. Unlike ordinary sunflowers, this sunflower seems to be a wild sunflower, with smaller flowers and shorter plants. But it has a very strong vitality. This is not only a sunflower, but also hope. Guixingchen exhaled heavily. They can start to grow, which means that the living environment of Blue Star is also improving. The self-healing ability of the Blue Star is much stronger than we imagined. In the deep space of Tidal Star, a reconnaissance ship suddenly appeared in the sky. This is an unmanned reconnaissance ship used for detection. From the appearance of this reconnaissance ship, we can know that a large number of reinforcements have appeared at the crossing point, and are ready to cross to rescue Tidal Star at any time. The reconnaissance ship just made a simple stop and disappeared quickly. Yi Linxing cheered up. Everyone, get ready for the war. The warships of Haomiao civilization are about to appear. Huaihua, who was familiar with the operation of the laser cannon, slapped the equipment in his hand fiercely. Damn it, I have been waiting for them for a long time. My cannons are thirsty. This joke from many years ago made everyone laugh knowingly. On the ground of Tidal Star, the governor was hiding in a temporary office and was meeting with a group of staff. Originally, it was thought that after sending Huaihua away, Yi Linxing would withdraw. But the result made the governor very depressed. The people were released, but Yi Linxing's star was still in the air. Obviously, Yi Linxing had another purpose. The governor's life was also very difficult. Because he decided to release the people without authorization, he was under a lot of pressure. But Yi Linxing didn't leave, which made his decision seem a failure. The governor was also severely criticized by the leader of Haomiao civilization. This made the governor very uneasy. "Governor, our reinforcements are about to appear. We just observed our reconnaissance ship," said the commander of the guard army. This news attracted everyone's attention, and there was a lot of discussion for a while. "We still have thousands of shuttle fighters. Should we prepare for the attack?" The commander of the guard army saw that the time was right and asked hurriedly. But the governor was obviously very clear about the thoughts of the commander of the guard army. He wanted to shift the responsibility to himself. If the attack was successful, he, as the commander, would certainly have the credit. But if the attack was unsuccessful, the responsibility would be on the governor, because it was the governor who issued the attack order. How could the old governor not see through this? He said calmly, "You are the commander of the guard army. I respect your decision." No one dared to take responsibility for this matter. After a long period of peace, both the governor and the army commander had lost their fighting spirit and heroism. All they had was a plan to protect themselves. "We, the guard army, must obey the orders of the governor." The commander of the guard army threw the ball over again. The governor saw that it was difficult to shirk, and immediately said, "Don't you have a staff? Let them analyze the situation and come up with a result." The commander of the guard army cursed secretly, and the governor actually kicked the ball over again. He had no choice but to say, "Okay, I will call a meeting of the staff to study the current countermeasures." The fleet appeared, not at the crossing point where the reconnaissance ship appeared, but at a completely new crossing point. "This fleet is quite cunning," Xiao Dao quickly informed Yi Linsheng of the news. Yi Linsheng sneered, "In the face of absolute strength, cunning is useless. Huanihua, get ready to attack. Lao Chang, get ready to cross." The next moment, the space around them flashed, and they appeared near the new crossing point. Compared with the two major civilizations, the biggest advantage of Blue Star civilization is that it can travel through space at will. There is no need to worry about whether there are slightly larger celestial bodies within thousands of kilometers nearby. The reason for this gap is also very simple. The knowledge of the two super civilizations about interstellar engines is not obtained by their own research, but directly input to them by Chinese civilization. They have not thoroughly studied the mystery of four-dimensional space. Blue Star humans are different. Blue Star people have discovered the mystery of four-dimensional space through their own research, and can make the coordinates of interstellar travel very accurate. Chapter 275. Four-dimensional war may start at any time. This is a fleet with a total of 1,000 warships. Most of them are attack ships. Seeing the fleet appear, Huanihua started firing frantically. In a vacuum environment without atmosphere, the powerful land-based laser cannons will hardly decay in energy. It will only be a little scattered due to the distance. A medium-sized warship was burned through a big hole by the laser cannon without any resistance. The air inside the warship escaped instantly, and the combatants inside also died quickly due to decompression. The most powerful part of the laser cannon is that it destroys the cabins of the warship, allowing air to escape and causing the air pressure to drop inside. Although the cabins of this warship are equipped with hatches to prevent air leakage, under the powerful attack of the land-based laser cannon, in less than half a minute, almost all the cabins were blown open by the laser cannon. There are not just one or two land-based laser cannons on Guixing, but thousands of them. There are hundreds of them in the attacking position now. These lasers fired together, and with just 2 salvos, 1,000 warships were completely destroyed. The speed was so fast that the people on the warship had no time to warn the other fleets, and they all died. Guixing is a killer. Once it strikes, it sweeps across the world. On the ground of Tada Star, the commander of the guard army received a new battle report, and immediately reported, "Governor, there is no need to send shuttle fighters to fight." According to the news just received, the reinforcement fleet was completely wiped out. Not a single one was left. The governor was stunned at first, and then breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I acted decisively and released the people directly. Otherwise, Tada might be doomed. They are simply unable to fight against this Guixing. Send long-distance communication, and inform the leader of the situation." The governor breathed a sigh of relief. Because Guixing is so powerful, his responsibility has been reduced. Who can do anything about this armed planet? On Guixing, Huanihua suddenly understood, "Commander Yi, this is called siege and attack. Let's wait here slowly. One by one, one by one, one team by one." Yi Linsheng smiled slightly, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. "Our goal is not to stop when we are ahead, but to establish our prestige, so that the Star Alliance will never dare to ignore our existence again." They block our interstellar engine technology, and we will break through it ourselves. They blocked interstellar coordinate technology, so we studied it ourselves. They blocked super energy technology, so we broke the barriers and let them know that our super energy technology is better than theirs. Facts from a long time ago have proved that our blue star civilization is never afraid of technology blockades. Someone blocked our shield machine technology, but we were able to master the shield machine in a few years. Someone blocked our chip technology, but it took us less than 10 years to surpass them. Our blue star civilization is least afraid of blockades. Once we break through the blockade, all they have left is to kneel down and beg for mercy. Yu Linshun looked at another crossing point, where another fleet was crossing. Lao Chong. Cross. Wanaihua. Attack. The huge planet disappeared again, and suddenly appeared not far from the fleet. A massacre began again. It can be said that compared to the space fleet, Guixing is almost invincible. First of all, because the distance is too far. The two sides can only use weapons such as laser cannons in the battle. Chemical weapons, kinetic weapons, and nuclear weapons cannot be launched because of the distance. Only laser weapons can launch attacks directly because they ignore the distance. The power of land-based laser cannons is hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary laser cannons on warships, because they are powered by large energy stations on land. At the same time, because the defense of land-based laser cannons is more complete, it has become an invincible existence. The defense of land-based laser cannons is connected to the entire planet. It can quickly conduct the heat energy of the laser cannon. With the reflector and liquid cooling technology, even if 1,000 warships fire lasers at one point at the same time, they must continue to attack for dozens of minutes to cause damage. It is a huge problem to have 1,000 warships concentrate on attacking one point. Even if they concentrate their attacks, it is useless. Because Guixing has the function of self-rotation. Once one side is attacked too hard, the sphere will be rotated immediately, and the other side will continue to fight. Even if Guixing is surrounded and attacked by countless warships, it doesn't matter. When the temperature rises to the critical point, Guixing will start the giant interstellar engine and directly cross the battlefield. Wait until it cools down before fighting again. It can be said that Guixing is invincible to these warships. They can only slaughter warships. This is the current situation. Although thousands of warships are attacking Guixing, because the attack points are not concentrated. They are very scattered. And there is no threat to defensive weapons. Instead, a few volleys of land-based laser cannons destroyed half of the thousands of warships. The battle lasted less than half an hour, and thousands of warships were all destroyed. Not a single one was spared. This is not a war. This is a massacre. One-sided massacre. Guixing is an invincible existence. On the Tada star, after receiving the battle report, the governor was so surprised that he was speechless. He guessed that Guixing's combat power was extremely strong, but he did not expect it to be so strong. Nearly 4,000 warships from other planets were all destroyed in half an hour of fighting. No one even escaped, because their warships had to recharge after a crossing, and it would take at least 2 or 3 days to cross again. But Guixing didn't need it. Guixing could continue to cross. From this point of view alone, the level of Blue Star's interstellar engine far exceeded that of the two super civilizations. In fact, the technology of the two super civilizations has not made a breakthrough for a long time. Interstellar engine technology has been used for thousands of years. There is not even a software update. An interstellar engine from thousands of years ago is almost the same as the current one. Now the interstellar engine technology has been surpassed by Blue Star, which is the sorrow of Haomu's civilization. Finally, the governor received a message from the leader of Haomu's civilization, requesting a ceasefire, requesting peace talks. In fact, this is a complete failure for Haomu's civilization. Taking the initiative to apply for peace talks with Blue Star is a disgraceful defeat for the old civilization Haomu's civilization. Neutral Star. Interstellar Alliance Headquarters. Today is a general meeting. But the atmosphere of the meeting is very strange. The endless debates in the past did not appear today. After the speech of Haomu's civilization, the main representative, there was silence. In the past, the two super civilizations, Haomu's civilization and Venerable civilization, were like gods. They rarely participated in the discussion of the internal affairs of the Interstellar Alliance. When their representatives attended the meeting, they all looked at their noses and their hearts, as if they were wandering in the world, and people even suspected that they were dozing off. If there is something going on, they don't come out to debate. but arrange a younger brother like Puja civilization to lead the pace. And they only need to support behind the scenes. This is their style. But in the past 10 to 20 years, they are different and have begun to jump out frequently. This time, they even accused the atrocities of the Cosmic Alliance at the conference and hoped that the Interstellar Alliance would jointly launch a battle against the Blue Star civilization. This gave other representatives of low-level civilizations who were oppressed new ideas. Everyone, since no one has any objection, let's vote on the proposal put forward by the representative of Haumea civilization to declare war on Blue Star civilization. The Executive Alliance leader saw that no one was speaking. So he spoke. The result of the vote came out. But it was shocking. There were only a few dozen votes in favor, and the rest were all abstentions. According to the rules of the Interstellar Alliance, more than half of the votes must be in favor to pass a resolution. This time, the proposal was stillborn. This is the first time in history that a proposal initiated by two super civilizations has not been passed. Many representatives have a vague idea in their hearts. That is, the world is going to change. The whole universe is going to change. The pattern of the two super civilizations ruling the universe for tens of thousands of years is going to change. The leader of the alliance announced the next topic, which was also proposed by the representative of Haumea civilization, is to form a negotiation team to negotiate with the Blue Star civilization. This time the vote went smoothly and passed unanimously. A delegation consisting of hundreds of members from civilized planets was quickly formed and embarked on a journey to Peace Star, Ancestor Star. This is the mother planet of Haumea civilization, and also the birthplace of Haumea civilization. Haumea civilization adopts the leader system, and it is an unlimited leader system. With the blessing of anti-aging biological agents, this leader has been in office for more than 10,000 years. Many years of transcendent status, the leader has long lost the mentality of ordinary people. He is tyrannical, narrow-minded, stubborn, and self-willed, which makes the Ancestor Star a hell on Earth. Fortunately, the Haumea civilization has hundreds of civilized planets. He is only the leader of other planets, and does not participate in actual governance. This makes the people of the Haumea civilization ignore his existence, and continue to live a rich and ordinary life. A man with a full beard hurriedly walked into the chief's mansion, and saluted the chief. "Dear chief." Counselor Sway greets the chief. The chief moved his fingers lazily, indicating that he did not need to be polite. He had long lost the feeling of being a leader, so he didn't even want to raise his arm. "Dear leader, I have something to say about this Blue Star incident." Sway stood up and said with his right hand on his chest. Sway's family occupies a very important position in the Haumea civilization, and is one of the old aristocratic forces. Because of the long life, and because of the long-term peace and prosperity, the regime of the Haumea civilization is quite stable. There won't be a new person in 100 years. Even if there are new faces, they have been slowly introduced from the layers of positions over thousands of years. However, recently, it has been a bit disadvantageous for the Sway family, because of the death of Mr. Stone, who finally became an important expert in the Interstellar Alliance, and the loss of power of Mr. Star. The strength of the Sway family has been greatly affected. If there is one less person in these positions, there will be less strength. If the vacancies are filled by other families will gain more strength. As a result, the influence of the Sway family has been reduced. Sway wanted to use this opportunity to expand the influence of the family. "Speak." The leader finally raised his eyelids and glanced at Sway. Sway said, "The development momentum of Blue Star civilization is rapid, and it seems unstoppable. But in actual analysis, they are only powerful in Guixing. As for their mother planet Blue Star, it has been destroyed long ago." Mr. Sway's eyes flashed with a cold light. "As long as we get rid of Guixing, they will be nothing." Although the leader was cruel, he was not stupid. He sneered, "Is this your suggestion? If we can get rid of Guixing, what else can we say? Can you find a way to get rid of Guixing?" Mr. Sway lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the leader. Looking directly at the leader when he is angry may anger him at any time, and lead to being killed. "Don't worry, leader. There is only one way to get rid of Guixing, and that is four-dimensional weapons." The leader's eyes became sharp. "What the hell is your idea? Using four-dimensional weapons, wouldn't that be equivalent to setting off a cosmic war? Haumea civilization only has hundreds of planets, and it will be destroyed in a few minutes. You want me to die?" Mr. Sway wiped the sweat from his head, but he still insisted, "Don't worry. Chief, Let me talk slowly. Since the chief did not punish him on the spot, it means that his suggestion has touched the chief. Dear chief, if we let Blue Star continue to develop, the status of our Haumyo civilization will be reduced to the level of a passerby star in 100 years at most. I believe the chief is also clear about this. The chief did not answer, but just snorted. After becoming stronger, the Cosmic Alliance will definitely replace the Interstellar Alliance. This is a scene that the leader absolutely does not want to see. Right? Speaking of the main point, the leader said impatiently. I know that once the four-dimensional war begins, it will be quite tragic. Our hundreds of civilized planets, including the ancestral planet, will definitely be destroyed by their four-dimensional attack. Even hundreds of thousands of civilized planets in the entire universe will be destroyed. The entire universe will fall into a dead silence. Sway said with some fear. This situation has a high probability of happening. The four-dimensional war will be a devastating war. It is more dangerous than the nuclear war on the blue planet. The war between the Cosmic Alliance and the Interstellar Alliance will be very tragic. Countless civilizations in the universe will be destroyed. Then what? The leader asked unhappily. However, this is also an opportunity to reshuffle the cards. Lord Sway said. The leader opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Sway. Go on. This time the tone was very calm, without anger, and no contempt. This gave Sway great confidence, because it showed that he had spoken to the leader's heart. Now Haumyo civilization claims to have hundreds of civilized planets. But in fact, due to the distance, it is difficult to govern them personally. The governors on these planets have begun to have more ideas. For example, this time the governor of Tada Star decided to return the person to Yi Lin Sheng without authorization, which is a major sign. Sway took the courage to take a look at the leader. Sure enough, the leader nodded slightly, as if he tacitly agreed with his opinion. Besides, we don't need so many civilized planets. In fact, 1 or 2 civilized planets are enough. Sway finally expressed his actual thoughts. We recently found a planet with primitive civilization, and all the conditions are very consistent with our conditions. Chapter 276, The Cloud of the Four-Dimensional War. Only a few of us know the coordinates of this planet. So, I have a bold idea. We might as well start a cosmic war to reshuffle the universe. We will be invincible if we transfer important population and materials to this planet, according to our strength. As long as we destroy Guixing, we will definitely win. As for our civilized planets, we don't need them. Time is long. The universe is vast, and we can definitely find new habitable planets in other places. In another tens of thousands of years, we can build our huge empire again. An empire without any venerable civilization. And there is no disobedient governor. A super civilization that belongs only to the leader. The leader finally spoke, but I know that there seems to be a planet on Blue Star whose coordinates have not been exposed. Yes, this is why they dare to launch the nuclear bomb tactic of washing the ground. Sway said confidently. But I also have a way. This time, our negotiation team has people we have planted in it. We can pretend to join the Cosmic Alliance, find out their address, and also find out the coordinates of Guixing. This may take decades or even hundreds of years, but as long as we find out their cards, we can start a four-dimensional war. The triggering of a four-dimensional war may destroy the entire universe. The reason is that the trajectory of a civilized planet can be calculated. As long as the coordinates of a civilized planet are calculated, the planet can be destroyed. The coordinates of all civilized planets in the Interstellar Alliance are public. This means that attacks can be launched at any time, even if all the planets on the blue planet are destroyed at the first time. As long as one warship is missed, they can launch a four-dimensional attack, destroying one civilization after another, and finally dragging the entire universe to be buried with them. For this reason, no one dares to easily launch a four-dimensional war, because once a four-dimensional war is launched, it means that both sides will perish. The leader closed his eyes, as if he was thinking. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. Let's find out their cards first. We must find the planet where they are hiding, and also find out the trajectory of Guixing. Epping Star. The spaceport welcomed a passenger ship. All the people on this ship are members of the negotiation team from the Interstellar Alliance. Among these members, there is the leader of the Interstellar Alliance. When entering the spaceport, the delegation couldn't help but look at a planet outside, which is Guixing, which has recently become famous. Now, Guixing has returned to the sky above Epping Star, and is slowly rotating around Epping Star. This seemingly ordinary satellite now makes people feel respect. Because it is not a satellite. It is a mobile fortress. A powerful weapon. Among the Blue Star representatives who welcomed the negotiation team, there was a special member, Wanihua, who had been imprisoned for more than 10 years. He shaved off his beard, rested up, and seemed to have regained his former charm. Although the years have left traces on his face, it has not destroyed his mood. In the negotiation team, someone raised his hand to greet Wanihua. Wanihua recognized this person as the representative of the Turquoise Star, Lan Tianyu. The two had fought side by side on Turquoise Star. Lan Tianyu rushed forward and gave Wanihua a bear hug. But no one knew that. Lan Tianyu secretly handed Wanihua an object. When there was no one around, Wanihua took out an object, which was an information card, with a coordinate marked on it. There is another word, Chui. This is what Lan Sikui meant by privately meeting Wanihua. Head of the team, they are all here. The staff came over and said. Wanihua put away the information card, and drifted swiftly, towards where the team was. Everyone, we will take the shuttle to enter the Peace Star now. Wanihua made a beautiful and chic emergency stop, and stopped in front of the delegation. We will not take the space elevator, it is too slow. Some people have seen the accuracy of the interstellar coordinates of the Blue Star people, and are not surprised by all this. But more people were riding this high-precision shuttle for the first time. And they were a little nervous. They were afraid that the coordinates would be calculated incorrectly, and that a crossing would cause people to pass directly into the stone, and then be crushed and exploded. When all the people arrived, the next moment, the interstellar engine started, and people instantly appeared in the air of Peace Star, only a few hundred meters above the ground. The shuttle's reverse thrust was activated, and the shuttle slowly landed on the ground. Although they had long known that the Blue Star people had very high technical accuracy in interstellar coordinates, they were still shocked to see that they could land so quickly. At the same time, an idea was circling in everyone's head. The Blue Star people have risen, while the Haumya civilization and the Venerable civilization seem to have fallen. This is an era of changing dynasties. Welcome everyone. Please follow me. Wanihua was the first to walk out of the cabin door, and led a group of people to the headquarters of the Universe Alliance. In space, there is a warship part. It can be distinguished from the flag on the warship that this is the warship of the Turquoise Star. There are also 2 frigates accompanying it. On the battleship, Lan Sikui, who had light blue-black skin, was looking at the starry sky outside. Suddenly, a spaceship suddenly appeared, with a clear Blue Star logo on it. After a while, a small shuttle flew out of the spaceship and quickly approached. After docking with the docking port, Wanihua entered the battleship from the spaceship. Seeing the mature Wanihua, Lan Sikui was a little surprised. But also a little surprised, you seem to be more handsome. Wanihua smiled confidently. Maturity is also a kind of charm, isn't it? Because of anti-aging technology, most people with conditions keep their appearance around 25 years old. Because the cell telomeres are most mature during this period. Wanihua's image as a man in his 30s is indeed eye-catching. After all, among high-end people, almost all of them look young. Only the middle and low-level people who cannot get anti-aging products will age and mature. What do you want to talk to me about? Wanihua looked at Lan Sikui jokingly. Lan Sikui now looks not much younger than Wanihua. This is because she has not been using anti-aging products for a long time. Her actual age is not much older than Wanihua. I have something to say. Private or official? Both. Lan Sikui said with a smile. Wanihua shrugged. Let's talk about official business first, so as not to let personal matters interfere with the matter. We want to leave the Interstellar Alliance, join the Universal Alliance, and get your protection. Lan Sikui was not hypocritical, and immediately told her purpose. Over the years, although Tsuelan Star has become independent, it has not been doing well in the Interstellar Alliance. With a weak foundation, and having to suffer the exploitation of the 2 super civilizations, Tsuelan Star has hardly had any effective development in recent years. This made Lan Sikui want to switch to the Cosmic Alliance. It was only because she was worried that the Cosmic Alliance was not strong enough to protect their weak civilizations that she did not apply to join. After all, after announcing her withdrawal from the Interstellar Alliance and joining the Cosmic Alliance, it was very likely that a war between civilizations would break out. With the strength of the Green Blue Star, it was simply unable to resist the invasion of other civilizations. Wanihua was not surprised. Green Blue Star had always been ruled and enslaved by the Puja people, and finally became independent with the help of Blue Star. They had long lost their sense of belonging to the Interstellar Alliance. They had to stay in the Interstellar Alliance because they were worried about starting a war. Now, after the Blue Star people showed their super military strength, everything was solved. Huaihua also knew that the reason why Yi Linsheng launched this battle was to show the strength of the Cosmic Alliance to these small civilizations. In this way, more civilized planets could be attracted to join the Cosmic Alliance. Are you ready for the referendum? Huaihua asked. According to the rules, leaving the Interstellar Alliance and joining the Cosmic Alliance require a vote by all citizens of the planet. If you agree, the referendum will begin immediately. Lan Sikui said confidently. We have done tests and surveys, and more than 80% of the people of the Blue Planet agreed to leave the Interstellar Alliance. Huaihua stretched out his hand and held Lan Sikui's hand, then on behalf of the Blue Planet Alliance. I officially welcome you to join. Lan Sikui was a little suspicious. Don't you need to discuss it internally? I am the person in charge of external liaison. I have the authorization of the leader of the alliance, Yi Linsheng, and I can directly decide whether to accept you. Huaihua still held Lan Sikui's hand. Now, let's talk about personal matters. Lan Sikui was rarely shy. Do you have a wife? I just came out of the cell. Not yet. Then do you mind marrying a Blue Planet person? Well, is there reproductive isolation? No. There are already hybrids of Blue Star and Turquoise Star, and there are quite a few of them. Lan Sichui's face was a little flushed. I arranged for a dozen beautiful Turquoise Star people to marry far away in Blue Star. And now they are all living well. And the babies are all healthy. Huaihua stared at Lan Sichui jokingly. Are you going to arrange a girl from Turquoise Star for me too? Yes. Lan Sichui raised her head and stared at Huaihua. Huaihua was a little disappointed. I don't like arrangements. What if the person who arranged it was me? Lan Sichui's eyes became hot. In fact, she and Huaihua were just about to break the window paper when they worked together on the Suilon star. They had already developed feelings for each other. Otherwise, Huaihua would not have abandoned the delegation and traveled billions of kilometers to meet Lan Sikui. Then I accept the arrangement. 40 years in the new era. Peace Star. An uninvited guest suddenly came to the headquarters of the Universal Alliance. This person was dressed in a long gown, with a gentle and warm smile and polite manners. He looked like a person who could not help but feel good about him. The man with long flowing beard wanted to meet the leader of the alliance, Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng was very curious, because in his impression, there was only one person who could dress like this, Gun. He hurried to the hall, and sure enough, this person was the elusive Gun. Senior, did you come here on a whim or on purpose? Yi Linsheng took him into his office. You came here on purpose. Yi Linsheng had a cloud of doubt in his heart. It seems there is a problem. Gun nodded. You are following our old path. Now you are on the verge of a devastating war. Yi Linsheng remained silent. I know you are dissatisfied. Gun didn't mind at all. Because of your aggressiveness, the Interstellar Alliance has been forced to retreat step by step, which will definitely lead to a devastating war. This sentence is not wrong. In the past 5 years, hundreds of weak civilizations have announced their withdrawal from the Interstellar Alliance and joined the Cosmic Alliance. The power of the Cosmic Alliance is constantly growing, while the strength of the Interstellar Alliance is constantly weakening. Although it seems that the Interstellar Alliance is still huge, far superior to the Cosmic Alliance. However, the trend of the Interstellar Alliance's decline is unstoppable. This is a fact that cannot be changed. According to my calculations, within 100 years at most, a four-dimensional war will break out between your two alliances. The end of the war will be complete destruction. Gun's expression became serious. Your civilization may also end. Yi Linsheng became serious. Who dares to start a four-dimensional war? I will kill him. Gun remained calm. If you kill him, you will also announce the start of the four-dimensional war. You can't destroy all enemies. As long as the other side has a warship left, you will also be attacked by the four-dimensional. So, the final result is the same. He glanced at Yi Linsheng. I believe that you must have built a lot of space warships, which are hidden in the universe. Each warship has an interstellar coordinate. Once someone launches a four-dimensional attack, you will swiftly fight back. Similarly, I also believe that in the depths of the universe, the people of the Interstellar Alliance have long been prepared. Once you fight back, they will also launch an attack. Almost in an instant, all civilized planets will be destroyed. Yi Linsheng thought for a long time, finally raised his head. According to what you said, all this is inevitable. Within 100 years, there will definitely be a four-dimensional war. This is human nature. I have been trying to change human nature, but I can't do it. Gun sighed. I am here to tell you, to prepare early. After the four-dimensional war, all civilizations will be destroyed, including your Blue Star civilization. The universe may be torn down and rebuilt. Gun stood up, looking at Yulin Sheng. I am beginning to doubt whether I made a mistake in saving your Blue Star. If I could start over again, I might not save you, but let you fend for yourself. In this way, maybe civilization can continue. Gun said slowly. Yi Linsheng smiled. The Interstellar Alliance died a long time ago. A civilization without any breakthroughs in technology. What is the need for it to exist? The reason you saved Blue Star in the first place. Wasn't it because you hoped that there would be a sharp civilization that could make a breakthrough? Gun stopped talking. Can't we preserve the seeds of civilization on our Blue Star? Yi Linsheng asked. For example, we find a hidden planet and then immigrate? Gun shook his head. A planet with too few people and too unified thoughts cannot support the development of a civilization. Gun spread his hands. My golden planet is like this. Once there are too many people, there must be spies inside. As long as there is a spy, your coordinates will be exposed. And what awaits you is still death. I believe that the coordinates of the hidden civilization planets of Haomu civilization and Zun civilization must have been mastered by you long ago. Similarly, your hidden planets must have been mastered by them. The end of the universe is coming. Yi Linsheng finally spoke. I finally understand why you built the golden planet. However, I will try my best to avoid this result. Chapter 277 The End of Civilization. It is Doomsday. The 47th year of the new era. This is a time that will go down in history. Because on this day, the four-dimensional war, which is called the end of the universe, began. On this day, as usual, Old Chang drilled into Guixing to check the internal situation. Now, Guixing, the interior has been hollowed out. The excavated rock mass is piled on the outer shell of Guixing. Because the amount of excavated rock mass is huge, the volume of Guixing has doubled. But the mass has not changed. In the inner area, there is a randomly moving core, which is a core body made of a very large mass of material. The existence of the core is necessary, so that the stability of the entire crust can be maintained. Because the movement of the core is completely random, no one can predict the movement trajectory of the core. After Lao Chang checked the interior, just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a large mass of strange matter appeared inside. The amount is extremely large, like a mountain. The alarm started to sound immediately. The next moment, Guixing began to cross. Just before crossing, Yi Linsheng, who was also on Guixing, saw a shocking scene. Peace Star burned. The entire Peace Star instantly turned into a fireball. If Guixing had crossed a little slower, it would have been swallowed by the flames produced by the explosion of Peace Star. The automatic alarm device quickly started to sound the alarm. Yi Linsheng picked up the long-distance communication, trying to contact Earth Star, Blue Star. But they couldn't get in touch. Yi Linsheng understood that the most terrible thing Gun had said had happened. The four-dimensional war had started. Someone had launched a four-dimensional attack on Earth and Blue Star. A four-dimensional attack was also launched on Peace Star. Regarding the countermeasures after the four-dimensional attack was launched, Gui Star had already conducted many simulations. At this moment, Yi Linsheng urgently authorized, ordering the auxiliary system to start acting in an emergency manner. For a while, thousands of unmanned reconnaissance spacecraft flew away from Gui Star, started the interstellar engine, and traveled through. Half an hour later, these unmanned reconnaissance aircraft returned one after another. They brought back a result. Among the members of the Cosmic Alliance, thousands of civilized planets were destroyed. This was a premeditated action. The attackers would not be anyone else but the people of the Interstellar Alliance. Don't hesitate. Fight back, Logi said angrily. The second batch of unmanned reconnaissance spacecraft returned again. And the news they brought back this time was even clearer. All the civilized planets of the Interstellar Alliance existed. No planet was destroyed. Yi Linsheng immediately issued an attack order. In the universe, numerous hidden spaceships received Yi Linsheng's order. After they confirmed, they pressed the start button. One after another, interstellar engines loaded with radioactive material started, and the target was the location of those civilized planets. These planets instantly turned into a fireball, rapidly expanded, and exploded. Above these planets, one after another, flying spaceships, before they could cross, were swallowed up by the huge fireball. The entire universe was gorgeous. Explosions were everywhere. Destruction was everywhere. In just a short moment, the Interstellar Alliance and the Cosmic Alliance ceased to exist. On Guixing, the main characters gathered together. However, it was quiet here, and no one spoke. After a long time, Yi Linxing sighed. Suddenly, I feel like I have lost my home. Luoji also sighed. The universe is so big. There is nowhere to go. The words of the two people represented the feelings of everyone present. All the civilized planets known to humans were blown up, and all turned into stars. All the efforts of civilization ceased to exist. This is the end of the universe, Mauzi said. If the end of civilization is the end of the world, then what is the meaning of civilization? What made him saddest was that the Earth star, where the blue star civilization had been hiding its coordinates, was also destroyed. And his daughter, son-in-law and family members all disappeared. He once again became a lonely man. It was like he was back to the moment he was released from prison. Where should we go? We should look for the next habitable planet. There are still millions of people on Guixing. We can develop again and reproduce again, Rogi said. It takes hundreds or thousands of years to develop a civilization, but it only takes a moment to destroy it. The pessimistic Xiaodao sighed. If we are not careful, other civilizations will find our traces, and we will be finished. We can keep our whereabouts secret. For example, don't develop radio, don't build spaceports, etc. Lao Chong said. It's still useless. Do you still remember the Dark Forest Law? Xiaodao still poured cold water on him. Under the shadow of the four-dimensional war, if a probe spacecraft discovered a habitable planet, they would not care whether there was civilization on the planet. For safety reasons, they would first drop a four-dimensional bomb to blow up the planet to prevent future troubles. Yi Linxing agreed. We will do the same. As long as a habitable planet is discovered, they will be the first to launch an attack, rather than detecting whether there is a civilization on it, nor detecting whether it is a hostile civilization. Destruction is the best way to protect themselves. Luoji sighed. If you put it that way, the end of civilization is doomsday. This is fate. I began to understand the thoughts of Gun, Hong and Xiao. They can only watch us being born, rising, heading towards destruction, and finally becoming the same people as them. Whose fault is it for all this? Mauzi asked angrily. Who dropped the first four-dimensional bomb? Yi Linxing sighed. It is meaningless to investigate who is at fault now. Just like nuclear weapons, because there is no force that can restrain the existence of nuclear weapons. The power of nuclear weapons is too great. There will always be people who can't help but want to press the nuclear button. The same is true for four-dimensional bombs. Because there is no force that can restrain four-dimensional bombs, there will always be people who can't help but press the button to detonate the four-dimensional bomb, starting the end of the universe. It's meaningless to find out who is responsible. If Zhang San doesn't press it, Li Si will press it. Human civilization is always in extreme danger. Rogi's eyes gradually became solemn. I understand. If you want to avoid the existence of the end of the universe, you must study something that can restrain four-dimensional weapons. Four-dimensional weapons should not be in the hands of humans. Yi Linxing stood up, pacing slowly. Humans are like children, should not touch powerful weapons that they cannot control, such as guns, before they grow up. Humans should not learn four-dimensional technology. Humans should not even touch nuclear technology. Humans should not master the technology of interstellar travel. Human beings should develop alone and never come into contact with the outside world. How do you feel? Gun's voice awakened everyone. Everyone took off the equipment on their heads, and their thoughts returned to the present. The scene just now was like a nightmare. Horrible. Terrible. No solution. Several people expressed their opinions. Only Luoji looked at the equipment behind him with interest. Is this the data model? Yes. This data model almost occupies half of my planet. There are 100 million staff members constantly adjusting parameters and conducting data analysis. We have spread tens of billions of data collectors throughout the universe, and we are constantly updating the latest data, so that we can have such detailed inferences. Gun looked at the equipment behind him, and he couldn't help but feel proud. Since you have such a huge data model database, I think, you should know who might start a four-dimensional war in the future, and who launched the first four-dimensional bomb. Yi Linxing asked seriously. That's right. The scene just now was not the real world, but a future derived from a data model. It's useless. Our data has deduced that even if we get rid of the first person who has this idea, the second person will jump out soon. Then the third. The fourth. And within 100 years, The outbreak of the four-dimensional war is inevitable. Gun sighed. I don't want you to waste your time on finding the target. Because it's meaningless. Human civilization has mastered super weapons. And it is almost impossible to control people from using them. Gun said. Just like the nuclear war on your blue planet before. Even if there is no invasion by the Puja people, your blue planet will be destroyed by nuclear war within 100 years. After the nuclear war, the blue planet civilization will completely fall. Or restart. The birth of super weapons heralds the coming of the end of the world. Gun shook his head. This is the inevitable path of civilization. And there is no solution. Gun sat down and said, this is how Chinese civilization perished. When technology develops to a level that humans cannot control, the end of the world will come. There are always people who want to press the button of doomsday explosion. And there is no way to stop it. 10 or 8 years can be controlled. 100 or 80 years can also be controlled. But when the years are long enough, it will definitely be uncontrollable. The end of the world will definitely come. Gun spread his hands. This is why I have been hiding on your blue planet. I am willing to watch you live a seemingly ordinary life. But in fact, this is a kind of happiness. Until I input your memory. For some reason, Yi Linsheng understood his thoughts very well. Knowing that when an indigenous civilization comes into contact with an interstellar civilization, it often means destruction. But you are helpless. This is the idea. I understand. You deliberately gave the incomplete four-dimensional technology to the venerable civilization and the Halmu civilization because you don't want their technology to progress. In this way, at least the universe will not be destroyed. Luoji figured it out. But the emergence of our blue star civilization broke this situation. Gun shook his head. It was not me who gave them the technology, but another group of people. Their purpose is indeed, as you said, to create a civilization with technological blockade, so that at least the end of the universe will not happen. But this is not what I want to see. The civilization I hope for is a higher civilization that can break through the Chinese civilization in technology. And, even if you don't appear, the Interstellar Alliance will fall apart. Without the Blue Star Civilization, there will be the Green Star Civilization, there will be the Colorful Star Civilization, and there will be a continuous emergence of indigenous civilizations. This is the general trend. And the general trend is irreversible. Once a strong civilization emerges, the end of the universe will come again. Gun stood up. I have made things clear. You should decide where to go. He walked out a few steps and stopped again. By the way, I will tell you one thing. You are the third universe that I have seen that is about to be destroyed. The leaders of the first two universes, one is Hong, the other is Xiao. They, like me, have been looking for a way to solve this dilemma. Yi Linsheng, if you are desperate, you can join us. At that time, you can call Sheng. Seeing Gun leave, the people in the room looked at each other. Just now in the simulation data, they experienced what will happen in the next 10 years. And it was as if they experienced it in person. Very real. But the result was unbearable. The end of civilization is destruction. So what is the meaning of civilization? After boarding the spaceship and leaving the Golden Planet, everyone was unusually silent. It turned out that this was the third universe destroyed under Gun's auspices. The years were long. If the four-dimensional war really broke out, it would be the end of the universe. And no one could stop it. Gun and his group of people can only wait quietly, waiting for the birth of the next civilization. In the universe, stars are constantly formed, new habitable planets appear, and new primitive civilizations are born. Gun and his group are in trouble, unable to break out. But Yi Linsheng is unwilling to watch his world destroyed. He wants to change this situation. Especially when he sees habitable planets turning into small stars one by one, and billions of lives are taken away in an instant. Yi Linsheng is very painful. This universe, although it has both good and bad, happiness and pain, is worth staying in. Luoji. I think Gun has lost confidence. So he is so pessimistic. Sitting there and doing nothing. Yi Linsheng has a kind of ability. Always able to point out a bright road when everyone is confused. But there must be a way to break this curse of destruction. There must be such a way. But they are blinded and their minds are imprisoned. So they can't see or think of it. Yi Linsheng said firmly, but we don't have it. After returning, we gathered scientists we trust, and we put our heads together to find a way to crack it. Luoji was also ignited by Yi Linsheng's passion. That's right. We have long had a saying that this world not only has four-dimensional space, but also five-dimensional, six-dimensional and other higher dimensional spaces. Some people even predict that There are 11 dimensions in total. Since this problem cannot be solved in 3 or 4 dimensions, then we can think from a higher dimension, and find a way, and maybe we can completely solve this problem. Luo Ji and Yi Lincheng are worthy of being old partners, and both sides have a common understanding. A consensus was reached very quickly. Others also gained confidence inexplicably. At this moment, it seemed that everyone had returned to the days of struggling on the Blue Star decades ago. At that time, the mission seemed to be more arduous than now, and the difficulties seemed to be greater than now, but everyone managed to carry it through and saved all mankind. This time, everyone can save all mankind as well. Let's start over, and save mankind again. Yi Lincheng said in a deep voice. We can't accept this meaningless life. Yi Lincheng stretched out his hand. Luo Ji stretched out his hand. Mao Zi also stretched out his hand. Xiao Dao and Lao Chong also stretched out their hands. The last one to stretch out his hand was Luo Qingyu. The 6 people seemed to have returned to the beginning. Chapter 278 The Birth of the Earth. At the end of the 40th year of the new era. On the Guixing planet. Here gathered a group of leaders from all walks of life. Scientific, philosophical, military, humanities, even business and literary circles. This was a conference that had never been held before. Even Zheng Lao participated. His life was already in danger. What endangered his life was not his lifespan, but his health. Although his cells were no longer aging, the deterioration of his organs was unstoppable. But Zheng Lao was not disappointed. He felt that he had earned enough. He had lived for nearly 50 more years, and it was enough. However, he still hoped to see a good result from this meeting. The conference room, that could accommodate thousands of people, was already full. Yi Lincheng led Luo Ji, Mao Zi, Xiao Dao, Lao Chong and Luo Qingyu into the meeting room. The meeting room suddenly became quiet. Everyone, we gathered here today to have a very important discussion. Let's discuss the development direction of human civilization. Yi Lincheng quickly told all the experts present the simulation results. It immediately caused a commotion. This result was unexpected by everyone. The birth of the 4-dimensional weapon is the countdown to the end of civilization. This is beyond everyone's expectations. This is even more true for Guixing, because the first person to use the 4-dimensional weapon was him. He opened Pandora's box, and it can never be closed again. Because there are so many people attending the conference, we will divide it into 200 sub-venues to discuss how to deal with this doomsday crisis. Yi Lincheng said. Several of our core members discussed it for a whole day yesterday. There are several main directions. Now I will tell you about them. It can be regarded as a starting point. The first is to build a hidden planet, an isolated planet, and make it a paradise. Explore the direction of civilization without contact with high technology. The second is to conduct research in higher dimensions, and control the damage of 4-dimensional weapons within a controllable range. The third, we will build all civilized planets into artificial planets, and randomly travel through the universe, so as to avoid being attacked by 4-dimensional weapons. But these suggestions are not very good, and have loopholes. So I just give you a reference, hope to inspire you to have more creative ideas. Yi Lincheng stood up. Now, start to divide into groups. Everyone in each group can speak freely. This time, our meeting has no time limit. After all, compared to the end of the universe, everything is a small matter. There was a commotion in the meeting hall. No one expected that. The issue to be discussed today was such a serious one. Moreover, no one expected that the thriving Cosmic Alliance would be so close to destruction. In the past few years, a large number of members of the Interstellar Alliance held a referendum, and then announced their withdrawal from the Interstellar Alliance and officially joined the Cosmic Alliance. The strength of the Cosmic Alliance has been visibly enhanced. Now, the strength of the Cosmic Alliance is not much different from that of the Interstellar Alliance. However, the Interstellar Alliance is on the decline, while the Cosmic Alliance is thriving. As one grows stronger, the other shrinks. In at most 10 or 20 years, the Cosmic Alliance will surpass the Interstellar Alliance and become the largest organization in the universe. However, all of this will be completely over in the near future. This is very frustrating. No one doubts the results of the model deduction, because this is the result verified and confirmed by Yi Lincheng and Luo Ji personally. We observe and participate in the discussions of various groups at any time to see if we can get a little inspiration from this group of the most elite people in the human race. Yi Lincheng said. Okay. Let's do it together. The end of science is theology. I believe everyone has heard this. So, I think we are going in the wrong direction. We should look for the existence of gods. For example, Gun, even if he is a god now, can use model data to deduce the secrets of heaven. Maybe there are gods more powerful than Gun. What Gun can't handle, maybe there are gods of higher levels who can handle it. This god may really exist. For example, Huangdi, for example. Niwa, a scholar said calmly. But others sneered. Gods are too ethereal. The end of science is theology, which is a false proposition. However, this discussion meeting is to listen to everyone's voice, and then a core team will screen, identify, and finally determine one or several feasible solutions. Yi Linxing switched to the second discussion group. I think we should return to the countryside. Return to indigenous civilization. And completely abandon four-dimensional technology. And implement a technological blockade. So that human technology will always remain at the level of the mother planet, and cannot go beyond the mother galaxy. This is the safest way. Yi Linxing listened carefully to the opinion of a humanities scientist. But, in this case, technology will come to an end. We will never be able to explore the true face of the universe. Someone retorted. Then what is the meaning of civilization? The humanities scientist retorted. The meaning of civilization is existence. Existence is meaning. Who stipulated that? Civilization must develop technology and explore the mysteries of the universe? President Yi Lian said it very clearly. When technology develops to its limit, it will be the end of the world. This point has long been confirmed. When we were native planets, we could no longer control the power of nuclear bombs. Once a nuclear war is triggered, civilization will end. In the interstellar era, four-dimensional weapons appeared. It is more powerful and more terrifying than nuclear weapons. We can no longer control nuclear weapons. And four-dimensional weapons are even more terrifying. If technology continues to advance, more powerful doomsday weapons may appear, such as five-dimensional weapons and six-dimensional weapons. So, the end of technological development is the end of the world, which cannot be changed. On the contrary, we should sit down and think about what is the purpose of our technological development. The purpose of technological development is to serve mankind, not to destroy mankind. I agree with the first proposal of Union Leader Yi. We find a planet, block their technological ceiling, so that they can never travel to the stars. Then, this civilization will be preserved forever. Such a civilization is a meaningful civilization. The humanities scientist pushed his glasses on his nose and said. Yi Linxing turned his head to look at Luo Ji beside him. What do you think of this person's speech? Luo Ji moved his body awkwardly. I am a scientific researcher, and exploring the unknown is all my motivation. If I knew that science has an end, that it cannot explore unknown areas, and that science is blocked, I would go crazy. Mao-Zi retorted. I don't think so. Life is the most meaningful. Science is to serve people. It is because of the existence of you scientists that the world is heading towards doomsday. Yi Linxing smiled. And he turned his head to look at Luo Qingyu. What's this person's name? Humanities scientist Yu Guanxing. Luo Qingyu has always been very sensitive to people's names. Yu Guanxing, a good name. We'll meet him alone later, and let him elaborate on it. Yi Linxing switched to the next meeting room. This group was mostly composed of military representatives, and the main issue they discussed was how to defend against four-dimensional attacks, and how to disintegrate the opponent's attacks. And they put forward many details and methods. Luo Qingyu asked, Linxing, why have you never analyzed it from a military perspective? If we can avoid the opponent's attacks, and take the lead, and destroy them, wouldn't that mean there would be no danger? Yi Linxing sighed. The enemy will always exist. Life is just like online novels. When you kill one villain, a second villain will appear. When you kill all the villains, the brothers will turn against each other and become villains. There are many such things in history. A group of brothers eliminated all the villains and conquered the country. Do you think the story ends? No. The monarch will find another villain and defeat him. If there is no villain, the brothers will be regarded as villains. This is why monarchs of all dynasties have to eliminate the founding heroes. Even if we kill the interstellar alliance, new enemies will appear within our alliance. When the external powerful enemy is eliminated, the previously suppressed internal contradictions will erupt, and a new round of struggle will begin. It has always been like this. The enemy will always exist, and will never be eliminated. Therefore, the doomsday threat of the universe will always exist, and will never disappear. Luo Qingyu suddenly realized, yes, there will always be new enemies. No wonder you all disagree with using force to fight violence with violence. And the villains cannot be killed. Mr. Zhang suddenly said slowly, hearing what you said, I do have an idea. But, this method is a bit extreme. Yi Linsheng laughed. Mr. Zeng. Just say it, we have always been extreme people. This discussion lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it ended, but the result was not satisfactory. Because no plan can be foolproof. There are 2 main solutions. One is the Utopia School. The opinion of this school is to find a planet, shield the entire galaxy, and not contact the outside world. The immigrants on this planet will not know the coordinates of the planet. They cannot master the technology of interstellar travel. It is an artificial native planet. In other words, the technology that may lead to the end of the universe is blocked on this planet. The coordinates of this planet are only in the hands of a very few absolutely reliable people. They will protect the safety of this planet, and let the people of this planet extend the route of civilization, and see if they can find another direction of civilization. The people who support this idea are Yi Linsheng, Luo Ji and others. The other is the active attack faction. This is the opinion represented by Guixingchen. Their opinion is to actively eliminate all potential threats that may cause the end of the universe. As for how to eliminate this potential danger, it is to first unite the Interstellar Alliance and jointly build a data simulation system comparable to the one built by Gun. Collect all the data in the universe and perform simulation calculations. Then find all potential threats and eliminate them first. If this data model finds out who has the motivation to start a 4-dimensional war, it will strike in advance and destroy this person and his forces. As long as there is no problem with the data model, the threat of a 4-dimensional war can be eliminated in advance. The 2 factions refused to give in and argued endlessly. At this meeting, Guixingchen challenged Yi Linsheng for the first time, in front of thousands of experts. The 2 debated for several hours. In the end, no one could convince the other. Guixingchen left the meeting angrily. He claimed that he would bypass the Cosmic Alliance and personally contact the people of the Interstellar Alliance to discuss the joint construction of a giant data model. Yi Linsheng announced that he would use the Cosmic Alliance as a basis to find an absolutely hidden planet and start cultivating a new civilization on it, leaving a spark for human civilization to avoid the attack of the universe's doomsday. Once the doomsday breaks out, humans can still leave a spark. Seeing the 2 leaders, one old and one new, break up on the spot, the participants looked at each other in bewilderment. Don't know who to follow? The meeting ended in disharmony. The subsequent developments were beyond people's expectations. Yi Linsheng manipulated Guixing to travel frequently in the universe, and rarely appeared in the Peace Star system for a few days a year. The affairs of the Cosmic Alliance were also handed over to Secretary General Huaihua. Guixing's actions were mysterious, and no one knew what they were doing specifically. However, everyone knew that Yi Linsheng's proposal was to build a hidden independent planet, cultivate an indigenous civilization that did not accept any interstellar knowledge. Everyone knows the name of this plan. It's called the Spark Plan. But no one knows where this planet is. No one knows the specific action plan of Yi Linsheng and his team. This is top secret. As for Guixingchen, his actions were much faster and more decisive. Guixingchen personally came forward to communicate face-to-face with the leader of the Interstellar Alliance, and actively communicated with the leaders of the Haomu civilization and the Venerable civilization. Although he hit a wall with the leader of the Haomu civilization, he reached a consensus with thousands of other civilizations, that is, to jointly build a giant data simulation device, specially used to analyze the person who might press the button of the 4-dimensional weapon. After all, no one wants the universe to be destroyed. Guixingchen used his influence to mobilize thousands of civilizations in the Universe Alliance, formed a 4-dimensional weapon prohibition organization, and jointly drafted a Doomsday Prevention Act. This act allows to launch an attack in advance after discovering a person or organization suspected of launching a 4-dimensional attack, eliminating the hidden dangers of the Doomsday outbreak. Just after the first operation of this device, the 4-dimensional weapon prohibition organization launched an attack, destroyed the leader of an old civilized planet, and supported a new regime to come to power. Spring of the 45th year of the new era. Guixingchen and Huaihua, taking advantage of Yi Linsheng's absence from Peace Star, initiated a vote to re-elect the leader of the Universal Alliance. This vote abolished Yi Linsheng's qualification as the leader and re-elected Guixingchen as the new leader. After Guixingchen took office, the first thing he did was to declare Yi Linsheng and his followers an illegal organization. He banned the Spark Plan and ordered Yi Linsheng to hand over Guixing, because it was the property of the Universal Alliance. Yi Linsheng was certainly not convinced. He used various channels to declare Guixingchen's Cosmic Alliance an illegal organization. However, because he did not get a response from other members, he had to wander in the interstellar space. At the end of the same year, Yi Linsheng, who is short of resources, raided the main star of Haumeo civilization. And in the conflict, he killed the leader and important staff of Haumeo civilization. After plundering countless super energy, he fled before other reinforcements arrived. At this point, the Interstellar Alliance also issued a wanted order, officially wanted Yi Linsheng in the entire universe. Yi Linsheng's Guixing has become the biggest target of those who want to get rich in the universe. Guixingchen of the Universe Alliance has also issued a bounty order to find the traces of the hidden civilization. The discoverer will also receive a huge reward. So far, Yi Linsheng and Guixingchen have officially broken up. On a certain planet, a ragged man sat cross-legged on the overpass, with an iron bowl in front of him. He had a calm face, a relaxed look, and a gentle smile on his lips, watching the people coming and going. He is Yi Linsheng. This planet was named Earth by Yi Linsheng, a planet that he and Guixing personally guarded. Chapter 279 Anti-Yi Linsheng Cooperation Organization. The entire planet's human beings are all selected by Yi Linsheng from Blue Star and Earth Star. This group of people cannot access advanced cosmic knowledge, and they are also told that they will never be exposed to advanced technology in the future. This planet will be a huge utopian world, a civilization that does not develop in the direction of high technology. Many Blue Star civilizations have been passed down, such as the 5,000 years of civilization history, Dayu's flood control, the 5 emperors' abdication, the 100 schools of thought, Wang Mang's usurpation of the Han dynasty, Zhao Juan's departure to the frontier, etc. There are also Newton's apple, Darwin's theory of evolution, and Watt's steam engine. But there is no Einstein's theory of relativity, no Schrödinger's cat, and no quantum mechanics. Technology is locked in basic science. Future technological development will be guided by Yi Linsheng and other guardians to human life. Technology will only serve to improve human life, and will not pursue the unknown of the universe. In other words, this is a planet that pursues human feelings to the extreme. There is no ambition to conquer the stars and the sea, only a better and better life experience. Yi Linsheng's idea is to see what kind of changes will happen when humans move in another direction. According to external time calculation, it is now the 48th year of the new era. The four-dimensional war in the data model deduction did not occur, because the leader of the Haumeo civilization, who first pressed the four-dimensional weapon button, was killed by the armed forces led by Yi Linsheng. Even a small half of the main star of the Haumeo civilization was destroyed, and several super cities were destroyed. A large amount of super energy was swept away. The reason for attacking the Haumeo civilization is that there is abundant super energy on the main star of the Haumeo civilization, which is enough to support the huge energy needs of Guixing and the Earth. The voice of Mao Zi came from the headset. Old Yi, we are going to attack the substar of the venerable civilization. The super energy there is enough for us to use for a year. Yi Linsheng stood up. When he was free, Yi Linsheng liked to pretend to be a beggar, to look at the pedestrians coming and going here, and observe everyone's joys, sorrows, anger and happiness. This will give Yi Linsheng a lot of insights. There is no anti-aging technology here, and the people on this planet will also abide by the laws of birth, aging, illness and death, and slowly finish their lives. This is a test field, a spark of civilization. The Spark Plan is talking about this planet. Here we go, let's go rob. Yi Linsheng's heart was filled with a refreshing sense of guilt. Whose childhood dream didn't have the impulse to be a pirate? Especially after his position was taken away by Guixingchen and the Cosmic Alliance, Yi Linsheng's Spark Plan can only survive by robbing. Yi Linsheng walked into a store that looked ordinary. After entering the store, Yi Linsheng greeted the boss, and then went into the inner room. After opening the door, an empty room appeared. There was nothing inside. Yi Linsheng stood in the middle of the room. This was actually a point-to-point transmission station. The next moment, Yi Linsheng disappeared from the room, as if he had never appeared. Somewhere in the universe, an artificial planet was rotating around a celestial body. This is Guixing. The door of the point-to-point transmission station opened. Yi Linsheng walked out from inside. Which substar are you going to? Luyun Star, a planet specially used as a super energy reserve. Mao Zi sat on his operating table and shouted loudly. Rogi patted the chair beside him. Are you operating the laser cannon or the shuttle today? Laser cannon. This thing is fun to use. They have completely lost the demeanor of human leaders, but have more pirate ruffian spirit. Xiao Dao poked his head out from the side. I optimized the laser cannon's locking method. You should get used to it in advance. No need. It's just a planet. No big deal. Yi Linsheng said excitedly. Shen Yuxing shouted, Are you ready? I'm ready to cross. Okay. Yi Linqing sat down, held the shooting handle, and activated the automatic tracking and locking system. The surrounding starry skies seemed to change, and they appeared above a sub-star of the venerable civilization. The target has been locked. Attack! Xiao Dao shouted. Yi Linqing pressed the button fiercely, and a laser locked onto a warship. Just like a knife cutting meat, the laser quickly cut the warship in half, instantly destroying it. Hundreds of laser cannons fired at the same time on the entire Guixing. The warships parked in the spaceport were destroyed one after another before they could start up, and then slowly fell to the ground. The spaceport also needs constant power to keep from falling. These warships that have lost power will fall sooner or later. After destroying the warships in the spaceport, the shuttle fighters quickly entered the atmosphere and rushed towards the ground. Under the cover of Guixing's powerful firepower, the shuttle fighters quickly destroyed the nearby defense turrets and began to approach the ground. A shuttle fighter that is several times larger than ordinary shuttle fighters, loaded with soldiers, took off from Guixing. After quickly entering the atmosphere of Liangxing, it flew towards the governor's mansion. They have a special hidden mission, which is to kill the current governor of Liyun Star. The shuttle warship landed on the grass outside the governor's mansion, and a group of soldiers rushed out with weapons in hand. They are all well-trained Special Forces soldiers, with the advantage of air superiority. They quickly took the initiative and surrounded the governor's mansion. On the other side, the shuttle fighters have cleared the garrison near the super energy warehouse and sent precise coordinates to Guixing. The next moment, a huge cargo spaceship appeared in the low sky. The cargo ship began to land, and a large number of soldiers also came down from the ship. They operated various mechanical vehicles and began to move the super energy in the warehouse. The shuttle fighters in the sky took on the task of guarding and began to protect the cargo ship to empty the super energy here. On the venerable star, the head of state was shocked when he received the news that Liyun Star was attacked. He thought that Guixing would only attack Haomu's civilization, but he didn't expect that they would target the venerable civilization. This made him angry and anxious. Immediately order a counterattack, send a fleet, cross to the vicinity of Liyun Star, go to rescue. The order was quickly passed to a fleet command ship patrolling nearby. The commander made a prompt decision. Everyone, level 3 alert, we will cross to Liyun Star in 5 minutes. Xiao Dao took a look at the nearest crossing point. As expected, a fleet appeared there. It was about 2 or 3 days flying distance from Liyun Star. Reinforcements have appeared, hurry up. Xiao Dao informed Yi Linqing. Yi Linqing and Luo Ji were not in a hurry when they heard the news. Guixing could withstand the long-term attack of powerful lasers, and was not afraid of any fleet. And if this fleet wanted to attack the ground, it would take at least 1 more day. This amount of time was enough. Half a day later, the cargo ship finally emptied the warehouse, and began to prepare for takeoff. Near the governor's mansion, the special forces also rushed into the governor's mansion, and shot the governor in the head. The mission was fully completed. Evacuate. Yi Linqing finally gave the order to evacuate. Faster than when they came, the troops on the ground boarded their respective spacecrafts, and after a flash, they appeared above Guixing. This time, the operation was completed. Captain Zhuang, did you kill anyone? Yi Linqing asked as he picked up the phone. Zhuang Xiongjia's voice came, don't worry, Commander Yi. He has been killed. We have also checked and taken his DNA to confirm that he is the target. Well done. After hanging up the communicator, he turned his head and said to Xin Yuxing behind him, let's go. Guixing's fleet should be coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge fleet appeared above Liyun Star, only a few thousand kilometers away from Guixing. The next moment, hundreds of lasers were all shot at Guixing. But Guixing instantly entered the state of crossing and disappeared. Interstellar Alliance headquarters. The representative of the venerable civilization was complaining about Yi Linqing's banditry. They would appear once in a while, and the purpose of their appearance was to plunder super energy. This made the venerable civilization very angry. But there was nothing they could do. Guixing's whereabouts were erratic, and could not be tracked. After accusing Yi Linqing of banditry, the representative of the venerable civilization immediately said, everyone, I request that in order to deal with Yi Linqing's pirate behavior, we should use 4-dimensional weapons to attack them. This is the only way to prevent future troubles. The representative of Haomu's civilization immediately retorted, absolutely not. Yi Linqing and his men also have the ability to attack with 4-dimensional weapons. Once we take the lead in launching the 4-dimensional attack, we will all be exposed to their attack range. Their planet is hidden, and no one knows where Guixing is. Our planets are in the open. It is easy to destroy our planet. Therefore, as long as Yi Linsheng does not launch the four-dimensional attack, we cannot launch it either. This is a consensus. Not only you and me, but also the people of the Universe Alliance must abide by it. The speech of the representative of Haomu's civilization won the agreement of almost everyone, because they do not have the precise four-dimensional attack capability. Just like those countries on Blue Star in the past, they were most afraid of the start of a nuclear war. Because once it starts, they have no ability to resist, and can only wait for death. The representative of the venerable civilization was depressed. He stood up and waved his fist and shouted, "Then you say, what should we do? Just wait for Guixing to plunder us again and again." The leader of the alliance spoke, "Dear representatives, the representatives of the venerable civilization, please be patient. Yi Linsheng is from the Blue Star civilization. The Blue Star civilization has the most say in how to deal with Yi Linsheng. As far as I know, Yi Linsheng's spaceship has also robbed the Blue Star civilization's caravan. The Blue Star civilization has already issued a warrant for Yi Linsheng and his members throughout the universe. So I suggest that we formally join forces with the Cosmic Alliance and discuss countermeasures together." The Alliance leader said confidently, "I believe that Guixing of the Cosmic Alliance will definitely have a way to deal with Yi Linsheng. After all, the one who knows Yi Linsheng best is Guixing." This suggestion was once again passed unanimously. Peace Star, headquarters of the Cosmic Alliance. The leader of the Interstellar Alliance arrived here with representatives of several core members and began to discuss cooperation with Guixing. "Leader Gue, as far as I know, Yi Linsheng's spaceships have frequently attacked your merchant ships recently and robbed a lot of goods. I guess, when they build their own planet, they should need extremely huge energy. That's why they attack frequently." As soon as the leader of the Alliance opened his mouth, he got to the point. "We have cooperated many times on the joint counterattack against Yi Linsheng's Guixing. But it's not enough. For example, the counterattack of Liuxing this time. From the time they started to invade Liuxing, to the time we sent you information through layers of channels, to the time you attacked, it took more than 6 hours. This allowed Yi Linsheng and his fleet to successfully rob. Communication between us is really too time-consuming. So I suggest that we form an anti-Guixing cooperation organization to jointly fight back against Yi Linsheng's Guixing and his followers. We share what we have, so that we can better fight back against Yi Linsheng's looting." Guixing pondered for a while, and then said, "In the anti-Guixing cooperation organization, we must be the leader. At the same time, you provide the materials, and we provide the warships. This condition is very unfavorable, basically. The Interstellar Alliance provides the money, and the Cosmic Alliance provides the manpower." The Alliance leader looked at the representatives of Haomu's civilization and Venerable civilization. Both of them nodded slightly. Although this condition is harsh, it is not difficult for the two super civilizations. They have ruled the universe for so many years, and have accumulated enough resources and wealth. "Okay, we will cooperate like this. We provide the money, and you provide the manpower. After all, you know Yi Linsheng best." The leader of the Alliance compromised. After seeing off the leader of the Alliance and his group, Guixing smiled. Li Qiushui came out and sat next to Guixing. Did they compromise? Compromised. Guixing held Li Qiushui's hand. "Then I'll have to trouble the female pirate god of death to come out in person. The anti-pirate fleet led by you versus the pirate fleet formed by Yi Linsheng. Who do you think is more powerful?" Li Qiushui hesitated. "If we meet their pirate fleet, do we really have to fight?" "We really have to fight. But we are all compatriots. It's because we are compatriots that we have to take it seriously." Guixing changed the subject. "But you have to pay attention to safety. Yi Linsheng's Guixing is really powerful. Don't fight head-on. If you can't win, just run away. It's not shameful." Li Qiushui looked up at the sky. "What do you think? If we transform the moon into an artificial planet, can we defeat Guixing? Where Yi is commanding them?" Guixing shrugged. "It's better not to. Blue Star can't be without the moon. But Blue Star is not habitable yet, so it's okay to lose the moon. Soon, we have now planted radiation-absorbing plants all over Blue Star, and the radioactive pollution has been significantly improved. Some areas have reached habitable conditions," Guixing said. "In another 3 to 5 years, we will start to let the residents of the underground city move to the ground to live. Then, let's live on Blue Star." "I like Blue Star," Li Qiushui said. "That will depend on you finding Yi Linsheng and defeating him." Chapter 280 Life of Earthlings. Earthlings. In an ordinary residential area of a certain city, Jian Yimo slowly put on his new clothes and tidied his hair in front of the mirror. He was one of the residents who used anti-aging preparations relatively late. In the mirror, he looked about 40 years old, which made him very angry. You know, before the end of the world, he was the son of heaven, with billions of assets, and a powerful family behind him. He even walked sideways. As a result, because of a doomsday, everything changed. First, the family went in the wrong direction, followed the wrong people, and refused to cooperate with the country's call. As a result, when building the underground city, the family's company was forcibly conscripted by the country, and the assets turned into bubbles. Jian Yimo's parents followed the Adventists and firmly opposed Yi Linxing's rise to power. In the end, they were hit hard. Some died, and some were deposed. This family completely fell from the top of society to the bottom. Later, when Yi Linxing was excluded, the family thought they saw hope, and the remaining forces actively joined the Advent sect. But later, Yi Linxing rose strongly, and once again pressed them to the ground and rubbed them hard. In the end, the family's power completely withered, and only Jian Yimo escaped. Moreover, his escape was not because of his cleverness, but on the contrary. He escaped because he was not favored by the Puja people. The Puja people thought he was not good enough, not suitable for underground activities, and only regarded him as a marginal element. As a result, all the other core members and formal members were cleared out. Only he, a marginal member, survived. He has been lingering until now. When he walked out of the door, the fresh air made him feel very clear-headed. Jian Yimo thought he was a late bloomer. He had figured out all the things he hadn't figured out before, and he was ashamed of his stupidity back then, and he was glad for his stupidity back then. What he was ashamed of was that he was really useless back then. He was so easily deceived by Yi Linxing, and gave up the opportunity to fight for the Datong Town coal mine, and almost gave the Datong Town coal mine to Yi Linxing. This also made Yi Linxing rise easily. Fortunately, he was stupid enough, otherwise he would have been killed in the struggle between the Advent sect and Yi Linxing. A low-altitude flying car flashed by and disappeared in the distance. After so many years of construction on Earth, it has reached a very developed level. There is no need to worry about food, clothing, housing and transportation, and anyone can be satisfied. Of course, high-end clothes and high-end food are still expensive. Travel is also very convenient. Self-driving cars can reach speeds of up to 150 miles per hour. And because of intelligent control, there will be no traffic jams. If you want to enter the city, it will take no more than 20 minutes. If you want to go faster, you can call this low-altitude flying car and arrive anywhere in the city in 5 minutes. Residents can choose to live in high-rise buildings in the city, or they can choose to live in villas in the suburbs. Life in the city is exciting and rich, and life in the suburbs is comfortable and quiet. Each has its own advantages. Because of the high level of development, a person can choose to lie down and live a mediocre life. This is very common on other planets, but not on Earth, because people living here are full of desire for the future and always keep enough vigilance against crisis. After all, the people of Blue Star have risen through hard struggles over the years. This habit will not change in 30 years. As for 30 years later, maybe it will change, maybe not, no one can say for sure. Old Jian, are you ready to go out? The neighbor who was planting flowers next door shouted at Jian Yimo. Go out. After years of hardship in life, he had learned to get along with his neighbors. Even if he behaved like a nobleman, he would have been reported by his neighbors. Even if the residents nowadays look harmless, they are always vigilant and wary of the resurgence of the opposition. The Great Wall often falls from the inside. This is something that every Blue Star person knows. Everyone was alert to the surrenderists, who might be hiding around them, going to work or shopping, prepared to sign up to return to Blue Star. Jian Yimo smiled at his neighbor. If you are accepted, it will be hard for us to meet in the future. The neighbor immediately changed his expression to admiration. And it was admiration from the heart. Because those who dared to return to Blue Star at this time were definitely warriors. They were worthy of respect. After the nuclear bomb attack on Blue Star, the current situation was very unclear. Although there is news that the radiation in some places has dropped below the safety line. Who knows if it will recur? Giving up such a comfortable life on Earth and going to Blue Star to rebuild. This courage is worthy of respect. Jian Yimo waved his hand, called a driverless car, and then walked to the roadside waiting area to wait for the car. In less than a minute, a car stopped smoothly. Driverless cars are divided into 5 types according to seats. Jian Yimo was sitting in a single-person car, which was narrow and small. He can move freely and flexibly. He doesn't need to carry any luggage, because there is nothing to carry. All personal information is in the device he carries with him. Some of these devices are ear-hanging, some are glasses, some are classic mobile phones, and there are wristbands and necklaces. It all depends on personal preference. As for personal clothes and other things, some have already been prepared, and they can be used at any time. Unless it is a personal commemorative item, it is worth carrying with you. But Jian Yimo has decided to say goodbye to his past completely. He wants to cut off all the past and start a new self. He now has only one idea, which is to restore the glory of his ancestors. You know, he comes from a big family. However, his big family was completely destroyed in these struggles, leaving only him, a useless seedling. Fortunately, he is awakened now, and he wants to work hard to restore the glory of his family in the past. Going to Blue Star to participate in the reconstruction is the best way for him to rise. Although Blue Star is very dangerous, it is precisely because of the danger that there is an opportunity. You know, on Earth, he will never have the opportunity to stand out. Although the development of Earth has not been long, the class has basically solidified. If you want to make a splash, you can only have a chance by going to Blue Star. There are 2 types of roads in the entire city. One is a manned road, which is still often congested and suitable for those idle people. One is the driverless lane. This road is not wide, but because of the artificial intelligence responsible for traffic diversion and regulation, it can be done without traffic jams at any time. The driverless lane is also completely closed, and only the reception area allows pedestrians to enter. Jian Yimo was riding in a driverless car. In less than 10 minutes, it ran 20 kilometers and stopped in front of a tall building. A group of people gathered at the entrance of the tall building, and were asking about Blue Star at the information desk. Jian Yimo walked over, took a document, filled in his name, and then took out the wristband device and scanned the magnetic strip on it. All the information was uploaded. A female robot came over and said with a smile, "Welcome, Mr. Jian. Please follow me." Jian Yimo walked into the building in the surprised eyes of a group of people. The onlookers knew clearly that those who could enter the building directly were obviously volunteers who signed up to go to Blue Star to participate in the reconstruction. The builders who dared to return to Blue Star at this time deserved everyone's attention. Perhaps infected by Jian Yimo's actions, another person took the registration form and filled in his name, and then scanned it with a glasses-like device. Another robot came over and took the man into the building. "Hi. My name is Lu Dazhuang." The man who came later took a few quick steps to catch up with Jian Yimo, and introduced himself. "You are also going to Blue Star to participate in the reconstruction." Jian Yimo smiled slightly, and reached out to hold Lu Dazhuang's hand. "My name is Jian Yimo. Rebuilding Blue Star is my dream." The hardships of life have worn away Jian Yimo's arrogance, making him able to get along well with others. "Great. We can be companions." Lu Dazhuang is a sturdy man, and he looks about 40 years old, which means that he is also the last group of people to receive anti-aging preparations. Among the people of Blue Star, the first to receive anti-aging technology are elites from all walks of life, such as management, scientists, space soldiers, technical workers on the front line of construction, award winners, and people from all walks of life with outstanding performance. Then, there are the aging population, such as those over 40 years old. But Jian Yimo was not yet 40 at the time, so he had to continue to grow older and wait for the right time. Finally, anti-aging intervention technology was open to the whole society. Everyone over 25 years old can apply for intervention with anti-aging preparations and keep themselves around 25 years old. People like Jian Yimo and Lu Dazhuang are basically the last group to receive intervention with anti-aging preparations after the opening. Anti-aging preparations will not make people rejuvenate, but can only keep people in their current state. If you miss a few days of injection occasionally, you will continue to age for a few days. Jian Yimo waited until he was 40 years old to get the opportunity of anti-aging intervention, but his appearance was fixed at around 40 years old, and he would never be younger. And because of Jian Yimo's debauchery in his youth, he looked older than others. The times are also beginning to change. An old appearance does not mean maturity and achievement, but represents a low social status. Because capable people people who contribute to society, all got the intervention of anti-aging preparations at a young age, and maintained a young appearance. On the contrary, people who are at the bottom of society have an older look. In other words, people who look young are likely to be important people, and people who look old are probably not important people. This is also what makes Jian Yimo very uncomfortable. You can return to Earth for a week every month. Excuse me, do you need time to prepare? The receptionist asked with a smile on his face. I don't need it. I can leave at any time, Jian Yimo said calmly. Lu Dazhuang thought for a moment. I don't need it either. You will provide everything anyway. The receptionist still smiled. Very good, please follow me, I will take you to the teleportation point. Lu Dazhuang and Jian Yimo exchanged glances. The two stood up together, followed the robot, and walked to a closed room. This is the point-to-point teleportation station. Jian Yimo originally traveled to Earth from here. Now, he is going to return to Blue Star through this device again. Go in. After you cross over, someone will receive you. Wish you success. The robot smiled sweetly. Jian Yimo and Lu Dazhuang did not respond to the robot. In this era, responding to the robot would be very strange. There were several other people who crossed over together, as well as several devices. After a flash of light, the door opened again. Jian Yimo found himself back in the underground city. The days in the underground city were a torment for Jian Yimo. However, he was now much calmer, and would no longer show his emotions on his face. Welcome to Blue Star. A familiar voice came. As the Archon of Blue Star, I welcome you all. Jian Yimo was shocked. The person who spoke was actually the leader of the Cosmic Alliance, Guixingchen. This gave Jian Yimo a lot of confidence. As long as he performed well, he would definitely win Guixingchen's attention. At that time, he might be able to gain greater power, and it would be more likely to restore the glory of his ancestors. He actively greeted Guixingchen. Hello, leader. Star. A spaceship in space emerges from a fixed crossing point, and then approaches the spaceport. This is a space cruise ship, which is specially used for travel. As flying devices using traditional energy, spaceports and space elevators have always played an important role. Super energy is expensive after all, while traditional energy is much cheaper. General large cargo ships all use the traditional method, reaching the target planet through the crossing point, and then transporting through the space elevator. There are also people who want to participate in space travel, and they all take the space elevator to travel. This cruise ship is the aircraft used by tourists for interstellar travel. The cruise ship is about 2 days away from the spaceport, according to regulations, except for military spacecraft. Other spacecraft cannot freely use interstellar coordinates. They can only cross through fixed crossing points. This is set up to prevent accidents. The passengers who have been traveling in the universe for a month are looking at the familiar planets, and they are all a little excited. 1,000 days away is worse than 1 day at home. I am eager to go home, which is how everyone feels now. Suddenly, people who were observing the moon from a close distance suddenly exclaimed, because a warship with a pirate flag suddenly appeared in the sky. This is the first time that a pirate ship has been seen in the history of Earth. Everyone thought they were seeing it wrong, or it was an exercise or something like that. On the cruise ship, the siren suddenly sounded, and the alarm lights flashed wildly. The tourists realized that they had actually encountered pirates. People panicked. The loudspeaker on the spacecraft quickly sounded, please don't panic, find the nearest room quickly, put on your space suit, and wait for the news quietly. Before the safety signal is issued, please don't come out at will. The tourists hurriedly drifted around, trying to hide in their rooms. For a while, there was chaos everywhere. At this time, a shuttle ship quickly drove out and quickly approached the cruise ship. On the cruise ship, because the interstellar engine had just completed a crossing, the energy was not yet sufficient, and it could not complete the second crossing. The shuttle ship quickly approached, and then forcibly connected to the docking port. The hatch opened, and a group of pirates quickly rushed in, holding weapons, and began to loot. It can be said that this is the first time that the Earthlings have encountered such an attack. Chapter 281 The Purpose of Struggle. The most rampant pirates now are the pirate army formed by Yi Lin Sheng. But Yi Lin Sheng is a Blue Star person, and they should not attack their fellow Blue Star people. But this time, the routine was broken. The tourists watched these pirates with the same skin and appearance as themselves rushing in from the windows in horror, and they were all very scared and puzzled. When did Yi Lin Sheng, the savior of mankind, attack his own people? A crazy robbery began. The pirates searched room by room, drove all the tourists to the hall, and put them under centralized surveillance. Then they began to rob the tourists of their belongings. Even the money in the electronic bank was stolen by them using technical means. Fortunately, people were very obedient and cooperated well, and did not dare to resist, so no murders were committed. Suddenly, there were quarrels and fighting sounds inside. Boom! Someone fired a gun. There were several loud gunshots. And someone shouted frantically, "Murder!" This time, the originally quiet tourists panicked again. "Don't move. Whoever dares to move will die," the pirate leader shouted loudly. A warship appeared in the distance, approaching this side at high speed. The pirates must have succeeded, and they quickly escaped through the hatch. The next moment, the shuttle flew away. Not long after, when the shuttle docked on the warship, the space battleship passed through and disappeared from people's sight. This pirate action alarmed the entire universe, because this was the first time that Yi Linqing's pirate team attacked their compatriots and killed a tourist. This caused panic and anger among people. The good impression of Yi Linqing for many years disappeared in an instant. The Universe Alliance finally officially listed Yi Linqing as a wanted criminal in the entire universe. A bounty was offered for the capture of Yi Linqing. Everyone felt that the universe was once again in panic. Blue Star. This was once the most prosperous capital, but now it is in ruins. Some dilapidated high-rise buildings can be vaguely seen in the distance, but they have long been in ruins. It seems that with a slight push, all these high-rise buildings can be flattened. He took out a drill rod from behind, and used a tool to drive the drill rod into the ground, and then took out a radiation detector from his backpack, and installed it on the drill rod. After installing the solar panel, the radiation detector began to work. All this was done while wearing radiation protection clothing. Therefore, the movements that were not tiring at first had already made Jian Yimo sweat profusely. This was the disadvantage of the body. Those who started using anti-aging intervention measures at the age of 25, their physical strength will always be much stronger than those who started anti-aging intervention at the age of 40. Excellent people will become more excellent. And those who lag behind, it is difficult to catch up. Because, for the middle-aged people, the advantages of experience, mature personality, etc., no longer exist. There is no difference in the actual age of everyone. People who look 40 years old are not as experienced or mature as people who look 25 years old. After a while of flashing, the detection device showed a green light. Radiation is safe, you can take off the damn radiation protection suit. Jian Yimo tore off the sticker on the radiation protection suit and took it off completely. Lu Dazhuang came over awkwardly. It's better not to take it off. This is the first time to test here, and the radiation level will fluctuate. Jian Yimo ignored him. He swayed his body to the front of the integrated engineering vehicle, and climbed onto the vehicle body with a not-so-agile jump. The integrated engineering vehicle has many functions. It can push, it can dig, it can hammer, it can drill the ground. It is simply an omnipotent machine. Let's start. I want to knock down this building. Jian Yimo pointed at the tall building in front of him and said. He was full of energy. When he first arrived at Blue Star, he met Guixingchen. He was sure that he had made a deep impression on Guixingchen. But it was not enough. If he wanted Guixingchen to remember him, he had to achieve some results. Guixingchen now holds two important positions. One is the leader of the Universe Alliance. The other is the Archon of Blue Star. But Blue Star is now in ruins, and there are less than 100,000 people involved in the reconstruction. Jian Yimo wants to stand out from these 100,000 people. After all, this is much easier than standing out on Earth with 10 billion people. Only if he attracts Guixingchen's attention will he have the opportunity to restore the glory of his family. Lu Dazhuang looked at the ruined building that was still more than 10 stories high, and couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. There are only two of us. How can we flatten this building? Jian Yimo didn't say anything, but just drove the integrated engineering vehicle and rushed towards the ruined building. Boom! After Jian Yimo pushed down a long broken beam, the whole building collapsed. See, this pillar is the support of the house. If you knock down this pillar, the building will collapse. Jian Yimo said excitedly. He studied very hard, and with the help of the intelligence system, he could quickly master the use of various tools. When it was time to return to the camp at night, Lu Dazhuang called Jian Yimo back to the underground city. Jian Yimo shook his head. Let's go back to the underground city. It will take more than an hour one way. It will take more than an hour to get to work tomorrow morning. It's a waste of time. I brought food and a sleeping bag. Besides, I can see the starry sky of Blue Star and relive my childhood dreams. I won't go back. You go back. Lu Dazhuang looked at Jian Yimo in confusion. There's no need to work so hard. After all, we are not in a hurry at this moment. Jian Yimo smiled. You are wrong. We are in a hurry. Otherwise, Blue Star will not be able to play a role. Look at our leader Guolian. He goes to Blue Star every day. All he wanted was to restore Blue Star to its original state. I have nothing else but a passion and endless energy. Seeing Lu Dazhuang driving the engineering vehicle back, Jian Yimo started the car again and began to clean up the wreckage of the building. To clean up the radiation, all these broken buildings must be demolished, buried, and then planted with plants that can absorb radiation. Along the way, they have sown this plant on a vast expanse of land. Under the starry sky, Jian Yimo, who was not wearing a radiation protection suit, was holding his breath and working all the time. He didn't fall asleep on the construction vehicle until the sun rose. At 9:30 in the morning, Lu Dazhuang came with a group of people, but was stunned by the scene in front of him. The ruins of the entire area were all pushed down and filled. Plants were planted. Jian Yimo did the work of 10 people in one night. Oh my god! This guy is really hardworking. Lu Dazhuang murmured. A guy like this will definitely be promoted. Earth. Yi Linqing still sat cross-legged on the overpass, watching the people coming and going. Only at this time, his heart could calm down. Although they had just immigrated not long ago, the people here had already entered a state that was completely different from other planets. People were in a hurry, busy with life. People here no longer pursued the highest realm of science. All schools teach people how to improve human life. As for the starry sky, people always treat it as a background, no longer wanting to explore the mysteries of the starry sky, nor the macroscopic universe. They don't even explore the microscopic world. And people only focus on the present. The purpose of Yi Linqing and Luo Ji is to create a civilization that focuses purely on human beings. Since the final destination of Chinese civilization and Blue Star civilization is the end of the world, then we might as well start from other directions. And perhaps we can find the true meaning of civilization. Not only the Earth. Yi Linqing and Luo Ji are also tracking primitive civilization on another primitive planet. This planet is a barbaric planet, and the development of civilization is still in a barbaric state. Yi Linqing and Luo Ji brought the text and tools of this planet, and began to accelerate the development of this civilization. The cultivation of these two planets is Yi Linqing and Luo Ji's experiment. Because, since science cannot get rid of the threat of doomsday, then, it should explore other paths. For example, the end of science can be philosophy. Philosophy may solve problems that science cannot solve. Philosophy may solve the unsolvable problem of the end of the universe. This idea came from Gun. Gun lived on Blue Star for many years. His purpose was to observe the development of the civilization of Blue Star. In fact, the survivors of the Chinese civilization are also conducting research in this area. Since science cannot prevent the end of the universe, then, there is only other way to go. Observing the lives of ordinary people, maybe we can find the answer. Suddenly, a pedestrian fell to the ground and twitched, causing a commotion. Yi Linqing did not move. He still watched everything silently. An ambulance came in a hurry, but left empty-handed, because the person was already dead. This scene, after the full popularization of anti-aging intervention technology, is basically not seen. Because, after years of tempering, people with poor health have long died. And the new generation of people, because they have received anti-aging technology intervention at the best age, their bodies are also kept in the best condition. In addition, with the development of medical technology, there are almost no people who die suddenly. But because people here no longer accept anti-aging interventions, when they reach a certain age, they show signs of aging. And then, there are cases of sudden death. In just a moment, Yi Linqing suddenly had an epiphany. He immediately contacted Luo Ji. Luo Ji, I want a new kind of bacteria that can engulf telomerase. Luo Ji on the phone was a little surprised. Eating telomerase, that means people will continue to age. Yes. 65th year of the new era. Blue Star. After more than a decade of construction, Blue Star has formed a large habitable zone in some areas. Hundreds of millions of people have returned to Blue Star and started construction. Looking at the vibrant Blue Star, Jian Yimo was full of pride. It can be said that the restoration and reconstruction of Blue Star has a lot to do with him. He was the first group of builders to arrive on Blue Star. He developed and built Blue Star with the greatest enthusiasm. Now he is the leader of the Blue Star rebuilders. He does not love Blue Star. Everything he does is just to restore the glory of his family in the past. Work hard to perform. And then gradually improve. That is why he works so hard. Today, for him, will be the most critical node. Boss Jian, Commander Gui is coming. Lu Dazhuang looked at the man in front of him respectfully, feeling very emotional. He was also one of the first builders to return to Blue Star. But he was much worse than Jian Yimo. Jian Yimo has been fighting on the front line, risking exposure to radiation. Because of radiation, his body has been affected, but it has not affected his efforts at all. He is not surprised at all to see Jian Yimo's achievements today. It would be strange if such a person is not promoted. Fortunately, Jian Yimo is a nostalgic person, and has been supporting himself. It can be said that Lu Dazhuang is Jian Yimo's most loyal follower. Let's go! Jian Yimo adjusted his hat. His hair fell out because of radiation. There were also spots on his hands caused by radiation. But these became his capital for promotion. Gui Xingchen came down from the spaceship. And Jian Yimo took the lead to shake hands with Gui Xingchen. Gui Xingchen hugged Jian Yimo warmly. Jian Yimo contributed greatly to the current achievements of Blue Star. What do you think about the future development of Blue Star? Gui Xingchen glanced at everyone at the meeting and asked. Others began to speak enthusiastically. And the content they proposed was also varied and rich. However, Gui Xingchen found that Jian Yimo was very silent, which was different from his previous performance. Mr. Jian, do you have any ideas? Gui Xingchen finally spoke. Jian Yimo was happy, and it was finally time for him to speak. However, he showed a worried look on his face. Blue Star has reached the current level of construction. I find that I am a little redundant and have lost my goal. Because the next construction is no longer challenging, but I really want challenges. This answer surprised Gui Xingchen. Mr. Jian, opening up Wasteland is indeed more challenging, but construction is also important. I know, but I am not good at construction. Others can do better than me. But opening up Wasteland is what I am best at. Jian Yimo sighed. Now I feel like a hero without a place to use his skills. People looked at Jian Yimo, and they had more respect in their hearts. Well, I believe you can also make achievements in the construction position, Gui Xingchen said. If there are still places that can be reclaimed, that would be great. Jian Yimo sighed, seemingly desolate, but his eyes glanced at Lu Dazhuang. Lu Dazhuang knew it well, and quickly said, this is simple. There are still a dozen planets on Puja Star that have not been reclaimed. It is said that the radiation level on the planet is much higher than that of the blue planet. You can go there to reclaim. Gui Xingchen was stunned for a moment. He keenly felt that the two people seemed to be singing a double act. But he still said casually, that's right. There are still 10 planets on Puja Star that can be reclaimed. Chapter 282 Eternal Life is the original sin. Jian Yimo stood up and said excitedly, Commander Gui, send me to open up the Puja Star. Our Blue Star civilization now occupies too few planets, which cannot be compared with those large civilizations. If I open up all the Puja Stars, it will be a major breakthrough for our Blue Star civilization. Gui Xingchen hesitated for a moment before saying, this is a good proposal. Although he suspected that the two people had prepared it long ago, this proposal was indeed tempting. What restricts the Blue Star civilization is that there are too few civilized planets. Now the whole universe is exploring unknown habitable planets. It is too difficult to find a habitable planet like before. And transforming Puja Star is indeed a good idea. Okay. I appoint you as the General Commander of the development and construction of Puja Star. You can call on resources to develop all the 10 planets belonging to Puja Star. Gui Xingchen also said with great enthusiasm. Jian Yimo was excited. His chance finally came. His time finally came. 85th year of the new era. For all the human beings in the universe, a major crisis suddenly appeared. People suddenly found that almost everyone began to age again. Originally, only some people had some abnormalities, and people did not care, and thought it was because of the delay in injecting anti-aging preparations. But as time went on, people gradually realized that something was wrong. Because everyone finds that they are getting old. Especially those who are in their 40s and 30s are even more horrified to find that there are more wrinkles on their foreheads, and their skin has lost its elasticity. These are not caused by staying up late. They are definitely caused by aging. The dull skin caused by staying up late can be quickly repaired after resting. There is no way to recover from the dull skin caused by aging, except for medical beauty treatments. The world began to panic. This panic spread from one planet to another, and soon spread to the entire universe. Now in the universe, there are two things that people fear the most. One is the pirates led by Yi Linsheng. The other is the failure of anti-aging intervention. This is even more frightening than the end of the world. Finally, this year a scientist announced that the cause of aging has been found. Scientists have discovered a new bacterium in the human body that specifically destroys the telomerase introduced by humans. This bacteria may have existed for several years, but people have not noticed it. It was not discovered until a large number of people began to age. Scientists began to study various technologies to eliminate this bacteria and improve the efficacy of anti-aging preparations. But the hateful Yi Linsheng's pirate group went out again, destroying a large number of anti-aging research results. They also destroyed countless bacterial research laboratories, and even killed hundreds of important scientists in bacterial research laboratories. Yi Linsheng obviously wanted to kill the entire universe. Yi Linsheng was hated by people again. Headquarters of the Cosmic Alliance. A secret meeting was in progress. There were only a dozen people attending the meeting, but each of them was an important person in the entire universe. Among them, there was Guixingchen, the leader of the Cosmic Alliance, the leader of the Interstellar Alliance, the leaders of the two super civilizations, the leader of the Earth Star Mao Xiaoman, etc. But there were two people, if seen by outsiders, they would definitely be very surprised, because these two people were Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji. These two can be said to be the public enemies of all mankind. Now they are actually at the meeting. In the crowd, there is another person, who is also very surprising. This is Gun, who has never been seen before. The most powerful person in Chinese civilization. They seem to be a group of hostile people, but now they are very strange to each other. Especially between Guixingchen and Yi Linsheng, it is very strange. According to people's thinking, Guixingchen took away Yi Linsheng's power and drove Yi Linsheng away. Yi Linsheng formed a pirate team, robbed everywhere, and even killed more than a dozen high-ranking officials of the Blue Star civilization. Guixingchen regarded Yi Linsheng as the biggest criminal in the universe and wanted him. Logically, when these two people met, there would be an explosion like Mars hitting the Earth. But the two of them were talking and laughing, and they looked like they had no grudges at all. Chairman Gua, what's going on? The leader of the Interstellar Alliance couldn't help but ask. Guixingchen turned around and said, "This is an important reason why we called everyone here for a meeting today." He pointed at Yi Linsheng. "No need for me to introduce you. Yi Linsheng, the former leader of the Cosmic Alliance. He is also the savior of Blue Planet. He is also the savior of the entire human race. Is there no hatred between you?" The leader of Haomiu's civilization asked suspiciously. "No. It's all a show." Guixingchen stood up and said, "Just over 40 years ago, Gun gave us a data model deduction. In the result of the deduction, including the Cosmic Alliance and the Interstellar Alliance, all civilized planets were destroyed in a four-dimensional weapons war. And human civilization was also completely destroyed." Gun nodded slightly. "We all know this result," the leader of the Interstellar Alliance said in confusion. "Yes, you all know it. But there is one thing you don't know." At that time, Yi Linsheng gathered thousands of experts and scholars for a seminar. At the meeting, we came to a conclusion that there are only two ways to avoid doomsday. The first path is the Utopia method, which is to find a hidden planet, isolate the planet, form a closed independent civilization, and break away from current technology to see if we can find a way to make civilization last. The second path is the proactive attack method. Establish a huge data model system, and through data deduction, eliminate the potential threats that may cause the end of the universe one by one. The leader of the alliance said, "We chose the second method." Guixingchen shook his head. "No. Both methods are being implemented. Yi Linsheng and I divided the work. The first method is being quietly carried out by Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji's team. The coordinates of this planet are only known to the two of them. They will observe and find possible solutions. The second method is carried out by me. So I led the Cosmic Alliance to cooperate with your Interstellar Alliance, gathering the power of the entire universe, creating a huge data reasoning model. Yes, but this model has not given us any results for decades," the Alliance leader said with some seriousness. Guixingchen's tone was very relaxed. "No, in fact, there have been nearly 100 results. In other words, in the past 40 years, there have been nearly 100 crises. A few times, it almost triggered a four-dimensional war." The Alliance leader of the Interstellar Alliance and the leaders of the two super civilizations looked at each other, And the leader of the venerable civilization said puzzledly, "But we didn't get any warnings?" Guixingchen pointed at Yi Linsheng. "This is a very important thing I want to tell you. Yi Linsheng has never been an enemy of mankind. He just shoulders the important task of helping to clean up the scum of mankind." Guixingchen said, "Yi Linsheng and his team have two important tasks. The first task is to become the public enemy of mankind. Whether it is the Cosmic Alliance or the Interstellar Alliance, when there is a common enemy, it is the time to be most united. And this enemy must be strong enough, so strong that no one dares to underestimate it. And this person, the most suitable candidate is Yi Linsheng and his Guixing. With the existence of Yi Linsheng, a strong enemy, there will be no internal strife among our other civilizations, and many possible doomsday crises will be avoided. This is also a way to avoid the end of the world. Secondly, Yi Linsheng and his team have another task, which is to clear the hidden dangers that may cause the doomsday crisis." Guixingchen said, "Once the data model deduces a person or organization that may cause a four-dimensional war, I will secretly pass this result to Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng will arrange his pirate fleet to eliminate this potential threat in the name of robbery. The possibility of these people causing the doomsday crisis is eliminated in the plan." Guixingchen looked at everyone. Now everyone understands. Everyone killed by Yi Linsheng's pirates are people who may cause a four-dimensional war after the data model deduction. Yi Linsheng smiled. "Over the past few decades, I have been carrying a lot of infamy. But I don't care. As long as it can eliminate hidden dangers for mankind. I've long been accustomed to the infamy." The leader of the Alliance suddenly realized. "I see." The leader of the venerable civilization asked puzzledly, "But what about the bacteria that have recently appeared to devour telomerase?" This time it was Yi Linsheng who answered, "This is the solution I found in the Utopia plan. I found that all doomsdays are related to long life. When humans violate the laws of nature and choose longevity, humans will have this doomsday tendency. We carefully studied the characteristics of these people who may cause doomsday crises. They basically have two characteristics. One is that they feel threatened, and the other is that their long life makes them lose respect for civilization." Yi Linsheng called up the photo of the original leader of the Haumea civilization. He is the first person to press the four-dimensional war button in the data simulation. He is also the first dangerous person who may cause the end of the world. After 10,000 years of rule, he has long lost his respect for civilization. And the entire Haumea civilization has lost its yearning for future life. Once his position is challenged by the Cosmic Alliance and the Blue Star civilization, he will not be able to resist launching a four-dimensional war, trying to destroy the Blue Star civilization, and even all the civilized planets of the Cosmic Alliance. And the counterattack of the Blue Star civilization will also destroy all the civilizations of the Interstellar Alliance, which will be the end of the universe. So, I eliminated him as a pirate. However, eliminating one person does not make the world safe. When a potential threat is eliminated, new threats will continue to emerge. The most important thing is that four-dimensional weapons are too simple. Any person with a certain degree of power on any civilized planet can master them. So over the years, we have been eliminating these potential threats. But, Yi Linsheng sighed, according to the data model, we will still be destroyed in 30 years. The data model plus a pirate like me can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. If the root cause of the end of the universe cannot be eliminated, everything will be in vain. Yi Linsheng took out a small bottle from his arms and put it on the table. This is not laundry detergent. This is a new type of bacteria that can devour artificial telomerase and make anti-aging preparations completely ineffective. And this is my answer. Yi Linsheng stood up. The long years will make people reckless. Only by letting people return to the state of natural aging, that is the most correct choice. The leader of the Alliance said angrily. But shouldn't you discuss with us before using this bacteria? Yi Linsheng said proudly. No need. Discussing with you, it means that this thing cannot be implemented. Because you definitely don't want to, let me ask, who wants to die of natural aging? The leader of the venerable civilization slapped the table. Then what is the point of our meeting today? The purpose of the meeting is to let you go back and tell everyone that humanity will return to natural aging. We'll follow the laws of nature, which will eliminate the potential threat of the end of the universe. Yi Linsheng said. This news was too shocking. The leader of the Alliance and the leaders of the two super civilizations looked at each other for a long time, and they couldn't recover. Because this means that they will also enter the process of aging and natural death. The intervention of anti-aging preparations will be useless. After thinking for a long time, the leader of the Alliance finally raised his head. Don't you have a backup plan, a back door for yourself, Are you willing to die like this? He turned his head and looked at Gun. And you should have been infected with this bacteria too. Are you Chinese civilization also willing to perish like this? Gun glanced at the leader of the alliance. Zweig, after so many years, this is the first time I see you become smarter. Yes, Yi Linxing did leave a backdoor. I can still live forever, including Xiao, including Hong, even including Yi Linxing, can live forever. Then we also want to live forever. Alliance leader Zweig lowered his voice. Yes, we also want to live forever. The leaders of the Venerable Civilization and the Haomyu Civilization also said excitedly. Gun sat up comfortably and nodded to Yi Linxing. Explain your plan. Yi Linxing nodded. We do have a backdoor, which can allow a very small number of people to live forever. Many people say that the end of science is philosophy. And I have confirmed this. I found the simplest way to protect the universe from birth, aging, illness and death. Letting people age naturally is better than any defense method. But this is not safe enough. Human civilization must have someone to protect it. I found a solution from another statement. This statement is that the end of science is theology. I thought about this sentence for a long time, and finally got inspiration from the ancient myths of our civilization. We have established a system, let's call it the God-making system. Those who have passed the test of time and years can enter the God-making system and become the patron saint of human civilization. The patron saint can continue to enjoy eternal life, but he must also watch over the safety of mankind. Anyone who wants to become a god must have made significant contributions to mankind, and at the same time must be able to withstand our test. Yi Linxing looked at Zweig Alliance leader and the two super civilization leaders. If you want to become a god, you must pass the test and make outstanding contributions to mankind to obtain this qualification. Chapter 283 God-Making System. The end of science is theology. This is the experience Yi Linxing gained from the Blue Star Civilization and the Chinese civilization. Only a person who has made great contributions to mankind and has goodwill towards human civilization is qualified to enter the God-Making System, have a long life, and become the protector of mankind. Yi Linxing, Luo Ji, and Gun and other members of the Chinese civilization are all qualified. If others want to become gods, they need to go through selection and tests. Everyone, if you want to become gods, you need to work hard, and achieve great success. Gun and I have formed a God-making assessment team to evaluate everyone's contribution. For those who truly want human safety and have made great achievements, we will absorb them into becoming gods. Yi Linxing smiled and looked at the alliance leader. The leader of the Venerable Civilization and the leader of the Haomyu Civilization, you all have a great chance of becoming gods. When you appease everyone in the universe and let everyone accept the reality, your achievements will be enough to become gods. Zweig, the alliance leader, and the leaders of the two civilizations looked at each other. Although they were a little unwilling, they also knew that the current universe was in the hands of Yi Linxing and Guixingchen. They were powerless to resist, and could only comply. This would also be the general trend. The interstellar alliance gradually declined, and the cosmic alliance gradually became stronger. This was a fact. Seeing the three people including Zweig leave, Guixingchen asked curiously, are the three of them really qualified to become gods? What do you think? Yi Linxing asked back. They are not people who care about the universe. They only have power and superiority in their eyes, and they want to do whatever they want. Guixingchen said. You know everything, and you're still asking. Guixingchen understood. I understand. Now let's use them to appease the people, and let them accept natural death. The God-making system will only exist in legends, and will not be confirmed by any organization. Yi Linxing said slowly. Just like our ancient legends. Only such an illusory God-making system can make more people in power give up the idea of destroying the universe and maintain human safety. What about me? Can I become a god? Guixingchen asked. Just wait until you find a successor as good as you. The universe began to undergo a huge change. The scientific community and various authorities announced that this bacterium is unsolvable. Humanity can no longer make breakthroughs in anti-aging technology. This cuts off people's hope for eternal life. A trend of thought began to spread to people throughout the universe. Humans should follow the way of heaven and conform to the laws of nature. Birth, aging, illness and death are the best balance of the universe. Moreover, the concept of reincarnation began to spread rapidly. When a person dies, he will go through the 6 reincarnations and be reborn as a human being. This concept has brainwashed the entire universe, making people content with the status quo. The development of science and technology has become unimportant. and the leaders of various planets have no intention of conducting scientific and technological research and development. Existing human technology can already meet human needs very well. Hunger and disasters are no longer large-scale phenomena, but extreme phenomena. The human entertainment industry is unprecedentedly developed, and people hope to enjoy life to the fullest during their lifetime. The space for the development of science and technology seems to have been blocked by people, and there is no possibility of breakthrough. No one is willing to explore the truth of the universe anymore, and no one wants to explore the unknown universe anymore, because it is meaningless. Although the universe is huge, it is more or less the same. A new planet is discovered, which is nothing more than a tourist attraction that is more or less the same. The entire universe really entered into a kind of harmony. 100 years later, after the death of the older generation, the threat of the end of the universe has completely become a legend. There are more rumors in the market. There are gods above the universe. Yi Linxing, Luo Ji, Guixingchen are all in the immortal class, and have become legendary figures. Yi Linxing was named the Emperor of Heaven, Luo Ji was named the Supreme Lord Lao, Guixingchen was named the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Some ancient gods also exist, such as Gun as the Buddha, Shao as the Bodhisattva, and so on. As long as you make a significant contribution to mankind, you may be in the immortal class. For example, Zweig, the former leader of the Interstellar Alliance, is ranked first among the 18 Arhats. Whether this is a legend or a fact, no one knows. But people are willing to take it as a fact. There are also people who keep saying that they have seen ET&D somewhere. They say it with details, as if they have really seen it. However, what they don't know is that on the overpass and in the park, they often see a casual young man sitting on a bench in casual clothes, observing people coming and going with a smile. This person is Yi Linxing. The main part of the novel is finished. The following part is the sequel. A plot that attempts to subvert the universe. Although the universe has entered a state of tranquility, it is actually turbulent in secret. A huge crisis is quietly brewing. This crisis exists on the Puja planet, in the 66th year of the new era. Puja planet. This is the mother planet of the Puja civilization, and it is also the oldest planet. Just because of the nuclear bomb, the entire planet was destroyed beyond recognition. A space carrier floats in space. This space carrier is a planet development team led by Jian Yimo. A shuttle fighter detached from the carrier and circled towards the ground. 2 hours later, the message came back. Report to the command, we have arrived on the ground. The landing point is within the normal range. No other abnormalities are found. We can land. Jian Yimo hung up the communicator. He looked at the ground through the porthole. This is a planet with half of the ocean area and half of the land area. The ocean is deep, but the mountains are not high. It is very suitable for human habitation. Notify everyone. Get on the landing capsule and prepare to enter Puja Star. Jian Yimo gave the order in a deep voice. Yes. Zhu Lizi, who has a first-class appearance and figure, straightened her chest and agreed crisply. Jian Yimo looked at the girl. His eyes became fiery. This girl was carefully selected by him from the Transformation Army. Conquering this planet and becoming the ruler of the planet is his goal. Before completing this goal, he set himself a small goal, which was to conquer this girl first. However, looking at his bald hair and the scars left on his body due to radiation, he knew that it was impossible to conquer this girl by relying on appearance, but only by power. Now, his power was not enough. Only by becoming the true ruler of the planet could he conquer this girl. Landing capsules began to eject one after another, like fireballs, and began to fall to the ground. Commander, except for the space carrier pilot, everyone has started to land. Julius looked up and said. Her pretty face was shining. Jian Yimo tried his best to restrain his gaze and not look at Julius' face. Only a small team of personnel on duty will be left, others, all land. We need more people to participate in the ground construction. Julius was a little surprised. To drive a space carrier, at least hundreds of people are needed to work together. But there are only 7 people on duty in a small team. This is not enough to drive the space carrier. Drop all the equipment and supplies to the ground. Jian Yimo gave another order. Julius turned and left. The next moment, countless items were dropped from the space carrier to the ground. These were all kinds of equipment and supplies. Commander, the personnel are ready. Should we leave? Julius asked. Jian Yimo's eyes turned cold. Leave. The landing capsule is more like the previous return capsule, without autonomous power, only a buffer device and a direction control system. The landing capsule left the space carrier. The next moment, Jian Yimo pressed a button in his hand. A part of the space carrier that was originally rotating around the Puja star exploded. The exclamation of the staff on duty came from the communicator. Then the space carrier began to explode continuously. Finally, the staff on duty who stayed behind also took the escape capsule and escaped from the space carrier. Jules looked at the sky in horror. "Commander, the space carrier exploded. What should we do?" Jian Yimo was very calm. "Then just build our planet with peace of mind." Julius wanted to say something, but the landing capsule began to enter the atmosphere. The intense friction frightened Julius so much that she dared not speak. She just sat in her seat and prayed. No matter how advanced the technology is, praying to the gods is always a subconscious action of people. Boom! The reverse thrust device started to start. And after a huge reverse thrust, the landing capsule hit the ground heavily. Bang! The hatch opened. Jian Yimo crawled out of the hatch. Although the radiation on Blue Star damaged his body, he was still quite agile. Stepping on the ground, he looked up and looked around. The surroundings were not barren. Decades have passed. Although most places on Puja Star have strong radiation, this does not affect the luxuriance of plants. Some plants are even more luxuriant than before. These plants are likely to have mutated after being subjected to strong nuclear radiation. After several decades of ups and downs, the plants that have mutated and adapted to the living environment have become more vigorous. Not far away, many landing capsules have landed, and people are scattered all over the ground. Jian Yimo turned on the communicator. "Everyone, start setting up camp on the spot. Find and collect the supply cabins, and make sure the safety of the supplies is guaranteed. The supplies that everyone carries are only 3 days of rations. If you want to survive for a long time, you need to find the supply cabins as soon as possible and collect them." Jian Yimo switched to the management channel again. "Find the members of your respective teams as soon as possible and report the number of people." "Yes," a voice answered from the headset. "Commander, the space carrier has crashed. What should we do?" Jian Yimo looked up at the sky. "There are some meteor showers now. These are the result of the violent combustion of the space carrier after it fell into the atmosphere. All of this is Jian Yimo's plan. He wants to be the supreme ruler. He wants to make Puja Star his place of rise. He wants to be the leader of Puja Star, rather than being a soldier under Guixingchen. Cutting off contact with the outside world is the first step for him to realize his plan. Then build our planet with peace of mind." Jian Yimo looked down at the dark brown land. This color indicates that the land is very fertile. Notify everyone. From today on, this planet will be called Jian Star. Juliet felt that there was something wrong with this name. Wouldn't the name Jian Star mean his, Jian Yimo's, independent planet? But now Jian Yimo's face was very serious, so she didn't dare to say anything more, nor did she dare to raise any objections. She was not stupid, she could feel that. Since he set foot on this planet, his whole temperament had changed. He became very arrogant and cold. "Yes." Julius only dared to answer like this. An hour later, the news came that a landing capsule had an accident with its thrust reverser during landing, causing dozens of deaths, and hundreds of others were injured due to various reasons. Other than that, everyone else is safe. Jian Yimo heard the news and said coldly, "The dead are burned. The seriously injured and disabled are executed on the spot and burned together." Juliet's glasses widened. She wanted to refute something, but she didn't dare to refute. The fall of the space carrier means that the connection with the outside world is cut off. The super communication equipment is all on the space carrier. The fall of the space carrier means that they can't get in touch with the mother planet. The only long-distance communication device is on Jian Yimo. It is a direct communication device between him and Guixingchen. Only a few people know the existence of this communicator. This means that this planet has become an isolated planet. "Commander, the temporary command post has been built." Lu Dazhuang came over and saluted, and then reported. Lu Dazhuang now admires Jian Yimo very much, and has become Jian Yimo's most loyal subordinate and follower. "Very good, Dainyu. If so many of us want to survive, we have to rely on you." This is one of Jian Yimo's methods to win over Lu Dazhuang. Continuously encouraging him will make him more loyal. A true master commands his subordinates, not just by authority, but encouragement is a very good method. "Follow me in." Jian Yimo turned his head and said to Julius. Julius was inexplicably frightened, because she saw the fierceness of a beast in Jian Yimo's eyes. Entering the temporary command post, something unexpected will happen. But she dared not go. After entering the command post, Jian Yimo sat down on a simple chair and said to Julie, "Close the door." But Julius was even more frightened. Why close the door in broad daylight? But Jian Yimo's beast-like eyes made her dare not disobey. After closing the door, Jian Yimo's eyes stared at her straight, making her hair stand on end, and she had no place to put her hands and feet. "Take off your clothes." Jian Yimo's cold voice came. "Ah!" Julius was completely panicked. "Don't make me repeat it a second time." Jian Yimo's eyes became more fierce. "Anyone who dares to go against my opinion will only be burned." Julius was completely panicked. Her hands finally trembled and raised to the buttons on her chest. Chapter 284 Jian Yimo's Art of Controlling People. Half an hour later, Jian Yimo pulled up his pants and put them on arrogantly in front of Julie. This proud woman finally became his prey. This was the first step to conquer the universe. Julie wanted to cry, but didn't dare to. She knew that she would become Jian Yimo's person sooner or later, but she never thought it would be so early. And in such a humiliating way. She originally wanted to use her body as capital, to demand a higher return. But now I dare not ask for anything, or even cry. This world seems to have really become Jian Yimo's world. A world of a dictator. Put on your clothes, and go call Lu Dazhuang. Jian Yimo sat on the chair behind the desk with his legs crossed. Julia dared not say anything more, and hurriedly put on her clothes, and put on her makeup, so as not to look too abnormal. Then she opened the door and hurried out. There was a commotion outside. The people who had landed began to reorganize their team, and the reorganization was almost complete, and the basic system was restored. Lu Dazhuang was coordinating the head count. Julius walked over and tried her best to control her emotions. "Captain Lu, the commander is calling you." Lu Dazhuang glanced at Julius and noticed that something was wrong with her. "What's wrong? Are you scared by the crash of the space carrier?" Julius didn't know what to say, so she just nodded. Lu Dazhuang took a look at Julius' beautiful face and figure, and couldn't help but admire her. "Don't worry. Our commander has seen everything. Without the space carrier, we can rebuild one right away. Anyway, we are here to develop the Puja star, and we are not in a hurry to go back." Lu Dazhuang's comfort was useless to Julius, and she turned around and walked back. "Captain Lu, let's go." Lu Dazhuang said a few words to the team members, and then he trotted up, walking into the temporary command center. Lu Dazhuang saluted. "Commander, Lu Dazhuang is here to report." Lu Dazhuang had great respect for Jian Yimo. Jian Yimo nodded. He stood up from the chair, patted Lu Dazhuang on the shoulder. "Daniel, you are the person I trust the most. Now we have completely lost contact with Blue Star, and we don't know when we will be able to contact again. Here, we have to rely entirely on our own strength." Lu Dazhuang straightened his chest. "Commander, with you here, we are fearless." "Very good. What I need most now is your courage." Jian Yimo is well versed in the art of controlling people. You know, his father and grandfather were one of the most popular families on Blue Star. They were all high-ranking officials. Jian Yimo had been familiar with these methods by being influenced by them. However, he was young and rebellious at that time, so he never took them seriously. He also always sneered at the family's methods of ruling their subordinates. He was willing to be a playboy, but fate played tricks on him, and now the glory of the family is all on him. These techniques of controlling people also appeared in Jian Yimo's mind. He was going to cultivate Lu Dazhuang into his right-hand man and establish his own dictatorship on Jianxing. "I will assign you an important position now." Jian Yimo looked outside. With a far-sighted gaze, "You will be the captain of the development team." Lu Dazhuang was stunned, but the current captain is doing a good job. "Where is he?" "He is urging everyone to build the camp," Lu Dazhuang said. Jian Yimo turned his head and glanced at Zhu Lizi. "Go call the captain." Julisai saw the strong murderous intent in Jian Yimo's eyes, but she didn't dare to say anything. Jian Yimo now is just like a beast. People dare not look directly at him. Seeing Zhu Lizi leave, Jian Yimo took out a laser gun and handed it to Lu Dazhuang. "Commander, this is..." Lu Dazhuang also saw that Jian Yimo's eyes were full of murderous light, which made people scared. "I will talk to the captain later. You kill him from behind," Jian Yimo said coldly. Lu Dazhuang's sweat dripped down. He had lived for so many years, but he had never killed anyone. Holding the laser gun in his hand, his hands were shaking. "Are you afraid?" A little. My ancestors were a prominent family. I knew from a young age that if you want to be respected in front of others, you have to get blood on your hands." Jian Yimo lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled. If you want to be a superior person, you must dare to consolidate your position. He turned his head and glanced at the timid Lu Dazhuang. You must pass this level. If you want to be the captain, you have to take power from the captain. Lu Dazhuang was still trembling with nervousness. Jian Yimo's eyes showed a trace of disgust. If you are afraid, sit down first, lest your trembling is exposed. Lu Dazhuang sat down as if relieved, and hid the laser gun behind him. In the entire development team, there are 3 important positions. The most important one is command. The second is the captain, and the captain of the guard. Jian Yimo must grasp all 3 important positions. Only in this way can we control the entire planet. Julius came in with the captain. She stood by the door with some fear. Jian Yimo glanced at Julius, closed the door. Julius did not dare to disobey, and closed the door carefully. Commander Jian, the personnel outside have been basically reorganized. The captain saluted and said. Jian Yimo nodded. Well done, I have a top-secret document here, take a look. After that, he winked at Lu Dazhuang. Lu Dazhuang trembled as he took out the laser gun. Juliet covered her mouth in surprise, and almost cried out. The captain didn't care. He took the document, read it carefully, not knowing that danger was approaching. Jian Yimo gave Lu Dazhuang another look. But Lu Dazhuang trembled even more. Jian Yimo was angry. He glared at Lu Dazhuang. Lu Dazhuang finally raised the laser gun, and then pulled the trigger. But the shot missed, and only hit the captain's shoulder. The captain screamed, turned around, and saw Lu Dazhuang holding a laser gun. He rushed forward, grabbed Lu Dazhuang's hand, and threw him to the ground. The laser gun also fell far away. Jian Yimo snorted, walked slowly to the location of the laser gun, squatted down slowly, picked up the laser gun, and walked to the captain, who was struggling with Lu Dazhuang. He pointed the laser gun at the captain's head. Kill people. This is how you should kill. A light flashed, and a black hole appeared on the captain's temple. The hole penetrated his brain, and he could even see from one side to the other. Julius finally couldn't help it and cried out. But she immediately covered her mouth again. She felt a warm breath on her trouser legs. She was scared to death. This is not an adjective, but a descriptive word. The guard outside ran over and knocked on the door. Commander. What happened? Lu Dazhuang was so nervous that he couldn't speak. And Julius was trembling all over, not knowing what to do. Jian Yimo threw the laser gun to Lu Dazhuang, and said to Julius, open the door. Julius opened the door tremblingly, and the guard stared at the corpse on the ground, his face full of astonishment. The captain tried to commit murder, but was killed on the spot by Captain Lu. Jian Yimo sat calmly in his seat. Don't make this public. To prevent the captain's men from causing trouble, put the body in a cart, push it outside and bury it. Jian Yimo gave orders, saying to Lu Dazhuang. Although the guards were full of suspicion, they did not dare to say anything more, and found a cart to load the body. Lu Dazhuang followed with a gun, making sure that the body would not be discovered by others. Jian Yimo's eyes turned to Zhu Lizi, and he showed a look of disdain. Change your clothes, and call the captain of the guard. This day gave Zhu Lizi too many stimulations, and now she could only follow Jian Yimo's arrangements blankly. She found a set of work clothes, and because there was no compartment, she had to change her clothes in front of Jian Yimo. Commander, you are looking for me? The captain of the guard was called Yu Baogang, and he had a lot of contacts with Jian Yimo. What do you think of the current situation? Jian Yimo asked slowly while smoking a cigarette. We have lost contact with our home planet. We have to rely on ourselves for everything. Yu Baogang said tentatively. Jian Yimo stood up, walked to the window, looking at the green earth and blue sky and white clouds outside. This is an independent planet. What do you think? Yu Baogang understood. Yes. Since we have lost contact, we should operate as an independent planet. Jian Yimo smiled, patted Yu Baogang's shoulder. His scarred face looked very scary when he smiled. The captain just tried to do something bad, but was killed by Lu Dazhuang. Now Lu Dazhuang has taken over as the captain. Yu Baogang's eyes became serious. He deserves to die. You and Lu Dazhuang are my right-hand men and left-hand men. The construction of our planet all depends on the 3 of us. Jian Yimo shook off the cigarette ash. Do you understand? I understand, Yu Baogang said, and his body became less nervous. At this time, Julius came in, and Yu Baogang's eyes turned to Julius involuntarily. Julius is a beauty. Any man who sees her will have the urge to possess her. Like her? Jian Yimo asked without hesitation. It's okay. When everything settles down, she will be your assistant. Jian Yimo picked up the cigarette again and began to puff. Go, maintain order. It's better to deal with the captain's cronies. Yes, command. Yu Baogang turned and walked out. Jian Yimo was very satisfied. With a few words, he confirmed his dominance. This was his method. Jian Xing, he alone belonged to him. When the first night of Jian Xing came, all the people involved in the construction were a little panicked. Because the guards came and went, and kept shuttling between the camps. From time to time, there were screams and sounds of people chasing. Everyone was in fear and anxiety, and no one knew what was going on. From the moment they landed on the ground during the day, everything was full of weirdness. First, the space carrier exploded and fell, then the night guards took action. Anyone with a slightly flexible mind could guess that something must have happened. Command Center. Jian Yimo stretched out his hands like a king, enjoying Julius's service. She carefully took off his clothes, helped him take a bath, helped him change clothes, helped him massage his back and shoulders, and prepared food for him. It can be said that his status was like those wives and concubines in ancient times. She didn't dare to have any objection, because everything that happened during the day had frightened her. She knew that, as long as she made Jian Yimo unhappy, she would be dead. There was a knock on the door. Who? Dainyu. Open the door. Jian Yimo sat on the chair in comfortable silk pajamas. Lu Dazhuang walked in and glanced at Julius. After a hard day's work, Julius's clothes were soaked with sweat and stuck to her body, exposing her figure very well. This scene was also seen by Jian Yimo. As expected, men's aesthetic tastes are similar. He fell in love with Zhu Lizi. And Lu Dazhuang and Yu Baogang also fell in love with Zhu Lizi. He didn't mind Lu Dazhuang and Yu Baogang's behavior. Anyway, he didn't plan to play for long. No matter how beautiful a woman is, you will get tired of her after playing for a long time. Only constant hunting for beauty is the permanent pursuit of men. However, Julius is an important tool in his hand, a good tool to control Lu Dazhuang and Yu Baogang. How is it? Jian Yimo lit the cigarette in his hand. Commander, each team has built a barracks and started to rest. The guards have also started patrolling to ensure that there will be no accidents. Lu Dazhuang said. At this time, Yu Baogang also came in. He took off his hat and stared at Zhu Lizi for a long time. How is the situation? Jian Yimo turned to look at Yu Baogang. I have dealt with all the cronies of the former captain. The crime is that they want to rebel, blow up the space carrier, and want to murder you, the commander. We will announce the result tomorrow. Yu Baogang said. Well done. You two are my right-hand men and left-hand men. Jianxing is the planet of the three of us. We will turn this place into a paradise, so that we can rule forever. Jian Yimo threw a bottle of anti-aging agent to each of the two people. This thing has become a scarce commodity. Use it well, we need to live well. Yu Baogang and Lu Dazhuang caught the anti-aging agent and kept it carefully. Of course, they knew that there was no source of this thing anymore. The inventory controlled by Jian Yimo now was the last inventory of Jian Xing. No one wanted to die, and everyone wanted eternal life. All of this was Jian Yimo's way of controlling people. He deliberately cultivated two assistants, and these two assistants would check and balance each other. And he would control these two people. Moreover, he would deliberately provoke the relationship between the two, so that the two of them had to take the initiative to surrender to Jian Yimo. This is the most common balance technique used by his ancestors. And the anti-aging preparation is another major control method. With the anti-aging preparation, Jian Yimo firmly grasped the life of these two people. Jian Xing will always be in his hands. He will become the king of Jian Xing, the god of Jian Xing. He will also restore the supreme glory of his ancestors. Chapter 285 Ambition. The first ray of sunlight shone through the haze, and shone on the faces of the campers. The number of simple huts built yesterday was too small, and could only accommodate a few people. Only the management lived in the huts, and the other ordinary developers, all camped. Su Jinyang opened his eyes, wiped the dew off his head that was exposed, and looked around with sleepy eyes. The door of the shuttle opened, and the exhausted co-pilot Ding Zikai climbed out of the cab, stretched himself. Damn, I'm so tired, I can't sleep sitting down. The temperature on Puja Star is about 30 degrees during the day, and about 20 degrees at night, which is very comfortable. There is a dark brown soil all over here, containing a special mineral, which is why the skin color of the Puja people is very dark. I asked you to sleep outside, you said there were mosquitoes. Su Jinliang opened the sleeping bag, sat up. Look where there are mosquitoes. I saw them during the day. Mosquitoes are as big as grasshoppers. If they suck blood, they will kill people. Ding Zikai rubbed his messy hair, walked to a stream and washed his face. Think about it carefully. In the entire Puja star, mammals have all become extinct. The only ones that survived are insects and underground creatures. If these mosquitoes sucked animal blood, they would have starved to death long ago. Su Jinliang also washed his face. These mosquitoes all suck plant sap. Safety first. Ding Zikai turned his head to look at the distance. In the morning light, the escort team was carrying laser guns and was walking towards this side. The escort team is here. There was unrest everywhere yesterday. Ding Zikai said. Who is your team leader? The leader of the escort team tilted his head and looked at the people who had just got up at the campsite. Su Jinliang stood up straight and walked out of the crowd. I am Su Jinliang, the captain of the 28th team of the 5th Squadron. The leader looked at Su Jinliang and said, Let me inform you that the previous captain intended to rebel and assassinate our commander, but was suppressed on the spot. The crash of the space carrier was also caused by the previous captain, who wanted to build an independent kingdom here. The current captain is Lu Dazhuang. The leader spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm and stomped on the ground with his feet a few times, as if the phlegm was the former captain. If you know who the former captain was closely related to, you can report it. There will be a reward for the reporter. The crowd was in an uproar, because the former captain was a very popular person. Many people liked the captain very much, and were taken care of by the captain. Su Jinliang's promotion was the captain's insight into talent. Now the captain died inexplicably, which was very surprising. Ding Zikai wanted to say something, but was stopped by Su Jinliang's eyes. Got it, Su Jinliang said calmly. The leader turned around and waved. Let's go, next team. Su Jinliang looked into the distance, and there were also many escort teams notifying the developers of each team one by one. Brother Su, there is obviously a problem here, Ding Zikai said anxiously. Of course I know, but what can you do? Su Jinliang bent down, folded the sleeping bag, and put it in his backpack. We can't just put up with it. Can we? What else? We should go to Commander Jian to complain. Ding Zikai was indignant. Didn't you hear that the captain was suppressed on the spot because he tried to murder Commander Jian? Su Jinliang's face was calm, but his eyes were full of anger. But are we just going to let it go? Su Jinliang turned and looked at Ding Zikai. Even if there is something fishy here, excuse me, what can you do? Do you have weapons? Su Zikai looked at the shuttle behind him. We have a fighter. The weapon system is locked. Do you believe it? Su Zikai jumped onto the shuttle, and after turning on the switch, found that the weapon system was indeed locked, and that it could not fire without special authorization. Ding Zikai got out of the shuttle like a monkey and ran to Su Jinliang. It's really locked. Only the commander has the authority to lock it. So, you understand. The commander is safe, and this order may be issued by the commander himself, Su Jinliang said calmly. But, Commander Jian is our Medal of Honor winner. Could it be that he? Ding Zikai was very surprised. In his heart, Commander Jian Yimo is a hero. In order to develop Blue Star, he fought on Blue Star without hesitation. Because of too much residual radiation, his skin was damaged. Such a hero. How could he be a conspirator? What should we do now? Nothing. Listen more. Watch more. Think more. That's all. Su Jinliang was still very calm, but deep in his pupils, he suppressed his uncontrollable anger. He knew very well that this was a conspiracy, and the conspirator of the conspiracy was probably commanded by Jian Yimo. Blow up the space carrier, lock the shuttle fighter, kill the captain, support the confidant Lu Dazhuang as the captain, bribe the guards, all this, it seems like a long-planned conspiracy. Everyone, don't just stand there, build our barracks. I don't want to sleep in the wild tonight. I want to have a good sleep. Su Jinliang shouted loudly. The team members also started to move. Entering Puja Star, everything depends on everyone's own efforts. Everyone has to start from scratch and rebuild this abandoned planet. There was another commotion in the distance. This was a team leader who wanted to ask the commander for an explanation with his men. But the group had just walked a short distance and was stopped 1 mile away from the command center. The group clamored to force their way in. During the stalemate, the captain of the escort team, Yu Baogang, shot and killed the leader of the leading team, which stunned everyone. The group also fled in all directions, returned to their own teams, and dared not move. Su Jinliang sighed. Impulse is the devil. When you don't have enough voice or strength, This kind of asking for explanation is to seek death. In the command room, Jian Yimo stood naked in front of the window and watched everything happening outside. He was happy to see Yu Baogang kill people with one shot. This effect is very good. On the one hand, it can subdue everyone, and on the other hand, it also destroys Yu Baogang's image. His command can win people's hearts even more. Behind him, Julius took the clothes and helped him put them on with difficulty. Last night, Jian Yimo was like a demon, and he tortured her to death. He had no sympathy for her at all. This would have been impossible in the past. In the past, Jian Yimo pleased her everywhere and respected her very much. This made Julius very proud. But the facts prove that this respect was very false. Once there was no need to hide, his true colors were revealed. Notify them. In 2 hours, I will convene a general meeting of all members. Jian Yimo smiled. Everything here belongs to him. This is his independent planet, an independent kingdom. He can do whatever he wants. However, something made him unhappy. In order not to arouse the suspicion of Guixingchen and others, he had to send a message yesterday to inform Guixingchen that the progress was going well. When will he have the power not to report to Guixingchen? Only then can he truly own this independent kingdom. The entire development team has 100,000 people. Jian Yimo stood on a temporary high platform, looking at the dense crowd below the stage. Seeing the panic and awe in their eyes, he was very satisfied. A lot of people were killed this morning, and the smell of blood has spread throughout the camp. Now, there is a hint of fear in the eyes of these people below the stage. Jian Yimo's prestige, in these bloody, has been greatly improved. Beside him, there stood 2 big arms, Captain Lu Dazhuang and Guard Captain Yu Baogang. These 3 people are the 3 most powerful people in the entire team. Everyone, I have a bad news for you. Jian Yimo's voice reached everyone's ears through the loudspeaker. The former captain deliberately destroyed our space carrier, and wanted to murder me, and control the entire development team. The crowd was in turmoil again. Although I heard the shocking news in the morning, but now it came from Jian Yimo's mouth, this is the finality. However, no one could believe that the amiable captain would secretly blow up the space carrier. I know, you are very surprised. To be honest, I am also surprised. But when I think about it carefully, I think it makes sense. Blowing up the space carrier and assassinating me, he would cut off the connection with the mother planet and become the dictator of this planet. However, his plan failed. Lu Dazhuang, your new captain, had long been aware of his ambition and shot him to death when he was assassinating. The crowd looked at Lu Dazhuang. In these eyes, there was appreciation, respect, and doubt. Especially the team members led by Lu Dazhuang. They were full of suspicion about him. In their impression, Lu Dazhuang was a gentle person, even a little cowardly. How could he kill the captain who was decisive and efficient? However, since Commander Jian Yimo said so, people had no choice but to hide their suspicion. After all, everyone here admired Jian Yimo very much and trusted him very much. In the area where Team 28 was located, Su Jinliang turned his head to look at Ding Zikai. And Ding Zikai shrank his neck. It was really Commander Jian's order. Su Jinliang turned his head to look at the stage in the distance. His face, destroyed by radiation, originally looked very tall and majestic. But now it looks particularly ugly. Jian Yimo's attempt to dominate the planet can no longer be concealed. This planet was formerly called Puja Star. Puja civilization was once our enemy. How can we tolerate the continued use of this name? I consulted the opinions of the top leaders and decided to rename this planet to Jian Star. From now on, each of you must forget the word Puja Star, and remember firmly that this is Jian Star. Jian Yimo looked at the group of people arrogantly, and there was a voice in his heart roaring, "Ancestors, see, the glory of the ancestors will be carried forward in my hands. I will not only become the leader, I will also become the leader of a planet. My achievements will surpass all my ancestors." There was another commotion in the crowd below the stage. Even the most obtuse people had a glimmer of enlightenment after hearing the name of this planet. Jianxing, Jian Yimo's planet. He is going to be a dictator. But no one dared to object. People just secretly regretted why they came to participate in this development operation. People began to miss the days on Earth and Blue Star. At this time, the captain of the guard, Yu Baogang, began to speak. From now on, no one can call Puzing, but only Jianxing. If you call someone by the wrong name, the first time you will be fined for food, the second time you will be fined for work, and the third time you will be flogged. The meeting was over, and people returned to their respective camps in unusual silence to continue construction. Everyone's heart was shrouded in a cloud of gloom. Looking at everyone returning to their posts, Jian Yimo felt very proud. 100,000 people will all be his servants. The entire development team was divided into 20 squadrons. Each squadron had 100 teams, and each team had 50 people. Now the lives and deaths of these people are in his hands. Life and death. That's what it means. Jian Yimo is not worried that his actions will be calculated by Guixingchen's data model equipment. Because he has destroyed all the information collectors. Jianxing is an isolated planet, and the information collectors cannot collect their information. It is also impossible to calculate his ambitions. Moreover, he will quickly create four-dimensional weapons. If someone dares to deprive him of his right to rule, he will use four-dimensional weapons to attack the enemy. He doesn't care whether the four-dimensional weapons will cause the end of the universe. All he needs is the glory of his ancestors. Building a camp is a difficult process. After decades of recuperation, Jianxing has a lot of trees. Some mutant trees are still very tall, but the population is too large, and there are few places where humans can enter and exit freely. Only this area has been tested to confirm that the radiation does not exceed the standard. In other places, the radiation level is still a bit high, which is not suitable for living. So many people gathered in such a small place, and a lot of places had to be planned for the construction of factories, which made everyone's living area very small. At the same time, the surrounding wood was cut down, and there was not enough material to build sheds. In the afternoon, it rained here. Everyone huddled in the small shed that had just been built, waiting anxiously for the rain to end. It was not until late at night that the rain stopped. But the wind never stopped. Everyone spent the night in such a difficult place. At dawn, Su Jinliang applied to the squadron leader, requesting to find a second habitable place. With the approval of the captain Lu Dazhuang, Su Jinliang led the 28th team on the journey to find a habitable place. The journey will definitely be very difficult, but Su Jinliang doesn't care. He felt that, being with Jian Yimo, life must be very difficult. There may even be life-threatening danger. Now, the farther away from the headquarters, the better. He didn't worry about food. The soil on this planet is very fertile. They brought enough food and seeds. In just 3 months, they can achieve self-sufficiency. Chapter 286. Hurrying on the road. Wearing heavy radiation protection suits, simple trucks began to move forward one after another. The number of vehicles was far from enough, and most people were wearing radiation protection suits while moving forward. There were 4 teams that set out with the 28th team, a total of 203 people. Su Jinliang served as the temporary captain, leading these 4 teams forward. Originally, Su Jinliang wanted to bring their shuttle fighters, but was rejected by the captain. In addition to the escort team, the shuttle fighters were also armed. Jian Yimo couldn't let these weapons fall into the hands of people he couldn't control. Su Jinliang didn't care, he was powerless to resist, at least not now. Captain, we have been walking for more than 10 hours, and we haven't found a habitable spot with normal radiation values. What should we do? Ding Zikai asked, somewhat depressed. Starting in the morning, until dark, the instrument still showed that the radiation here exceeded the standard. Although the excess was small, but being exposed to this environment for a long time, it is still easy to be harmed by radiation. Don't worry. Our goal is not 10 hours. It would be better to have 100 or 1,000 hours. Su Jinliang lifted his mask and stuffed a piece of dry food into his mouth. Radiation is not like a virus or poison gas. Lifting the mask means danger. People can be exposed to radiation for a short time, which is an important reason why everyone can eat normally. Deputy Captain Yu Hongtao came over, lifted his mask and took a breath. Captain Su, should we continue to move forward or set up camp on the spot? Su Jinliang looked up at the sky, on the blue planet. If we are traveling in the wilderness, we usually choose to rest at night. Do you know why? To avoid encountering wild animals or other uncontrollable situations, such as getting lost. Ding Zikai said. Yes. Su Jinliang patted Yu Hongtao on the shoulder. There is nothing on this planet, no wild animals, no roads, no difficulties that hinder our progress. So keep on going. Seeing Yu Hongtao preparing to leave, Su Jinliang added, use the car as a temporary rest room. Let everyone take turns to get in the car to sleep and rest. Everyone has 2 hours of rest time. We will keep going like this until we reach a safe place. Yu Hongtao nodded. His mood was not high either, because almost everyone has understood the current situation. Jian Yimo controls the entire team, the entire planet. Unfortunately, everyone has lost contact with the mother planet. Everyone will develop this planet under Jian Yimo's control. Only hardship and suffering are waiting for people. The days of prosperity and wealth in the past are gone forever. Why are you in such a hurry? Ding Zikai asked. We need to leave the headquarters as soon as possible. I'm worried that Jian Yimo will call us back at any time. Only when we reach a far enough place. He will have no way to deal with us. Su Jinyang cheered up and kept moving forward along the wilderness. In the wilderness, an animal the size of a palm flashed by. People have become accustomed to this kind of scene. Nuclear bombs destroyed most of the animals and plants on this planet. But there are always some animals with tenacious vitality that survived. The rat just now is one of the survivors. They have tenacious vitality, and now on the ground, they are simply invincible. It's just because of some instinct that they still keep their fear of humans. How many teams went out? Jian Yimo asked, looking at the map on the table. 4. Lu Dazhuang said. Jian Yimo looked up at the sky. Night had come. It was quiet outside. Drive fast to intercept them tomorrow. Jian Yimo whispered. Why? The leader must be one of ours. Jian Yimo patted Lu Dazhuang on the shoulder. You have to train a group of confidants as soon as possible, so that we can make the entire development team work smoothly. Okay, I'll arrange people to chase them tomorrow morning. Lu Dazhuang said. Zhu Lizi came over to pour tea for Jian Yimo and Lu Dazhuang, successfully attracting Lu Dazhuang's attention. What's the captain's name? Jian Yimo's voice attracted his attention again. Oh, Su Jinyang. Su Jinyang, I seem to have some impression of him. I think he is very capable. Pay attention, we must get him back tomorrow. Jian Yimo said. To develop new settlements, we must have our people leading them. This is very important, and we must remember it in the future. Watching Lu Dazhuang leave, Jian Yimo lay on the bed, and shouted to Zhu Lizi, What are you doing? Come and serve. Julisai did not dare to be careless, and immediately filled some warm water, and placed it next to Jian Yimo, and then helped him undress and wash. Today I saw a girl in the third team who was very efficient. Call her over tomorrow, and let her help you. Jian Yimo said, while lying comfortably with his eyes closed. Julius was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that it was only the second day, and she was tired of being played by Jian Yimo, and needed a new person. She felt sad for herself. Jianqing was even more miserable than the ancient society. Jian Yimo seemed to be living a life like an ancient emperor. Since humans entered the interstellar space, the order of the entire society has undergone major changes. Because of the long years, human beings no longer pursue the monogamous marriage system, but have formed a single social group. People can have partners, but they do not need to be bound by marriage. Everyone knows that. If both parties remain young, relationships cannot last. As for the kind of marriage in which couples grow old together, the model of young couples and old couples cannot continue. Because the foundation is gone. Under normal conditions, after decades of marriage, couples are no longer outsiders, but relatives. Since everyone has a long life now, then, the marriage system is no longer necessary. Although some people still insist on the monogamous marriage system, more people choose to be single. When they meet the right person, they live together. After a period of time, when they get tired of each other, they separate and look for their next partner. Anyway, life is long, and the body is always in the best condition. It is inevitable to find a new relationship. This has become a common phenomenon in almost the entire universe. But Julius had a hunch that Jianqing would not maintain this state any longer. Jianqing would probably regress to the ancient feudal era, where those with power controlled everything, and those without power had nothing. Yes, I will recruit her tomorrow. Julius carefully scrubbed Jian Yimo's body. Recruit a few more, with good looks and good figures. Jian Yimo still closed his eyes and said, As for you, I will appoint you as a female official to manage these girls. Remember, you must teach them my preferences. Don't let me train them one by one in person, it's troublesome. Julius shuddered involuntarily. Jian Yimo's preferences are not what normal people should have, they are only abnormal. It's fine that he bullies her, but she even wants to help him train other girls. But she didn't dare to resist. If she resisted, she would only die. But if there was no end in sight for such a day, it would be better to die. Her hand stopped involuntarily. She thought of a way to get out of the predicament. The captain Lu Dazhuang and the captain of the guard team Yu Baogang both liked her. If she was taken away by the two of them, wouldn't she be able to get rid of Jian Yimo's control? Thinking of this, she decided to see who was better to start with, and start to get closer to one of the two men. After a lot of hard work, Jian Yimo fell asleep, and Zhu Lizi stood up with her waist supported, and stretched her muscles. She was thinking about a question in her mind. Is it Lu Dazhuang or Yu Baogang? In the wilderness, a fast jeep was running on the flat ground. They had been away from the camp for several hours. In theory, at their speed, they should have caught up with Su Jinyang and his team. But there was still no sign of anyone. Did we take the wrong road? Lu Dazhuang asked from the co-pilot's seat. No, we followed the tire tracks on the ground. The driver said. This is impossible. How can we not catch up? Lu Dazhuang felt something was wrong. According to the time calculation, most of Su Jinyang's team walked for about 10 hours a day. And the farthest distance was only 50 kilometers. But now they have run more than 100 kilometers. And they haven't caught up yet. This is too strange. Looking at the sky. It is already afternoon. If they continue to chase, it will be dark. They didn't bring any supplies. And it is easy to get into trouble in the wilderness. Moreover, this is a high radiation area, which is very unsafe. Go back. We will drive a shuttle fighter to find them tomorrow, Lu Dazhuang said depressedly. The car stopped, then turned around and returned to the camp. What Lu Dazhuang didn't know was that less than 20 kilometers away from them, a large army was moving forward. This was the development team led by Su Jinyang. Captain, are you really not stopping? The radiation here is within the safe range, Ding Zikai said, while checking the instrument in his hand. Su Jinyang turned his head and looked behind him. Too close. We are only more than 100 kilometers away from them now, which is not a safe distance at all. Let's keep moving forward. It will take at least 5 days and 5 nights. But our anti-fatigue medicine is insufficient. Anti-fatigue medicine is a muscle reliever, which can keep people energetic and work continuously. It is usually used when there is important work. The most urgent thing now is to escape from the camp, the farther away from the headquarters, the better. Su Jinyang turned his head and looked behind him. Tomorrow at the latest, they will send people to catch up with us. We must go far enough, so that they can't call us back. What if they come after us? I don't know, Su Jinyang murmured. Escape is our only choice. It was completely dark, but there was still no sign of Lu Dazhuang, which made Jian Yimo a little strange. This planet is poor in white, with nothing. And the space carrier that can maintain communication was also blown up. The only thing that can be used for long-distance communication is the walkie-talkie. But the farthest communication distance of the walkie-talkie is less than 10 kilometers. It can be said that Lu Dazhuang cannot be contacted at all now. In the dark night, a car light flashed by. Commander, Captain Lu's car, the attendant said. Jian Yimo stared at the distance and saw that there was only one car light, which meant that only Lu Dazhuang came back. According to the time, this is not reasonable. What's going on? Jian Yimo asked, watching Lu Dazhuang enter the command room. It's weird. I chased them for more than 100 kilometers. But I didn't catch up with them. Maybe we went in the wrong direction? No. We saw their tire tracks. The captain of the escort team, Yu Baogang, sneered. I think we went in the wrong direction. How far can a team walking on foot walk in a day? More than 50 kilometers at most. Lu Dazhuang glared at Yu Baogang. What nonsense are you talking about? I checked the tire tracks myself. Could there be any mistakes? This is an uninhabited planet. There can't be other tire tracks. Who knows if the tire tracks you saw were left behind decades ago? Yu Baogang said coldly. Stop talking. You two are my right-hand men. You must stay united. Jian Yimo stopped the quarrel between the two and turned to look at Lu Dazhuang. He frowned. Tomorrow morning, get on the shuttle fighter to find them. After finding them, bring back their captain. I want to ask about the situation in person. That's what I think, Lu Dazhuang said. How about I send someone to go? I'm afraid Captain Lu's eyesight is not good. Yu Baogang said sarcastically again. You? Captain Yu, I told you, you should pay attention to unity. Jian Yimo glanced at Yu Baogang coldly. Yu Baogang was frightened by Jian Yimo's sinister eyes. He quickly apologized with a smile. It's my fault. It's my fault. I should pay attention to unity. However, I still think it's more appropriate for me to send someone, after all. My people are more skilled in flying shuttle fighters. Yu Baogang retorted. I have a lot of shuttle fighter pilots. Jian Yimo waved his hand. Don't argue. Lu Dazhuang should go. Remember, you must bring back the captain. What's the captain's name? Su Jinyang. Lu Dazhuang said. Yes, it's Su Jinyang. I want to see for myself what kind of person he is. Jian Yimo turned his head to look at the young, well-built, and beautiful girls behind him. If you have nothing to do, you can go. Yu Baogang walked out the door, turned his head, and looked at Zhu Lizi meaningfully. Commander, I also want an assistant. Lu Dazhuang stopped. His eyes were also fixed on Zhu Lizi. Obviously, he was also eager to make a move. Why are you asking me about this? Here's a quota for you. Each of you can have up to 10 assistants. Pick your own. Jian Yimo said casually. Seeing that the two were still staring at Julie, Jian Yimo snorted. Don't even think about my assistants. Even if you want them, you have to wait until you have achieved results. The two then left with a smile. After closing the door, Jian Yimo turned his head and looked at the 5 or 6 girls in the room. The training is starting now. Take off your clothes. Chapter 287 Shameless. In the clouds, a shuttle fighter was shuttling. On it was Lu Dazhuang. On the vast land, there were only trees and grass that were not lush, and no signs of any animals. This was the biological state of Jane Star after the nuclear bomb. If the power of nature was allowed to recover, it would take tens of thousands of years to restore the original appearance. However, because of human intervention, everything became much simpler. The development team has already started releasing many kinds of herbivores into the land, including fish, chickens, ducks, rabbits, goats, etc. After the herbivores have recovered to a certain number, carnivores will be released. There is no need for too many animal species, as long as a stable food chain can be formed. The purpose of the development team is not to turn Jianxing into the original Puzing, but to turn Jianxing into the back garden of mankind, where everything is a base camp that provides services for mankind. Plants and animals that are not of much benefit to humans do not need to be restored. The plant seeds sown are also plants that are closely related to humans. From a distance, Lu Dazhuang finally found Su Jinyang and his team. Catch up. These guys, they are really amazing. In 2 days and 2 nights, they have walked hundreds of kilometers. On the ground, Su Jinyang, who was walking at the front of the team, heard the engine sound of the shuttle fighter. He was a shuttle fighter pilot himself, and was very sensitive to this sound. Ding Zikai. They are coming. Ding Zikai turned and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, between the blue sky and white clouds, a small black dot was flying rapidly towards here. What should we do? Ding Zikai was a little nervous. Su Jinyang was prepared. He whispered to Ding Zikai, no matter what they say, as soon as they leave, tell others to keep moving forward and don't stop. He turned around and stopped the team, and then called several deputy captains together, saying, the captain is here to inspect our work. Everyone must show their spirit, and let the captain know that we will not embarrass him. Yu Hongtao looked at Su Jinyang with some suspicion. Captain, what are they here for? Of course, to supervise our progress. I may go with them to report to the headquarters. When the time comes, everyone must proceed according to the original plan. I will let my assistant Ding Zikai tell you the specific arrangements. Su Jinyang waved his hand. Everyone disperse, hurried back to organize the welcoming formation. Lu Dazhuang, who was tracking the team, was surprised to see that the team stopped and formed a neat formation. The shuttle fighter began to land and stopped in the open space in front of the team. Without waiting for Lu Dazhuang to walk out of the cockpit, Su Jinyang and several deputy captains came to greet them at a trot, with flattering smiles on their faces. Thank you for your hard work, Captain. You have to come from such a long distance to supervise our work in person. I have always said that following our captain, we will definitely achieve great things and build Jianxing into the most prosperous planet. Su Jinyang's smile looked very sincere, which made Ding Zikai stunned. He had never thought that his captain would be so flattering. The other deputy captains also followed Su Jinyang's example and flattered him with all kinds of words. Lu Dazhuang, who was originally very angry, finally calmed down. If you extend your hand but don't smile, others are so flattering to you, how can you lose your temper? We welcome the captain to guide our work. Su Jinyang leaned over and made an invitation. The deputy captains also bowed one by one, inviting the captain to give them instructions. Lu Dazhuang then walked to the front of the neatly lined team. Su Jinyang said loudly, Captain Lu can take time out of his busy schedule to inspect our work. This is the leader's concern for us. We can only express our concern for Captain Lu with the warmest applause. Pa pa pa. After a round of warm applause, Lu Dazhuang had to stand up and speak to everyone present. Su Jinyang started to flatter Lu Dazhuang again, praising him to the sky. After the applause ended, Lu Dazhuang said to Su Jinyang, Captain Su, The commander wants to see you in person and listen to your work report. Come with me. Su Jinliang gave Ding Zikai a look and immediately smiled. The commander wants to see me in person, that's great. Commander Jian has always been my most admired idol. Wait for me a moment. I need to change into the cleanest clothes and wash my face. Don't waste time. Wait until we get to the camp and then change clothes. Lu Dazhuang felt that he had stayed long enough. Watching the shuttle fighter take off and disappear into the horizon, Ding Zikai immediately gathered several deputy captains, and all the team members continued on their way. On the shuttle fighter, Su Jinliang curled up in the back seat, fearing that he would squeeze Lu Dazhuang. Captain Su, how come your team is so fast? They have traveled 200 or 300 kilometers in just 2 days. Lu Dazhuang asked. Su Jinliang straightened his chest and said, Captain, we have always kept the glorious deeds of the commander in mind. We all admire the deeds of a commander who fought for days and nights on Blue Star without rest. This time, we can follow the commander to develop Jianqing, which is the best opportunity for us to learn the commander up close. I gave them an order. They must learn the spirit of Commander Jian and complete the task of opening up the second development point. Therefore, we have been on the road these days, and those transport vehicles are used as tools for everyone to take turns to rest. Lu Dazhuang shook his head. This is the first time that someone has flattered Jian Yimo so blatantly. It is also the first time that someone has flattered himself. However, it feels good. Command Center. Jian Yimo stood in front of the window, wearing his favorite vest and shorts, watching the plane slowly landing on the tarmac outside. How long did it take? 3 hours. Julia said carefully. 3 hours. What is Lu Dazhuang doing? Jian Yimo was a little suspicious. It stands to reason that, even if it's 400 or 500 kilometers away, a round trip of 2 hours is enough. It took 3 hours. Something must have gone wrong in the middle. But when he saw Lu Dazhuang coming down from the shuttle fighter, he gave up the idea, because Lu Dazhuang seemed very proud. Su Jinliang, who followed him down from the shuttle fighter, was limping a little, and was humble and courteous. Captain Su, what's wrong with you? Lu Dazhuang looked at the limping Su Jinliang and asked suspiciously. Oh, it's nothing. I was sitting in an awkward position just now, and my feet are numb. Su Jinliang stamped his feet hard. This was not pretending, but his feet were really numb. On the shuttle fighter, he had been huddled in the corner, fearing that he would squeeze Lu Dazhuang's space, which would cause his feet to go numb. Lu Dazhuang smiled, and he also understood what was going on. This Su Jinliang was really sensible. He would rather have his feet go numb in order not to be squeezed. The two walked into the command room. Su Jinliang secretly glanced at Jian Yimo. Now Jian Yimo was not pretending anymore, and his true nature was completely exposed. There were a group of beautiful women serving him, and they were all dressed very revealingly. And he no longer wore those formal clothes, but wore a small vest with bare arms and big shorts, showing all the scars on his body to outsiders. Su Jinliang half knelt and saluted. Su Jinliang, the captain of the 28th Squad of the 5th Squadron, pays homage to the commander. This time, shocked everyone. This was the first person to kneel and salute. This flattery was too strong, making several female assistants look at him a few more times. At the same time, they secretly despised him in their hearts. The strong man with thick eyebrows and big eyes actually was so servile and knelt down to salute, which was simply flattering. Jian Yimo felt very happy. Su Jinliang's kneeling lit up a bright light in his heart. Why did the ancient kings ask their subjects to kneel to them? It was a kind of submission, a kind of oppression in terms of momentum. When everyone had to kneel to him, it was the beginning of submission to him. Su Jinliang's action this time pleased him very much. Lu Dazhuang, who was standing by, was terrified. Just now in the team, a group of people bowed to him and flattered him. He thought Su Jinliang was exaggerating. Unexpectedly, in the era of interstellar universe with rapid development of science and technology, someone actually picked up the dregs of feudal society and knelt down in public to Jian Yimo. This guy is simply shameless. Shameless to the point that people have to despise him. Yu Baogang on the other side was also shocked. He was shocked by Su Jinliang's lack of bottom line. And he also deeply blamed himself. Why didn't he think of this trick first? Judging from Su Jinliang's performance just now, this guy has a bright future. I must try my best, and strive to perform well, and then get Julie into my hands. Jian Yimo felt very comfortable. And he was also completely awakened by Su Jinliang's actions. He wanted to be a king, and to rule Jianqing with the royal etiquette of the feudal era. He was about to take a step forward and help Su Jinliang up. But Su Jinliang made another move, which completely made him speechless. Su Jinliang knelt down on his knees, then prostrated himself on the ground, and performed a kneeling ceremony. This kind of etiquette has disappeared for hundreds of years. Even in ancient times, it was a rare etiquette. Shameless. However, I have to learn it. Lu Dazhuang and Yu Baogang were complaining in their hearts. This time, Jian Yimo finally helped Su Jinliang up. Captain Su. No need to be polite. Sit down. Since landing, this was the first time Jian Yimo asked someone to sit down. Even Lu Dazhuang and Yu Baogang had never received such treatment. Captain Su, where did you go? Why did Captain Lu find you for 2 days? Jian Yimo asked. Lu Dazhuang felt that he had to say something. Otherwise this guy would steal all the limelight. Commander, his team has actually walked hundreds of kilometers. Today we also flew for a long time before finding their traces. Jian Yimo frowned. Although Su Jinliang's kneeling ceremony just now made him less vigilant against Su Jinliang, he still became suspicious again after hearing this. Captain Su, why are you in such a hurry to get on the road? Jian Yimo stared at Su Jinliang, wanting to see his every move. Are you trying to escape from here? Su Jinliang shook his head. Commander, our team has always regarded the glorious deeds of the commander as our model for learning. When developing Blue Star, the commander worked alone for days and nights without leaving the front line. This spirit is worth learning. This time we must learn the commander's spirit of hard work, and use the shortest time, in the most difficult place, to open up a second livable living area, and pay tribute to Commander Jian. So, we unanimously decided to work day and night, and rush to invest in our construction as soon as possible, and develop more living areas for Commander Jian. Seeing Su Jinliang's pretentious look, the people around him rolled their eyes secretly. But Jian Yimo felt very useful. This is the effect he wanted. If everyone was like Su Jinliang, wouldn't he really become the emperor of Jianqing? His suspicion of Su Jinliang was immediately dispelled. Then how will you develop next? Jian Yimo asked calmly. Keep on going, until you find the most suitable place to live. Commander, rest assured, we have 200 people, and we will complete the task successfully, Su Jinliang said. Seeing Su Jinliang driving a largest multi-purpose vehicle, fully loaded with supplies, Lu Dazhuang had to admire this guy's shamelessness. Because, when Jian Yimo decided to hand over this large multi-purpose vehicle to their team, Su Jinliang was so grateful that he burst into tears, and he knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to express his gratitude. After seeing Su Jinliang off, Lu Dazhuang walked into the command room, and saw Yu Baogang kneeling down and saying, Commander, you are wise and brave. Your reputation has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so you can attract people like Su Jinliang to devote themselves to the work with the greatest enthusiasm. This is a cause for celebration. Lu Dazhuang also knelt down unwillingly. I think so too. However, I suggest that the word commander is no longer suitable for your status. You should be called the king or the emperor. Jian Yimo was very pleased, but he still shook his head slightly. Not necessary for now. Let's talk about it after it stabilizes. You all stand up. Between us brothers, there should be no such etiquette. Yu Baogang and Lu Dazhuang stood up. By the way, what do you think of the team leader Su Jinliang? I have been to their team, and they are indeed very passionate. This guy is quite capable. Lu Dazhuang was also praised by Su Jinliang, so he had a good impression of him. I also think it's good for such people to open up a second home. If they find a suitable development site, we can also transfer some people there. Yu Baogang didn't have a good impression of Su Jinliang, but he didn't want to appear different from Jian Yimo. Now, the relationship between him and Jian Yimo was no longer that of a commander and the captain of the escort team. Their relationship is more like that of a monarch and his guards. It is no longer a secret that Jian Yimo has become the emperor of Jianqing. He is already unstoppable. Jian Yimo nodded. This Su Jinliang is indeed good. However, we cannot be careless. We must always pay attention to their progress. This planet cannot have any deviation. I will always keep an eye on him. Yu Baogang rushed to answer. Jian Yimo turned his head, with a wicked smile on his face. How is your assistant search going? Chapter 288 Finding an Insider. In the wilderness, a large multifunctional engineering vehicle was running wildly. This engineering vehicle was requested by Su Jinliang when Jian Yimo was happy. And Jian Yimo, who was coaxed by Su Genliang's sweet words, immediately agreed. This large multifunctional engineering vehicle, in the entire development team, there are only 10 of them. It is very precious. This vehicle can bulldoze, dig, hammer, lift, drill. A car can handle a lot of work. On Jianqing, it is the best tool. With this kind of magic weapon, their road to land reclamation will become much easier. Today's countermeasures are not impromptu, but the countermeasures that Su Jinliang has carefully thought about in the past few days. Although they have walked more than 200 kilometers, they will definitely be caught up by Jian Yimo's people. How to deal with Jian Yimo has become a crucial matter. If they cannot eliminate Jian Yimo's suspicion, their escape this time will fail. In the past few days, he carefully analyzed Jian Yimo's motives. Jian Yimo obviously wanted to be a local emperor, a dictator who dominated the planet. So how to make Jian Yimo feel at ease? Of course, he had to cater to his preferences. He was a new generation of human beings born after the end of Blue Star. He didn't know much about the history of Blue Star before. He specifically consulted those people in the team who were born before the end of Blue Star, and learned a lot of human history. The ancient human kings were all great dictators who had the final say. And Jian Yimo is quite a dictator. Then, to please Jian Yimo by following the manners of ancient kings is a good choice. This is the best way Su Jinliang came up with to please Jian Yimo and dispel his suspicion by kneeling down. This is also Su Genliang's gamble. Fortunately, he won the gamble. Jian Yimo was born before the end of Blue Star, and had met the commander-in-chief Yilin Xing. He must know the etiquette of ancient kings. Su Genliang's kneeling, which instantly lit up Jian Yimo's heart. It also gave Jian Yimo his own way of ruling, which was to rule Jianqing in the way of ancient kings. Su Genliang's approach was mean and despicable, but very effective. That's why he got this large multifunctional engineering vehicle. The team kept moving forward. Although the deputy captain Yu Hongtao was a little confused, but with Ding Zikai's insistence, the team continued to move forward in this way. Suddenly, there was a roar behind them. The people at the back of the team turned their heads, and saw a huge engineering vehicle chasing them with smoke and dust rolling up. The dust raised by the wheels spread far and wide. Oh my god! A large multifunctional engineering vehicle? Is this for our team? Ding Zikai said in disbelief. There were only 10 such vehicles in the entire development team, because this type of vehicle is heavy, large in size, and not easy to transport. It is rare. But everyone knows the capabilities of this kind of car. It is very powerful. One car is equivalent to 10 ordinary engineering vehicles. Yu Hongtao narrowed his eyes and stared at the back. Originally, he and Su Jinliang were both team leaders, with the same position. But now, he has become Su Genliang's deputy, which makes him a little uncomfortable. Moreover, Su Jinliang seems to trust Ding Zikai more. Seeing Su Jinliang being taken back by the captain, he has been hesitating whether to take over the team. But he admires Su Genliang's ability and courage very much. He couldn't do something like this, where he desperately escaped with the whole team. So, he had been restraining his emotions. If Su Jinliang didn't come back within 2 days, he would take over the team. Now, Su Jinliang came back, and brought a large multifunctional engineering vehicle, which he asked himself if he could do. Being a deputy was his best choice. The whole team stopped. The car stopped suddenly, and stopped in front of the team. The door opened, and Su Jinliang got out of the car with an excited look on his face, and said loudly, "Brothers, I'm back, and I brought back a large multifunctional engineering vehicle. Now we are safe, I declare, we will not travel tonight, everyone can have a rest at ease." The whole team cheered. The moonlight shone down from the clouds, shining on the group of people sleeping on the ground. The radiation index here has exceeded the standard, but the degree is relatively mild. This also indicates that they are about to enter a radiation safety area. The radiation of the entire Jian star is closely related to the nuclear bombs dropped at the beginning. If the nuclear bomb dropped in a place is nuclear fission, then there will be strong pollution. If hydrogen bombs were dropped, the degree of contamination would be much lower. However, because the density of nuclear bombs is too high, they have caused a devastating blow to the ground. Almost every place has been attacked by various nuclear bombs. So at the beginning, the radiation in almost every place was above the standard. However, after decades of purification by nature, some areas have been relatively weaker in the attack. So the degree of radiation has been reduced a lot. These purified areas are generally point-shaped. According to the radiation level, after another day of travel, Everyone will be able to enter the low radiation area and start rebuilding. In a tent, 3 deputy captains came. They were summoned by Su Jinliang. Su Jinliang's face was full of solemnity, in contrast to his joy during the day. Everyone, I have confirmed that our commander Jian Yimo, the former recipient of the Medal of Merit for developing Blue Star, our idol, has completely changed. Su Jinliang's tone was solemn. He wants to be an ancient king who has the final say. In these 2 days, huge changes have taken place in the camp. What changes? Yu Hongtao asked in surprise. Jian Yimo found more than 10 beauties from various camps to serve as his assistants, actually his concubines. And he also asked Lu Dazhuang and Yu Baogang to find 10 beauties each to serve as assistants. Su Jinliang said. Yu Hongtao stood up suddenly. He is committing a crime. He completely denies the system of equality for all that we have formed over the years. Su Jinliang nodded. That's right. Now I can say for sure that it was not the former captain who blew up the space carrier, but himself. The purpose is also very simple, which is to cut off all contact with the outside world and turn this planet into an isolated planet. He will become the emperor of this planet. He put the blame for blowing up the space carrier on the former captain and assassinated him. Su Jinliang said in a serious tone. It was not Lu Dazhuang who killed the captain, but Jian Yimo himself. Really? Several deputy captains were very shocked. Yu Hongtao asked, how did you know? Su Jinliang glanced at everyone. An insider told me. When he said this, Su Jinliang thought of Julius. Julius told him all this. His thoughts went back to before he was about to leave the camp. At that time, Julius sent him out of the command center, prepared to go to the machinery department, to take over this large multifunctional engineering vehicle. While walking on the road, Su Jinliang said, you have suffered these days. Julius was stunned. She did not expect that Su Jinliang would say such a thing. Seeing him groveling in front of Jian Yimo just now, she despised him very much. Although she herself had to succumb to Jian Yimo's tyranny, she was at least forced to do so. But this Su Jinliang was a slave who took the initiative to flatter. What did you say? I said, you were tortured terribly by him. You must hate him to death. Su Jinliang said slowly. Why do you say that? Julius was a little excited. Your eyes can deceive others, but not me. Su Jinliang looked at Julius seriously. Because your eyes are the same as mine, the superficial respect cannot cover up the hatred in your heart. Julius lowered her head, daring not to speak. She didn't know what Su Jinliang meant. Because he clearly looked like a villain who was prepared to rely on Jian Yimo. I know you have some doubts about me, but I can tell you the truth. Everything I am doing now is to prepare for killing Jian Yimo in the future. Su Jinliang's words became bolder. This time, Julie finally believed Su Jinliang, but you can't beat him at all. He is the commander, and he controls the guard team and the construction team. He has a very high prestige and all the weapons. Su Jinliang nodded, yes. I can't beat him now, so I have to escape. I will find a second living area. But in time, we can grow stronger and overthrow him. This is impossible. He has all the anti-aging preparations in his hands. With this thing alone, he can control everyone, Juliet said. Su Jinliang sneered. Do you know why I flattered him so much just now? Juliet shook her head. I just want him to be blindly arrogant. Let him follow the path of ancient kings as soon as possible. Let him be licentious and shameless. In this way, he can arouse public outrage. When the time comes, we can overthrow his rule with a single call. We. Julius keenly caught the meaning of his words. Yes, we. Su Jinliang turned and stared at Julius. Miss Julius, you are the goddess in my mind. I don't want to see you suffer this torture. You and I will join hands. We will definitely find his flaws and get rid of him. Su Jinliang's eyes were clear and bright, and full of wisdom, which made Julius's heart, which was originally as dead as ashes, active again. Can it really work? Of course it can work. Su Jinliang sneered. We will make him blindly arrogant, full of arrogance. At that time, he will certainly act recklessly, cruelly oppress others, and cause public outrage. At that time, it is time for us to take action. Julia's heart was moved. What should I do? You find a way to pass the latest news to me. Su Jinliang revealed his true purpose. We will work together inside and outside, and we will definitely be able to bring him down. He had long seen Julius's dilemma. This goddess, who was originally the most arrogant goddess in the entire development team, now became cautious under Jian Yimo's tyranny, and did not dare to resist at all. He knew that this girl could be used. With such a person as an insider, we can more accurately grasp Jian Yimo's various details. Julius gritted her teeth. She didn't want to be a prize for Jian Yimo to reward others. She also wanted to get out of trouble. I'll tell you a secret, the space carrier was blown up by Jian Yimo himself. The person who killed the captain was also Jian Yimo. Julius felt that she should seize this opportunity firmly. This is the only way to get herself out of the current situation. In addition, the only long-distance communicator is with Jian Yimo. He always carries it with him. As long as we get the super communication, tell the mother planet of Jian Yimo's evil deeds, tell Guixingchen, his good days will be over. All of us can be rescued. Julius grabbed Su Jinliang's arm. Find a way to get long-distance communication, that's the best way. Su Jinliang took a deep breath. Thank you, goddess. Please bear with it for a while. I promise you that I will take the shortest time to bring down Jian Yimo. Since there is someone who knows about it, wouldn't it be enough for this person to come forward and accuse him in person? Deputy Captain Li Qifeng said. Su Jinliang glanced at Li Qifeng and felt that this guy was not smart. Obviously he grew up in a honeypot and didn't understand the cruelty of struggle at all. To accuse him in person. Isn't that courting death? Yu Hantou retorted. Now the whole brigade is in Jian Yimo's hands. If we are not careful, we will all be finished. Everyone rush up and grab the long-distance communicator. The suffering will be over. Li Qifeng still insisted on his opinion. Ding Zikai stood up and said, this is not the time for one person to respond to 100 calls. Jian Yimo holds the weapons of the escort team in his hands. If someone rebels, their laser guns are not vegetarian. Who dares to risk his life to accuse him? Li Qifeng wanted to say something. Su Jinliang raised his hand. Captain Li, you have to remember one thing. From the moment we landed on this planet, it is no longer a peaceful era. We have entered a period of crisis. All things that are taken for granted in peacetime will be overturned in this situation. Su Jinliang motioned him to sit down. He stood up and said, let's do the things at hand first. Find a good base first. And solve our food and clothing problems. I believe that it won't be long before Jian Yimo's cruelty will be known to everyone. Captain Li will then know how immature your idea was just now. Su Jinliang knew why Li Qifeng had such an idea. Because Li Qifeng was also born after the end of Blue Star. When he was born, he entered the interstellar age. Technology was highly developed, and Blue Star had always maintained peace. Except for the wars between universes, there were no wars among humans on Blue Star. This group of people have not experienced the dangerous struggle. There are many people who share the same idea as Li Qifeng. They have long lost their fear of struggle. They are a new generation of young people who grew up in a honeypot. This kind of people, in other words, are stupid. Su Jinliang had the idea of replacing this captain. Stupid people are not suitable to be his deputy. This will put everyone in danger. Regarding Jian Yimo's matter, please don't spread it for the time being. Wait until we find a suitable place to live and build our own home, then we will tell everyone. Su Jinliang clapped his hands. Now, everyone go back to sleep first, and continue on the road tomorrow morning. Chapter 289, Emperor. A rabbit was moving slowly in the wilderness. The environment without natural enemies made the rabbit lose its vigilance. Even when a man wearing a mini vest, big shorts, and holding a bow and arrow appeared in the distance, it did not attract enough attention. It was still slowly foraging for food in the green grass. Swoosh! An arrow accurately hit the rabbit's head. It twitched twice and lay on the ground motionless. A girl with a good figure and appearance ran over quickly, lifted the rabbit's body on the ground, and shouted excitedly, Governor, another arrow shot it in the head. The governor is really good at archery. The girl's name is Xiao Yu, whom Jian Yimo got from Lu Dazhuang. Lu Dazhuang, who was following behind, looked at Jian Yimo's big hands holding Xiaoyu's slender waist, and felt full of regret. Just a few days ago, when he was drinking with Jian Yimo, he was excited for a moment, and boasted a few words, saying how knowledgeable and interesting his new concubine was, how good she was at serving people, and how good she looked. As a result, that afternoon, Jian Yimo broke into his residence, found Xiao Yu, and after trying Xiaoyu's service himself, he took Xiao Yu away. However, Lu Dazhuang did not hate Jian Yimo. His complaints were purely because he had not had enough fun. Now that Xiao Yu had become Jian Yimo's concubine, he could not touch her. Jian Yimo could play with his concubine at any time, but he could not touch his concubine unless Jian Yimo rewarded him. It had been 2 years since he arrived at Jianxing. Jian Yimo had successfully transformed himself from a commander to a governor. The next step was to become an emperor. He had the power of life and death over all the people in the 100,000 development team. In the past 2 years, he has killed more than 1,000 people. The entire development zone is in a state of panic. No one dares to question Jian Yimo's actions. Even Lu Dazhuang doesn't dare. The original order is gone. Freedom and equality, peaceful coexistence, are all bullshit here. Jian Yimo is the emperor of Jianxing. He has the final say on all order. Jian Yimo is order. Xiao Yu leaned against Jian Yimo and rubbed him hard. Governor, why don't you use the laser gun? Using arrows is so tiring, I can't even pull the bowstring. Because of the loss of the space carrier, the development team lost a lot of supplies, and people's quality of life is rapidly declining. People began to grow crops and food, and also hunt. Because there are no natural enemies, the various animals released in front began to reproduce in large numbers, making hunting possible. If you use laser guns to hunt, it will be very simple. But all the laser guns are controlled by Jian Yimo. People can only hunt with bows and arrows. Bows and arrows became popular. Jian Yimo's favorite thing was to hunt with bows and arrows, and his skills were very high. In this development team, he was also a leader. It's boring to use a laser gun. Using a bow and arrow, you can feel the sense of conquest. Jian Yimo laughed evilly. Just like conquering you at night. My king, you are so bad. Shuyo's little fists hit Jian Yimo's body, but it seemed more like hitting Lu Dazhuang's heart. He really regretted it, blaming himself for being a big mouth. Such a fun woman, just gave it to Jian Yimo, but he had no fun. The most annoying thing was this Xiao Yu. She got into the role very quickly. Now she did everything without avoiding outsiders, and simply treated other people as air. Captain Lu, bring the rabbit, and give it to the kitchen. The king wants to eat braised wild rabbit tonight. Xiao Yu threw the rabbit to Lu Dazhuang. In her eyes, Lu Dazhuang was just a follower. Lu Dazhuang felt very uncomfortable. It was normal for Jian Yimo to ignore him, but this girl actually dared to ignore him, which made him very uncomfortable. However, he was not in a hurry. According to Jian Yimo's speed of changing women, at most 3 months, this girl would be tired of him. Just like Zhu Lizi. Now Zhu Lizi has changed from Jian Yimo's favorite woman to his harem manager, helping him manage these dozens of women. If Zhu Lizi hadn't done so well, she would definitely be given to Lu Dazhuang or Yu Baogang by Jian Yimo to win people's hearts. Zhu Lizi walked over from a distance and saluted Jian Yimo. Governor, Su Jinliang, the captain of the independent squadron, came to pay a visit and brought a large cart of items. Jian Yimo's interest increased greatly. He threw the bow and arrow in his hand to Lu Dazhuang, still wearing a mini vest and big shorts, and walked towards the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion was just completed less than a year ago. It took more than 2,000 people and several months of hard work to build it. It can be said to be magnificent. Greetings, Governor. From a distance, Su Jinliang knelt down and bowed respectfully. No need to bow, get up. Jian Yimo walked over quickly, and the scars on his body were particularly conspicuous. Every time Su Jinliang came, Jian Yimo would feel very comfortable. Su Jinliang's independent squadron found a habitable area about 500 kilometers away from here, and then began to build it. In order to help Su Jinliang's construction, Jian Yimo allocated another 5,000 people to Su Jinliang. Now Su Jinliang's independent squadron is no longer inferior to other squadrons in terms of numbers. Su Jinliang also maintained enough respect for Jian Yimo. Every time he came to pay a visit, he would bring the best harvest of the squadron. There were all kinds of fresh wild goods, as well as a large amount of food, vegetables, and fruits. It can be said that Su Jinliang's tribute alone can meet all the living needs of Jian Yimo and other high-ranking officials. What did you bring this time? Jian Yimo walked to the chair and sat down carelessly, not caring about his image at all. There are fresh fruits and vegetables. And food. We recently hunted a wild boar and sent it to the governor to improve the taste, Su Jinliang said. The entire development team has now entered the farming era. The inventory is limited, and there is a high probability that it will not be replenished. So it must be used sparingly. Before the construction of the corresponding supporting facilities, they can only rely on traditional farming methods to live and save resources as much as possible. So much? Are you able to eat enough? Jian Yimo showed concern for Su Jinliang and his friends' lives. We are working, so as long as we have food, you can't live in such a way as to make do with the life of the governor. Su Jinliang flattered him. His heart was bleeding. These grains and food were the most urgent materials for their independent squadron. But in order to paralyze Jian Yimo, they had to do this. Fortunately, Su Jinyang built an artificial food factory, which could provide enough food for everyone. Although the taste is bad, and the texture is not good, at least it can fill your stomach. Yu Hongtao and others don't understand Su Jinyang's approach, because there is no need to send so much food to Jian Yimo. After all, Jian Yimo has a full 100,000 people, and their harvest is enough to feed Jian Yimo. But Su Jinyang knows that only in this way can he dispel Jian Yimo's suspicion. Su Jinyang is planning to overthrow Jian Yimo's rule. But now is not the time. Jian Yimo stood up, turned around and walked into the house alone. Soon, he came out and threw something to Su Jinyang. Su Jinyang quickly reached out to catch it. This is an anti-aging preparation. It is also the most important tool and means for Jian Yimo to win people's hearts. Anyone who can get his approval and is considered loyal will be rewarded with an anti-aging preparation. An anti-aging preparation can maintain the effect for a year. If people want to stay young, they must always submit to Jian Yimo's rule. Thank you, Governor. Su Jinyang knelt down again and performed the 3 kneeling and 9 bowing ceremony again. How are you doing now? Jian Yimo asked casually. Report to Governor. Under your wise guidance, our independent squadron has carried forward the spirit of not fearing death and not fearing hardship, and has doubled the living area, and built a gestation factory, using artificial uterus for embryo reproduction, and we will have 500 babies born every year. Su Jinyang said. There are only 2 human embryo culture bases in the entire Jian Star. One is in the governor's mansion. The other is in the independent squadron. This is also what Su Jinyang fought hard to get. Because of the lack of anti-aging preparations, cultivating human embryos has become a very important matter. Only by mastering human embryos can life continue. There are now 2 means for human reproduction on Jian Star. One is natural reproduction. The other is artificial womb. Su Jinyang strived hard for artificial wombs, just to control population growth in his own hands. You did a good job, but do you have enough food? Jian Yimo asked casually. For those ordinary people, it's enough to fill their stomachs. We always have artificial food, so it's enough to fill their stomachs. Su Jinyang said. Jian Yimo waved his hand. Xiao Su, your idea is wrong. We also want ordinary people to live a good life. In the future, you can pay less tribute. Leave some for them. Su Jinyang shook his head quickly. That won't do. You are a precious person. Governor. You must eat the best. Use the best. Marry the best woman. And live in the best house. Lu Dazhuang and Yu Baogang on the side rolled their eyes. This Su Jinyang is starting to flatter again. The key is that he flatters well, and Jian Yimo feels very comfortable every time. Haha, it's good that you have this intention. But you also need to pay attention to public opinion, and don't let them complain. Jian Yimo said. Sir, you are the most benevolent governor. Su Jinyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Governor, I have a suggestion. I don't know if I should mention it or not. Go ahead. Feeling very comfortable with Su Jinyang's flattery, Jian Yimo also wanted to hear what trick Su Jinyang had. I think your benevolence is beyond the reach of a governor. You should officially ascend the throne, become the true emperor of Jianqing, and unify the world, without waiting for others to react. He immediately knelt down again, on behalf of our independent squadron. I strongly request that you ascend the throne as emperor now, and become the first emperor in the history of Jianqing. Lu Dazhuang was the first to react, and he also knelt down, on behalf of our development team of 100,000 people. I respectfully invite you to be emperor, and start a dynasty that will last for thousands of years. Yu Baogang secretly cursed Su Jinyang and Lu Dazhuang, cursing the 2 guys for their shamelessness. He also scolded himself, scolding his slowness. He also knelt down, and prostrated himself on the ground. On behalf of all members of the guard, I respectfully invite you to ascend the throne, and become the emperor now. Other people also knelt down and prostrated themselves on the ground, respectfully inviting Jian Yimo to become the emperor. Jian Yimo was overjoyed. This was the glory he wanted. Although the population of Jianqing was small, he had a long lifespan, and he would definitely be able to develop Jianqing into the same scale as Blue Star. At that time, he would surpass the glory of his ancestors, and become the most prestigious person in the family. This is not good, Jian Yimo said politely. This time, Yu Baogang spoke first. Your ascension to the throne has long been the popular demand. We implore you to take the throne now. We implore you to take the throne. Jian Yimo stood up slowly. He had been holding the title of governor for 2 years. The reason why he didn't dare to become the emperor directly was that He was worried that Guixingchen would send someone to check the development here. But in the past 2 years, except for him taking the initiative to report to Guixingchen, Guixingchen never took the initiative to find him. In the past year, Jian Yimo has not taken the initiative to report his work to Guixingchen. And Guixingchen still has no news, as if he has forgotten him. This made him want to become the emperor. Okay, I will not disappoint everyone's request. From now on, I will officially take the throne as the emperor of Jianqing. Jianqing will become a brilliant planet. Jian Yimo was so excited that he trembled all over. It can be said that his wish has been fulfilled by more than half. The remaining half just need to wait for time. The first rebellion finally happened this year. Just in the second month after Jian Yimo proclaimed himself emperor, the rebellion started from the 15th squad of the 10th squadron. It was a morning. In the tent of the 15th squad, Wang Fuzhengdao was about to propose to his girlfriend. He now regretted coming to Jianqing. When he was on the mother planet, everything was so peaceful and tranquil, but he was tired of the peaceful life. He wanted to find some excitement, so he signed up for the development team and went to Puzing to open up the wasteland. When he was on his home planet, he was a bachelor and never thought of using marriage to tie himself to marriage for the rest of his life. He had several girlfriends, the longest lasting 10 years, and the shortest 1 or 2 years. But in the end, they all broke up because of boredom. I thought he would continue to live like this, because marriage was too hard to bear in the long years. Love was too hard to maintain. But after coming to Jane Star, his thoughts changed completely, because the long years were gone. The space carrier crashed, and the anti-aging preparation was firmly controlled by Jian Yimo. To achieve immortality, you must perform well, and you must also be appreciated by Jian Yimo. He tried many times, but all failed. After 2 years of hard work, he finally realized that it was impossible for him to be appreciated by Jian Yimo. His lifespan was no longer long. According to the current environment, it would be great if he could live to be 100 years old. This made him panic. And he also had the idea of having a child to continue the family line. So, after thinking it over again and again, he finally prepared to propose to his girlfriend, so that the two of them could spend the long days together, supporting each other. Chapter 290. People at the bottom. Only after experiencing hardships can you know the value of peace. Only after experiencing vicissitudes can you understand the importance of family. This is what Wang Fuzhengdao is like now. His current girlfriend is not the most beautiful of his previous girlfriends, nor is she the one with the best temper, or even the most suitable one, but she is the only one he can hold on to now. The recent trend is very wrong. A trend of taking concubines began to spread throughout Jianqing. This trend first started with Jian Yimo, the emperor of Jianqing. He promulgated a series of laws, and these laws are said to come from the ancient times of the former Blue Star. Jian Yimo appointed himself as the emperor, and called himself the chosen one. Yu Baogang served as the general, and Lu Dazhuang served as the prime minister. Jian Yimo claimed that all the land of Jianqing belonged to Jian Yimo, and if others wanted to obtain land, they could only obtain the emperor's reward. Jian Yimo divided the entire Jianqing into fiefdoms, even the places that had not yet been developed, they were all sealed. Su Jinliang was appointed as the governor of the second development zone, and the second development zone was also designated as his fiefdom. Those who were appreciated by Jian Yimo were all given fiefdoms of varying sizes. As for the others, they had nothing. Then, Jian Yimo began to build his own harem, and did not establish a queen. All the women he took into his harem, except for Julie, had no positions or titles. In just 1 year, he took more than 1,000 girls into his harem. You know, the entire development team only has 100,000 people. This 1,000 people is a huge number. Among these 1,000 girls, there are about a dozen of them who are his favorites. And they don't have to work. The other women must join the development team and follow the large team to open up Wasteland. It can be said that these women are just Jian Yimo's playthings. With Jian Yimo's example, other powerful people also began to build their own back gardens. Lu Dazhuang took in more than 200 girls as his concubines. Yu Baogang was even more arrogant, and he directly recruited 500 girls. Their subordinates, the squadron leaders and team leaders also scrambled for women. Even the most mediocre ones were divided up by the team leaders and above. The ordinary development team members, they could only choose those girls who were really ugly. Wang Fuzhengdao's girlfriend was not beautiful, but she was not bad either. The team leader had been eyeing her for a long time, but Wang Fuzhengdao and his girlfriend had already established a romantic relationship, and their relationship had always been good. Wang Fu Zhengdao was also a very influential person, and the team leader did not dare to forcibly separate them. He just let them be together. But a few days ago, the squadron leader came to inspect the work of the team, and fell in love with Wang Fu Zhengdao's girlfriend at first sight. He asked around and found that the girl had not been settled yet. So he started to think about her. The team leader also hinted, hoping that the girl would take the initiative to join the squadron leader. The girl panicked and told Wang Fu Zhengdao about the matter. Wang Fu Zhengdao decided to propose now, and the two of them would get married quickly, so that no one could snatch his woman away. Xiao Li, marry me. Wang Fu Zhengdao didn't care about the sense of ceremony, and took out a piece of dried venison that he treasured. In an era of scarcity, dried venison was a precious food. Everyone had a feeling that Jian Xing's life had quickly gone from a high-tech era to an ancient era of poverty in just 3 years. But in some areas, it is a high-tech era. Shuttle fighters, laser weapons, large industrial equipment, etc. These are the most advanced things. But people's lives are very hard, comparable to the poorest times in ancient times. Now Jane's star is full of contradictions and conflicts. This reminds many people of the utopian underground city built by Logi. However, Logi's utopian underground city is full of idealism, while Jane's star is only naked rule and slavery. But I'm worried that the squadron leader will harm you. Xiao Li was also full of contradictions. Don't worry, I'll take care of it if anything happens. Wang Fu Zhengdao was determined. He was a very good person, and everyone in the team respected him. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't flatter his superiors, he would be the most suitable candidate for the squadron leader. Xiao Li struggled for a long time, and finally agreed. Xiao Li didn't want to be the squadron leader's plaything. All the girls knew that. The idea of equality between men and women had disappeared on this planet. Men dominated the world, and women could only be men's playthings and reproductive tools. This can be seen from the treatment of Jian Yimo's thousands of women. Except for a dozen particularly favored women, the rest of the women have to work. Unless they are pregnant, they can enter the artificial womb center to be a manager. Ordinary men, because they cannot marry women, can only rely on artificial wombs to reproduce. But this requires expensive fees. They also have to bear management fees, so basically few ordinary people go to artificial wombs to have children. Xiao Li knows very well that becoming Wang Fu Zhengdao's wife is her best way out. In order to prevent any trouble, Xiao Li moved her luggage and moved into Wang Fu Zhengdao's room. She invited her friends to have a good time. It was considered a wedding, and the two began to live as husband and wife. Their wedding angered the squadron leader, who brought a team of guards and declared their marriage illegal and must be terminated immediately on the grounds that he did not agree to their wedding. Seeing that his wife, who had just moved in for less than 3 days, had to move out again, Wang Fu Zhengdao suppressed his anger and went to the squadron leader's residence to apply for marriage. The housing standards of Jianxing are strictly divided according to social class. Emperor Jian Yimo can live in a tall palace. First-level officials, like Lu Dazhuang and Yu Baogang, can live in villas and mansions. The squadron leader can live in a suite, while ordinary people can only live in a single room. This is also one of Jian Yimo's means of ruling Jianxing. After entering the squadron leader's room, Wang Fu Zhengdao proposed to marry Xiao Li. The squadron leader sat high on the chair, looking at Wang Fu Zhengdao, who knelt down. His heart was full of anger. This was the first time someone openly dared to go against his will. He clearly had his eyes on Xiao Li, had already informed the team leader, and was ready to take Xiao Li into his own back garden at any time. But Wang Fu Zhengdao intercepted her halfway, which made him very uncomfortable. Wang Fu, I know you are very prestigious in the 15th team, and I also value your ability. When there is a suitable opportunity, I also plan to promote you to be a team leader. But you disappoint me so much. The woman I have my eyes on, you actually intercepted her halfway? Do you still have me? The squadron leader. In your eyes? Wang Fu Zhengdao held back the anger in his heart, and said humbly, Squadron leader, Xiao Li and I have admired each other for a long time, and we were lovers long before we arrived at Jianxing. Then why don't you get married? You have to wait until I take a fancy to you, and then you rush to get married. Aren't you deliberately disgusting me? The squadron leader roared. When we first arrived at Jianxing, the squadron leader was not like this. At that time, he was very kind. But the atmosphere from top to bottom in the past few years has changed things. Especially in order to win over this group of middle-level managers. Jian Yimo gave them great power. He almost had the power of life and death over these ordinary team members. Not only could he freely allocate materials and positions, but he could also kill those who seriously contradicted their superiors without consulting them. In such an environment, the squadron leader, like other managers, quickly lost himself, became domineering and arrogant. He was simply arbitrary with his subordinates, because of the unstable life. And when we first came, everyone was a little resistant to marriage. That's why we have been dragging it on until now to get married. All this is a coincidence, and it is definitely not intentional to disgust you. The squadron leader, Wang Fuzhendao, said, as servilely as possible. He didn't dare to confront the squadron leader. If he was alone, he could just run away. There are many people who have escaped now. A few days ago, there was a driver who escaped with the only small engineering vehicle of the team. Although the vehicle was found, the driver disappeared, and no one knew where he was hiding. But he couldn't escape. He couldn't leave Shelly here alone to suffer. And it was even more unrealistic to escape with Shelly. The biggest possibility of escaping was death in the wilderness, and escaping was a gamble. He couldn't gamble with Shelly's life. Okay, I'll give you a chance. I don't have to take Shelly as my concubine. I just like her. The squadron leader crossed his legs and said shamelessly, Go back and tell Shelly to serve me for a month. After a month, if she is not pregnant, I will approve her marriage with you. Hearing the squadron leader's shameless statement, Wang Fuzhendao was furious. Jianxing was a magic mirror, exposing the evil of human nature. Originally, in everyone's eyes, the squadron leader had nothing to do with the bad guys. Otherwise, everyone would not have nominated him as the squadron leader. But now the squadron leader can do such shameless things. This is even more disgusting than the landlords and bullies in the feudal society in the past. At least, the landlords and bullies in ancient times were bound by the law, but the current squadron leader is lawless. Squadron leader. The squadron leader waved his hand. That's it, you go back and think about it carefully. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't want to, then don't even think about getting married. I'll let her be my concubine directly. Seeing that Wang Fuzhendao wanted to say something, he stood up and said coldly, In fact, there is a simpler way, that is, I will kill you now. It's all over. Think about it yourself. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling his men to drive Wang Fuzhendao out. On the way back, Wang Fuzhendao didn't know what to do. He remembered a textbook he had read a long time ago, which talked about the miserable experiences of the people at the bottom of the old society. When he read it at that time, he didn't feel anything at all. But now, he suddenly realized that he was even more miserable than the people at the bottom of the old society. He had no power to control his own life. He was like a weed, and could be crushed to death at any time. And all this happened in just 3 years. 3 years ago, he lived in a high-tech era, with a rich but dull life. But because of a momentary impulse, he wanted to live an exciting life. So he signed up for the pioneering action of Puja Star. As a result, he fell from the clouds to the earth, and became a low-level person struggling to survive. He was helpless now. If Xiaoli was sent to the captain's house, he would feel even more uncomfortable. Moreover, in a month, the captain had many ways to make Xiaoli pregnant. No man could stand the thought of his woman getting pregnant and bearing a child for another man. As long as Xiaoli was sent to the captain's house, it would be almost impossible to get Xiaoli back. However, other than that, he had no other way. Back at home, Xiaoli rushed up and asked anxiously, How about it? Is the captain willing to let us get married? Of course, he didn't want to. He wants you to go to his house and serve him for a month. If you are not pregnant, he will let you go, Wang Fuzhendao said sadly. Xiaoli's legs went weak, and she almost fell. Wang Fuzhendao quickly supported her. Is there no other way? Xiaoli calmed down and asked. Wang Fuzhendao shook his head. Xiaoli suddenly gritted her teeth. Wang Fu, how about you let me get pregnant first, so that I won't get pregnant with his? Wang Fuzhendao shook his head. It's not that easy. He only gave me 3 days. In 3 days, he will come and take you away. What should I do? Xiaoli really didn't want to enter the captain's mansion. Once she entered, she would have to compete with dozens of women for favor. Who knows what her fate would be? Or, let's escape, Wang Fuzhendao said. Where to escape? Xiaoli sighed. Wang Fuzhendao was speechless. It is basically impossible to survive in this radiation-filled world without the various equipment and factories of the squadron. Xiaoli saw that Wang Fuzhendao really had no other options. She turned around silently and left Wang Fuzhendao's room. A day later, A message came that Xiaoli took the initiative to enter the captain's house and became his concubine. Moreover, it was not temporary, but she volunteered. Whether she was pregnant or not, she would be one of the captain's women. This shocked Huang Fuzhengdao. He couldn't understand why Xiaoli made such a choice. During a labor, Huang Fuzhengdao approached Xiaoli, stopped her and asked, "Xiaoli, what do you mean by doing this?" Xiaoli's expression was calm. She sighed to Huang Fuzhengdao, "On Jianqing, there is no way for the lower class to survive without anti-aging agents. Our lifespans will become very short. The lower class will live at the bottom all their lives and finally die miserably. Only the middle and upper classes have the right to reproduce, and they can get anti-aging agents and live forever. I have figured it out. Even if I marry you, we are destined to be lower class people, and our children will also be lower class people. We will be lower class people all our lives. And there is only one way to go: death. Instead of this, I might as well jump out of the bottom of society and become a middle-class person. If I get pregnant with the captain's child, this child will also be a middle-class person in the future and will not fall to the bottom of society." Chapter 291 Rebellion Failed. This is our fate, Huang Fuzhengdao accepted. Unless someone comes to rescue us from the universe. Xiaoli looked up at the starry sky. Unfortunately, it has been 3 years, and no one has come to save us. We have been forgotten by our mother planet. This is our fate. She shook off Huang Fuzhengdao's hand. In the future, we must keep our distance. Don't let my man misunderstand me. Hearing the last sentence, Huang Fuzhengdao was completely desperate. Another sunny day. Huang Fuzhengdao has been very calm these days, even too calm, which makes his friends and the team leader secretly worried. Everyone knows that this guy must be planning something. However, no one can comfort him. Except for the team leader, the lives of others are not as good as Huang Fuzhengdao. After all, he almost got married. On the other hand, the rest of the team, there is no possibility of getting married. The whole team has 50 people, half of whom are men. Among them more than 20 girls. The most beautiful one was taken into Jian Yimo's harem. Senior managers such as Lu Dazhuang and Yu Baogang took away 3 or 4 more. The squadron leader took 2. And the team leader took 8 girls. The remaining girls, who were really mediocre in appearance, also became popular and were married to those strong men. The remaining dozen strong men no longer had the possibility of getting married. Everyone felt the same as Huang Fuzhengdao's situation and felt desperate. Night. In front of the captain's house, a woman went out to pour a basin of water. Just as she was about to enter the house, someone covered her mouth. "Don't move, you'll be dead if you move." The woman was terrified. In the dim light, she recognized that it was Huang Fuzhengdao who did it. Huang Fuzhengdao dragged the woman into the house. The sound of dragging startled the captain. He walked out naked and said impatiently, "What are you dragging? It's so noisy. Why don't you find someone to lift it?" He suddenly raised his head and found that it was Huang Fuzhengdao. He panicked and quickly turned around and ran back. Huang Fuzhengdao was a burly man, quick and agile. He rushed forward in one step and chopped the captain to the ground with his knife. The captain screamed, and before he could ask for help, he was stabbed in the heart by Huang Fuzhengdao. Several naked girls in the room screamed in fear. This was the first time they saw someone being killed, and at such a close distance. The screams alarmed the captain of the guard team in the distance, who blew their whistles and rushed over with laser guns. Huang Fuzhengdao saw Xiaoli, who was being favored, got up from the bed in panic. Seeing the bloody Huang Fuzhengdao, she also screamed. Huang Fuzhengdao was a little depressed. He shouted at Xiaoli, "Follow me. Let's escape." But Xiaoli ran out with the other women, ignoring Huang Fuzhengdao at all. Now in her eyes, Huang Fuzhengdao has become a villain. Huang Fuzhengdao sighed, reached out and took the captain's laser gun from the room, and fled into the vast night. This incident quickly spread throughout the camp, and also reached the ears of the captain Lu Dazhuang and the captain of the guard team Yu Baogang. They quickly ran to the palace, because they knew Jian Yimo must be very angry now. Because this was the first case of a subordinate committing a crime against his superior on Jianqing. When entering the palace, Jian Yimo had already stood up, with a laser gun in his hand, and was angrily urging several women in the room to quickly find Lu Dazhuang and Yu Baogang. Seeing the 2 people coming in, Jian Yimo threw the things in his hand fiercely, pointed the laser gun at Yu Baogang and shouted loudly, "Hurry up and arrange people to capture Huang Fuzhengdao for me. I will cut him into pieces in front of 100,000 people. I want everyone to know that if you dare to commit crimes, this is the end. Jian Yimo roared. Hurry up and find him for me. Yu Baogang wiped the sweat from his head. Your Majesty. Calm down. I have notified everyone, including the shuttle fighters, and they have all been sent out. I will definitely arrest this guy on the spot. Hearing Yu Baogang's words, Jian Yimo calmed down a little. He turned his head and looked at Lu Dazhuang. Call the team leader in charge to me. I want to find out what is going on. Also, notify everyone that whoever catches Huang Fuzhengdao, whether he is alive or dead, I will give him the position of a team leader. Let him join the management team. In anger, Jian Yimo issued many decrees in one breath. When he finally calmed down, the team leader had been brought in. Plop. The team leader knelt down and saluted. Your Majesty. I am the team leader of Huang Fuzhengdao's team. Tell me, what happened today? Jian Yimo sat down panting. He was still wearing his favorite mini vest and big shorts, and there was no royal style at all. Jian Yimo didn't care. He believed that whoever had the right to speak was the real style. It had nothing to do with clothing and demeanor. The team leader knelt tremblingly and said, this Huang Fuzhengdao liked a girl and wanted to marry her. But the girl was favored by the squadron leader. The girl also figured it out. So she dumped Huang Fuzhengdao and became the squadron leader's woman. Huang Fuzhengdao was probably angry and wanted to kill her. Jian Yimo snorted. Sure enough, women are always an important reason for men to conquer the world. I now order you to take your people to find this guy, either alive or dead. Otherwise, you will no longer be the team leader. This sentence frightened the team leader. He knew very well that once he lost his position as team leader, everything would be over. He would not only be bullied by other team leaders, but also by his former teammates. Your Majesty, please calm down. I will definitely find this guy. The team leader knelt down and said, this night was destined to be an uneasy night. A dozen shuttle fighters took off, thousands of escort team members searched in all directions, and hundreds of drones also participated in the operation. But no one found this guy. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. In a cave, Huang Fuzhengdao was lying inside. This cave was very secretive. It was a hiding place that Huang Fuzhengdao had found a long time ago. It turned out that he was going to use it as a temporary shelter when he and Xiaoli fled together. He also hid some food inside. Now it has become his hiding place. After waiting for 2 days, when the engine sound of the shuttle fighter in the sky stopped, he walked out of the cave again. He had a plan, which was to rebel. He knew very well that many people were about to collapse due to oppression. As long as he raised his arms and called for action, he would definitely get the support of others. Even if the rebellion failed, there was a way to survive. As long as he retreated into the radiation area, he could escape into the vast world. There are still many habitable places on this planet, but they have not been discovered. Su Binliang's second settlement is the best proof. He is confident in opening a new settlement. But of course, he must have enough equipment and supplies first. On Jianqing, people are divided into 4 types. The first type is the top leaders, including Emperor Jian Yimo, and a group of important people with great power, such as Captain Lu Dazhuang, now called Prime Minister Lu Dazhuang, General Yu Baogang, and a group of others, all of whom are top leaders. The second type is the middle level, including 20 squadron leaders and some important members of the guards, as well as officials. The third type is the lower level officials, including squad leaders and ordinary members of the guards. The rest of the people are ordinary people. That is, the objects of oppression and enslavement. Ordinary people are the absolute majority. And as long as they raise their arms and shout loudly, they will definitely trigger people's resistance. Huang Fuzhengdao began his plan. At noon, it was a short break after work. The people on the construction site were all lying on the ground and sleeping, because they were busy searching for Huang Fuzhengdao and helping with the work these days, and they were all exhausted. Only the members of the escort team were guarding nearby. 2 of them were chatting and observing the surroundings. Suddenly, a black hole suddenly appeared on the forehead of one of them. The hole pierced his head, which was the shooting hole of the laser gun. This kind of wound, the blood will not flow out for a while. The people next to him didn't notice it. He just felt that the people next to him suddenly stopped talking. He looked at them strangely, and immediately hugged his head in fear, wanting to hide. But it was too late. Another laser flashed, and a hole was also made in his head by the laser. Far away, Huang Fuzhengdao stood up from his hiding place and slowly walked towards the construction site. The sleeping people didn't notice it at all. Wang Fu Zhendao walked to the side of the two people in such a dignified manner, put away their laser weapons, and walked to the place where the remaining two guards slept with a knife. Wang Fu Zhendao killed the two men with a knife. The screams woke up the developers. They stood up in panic and found that the 4 guards who were responsible for guarding this area were killed. Wang Fu Zhendao knew the rules of these guards very well. They usually worked in groups of 4. After killing these 4 people, there would be no other guards on the surrounding construction sites. There were 5 or 6 teams working on this construction site, with about 150 people, including the women who were not favored and were driven to work. The group looked at Wang Fu Zhendao in horror, and they were speechless for a while. Plop. Wang Fu Zhendao's team leader was also shot dead by Wang Fu Zhendao, and fell heavily to the ground. The other team leaders did not dare to move at all. Team leaders cannot be equipped with laser guns, but only ordinary knives. Wang Fu Zhendao's team leader was equipped with a laser gun because of the special circumstances. Wang Fu Zhendao said to his friend, "Pick up the gun, let's rebel." His friend Lu Xiaowang got excited. He immediately picked up the gun, stood next to Wang Fu Zhendao, and shouted to his fellow workers, "Brothers, let's rebel together. I've had enough of this kind of life." Seeing that his coworkers were still hesitant, Wang Fu Zhendao said, "I'll tell you a piece of news. Jian Yimo still has a super distance communication. As long as we grab the super communication and report the situation here to Alliance leader Guixingchen, our nightmare will be over." Wang Fu Zhendao raised the weapon in his hand and said, "We also have weapons in our hands. Let's just charge in. If you are willing, follow me." This statement touched everyone. Everyone was scared by the life on Jian Star. They came to Puja Star with a burning heart, hoping to get a chance to be promoted by transforming Puja Star, just like Jian Yimo did in the past. Or, they were not willing to live a dull life and wanted to squander their passionate years here. After all, everyone can live forever. In a long life, you must live a vigorous life to make it worthwhile. Wang Fu Zhendao handed 4 laser weapons to his most trusted brothers, and the others took machetes, sticks, etc., and officially joined the resistance army. Wang Fu Zhendao was not a reckless person. He arranged for some people to carry various supplies and drive engineering vehicles to the depths of the land, leaving a way out for everyone. He led a dozen agile men, holding 6 laser guns, and began to prepare for a big battle. When night fell, the new squadron leader had just walked into the house and was knocked down by a laser gun. None of his confidants escaped, and they were all killed by Wang Fu Zhendao. Wang Fu Zhendao left 2 people to guard the captain's house, and brought the rest of the people to the guard barracks. The guards who were out on missions were coming back in 2s and 3s. The massacre began at this time. They took advantage of the terrain and killed the 7 or 8 guards who came back. Finally, the guards found that something was wrong and immediately asked for support from the brigade. The addition of the shuttle fighter completely crushed Wang Fu Zhendao's rebellion plan. The laser weapons in the hands of the people on the ground locked onto the shuttle fighter and attacked for at least 5 minutes before they could cause damage to the shuttle fighter. But these 5 minutes were enough for the people on the fighter to fight back. A burst of lasers swept past, and several people around Wang Fu Zhendao died or were injured, leaving only Wang Fu Zhendao alone. He saw that the momentum was not right, and took the laser gun and sneaked into the darkness again. The members of the escort team took the opportunity to counterattack, chasing and killing all the more than 100 people involved. Even the people who drove the engineering vehicles to escape to the depths of the land were hunted down. At the final count, except Wang Fu Zhendao, everyone else was dead. No one knew the whereabouts of Wang Fu Zhendao. However, this riot shocked Emperor Jian Yimo. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Wang Fu Zhendao sneaked into the vicinity of the palace and secretly killed him. He immediately ordered to recall all laser weapons and distribute old-fashioned chemical gunpowder weapons to all members of the guard team. These laser weapons were only safe if they were controlled by Jian Yimo himself, but no one knew where Wang Fu Zhendao had gone. The management had been trembling with fear these days, for fear that Wang Fu Zhendao would suddenly appear. Until half a month later, Wang Fu Zhendao was suddenly escorted back. Chapter 292. The time has not come yet. The person being escorted was none other than Su Jinliang, the person in charge of the second settlement. So, this Wang Fu Zhendao actually went to the second settlement. This was too surprising. Looking at the magnificent palace in front of him, Su Jinliang was filled with regards to Jian Yimo's ancestors. Jianqing is now in the early stages of development, and its infrastructure is still not sound. But Jian Yimo actually spent a lot of effort on the construction of his own palace. It can really be said that it is full of carved railings and jade bricks, pavilions, and deep courtyards. The entire building was built according to the standards of the ancient imperial palace. In front is a majestic palace, and in the back are various pavilions and residences. It can be said that Jian Yimo spent a lot of effort to build his own palace. As for the artificial food factory and mechanical engineering factory that are urgently needed for people's livelihood, they have not been built. However, the second settlement, which is short of manpower, has now completed the construction of basic living materials and facilities. Jian Yimo really didn't treat these developers as human beings. I didn't expect that. You, Su Jinliang, are actually a running dog. Huang Fuzhengdao, who was tied up, cursed angrily. Su Jinliang retracted his gaze, turned his head to look at Huang Fuzhengdao, and said lightly, Jianqing is the world of Emperor Jian. If you dare to rebel, you will only die. Huang Fuzhengdao knew very well that he had no way out, and he regretted that he was too stupid, and actually believed that Su Jinliang would take him in. As a result, he went to Su Jinliang with high hopes, but was drugged by Su Jinliang, and was directly tied up and sent to the palace. It was too late to regret now. The palace gate opened, and the fully armed guards lined up in 2 rows. Jian Yimo walked out from the middle. This time, Jian Yimo did not wear his beloved mini vest, but a complicated ancient costume, and even wore an incongruous crown, and slowly walked out from the 2 rows of guards. Ding Zikai beside him whispered, Boss, I should have brought a laser gun, and hid behind and shot him dead. Su Jinliang disagreed. What will happen after killing him? Ding Zikai said, Kill Jian Yimo, Jianqing will no longer have an emperor, and everything will be peaceful. You are too naive. Su Jinliang straightened his clothes and whispered, If we kill Jian Yimo now, then the Captain Lu Dazhuang or the captain of the guard team Yu Baogang will kill us. One of them will replace Jian Yimo, take the throne, and continue to enslave the world. Ding Zikai was stunned for a moment, and found that Su Jinliang was right. They only had 1 laser gun, which was the laser gun seized from Huang Fuzhengdao. If they wanted to kill Jian Yimo now, let's not talk about whether they could kill him. Even if they killed him, the guards had so many laser guns, none of them could escape. In this way, Lu Dazhuang or Yu Baogang would take over Jian Yimo's throne and become the new emperor. Since ancient times, once power gets out of control, it will awaken people's inner desire for rule. After Jian Yimo's death, people like Lu Dazhuang and Yu Baogang will continue Jian Yimo's ideas and continue to enslave and rule the entire planet. This is human nature. If you want to truly let everyone gain freedom, you need to overthrow the entire ruling class. Ding Zikai also understood Su Jinliang's current purpose of forbearance. Su Jinliang's requirement is to do nothing, but to make a big splash. Only when the conditions are right, Su Jinliang will really take action to overthrow Jian Yimo's dynasty. Seeing Jian Yimo coming over, Su Jinliang took a few quick steps, and then knelt down on the dirty ground. This was also what Su Jinliang had to do every time. Behind him, Su Jinliang's followers also knelt down. Only Huang Fuzhengdao, who was tied to the car, continued to curse, Jian Yimo, you are an anti-human tyrant. Su Jinliang, you are a coward who is afraid of death. You will all die a miserable death. Jian Yimo glanced at Huang Fuzhengdao coldly, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You curse. The more fiercely you curse, the more it will stimulate me to torture you. He turned his head to Lu Dazhuang, who followed closely. Prime Minister, notify everyone. Let all the people watch the scene of Huang Fuzhengdao's slow execution here at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I want everyone to know, this is the fate of those who dare to rebel. Lu Dazhuang nodded, yes, sir. Jian Yimo walked in front of Su Jinliang, reached out, and pulled him up. Get up, Captain Su, good job. Come, tell me, how did this guy fall into your hands? Su Jinliang followed Jian Yimo, and walked into the palace. This is the first time Su Jinliang has come to this palace since it was built. The last time Su Jinliang came, the palace was still a construction site, with tens of thousands of people working on the construction. There were only 100,000 developers in total. But Jian Yimo had tens of thousands of people build the palace here. Many people still live in temporary sheds. But Jian Yimo has already lived in such a luxurious palace. His domineering nature can be seen from this. Walking up the steps to the gate of the palace, There is a hall as wide as half a football field. In the middle, there is an antique golden dragon throne. Jian Yimo sat on it and looked down at the officials below. Jian Yimo has studied ancient etiquette. In the entire hall, except for him, there is no seat to sit, and everyone can only stand. Even Prime Minister Liu Dazhuang and General Yu Baogang cannot get a seat to sit. This is also a trick to establish Jian Yimo's authority. There are many tricks like this, all of which are found in ancient etiquette. Now Jian Yimo really regards himself as an emperor. Captain Su, tell me. After Jian Yimo sat down, he nodded at Su Jinliang. Su Jinliang walked out. He looked at Jian Yimo on the high platform in the center of the hall. He hated Jian Yimo even more. But his face remained calm. Emperor Jian. This Wang Fu Zhendao traveled day and night for 10 days, and walked into our second settlement with a laser gun. He found me, and said he wanted to join me. He also encouraged me to rebel with him. Originally, I wanted to take him down early. But because we had no weapons, only sticks, and a few machetes, in front of his laser gun, there was no fighting power. Su Jinliang sighed. In order to paralyze the opponent, I followed his words, and said a lot of bad things about Emperor Jian. Speaking of this, he knelt down with a plop. Please punish me. Emperor Jian. Jian Yimo waved his hand. Whether to punish or not, we'll talk about it later. Let me finish the process first. Su Jinliang still knelt and said, seeing that I was also saying bad things about Emperor Jian, Wang Fu Zhendao relaxed his vigilance. I ordered people to prepare a table of wine and food for him. During the meal, I deliberately forced him to drink, and when he was drunk, we snatched his laser gun, tied him up, and drove him here overnight. Su Jinliang said that these were all for a purpose. There were no weapons in the entire second settlement. The only weapons were a few machetes and sticks. If you want to rebel, it is impossible without weapons. There is no arsenal in the entire Jinqing now. All the hot weapons were brought from the Blue Star. Laser guns, a highly efficient weapon, are in the hands of Jian Yimo and others. The purpose of his speech just now was to keep Wang Fu Zhendao's laser gun. Where's the gun? But Jian Yimo was very alert. Although he admired Su Jinliang was not his direct descendant after all. And he didn't want to leave the weapon to Su Jinliang. In the second settlement, because I was worried that it was unsafe to bring a laser gun to meet the emperor, I deliberately stayed in the second settlement. Su Jinliang explained. Jian Yimo pondered for a moment and said, I will prepare a batch of guns and ammunition for you, which will be enough to deter those unruly people. I will arrange someone to get the laser gun. Although Su Jinliang felt extremely uncomfortable, he still showed a look of relief on his face. Thank you, Emperor Jian. By the way, what crime did Wang Fu Zhendao commit? There was no communication method between the second settlement and the base camp. In the original plan, Jian Yimo hoped to quickly establish a communication line between the two places. However, the development team put most of their energy into the construction of the palace, and had no time to build this useless communication line. Moreover, many of the base camp's infrastructure had not been built, especially the artificial food factory, which has not been started yet. Ordinary people's food mainly depends on crops and hunting. However, farming crops and hunting also require a lot of manpower and material resources. So the base camp's infrastructure construction is almost equivalent to nothing. In contrast, in the second settlement, an artificial food factory had already been built. So hunting and farming were just used as a diversion, and people could do it in their spare time to improve their lives. In this way, almost every worker could be used for infrastructure construction. Su Jinliang selected several people with certain scientific and technological skills from the 5,000 workers, and is now replicating the laser gun based on some remaining information. This is also one of the reasons why Su Jinliang deliberately left the laser gun in the camp. Su Jinliang is now preparing for a rebellion. His core team is also aware of this goal, and everyone is working hard. In order to prevent informers from appearing among the 5,000 people, Su Jinliang also set up a cordon. No one is allowed to pass the cordon and go to the base camp to complain. This is also the reason why he urgently needs weapons. Otherwise, if someone really escapes, there will be a lack of weapons to kill the fugitives. Wang Fu Zhendao. This man actually rebelled. He killed the squadron leader, stole the laser gun, and gathered more than 100 people to rebel. Yu Baogang snorted coldly and said, this kind of treasonous person should have been killed long ago. He should have been killed. But I want to ask, why did he kill the squadron leader? Su Jinliang asked. He also asked Wang Fu Zhendao along the way. But Huang Fu Zhendao did not answer at all. Just said that Jian Yimo deserved to die. Su Jinliang actually wanted to know the reason why Huang Fu Zhendao rebelled, so that he could explore the current public sentiment and see whether the people had reached the point where they had to rebel. Only when the oppression of the people reached a certain extreme would Su Jinliang start to raise the banner of rebellion. His principle was that, until it was absolutely safe, he would never take action. It's a small matter. He fell in love with the squadron leader's woman and wanted to kidnap her. Lu Dazhuang added. Su Jinliang understood. Lu Dazhuang was a typical example of confusing right and wrong. It must be that the squadron leader took a fancy to Huang Fu Zhendao's woman. So Huang Fu Zhendao killed people in anger. But in the hands of the rulers, it became Huang Fu Zhendao kidnapping the squadron leader's woman. From this, we can also see that, although the oppression of the people is strong, it has not reached the point of rebellion. There were only more than 100 people who participated in the rebellion, far from reaching the point where 100 people responded to the call. This indicates that the time for rebellion is not yet ripe. The emperor has issued an order to suppress all these more than 100 people. Yu Baogang was a cold-blooded person. He said coldly, Your Majesty, tomorrow's Lingqi execution will be left to me. I will slice off all his meat and peel off his skin, so that everyone knows that this is the end of rebellion. Jian Yimo laughed. Okay. It's great that the general has this idea. This time, we must severely shock this group of people, and let them know that what is the destiny that cannot be violated. When returning to the post station from the palace, Ding Zikai whispered, Captain, Huang Fu Zhendao should be a talent. Why should we hand him over to the emperor? Su Jinliang sighed. We are not prepared yet. The fact that Huang Fu Zhendao escaped to our camp cannot be concealed at all. If the news leaks out, not only will he die, but all 5,000 of us will die as well. In order to preserve our strength, we can only let him die. Su Jinliang kicked the stone on the ground. Some things are against our will, and we have to do them. This is the situation we are facing now. Ding Zikai looked at the deep starry sky above his head. The universe is too vast, otherwise we can drive the shuttle fighter to escape, and everyone on Jianxing can be rescued. We won't be firmly controlled by Jian Yimo. I have a feeling that it won't be long before the time for us to rebel will be ripe. Su Jinliang touched Ding Zikai's head. Now, we should be careful. Keep a low profile. And accumulate strength. But, without laser guns, it will be too difficult for us to rebel, Ding Zikai said regretfully. Compared with ordinary gunpowder weapons, the gap between laser guns and laser guns is too big. Laser guns can be fired regardless of distance. Even if the distance is 1 or 2 kilometers, or even farther, as long as you can aim, you can kill with one shot. Gunpowder weapons have a distance limit, and it is difficult to aim. Fighting with Jian Yimo's guards with gunpowder weapons is like a primitive man fighting with a machine gun with a knife. A gun, a stick, there is no chance of winning. This is also one of the reasons why Su Jinliang dared not to rebel. Don't be discouraged. I have a hunch that the opportunity is coming. Su Jinliang looked at the crowd around him. Among the people coming and going, most of them were numb and had long lost their desire for life. They are just alive. Enslaved people usually go through several stages. First they are angry, then they are numb, then they are sad and angry, and finally they are awakened and rise up. Now, they are still in the second stage, which is the numb stage. But they are not far from the final stage. Chapter 293 Execution. Early in the morning, people from all directions gathered in the palace. Today, Huang Fu Zhendao will be executed by slow slicing. Most people knew the name Huang Fu Zhendao after he killed the squadron leader. As for Huang Fu Zhendao's past, the rumors in the market are completely different from what Jian Yimo promoted. Huang Fu Zhendao is an upright man in the popular opinion, but in the official propaganda, Huang Fu Zhendao is a lewd and shameless villain. At the beginning, the rumors among the people were more credible, but as Jian Yimo deliberately discredited Huang Fu Zhendao, he was described as a villain. Especially the members of the guards, and some ordinary people who were bribed, began to spread Huang Fu Zhendao's bad reputation. They said Huang Fu Zhendao was stingy, liked to steal, had bad character, was lazy and greedy. Moreover, they said he betrayed his friends. The reason he ran away was because he used his good brothers as a shield, and he sneaked away alone. Because all the people who followed Huang Fu Zhendao died. There was no first-hand information about what Huang Fu Zhendao was like. Gradually, rumors took over, and people's perception of Huang Fu Zhendao became very bad. This is the effect of public opinion. Jian Yimo's ancestors had all participated in the surrender faction, and used public opinion to do many things. Although Jian Yimo did not participate directly, he was influenced by it and understood the importance of public opinion. He now makes full use of this tool. On the one hand, he wantonly promoted how advanced the current Jianxing was, how it conformed to nature, and that the management system of Jianxing was the most natural. In particular, after several biological experts were bribed by Jian Yimo with high salaries, they began to fabricate a series of fallacies to support Jian Yimo's ideas. First, on the current marriage system, experts said that the monogamy of human beings in peacetime violates the laws of evolution of nature. Human evolution should conform to nature and use the law of survival of the fittest in nature to allow humans to evolve and develop. Excellent people should marry more wives and have more children, and those with defects should be eliminated. The reason why the rich are rich is that their genes are more advantageous. So the rich should occupy more women, give birth to more offspring, and pass on their good genes. And the poor who can't get married must have bad genes, so they should be eliminated. As for whether a person's genes are good or bad, it is not about appearance, but whether he can succeed. If a person can succeed, his genes must be correct. Therefore, the rich marry more wives, which is in accordance with the laws of nature. Jian Yimo also opened a special window to receive reports from the public. As long as the content of the report is true, it proves that the reporter has good genes and can find problems. Such people are worthy of promotion and become managers and have the opportunity to marry more women. This obviously absurd theory, under the bombardment from all sides, has already had a group of believers. Moreover, the public also regards reporting as the only way to get promoted. Various reports began to flood. All these methods, in fact, are Jian Yimo's means of controlling public opinion and controlling people's hearts. He learned a lesson from the ancient rule of Blue Star, that is, he must implement a rule of ignorance, turning the people into tools that only know how to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. His position can always be stable. However, this requires a long process, and the current results are not significant. Only the report box is full every day. But the people who really enter the management through reporting are very few. However, due to the establishment of the reporting box, the discussion about Huangfu Zhengdao among the people suddenly decreased a lot. Moreover, the discussion was all about bad things about Huangfu Zhengdao, and no one said good things about Huangfu Zhengdao anymore. People dare not speak, which is the true portrayal of the present. In the square in front of the palace, people dare not whisper to each other, and the scene of tens of thousands of people is surprisingly quiet. Su Jinliang, Ding Zikai, and others also came to the front of the palace. There is a huge square in front of the palace. Now an execution platform has been built in the middle of the square. Yu Baogang personally went on the battlefield, preparing to execute Huangfu Zhengdao by slow slicing. Opposite the execution platform, there is a high platform, which is where high officials and the emperor watch the execution. It is also the place where Su Jinliang and Ding Zikai should go to watch. Captain, shall we go up? Ding Zikai scanned the entire square. Most of the people had already come. On the high platform, there were also many managers, including Prime Minister Lu Dazhuang. Su Jinliang shook his head. We won't go up. We will just walk around in the crowd and see what these people say. Ding Zikai shook his head. I can't hear anything. We walked all this way, and we didn't see anyone talking. A reporting box suppressed the people's resentment. If you want to stir up a civil uprising, the heat is not yet enough. Here it comes. Su Jinliang did not answer. His eyes turned to the edge of the playground. A team of guards came over with a prisoner van. In the prisoner van, Huangfu Zhengdao was cursing. Jian Yimo, you ugly bastard, looking at the scar on your face, I know you are not a good person. I will not let you go even if I die and become a ghost. Jian Yimo, fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Jian Yimo, you are a villain who wants to restore the emperor, you will die sooner or later. Su Jinliang, you are not a good thing either. The squadron leader, who escorted the prisoner van, saw that Huangfu Zhengdao was cursing more and more fiercely, and hurriedly went up to tape his mouth. But the scolding just now has made the people nearby feel very relieved. However, there were some people who were obviously spies in the crowd, who threw all kinds of things at the prisoner car. This scene made Su Jinliang feel as if he had traveled back to ancient times. Captain, is it not good for us to deal with Huangfu Zhengdao like this? Ding Zikai felt a little bit reluctant. After all, Huangfu Zhengdao went to Su Jinliang for help, but was escorted to Emperor Jian Yimo by Su Jinliang. It's really not fair. Su Jinliang shook his head. This is our only choice. If he doesn't die, We all have to die. The crowd suddenly became agitated, and then the people on the periphery knelt down. The people behind also began to kneel down. Su Jinliang pulled Ding Zikai, and the two also knelt down. It was obvious that this was the Emperor Jian Yimo coming out. Jian Yimo was dressed very solemnly today. He specially asked someone to sew a set of dragon robes for him. Now when he wore it, it looked like he had traveled through reality and returned to ancient times. This is not like those TV dramas in the past, with gorgeous clothes and a splendid scene. The ground here is rough, and people's clothes are also rough. Although the palace is new, the materials are limited after all, and the style is rather strange. Most of them are antique buildings, but some are modern architectural styles. Especially people's faces, they are really hungry, with no smiles. Compared to TV dramas, the current scene is closer to reality. Jian Yimo proudly climbed onto the platform, and swaggered to the center of the platform. Yu Baogang was the first to kneel down. Long live the Emperor. Others also knelt down, and shouted long live the Emperor. This included Su Jinliang and Ding Zikai. Jian Yimo looked at the dense crowd kneeling down for him, and his heart was full of pride. This kind of glory is something his ancestors have never had. The only regret is that the population of Jianxing is too small. But it doesn't matter, various artificial womb centers have been running at full capacity for a long time, and in another 10 or 20 years, the population will definitely grow explosively. Jian Yimo waved his hand, and said in a very stylish manner, "Stand up." The crowd slowly stood up. Yu Baogang began to read the verdict. It has been found that Huang Fu Zhendao intended to rebel, and should be sentenced to death by slow slicing. The execution will be carried out now. After learning from the ancients to verify the identity, Yu Baogang took out a sharp knife and began to execute the sentence. This was the first criminal in Jianxing's history to be sentenced to death by slow slicing. Yu Baogang was obviously not familiar with the technique. Moreover, this kind of execution was unfamiliar to everyone. During the execution, the seal on Huang Fu Zhendao's mouth was also torn off. He was cursing at first, but after the knife was cut, he could no longer curse and kept howling. It was the first time to hear such a scream from a human being. Most people could not bear it and turned their heads away, and they felt very uncomfortable. But Jian Yimo felt good. He found that he liked this kind of scream. It was like opening the door to a new world. But Yu Baogang was not skilled after all. When he started, he accidentally cut Huang Fu Zhendou's aorta. Blood spurted out, covering the entire execution platform. Not long after, Huang Fu Zhendou could no longer scream. His head also drooped. Although Yu Baogang continued to cut, everyone knew that Huang Fu Zhendou was dead. This bloody scene really frightened the people. The first wave of rebellion led by Huang Fu Zhendou was extinguished in this execution. Su Jinliang looked at the people around him. He clearly felt that people's original hope also disappeared at this moment. Sure enough, it is not the time to rebel yet. Although Jian Yimo is enslaving people now, people are very resilient. People have not yet reached the limit of what they can bear. Jian Yimo's kingdom is still stable. If you want to rebel, you will have a long way to go. Perhaps, only after the second and third waves of rebellion, will there be a chance to truly overthrow Jian Yimo. In order to reward Su Jinliang for his contribution, Jian Yimo rewarded Su Jinliang with a truckload of arms. However, there were no laser guns. Only some gunpowder weapons. These weapons had no advantage against laser guns. Moreover, Jian Yimo promised that he would give Su Jinliang a shuttle fighter at an appropriate time. On the way back, Su Jinliang was surprisingly silent. He originally thought that when he saw Huang Fu Zhendou being executed this time, he would be able to see the anger in the eyes of the people. But he was disappointed. There was only numbness, fear, and submission in the eyes of the people, and no anger at all. Jian Yimo's oppression is indeed very bad, but it still hasn't touched people's bottom line. Humans are a strange species. When the world is peaceful and life is worry-free, people always make trouble for various small things, block roads for the environment, and protest for the protection of animal rights. In order to protect ethnic minorities, various activities are carried out. But when it comes to the precarious situation now, everyone is numb and silent. Someone once said, under barbaric rule, people's opposition is smaller. Under civilized rule, there are more noises. This sentence really made Su Jinliang understand. "Captain, when can we overthrow Jian Yimo?" Sitting in the car on the way back, Ding Zikai said depressedly. Su Jinliang sighed. "I don't know, maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years. When people can no longer suppress their anger, that will be the most appropriate time." the 5th year since humans landed on Puja star. A meteor streaked across the sky and continued to fall toward the ground. The second settlement. Ding Zikai stared at the meteor through a telescope and saw that the meteor continued to fall without exploding or decomposing, just kept falling. He had an idea in his mind and immediately jumped up excitedly and rushed to the captain's office door. "What's the matter?" Su Jinliang asked in confusion. "A meteor just fell," Ding Zikai said excitedly. Su Jinliang said mockingly, "You don't really think that wishing on a shooting star will work, do you?" Ding Zikai was not in a hurry at all. He said, "This shooting star is different." "What's different?" The shooting star did not explode, nor did it disintegrate, and its falling trajectory was always very stable. Ding Zikai's eyes flashed. Su Jinliang's expression became serious. "You mean, this must be a landing capsule or an escape capsule?" Ding Zikai said seriously. Su Jinliang suddenly became excited. "You know, since humans arrived, there has been no foreign aircraft entering the entire Jian star. If the meteor is really a human aircraft, this means that this is the first time humans have seen aliens on Jian star. Where is the direction?" Su Jinliang ran away. "Southeast." Ding Zikai hurriedly followed. "Is the shuttle fighter's energy sufficient?" "Not enough, but it should be enough," Ding Zikai said behind him. "Since the shuttle fighter that Jian Yimo rewarded was delivered here last time, Ding Zikai has been responsible for maintaining the shuttle fighter. The power required for the shuttle fighter is high-purity energy, but Jian Xing has lost the source of high-purity energy. The use of the shuttle fighter depends on the energy in stock. Therefore, in order to save energy, the shuttle fighter is basically parked in a hangar and is rarely used." Su Jinliang has been asking scientists to study the purification of energy, but there has been no progress so far. However, several important functions of the shuttle fighter were removed by Jian Yimo. The laser weapon was removed, and the air circulation system was removed. This means that this shuttle fighter can only fly within the atmosphere and cannot reach space. It cannot use laser weapons. It can only be used as a high-speed aircraft. So it can only be used by Su Jinliang as a means of transportation to meet Jian Yimo. Many things in the second settlement have begun to recover, but the most critical energy problem has not been solved. Chapter 294 Puja's Escape Pod. This is also an important reason that restricts Su Jinliang's rebellion plan. The shuttle fighter took off and flew quickly towards the place where the meteor fell. The fall of this kind of meteor must have many traces. As long as you look carefully, you will definitely find it. Su Jinliang felt vaguely that this time there should be a great harvest. The shuttle fighter was flying in the air. Su Jinliang and Ding Zikai opened their eyes wide and looked around. This area of Jianxing does not have distinct seasons. The whole wilderness is now green. Plants that are not afraid of radiation are growing vigorously and have become the overlords of this planet. Compared with animals, plants are more adaptable to high radiation environments. There are also many animals, most of which are rabbits with genetic changes. Since humans arrived on Puja star, they have brought dozens of species of rabbits and thousands of other herbivores. Most animals are still afraid of radiation and are honestly active in low radiation areas. However, there are also some species of rabbits that are not afraid of the threat of radiation and reproduce freely in the vast wilderness. The size of this rabbit is getting bigger and bigger. The largest one is close to large and medium-sized dogs. Shuttle fighters can see a lot of these wild rabbits along the way. However, no one knows whether this rabbit can be eaten. "Did you see any signs?" Su Jinliang asked. Ding Zikai stared at the distance with his eyes wide open. There seems to be a wisp of green smoke in front. Su Jinliang looked up and saw that there seemed to be a wisp of green smoke in the distance. He quickly took out the telescope and looked ahead. Sure enough, in the deep forest ahead, there was a wisp of green smoke floating. This was most likely left behind by the falling meteor. The shuttle fighter flew towards the location of the green smoke in the sun. Flying over the sky, Su Jinliang did not rush to land, but slowly circled, carefully observing the situation on the ground. "It's an escape pod." Ding Zikai recognized the outline of the escape pod. "It's not from Blue Star." Su Jinliang also saw it clearly. Unlike the spindle-shaped escape pod on Blue Star, the escape pod here is square. The entire cabin was burnt due to the high temperature generated by friction, and it was pitch black. The hatch was still closed, which meant that the people inside had not escaped yet. The landing of the escape capsule was obviously not smooth, and a long fall mark was formed on the ground. The green smoke was caused by the escape capsule hitting the trees on the ground, causing the trees to burn. Obviously, the people inside were either dead or unconscious. So after several hours, the hatch was still not opened. Prepare to land? Su Jinliang controlled the shuttle and began to look for a suitable place to land. Since the people in the escape capsule have not come out yet, it means that there is no danger on the ground. However, the appearance of the escape capsule also disappointed Su Jinliang and Ding Zikai. The escape capsule, as the name suggests, is used for escape when the spacecraft encounters danger, and the landing capsule is launched by the spacecraft to explore the ground situation. The appearance of the escape capsule means that there is a problem with the mother ship of the spacecraft. The shuttle fighter landed about 500 meters away from the escape pod. Su Jinliang and Ding Zikai approached the escape pod, each holding a weapon. There was a line of text on the outside of the escape pod. Su Jinliang took out a translator and scanned the text for a while. They are really not from the Blue Star. The text on it is actually from the Puja civilization. Ding Zikai was shocked. Puja civilization? Are there any of them alive? Wasn't the entire civilization destroyed? Su Jinliang shook his head and reached out to check the hatch of the escape pod. Regardless of which civilization's escape pod, it is designed to open both inside and outside. It is not extinct. Back then, a fleet of the Puja people defected to a certain civilization. Su Jinliang turned his head and pointed at Ding Zikai. Be alert, I'm going to open it. Ding Zikai nodded, turned on the safety, and pointed the gun at the hatch. Pulled down the hatch lever, and the hatch suddenly opened. Su Jinliang also raised his gun and aimed at the hatch. After a while, there was still no movement inside, and Su Jinliang stuck his head out and looked inside. The sun was setting, and the light was not very good. Su Jinliang took the flashlight and shone it in. The light inside the cabin was not bright, but he could see clearly that 4 or 5 Puja people were sitting in their seats, motionless. Either they are dead or fainted, Su Jinliang said. He slowly climbed in and carefully checked the Puja people. 2 of them were obviously dead. Their heads were tilted. There were still 3 people who were unclear whether they were dead or alive. Su Jinliang moved the Puja people out of the escape cabin, asked Ding Zikai to check whether they were dead or alive, and he checked inside the escape cabin. The reason why he was in a hurry to check the escape pod was to see what else was inside. The entire Jian Star currently has no production capacity for high-tech materials, and one less is needed. For example, there is only a small amount of super energy, and it is managed by Jian Yimo. Another example is laser guns and the high-purity energy used by laser guns, which Jian Star has no production capacity for. There are also anti-aging preparations and long-distance communications, which are even rarer. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and Su Jinliang found 5 laser weapons inside, as well as a large number of various energy sources. The long-distance communication was not found, but it would be useless if it was found. Long-distance communication can only be one-to-one communication, and even if it is found, it can only communicate with the Puja civilization. Since the Puja civilization appeared here, it means that they also want to return to Puja Star. This means that they can't contact each other. Otherwise, the other party will send a fleet to develop Puja Star, and they, the Blue Star people, will die. After turning out everything inside, Su Jinliang crawled out. How is it? Ding Zikai kicked one of the Puja people with his foot. For our dead, it should be that the recoil device is broken, the reverse thrust was not successful, and it crashed directly into the ground. This one is still alive. Su Jinliang squatted down and covered the mouth and nose of the Puja people with his hands. Captain, what are you doing? Ding Zikai asked in surprise. They can't live. It will ruin our plan. While speaking, his hands did not relax, and he kept covering them. The Puja man struggled for a while, but he couldn't stand up to Su Jinliang. He kicked his legs and died. Su Jinliang stood up and picked up various items on the ground. Find a place to hide them. I think the people from the base camp should be coming soon. Ding Zikai finally understood Su Jinliang's intention. Su Jinliang wanted to keep these things. Killing this Puja man was to prevent him from revealing the existence of these things. Su Jinliang hid the things in the dense forest. After cleaning up all the traces of their footsteps, the shadow of a shuttle fighter appeared in the distance. Ding Zikai had to admire Su Jinliang's meticulousness. If they thought of transporting the things first, it would definitely arouse suspicion from the people from the base camp. There were 2 shuttle fighters coming, one of which was painted golden, which indicated that it was a shuttle fighter used exclusively by the Emperor, probably because they saw the shuttle fighters on the ground. The 2 shuttle fighters did not do any technical reconnaissance and circled, and landed directly. The door of the golden shuttle fighter opened, and Jian Yimo walked out of the shuttle fighter. Su Jianyang and Ding Zikai knelt on their knees and bowed. Your Majesty. Get up. I didn't expect you to be here first. Jian Yimo's tone was slightly dissatisfied. Su Jianyang said quickly, we were clearing the land, and we saw the meteor. So we chased it. As a result, we found that it was the escape capsule of the Puja people. It is estimated that the recoil device failed, and the people inside were shocked to death. General Yu Baogang came out with a laser gun, strode to the 5 bodies, squatted down to check them, stood up and shook his head, all dead. Not one alive. Jian Yimo's eyes turned to Su Jianyang. Did you find anything? Su Jianyang shrugged. We just arrived, and we only had time to pull people out. And we haven't checked inside yet. Jian Yimo didn't believe Su Jianyang's words. He nodded at Yu Baogang, and Yu Baogang signaled the driver to go in and see the situation. The pilot climbed into the escape pod and pulled out a bunch of stuff, which were deliberately left there by Su Jianyang, including a laser gun and some matching energy. This was left there deliberately to avoid arousing Jian Yimo's suspicion. There was also some food. All canned food. Jian Yimo winked at Yu Baogang and said, give these foods to Captain Su. General, please personally deliver them to their fighter planes. I will talk to Captain Su. Ding Zikai quickly picked up the canned food and followed Yu Baogang. Yu Baogang put the food into the cockpit, but his eyes were searching the cockpit, and he even started to rummage. He was obviously checking if Su Jianyang had hidden anything. Ding Zikai had to admire Su Jianyang's experience. He knew that Jian Yimo would be suspicious of him, so he hid the items in the woods. Otherwise, not only would the items be discovered, but Jian Yimo would also suspect Su Jianyang's motives, and their second settlement might be replaced by someone sent by Jian Yimo. Political struggle, it really takes a very shrewd person to play it. After seeing that he really had nothing to hide, Yu Baogang turned around and walked back, shaking his head slightly at Jian Yimo. Jian Yimo's face looked much better. He picked up some high-performance energy and anti-aging preparations needed for the shuttle fighter and handed them to Su Jianyang. You can use this stuff, keep it. Su Jianyang quickly knelt down. Thank you for your grace. He took the items with both hands respectfully, looking like a loyal servant. The radiation here is too high. It is not advisable to stay for long. General, leave one person here. We will retreat. We will send someone to clean up the items after we go back. Jian Yimo looked at Su Jianyang. Captain Su, you should go back too. Su Jianyang and Ding Zikai knelt down again to pay their respects, and then turned to the shuttle fighter. After getting on the fighter, Ding Zikai breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, how do you know they will check our shuttle fighter? Su Jianyang snorted. A tyrant like Jian Yimo, a dictator, will not trust anyone. He will definitely suspect that we have embezzled supplies, so he will definitely check our fighter. But he trusts the general very much. Ding Zikai said. Wrong, the general is just his tool, and he has never trusted the general. And the prime minister, he doesn't trust him either. Su Jianyang started the shuttle fighter, and quickly took off, flying towards the second settlement. It's just that, compared to us, he trusts the general and the prime minister a little more. Su Jianyang turned his head to look down. Jian Yimo was directing the movement of those materials to the shuttle fighter. The only person Jian Yimo trusts is himself, and this is what we can use. Ding Zikai said admiringly. Captain, I have learned a lot from you, hee at least. The captain trusts me. Get lost, I'm not a dictator. The figure on the ground was getting smaller and smaller, but it was still clear that Jian Yimo walked towards the fighter, obviously preparing to leave. When will we come to get these things? No rush, it will take at least half a year to get them. Su Jianyang said. If I guess correctly, Jian Yimo will always arrange people to wait here, and they will transport away all the useful things. This will take at least a few months. If we appear nearby, Jian Yimo will be suspicious, so it will be the best time for us to come back half a year later. On the ground, watching the shuttle fighter leave, Jian Yimo walked towards the golden shuttle fighter. While walking, he said, seal off the surrounding area tightly, and report immediately if anyone approaches. General Yu Baogang agreed, and also got on another shuttle fighter. Just as Su Jianyang guessed, Jian Yimo never trusted anyone. He kept a cautious trust in everyone. According to the trust ranking, he trusted Prime Minister Liu Dazhuang the most, followed by Yu Baogang and other ministers. But this trust was also extremely limited, because he only trusted himself. No matter what important materials, they must be kept by him personally. If he really had to give them to others for safekeeping, he would divide them into two parts. One for Lu Dazhuang and one for Yu Baogang, so that the two of them could check and balance each other. And he would mediate in the middle. This is his skill of weighing and controlling people. He didn't know that there was an undercover agent hiding beside him. And that person was Julius. Every time Su Jinyang went to the palace to meet the emperor, he would secretly communicate with Julius. And a conspiracy to overthrow him was being carried out intensively. Half a year later, the shuttle fighter appeared again at the scene of the escape pod crash. Now it is clear that the spacecraft opposing was destroyed by the laser weapon deployed by Jian Yimo in space. Of the entire spaceship, only one escape pod escaped. Of course, the spaceship itself was not big. It was just an exploration spaceship, and it could only carry a few dozen people. This also reminded Su Jinyang that Jian Yimo still had a backup plan. Otherwise, he would not have the strength to destroy the Puja people's spaceship. Never underestimate Jian Yimo. The plan to overthrow Jian Yimo must be very careful and must be foolproof. After moving laser weapons, energy and biological agents onto the shuttle fighter, Su Jinyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally had a handy laser weapon in his hand. This also strengthened the power to overthrow Jian Yimo. Just after returning to the second settlement, Yu Hongtao sent a message that the second rebellion had arrived as expected. And it was even more violent than the first. Chapter 295 The miserable current situation of Jianxing. The overthrow of a regime must not happen overnight. It must be a succession of people that gradually weaken the power of the rulers and then overthrow them. This is how Jian Yimo ruled. Although the people of Jianxing live a miserable life, they are very patient. If they are not forced into a desperate situation, they will not embark on the road of rebellion. This is the case with Li Wenhua. The 4 seasons of Jianxing do not change much. The temperature in summer is about 30 degrees, and the temperature in winter is about 10 degrees. At least, it has been like this for years. Li Wenhua is a developer of the 11th Squadron of the 19th Squadron. Because of his outstanding performance, he was named the deputy captain of the 11th Squadron. Being named the deputy captain was also an accident. That time, Jian Yimo wore his mini vest and brought 2 newly rotated concubines to the dense forest to hunt. Jian Yimo insisted that laser guns should not be used for hunting, because it would reduce a lot of the fun of hunting. This time was even more special. He actually used a bow and arrow. 2 guards followed him, holding laser guns for protection. After shooting the 2 rabbits, Jian Yimo was very excited, and immediately wanted to favor the 2 concubines in front of the 2 guards. The guards felt guilty, because they knew Jian Yimo's character, and if they angered Jian Yimo, they would kill him on the spot. So the 2 guards dispersed, walked more than 100 meters away, turned their backs to Jian Yimo and the 2 concubines, and remained alert outside. The danger happened at this moment. Several huge mutant rabbits perfectly avoided the guard's sight from the flank and entered Jian Yimo's rest area. Jian Yimo, who was fighting fiercely, saw these huge rabbits, and immediately stopped his actions, picked up the bow and arrow and shot at one of the largest rabbits. This kind of mutant rabbits occasionally enter the low radiation area to find food. Because of their huge size, they are called pig rabbits. Maybe Jian Yimo's physical strength has not recovered yet. Or maybe he is not well prepared. Jian Yimo's arrow did not completely penetrate the pig rabbit's fur, but frightened the pig rabbit. The frightened pigs and rabbits rushed towards Jian Yimo. The remaining pigs and rabbits also rushed over. Pigs and rabbits have always been the overlords on Jian Star, and have never encountered natural enemies. Even humans would not shoot them, because no one dared to eat their meat, fearing that the meat would be harmful to the body after being mutated by radiation. These pigs and rabbits rushed towards Jian Yimo. Jian Yimo did not take it seriously at first, after all. This thing was just a rabbit. He bit his bow and drew his arrow again, preparing to shoot another arrow. But the pig rabbits were too fast, and rushed to the front in an instant, knocking Jian Yimo over. Even the 2 disheveled concubines were knocked over by the other pig rabbits. The 2 women screamed in fear, but were hit even harder by the pig rabbits. Jian Yimo did not roar, but he was frightened and ran away. 2 pig rabbits stayed to continue attacking the concubines, and the rest chased Jian Yimo. The 2 guards woke up and came to rescue with guns. After a fight, they killed 2 pigs and rabbits that attacked the concubine. But they did not see Jian Yimo. After a while, they found that Jian Yimo was running wildly in the dense forest, followed by several pigs and rabbits. The guards were busy chasing Jian Yimo. Jian Yimo was soon trapped. Several pigs and rabbits surrounded Jian Yimo and attacked him in turns. Li Wenhua, who was driving a construction vehicle to carry out excavation work, discovered Jian Yimo's predicament. He drove the construction vehicle over quickly, put down the bucket, and asked Jian Yimo to sit in the bucket. In a panic, Jian Yimo rolled and crawled into the bucket. Li Wenhua started the car, raised the bucket, and dropped Jian Yimo in the air, which was temporarily safe. But the group of pigs and rabbits were not willing to give up. They circled around the bucket on the ground, wanting to continue attacking. Jian Yimo was very embarrassed, and he didn't dare to get down, so he just hid in the bucket. It was not until the guards arrived and killed the pigs and rabbits with laser guns that they were rescued. After being rescued, Jian Yimo rewarded Li Wenhua with a deputy captain position. This also shows how stingy Jian Yimo is. He was unwilling to reward him with a small captain position, and only made him a deputy captain. However, Li Wenhua was very satisfied, because he heard that the 2 concubines and 2 guards, who knew the whole story, were killed by Jian Yimo one after another. Now, he was the only one who knew Jian Yimo's miserable state. Not only did he not die, but he also got a deputy captain position, which was enough for Li Wenhua. However, Li Wenhua's promotion made the team leader very worried. He thought it threatened his position, and deliberately targeted Li Wenhua everywhere. Li Wenhua's life was not as good as before. Power and women are the eternal competition themes of men. Since taking the position of deputy captain, Li Wenhua has deeply felt this. Now the entire Jian Star has become extremely unevenly distributed. Those in power occupy most of the property, while those who have nothing can only barely get by. When he was an ordinary person, Li Wenhua did not feel how miserable he was. When he responded to the call, he was mentally prepared. Coming to Puja Star, he would definitely suffer a lot, work hard, and bravely challenge. He was also willing to accept this challenge. After all, at the beginning, everyone could get anti-aging preparations, and had a long time to squander. Spending dozens or hundreds of years to build and develop a planet is nothing in the long years. So, no matter how bad the food and clothes are, he thinks it is normal. It is the price that humans should pay for developing a planet. Like him, there are many people who hold this view. When Li Wenhua was an ordinary developer, he only had a little artificial food and some vegetables every day, and he was given a set of clothes every year, so he had to be frugal to wear enough. Occasionally, there would be hunting activities, and some animal meat could be shared to satisfy one's hunger. He thought that the team leader and his men were also like this, and they lived a tight life every day. But when he became the deputy team leader, he realized that his understanding was wrong. The team leader was at least a middle and senior level manager, and their food supply was very sufficient, not to mention artificial food. Animal meat and vegetables and fruits grown by humans were completely available. The team leader married 10 wives, and each of them could eat meat and vegetables every meal, instead of relying on artificial food to fill their stomachs like ordinary development workers. Anti-aging preparations that can resist aging can also be continuously supplied. In the 5th year after arriving at Puja Star, people began to age visibly. However, the team leader and other management personnel remained young. The team leader's favorite wife also remained young. All these were caused by anti-aging preparations. Only then did Li Wenhua realize how ignorant he was before. He thought this was a blue planet full of peace and order, where everything was open and transparent. This is not the case here. Everything here is not open to the public. The people at the bottom can only be enslaved, and enjoyment is only for the management. He also saw those women trying their best to please their men, just to get a share of anti-aging preparations or luxury goods. The world is completely different. At this time, Li Wenhua had the idea of getting married. The cause of the incident was that Jian Yimo was tired of playing with a group of women, and planned to reward his subordinates. On Jianqing, there are several hard currencies, one of which is women, which can be traded directly as goods. Moreover, it is even more extreme than in ancient times. In ancient times, there was a saying of a legal wife for 3 wives and 4 concubines. But on Jianqing, under the rule of Jian Yimo, there is no such thing as a legal wife. Women are all goods. The most famous example is Zhu Lizi. Jian Yimo attaches great importance to Zhu Lizi's ability to manage the inner palace. Under her management, Jian Yimo's inner palace has never been in chaos. But Jian Yimo had promised that as long as Yu Baogang and Lu Dazhuang performed well, he would give Zhu Lizi to one of them. After weighing the pros and cons, Jian Yimo made a decision that shocked everyone. He gave Zhu Lizi to Yu Baogang for 1 month, and then took her back to continue to serve as a female official in the inner palace. After half a year, he gave her to Lu Dazhuang for another month, truly treating them equally. Finally, he took her back and continued to let Zhu Lizi serve as a female official in the harem. This directly announced the status of women to the 100,000 developers of Jinqing. That is, men's accessories and goods that can be traded. This time, he rewarded 1,000 women to various management levels at one time. In the entire development team, there were no single women. Anyone who dared to be single would be snatched away. Even the ugliest women had their own owners. 90% of the women were taken away by management levels, and 1/10 were taken away by ordinary developers with strong strength. Most of the developers are single. Although Li Wenhua became the deputy captain, he couldn't find a woman. Now he finally had a chance, of course he wouldn't miss it. In order to appease the hearts of the management, big and small, Jian Yimo distributed the 1,000 women step by step. And it was stipulated that management with 10 or more women will not be allowed to participate in this distribution. In this way, according to the regulations, the only woman who met the conditions and was assigned to the 11th team was Li Wenhua. For this reason, team leader Tu Shanlian arranged for Li Wenhua to go to the palace to pick someone up. The base of Team 11 has now expanded dozens of kilometers outwards. It takes half a day to go to the palace. Early in the morning, Li Wenhua got up excitedly and prepared to pick someone up. He originally planned to drive a construction vehicle to pick him up, but team leader Tu Shanlian deliberately played tricks on him, so he could only ride a bicycle to pick him up. On Jinqing, some people have started to make bicycles in the past year, which can be regarded as a return to the ancient times. The quality of this bicycle is not as good as that of 100 years ago. They all use wooden frames and solid tires. It is so bumpy. However, you can't walk there. It will take at least 2 days to pick it up. Li Wenhua hit the road like this, and his boat was broken into pieces before he arrived at the palace. Li Wenhua fell in love with the woman at first sight. She is indeed the woman chosen by Jian Yimo. Her figure and appearance are better than the 10 women of the team leader combined. The fatigue of the journey disappeared in an instant. He took out a piece of braised rabbit meat from his arms and handed it to the woman. Eat some. It will take 2 or 3 hours to ride. He was originally worried that the woman would not like this piece of rabbit meat. After all, this is the emperor's woman, who knew that the woman took it and started to chew it. Looking very hungry, Li Wenhua was a little confused. How could the emperor's woman be so hungry? When he started to rush back with the woman on his back, he asked tentatively, "Your name is Qiu Yue?" "Yes." The woman was a little shy and didn't dare to say much. "Didn't you eat lunch?" "Yes." Oh. This made Li Wenhua confused. After eating, why would she still chew on her own rabbit meat? The woman was very smart. She immediately figured out the purpose of Li Wenhua's question. The emperor's woman also has to work in the fields, and can't just eat meat casually. Why? Li Wenhua was shocked. Because, even the team leader's woman can eat meat every meal, doesn't the emperor's woman have meat to eat? Only favored women can eat meat. Those of us who have been released, eat artificial food every meal, and can't even keep ourselves full. We can only eat enough by working more. After the unfamiliar period, the woman talked more. If you become my woman, I will let you eat your fill every meal. And you can even eat meat occasionally. Li Wenhua began to promise. The woman seemed to be a little moved. At this time, the car fell into a small pit, and it was bumpy. The woman hugged Li Wenhua's waist, feeling the warmth and strange feeling on his back. Li Wenhua was impulsive. Li Wenhua was not a man who had never had a woman. On the blue planet, on the earth, in a peaceful place, as a man with a long life, he had had intimate contact with many women. Almost every 3 to 5 years, he would change a woman. But since he came to Jinqing, he could no longer touch a woman. He turned the front of the car and rode into the woods on the side of the road. The woman Qiu Yue also knew what Li Wenhua was going to do, and she seemed to be a little hungry. The two of them lingered in the woods for several times before they set off again. When they set off again, Li Wenhua felt a little weak in his legs, but full of strength. It seemed that life was becoming wonderful, and there was hope for the future. It was an hour or two, and they arrived there unknowingly, as they continued to get to know each other better. When entering the camp, Li Wenhua felt something strange, because the single men who were originally listless now looked radiant. You know, since a year or two ago, the faces of the single men had lost their luster, because at that time, after the last single woman in the team was taken away by someone, All the single men lost their luster. In Jianqing, adultery is a serious crime. A crime that can be punished by slow slicing. Moreover, the executioners who carry out slow slicing are now skilled, and they no longer kill people in advance like when they slowed Huang Fuzheng down, but will make people scream for a day or two before they die. Chapter 296: The Sorrow of the Lower Class. The men lost their last ray of hope, and lived in a muddle every day. But today was different. The men all looked energetic. What made Li Wenhua feel a little weird was that, when several people looked at Li Wenhua and Qiu Yue behind his car, there was a hint of weirdness in their eyes. Captain, I've picked up the people. According to the rules, Qiu Yue had to register in the team first, and then be assigned. Li Wenhua took Qiu Yue's hand and walked into the team headquarters. After entering the team headquarters, Qiu Yue let go of Li Wenhua's hand and stood in a corner of the room, waiting for assignment. Team leader Tu Shanliang raised his head, glanced at Qiu Yue, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He stood up, walked around the table to Qiu Yue, lowered his head, and lifted Qiu Yue's chin with his hand to look at her. Not bad, really good, she's a great beauty. Li Wenhua was very uncomfortable, because Qiu Yue was his woman. Tu Shanliang was teasing his woman in public. Jianqing's rule is that once a woman has a boyfriend, no one else can have any ideas. Except for Jin Yimo. Everyone else must abide by this rule. Tu Shanliang's behavior is against the rules. He inserted himself between the two people and said, Captain, when will the formalities be handled? Captain Tu Shanliang laughed strangely. No hurry. Let Qiu Yue rest for a night. Wash and dress up. And handle the formalities tomorrow. Li Wenhua was very anxious, but he could not refute it. Tu Shanliang is the captain, and he has the final say here. Moreover, what he said makes sense. Besides, he had done it with Qiu Yue on the way, so it was not so urgent. He agreed and took Qiu Yue to the guest room to rest. When he walked back to his residence, he saw that the men along the way were very excited, winking and making faces, as if they had some secrets. Li Wenhua was not in the mood to find out what happened. He was now completely focused on Qiu Yue. Moreover, he was very tired on the way and wanted to rest early, thinking that Qiu Yue would be his woman tomorrow. He slept comfortably. Before dawn, Li Wenhua stood up and wanted to go to the guest room to see how Qiu Yue spent the night. Pushing open the door of the guest room, the quilts on the bed were neatly folded, and there seemed to be no signs of sleeping. Moreover, Qiu Yue's luggage was not visible. Li Wenhua found the cleaner and asked impatiently, Where is the guest? The cleaner was a woman with a vulgar appearance. With her appearance, it would be difficult for her to get married in peacetime. But now she is a popular girl, and she married the strongest man in the development team. Seeing Li Wenhua asking, she casually said, he was picked up. Who was picked up? Li Wenhua was shocked. Of course, it was her man. The vulgar woman continued to clean and ignored Li Wenhua. Li Wenhua was stunned. Who is her man? I am. The woman shrugged. The captain picked him up. He was picked up last night. Li Wenhua was stunned. Captain? Squadron leader? No. The squadron leader has more than 20 women. He doesn't meet the requirements? Captain Tuesday, the woman said impatiently, and continued to clean. Li Wenhua was completely confused. Captain Tu Shanliang also had 10 women, which did not meet the requirements for assignment. He wanted to go to the captain's house to ask, but before he took a few steps, he was stopped. The one who stopped him was his best friend Dachong. Huazi, you haven't figured out the situation yet, don't go. Dachong grabbed Li Wenhua's arm and pulled him to a room. In front of the house, there was a long line. All the men in the team were queuing. What are they doing? Li Wenhua realized that the men in the team were too excited yesterday. There were nearly 30 men in the team, and there were at least 17 or 18 in the line now. All this revealed a hint of weirdness. Don't understand? Dachong shook his head. After you left yesterday, Tu Shanliang called everyone to a meeting, saying that he was willing to send one of his women out to become everyone's shared wife. Li Wenhua understood. It turned out to be like this. Tu Shanliang let one woman go, so he only had 9 women, which met the allocation conditions. According to the allocation rules, those with higher positions have priority in allocation. Qiu Yue became the captain's woman. He also said, if you are interested, you can also take this woman in the room home as your woman. Dachong scratched his head. But I advise you to forget it. From yesterday to today, this woman has not rested. Li Wenhua wanted to find the squadron leader to protest, but he knew very well that the protest would be invalid. because according to the allocation rules, team leader Tu Shanliang was eligible to be selected before himself. Li Wenhua suppressed his grief and anger, walked quickly to the queue room, and pushed open the door. The men in the queue were not happy, and they all shouted, "Queue, queue, no one can cut in line." Li Wenhua glared at the group of people. "All of you go away." The team members were not afraid of Li Wenhua, because they all knew that. The team was led by Tu Shanliang, and Tu Shanliang looked down on Li Wenhua, and the relationship between the two was bad. "So, it doesn't matter if I offend Li Wenhua. If you don't leave, I will sue you for insubordination," Li Wenhua roared. Insubordination is a serious crime, which frightened the group of people, and they turned around and left. Li Wenhua pushed open the door, and smelled a man's stench. He picked up the man on the bed and kicked him. "Get out." "I paid," the man argued. "If you don't get out, I'll kill you," Li Wenhua roared. The man grabbed his clothes and fled in a panic. Li Wenhua looked at the bed. A pale woman was lying on the bed, motionless, like a dead person. He recognized that this was a woman with a good appearance in the hands of the team leader, called Du Wan. Unexpectedly, Tu Shanliang actually dumped this woman. He grabbed the quilt and covered the woman. After a while, Du Wan came to her senses. She looked at Li Wenhua weakly and said with a breath, "I can't do it anymore. I can't receive you. Spare me." Li Wenhua looked around. There were stains everywhere, very disgusting. He thought for a while, found a clean quilt from the room, wrapped the woman, carried her on his shoulders, and went to his room. "From today on, you are my woman. I will kill anyone who dares to touch you," Li Wenhua said to the woman. He couldn't lose Qiuyu in vain. Having Duan is better than having none. Duan closed her eyes weakly. "I will serve you after I have rested. I really can't do it anymore." Li Wenhua handed the woman a piece of artificial food. "Take care of your body first." Looking at the woman biting the food in small bites, Li Wenhua asked, "Why doesn't Tu Shanliang want you?" "I can't give birth." Jianxing's women now basically have become reproductive machines, either giving birth or being pregnant. Jian Yimo spent a lot of effort to build not only an artificial birthing room, but also a large nursery. Jian Yimo knew very well that these children were the future of Jianxing. His rule would start with the children. He would even personally participate in the drafting of children's teaching materials. He would brainwash these children from an early age to make his rule more secure. When the first batch of pioneers died and new young people grew up, the entire Jianxing would be more firmly under his control. Therefore, a woman's reproductive function is very important. If a woman loses her reproductive ability, she will have no value in Tu Shanliang's eyes. No wonder she was abandoned by Tu Shanliang. This disappointed Li Wenhua. He had hoped that this woman could give birth to a child for him, but now it has failed. Now the children on Jianxing are also divided into classes. Children born in artificial fertility rooms, except for a few customized children, all belong to the lowest class, and will be enslaved and oppressed in the future. Children born by women are nobles from birth, and will rule over the lower classes in the future. Li Wenhua also belongs to the management, the noble class. If he has a child, he can inherit his position in the future and become a superior person. So, when he couldn't get Qiuyu, he planned to marry Duan. But now Duan can't give birth, so it's useless to have her. Duan saw what Li Wenhua was thinking, and she struggled and said, "Don't send me away. I'm still useful." "What's the use?" Li Wenhua asked coldly. "I can help you deal with Tu Shanliang." This sentence touched Li Wenhua. Dealing with Tu Shanliang became Li Wenhua's biggest concern. It should have been his woman Qiuyu's turn, but now it became the woman of the team leader Tu Shanliang. This matter was like eating a piece of shit, making Li Wenhua very disgusted and uncomfortable. If he didn't retaliate, Li Wenhua couldn't stand it at all. "How to deal with it?" Li Wenhua asked. "I used to be his accountant. I know many of his secrets, and I also know his weaknesses and shortcomings. I also know how close he is to other people," Duan said, perking up. "This will be very useful for you to deal with him in the future." Li Wenhua was silent for a moment, then turned around and walked out of the house, leaving only one sentence: "Have a good rest. Without a good body, you are useless." After leaving the house, Li Wenhua drove the engineering vehicle to the construction site. He could only vent his anger on the construction site. The team members on the road looked at Li Wenhua with a hint of ridicule and contempt. Although Li Wenhua became the team leader, his position was not high. This time, he was plotted against by the team leader Tu Shanliang, which made the other members of the team look down on him even more. Especially Li Wenhua was useless. His woman was snatched away by Tu Shanliang and Duan. who had been played by everyone, was taken in by him like a rag. This was a manifestation of incompetence. When night fell, Li Wenhua took the time to stop Qiuyue. He whispered, "Qiuyue, don't worry. I will find a way to get you to my room." Qiuyue glanced at him lightly. "I'm not in a hurry. I am the team leader's woman now, which is much better than being the deputy team leader's woman like you." This sentence made Li Wenhua breathless. He thought Qiuyue was unwilling, but now he realized that he was willing. He returned home in a depressed mood. Duan had woken up. She was in much better spirits and could move. She leaned against the bed and looked at Li Wenhua sideways. "Did you hit a wall?" Li Wenhua did not answer. Nor did he speak. He just sat down in a depressed mood, not answering. In fact, he had already answered. "Everyone is selfish, including that woman. And you?" Duan stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the air. "Do you have cigarettes?" Li Wenhua was stunned for a moment and shook his head. Cigarettes are an absolute luxury, but with the beginning of tobacco planting in recent years, they are no longer expensive. Li Wenhua had some in his hand, but he didn't want to give it to this woman. "It seems that you are not doing well. No wonder that woman doesn't follow you." Duan rolled her eyes. Li Wenhua frowned, took out a pack of tobacco leaves from under the cabinet, and threw it to Duan. Duan's eyes lit up immediately. She eagerly took out a piece of paper, wrapped the tobacco leaves, and started smoking. "Do you really want Tu Shanliang to die?" Duan, who had stopped smoking, spoke again. "What's the point of wanting? He is the chief, I am the deputy." Li Wenhua sat down beside the bed. "You don't want to be promoted to the chief. I want. What's the point of wanting? If he doesn't die, I can't be promoted to the chief. Then let him die." This sentence made Li Wenhua shudder. He listened outside. There was no sound outside, otherwise. If someone heard it, it would be a serious crime. "You are so cowardly," Duan said contemptuously. Li Wenhua was a little anxious. Those people have sharp ears. If they report me, I will be dead. The laws formulated by Jian Yimo are very strict about private killing, especially the case of rebellion. If a superior kills a subordinate, generally demotion and fine can be settled. But if a subordinate kills a superior, then it will be death by slow slicing, no exception. And Li Wenhua has a bad relationship with everyone in the team. Only a few people can be considered to have some friendship with Li Wenhua. If someone heard it, they would probably report him. It's not that those people have sharp ears, but that you don't know how to behave. You've been a deputy captain for nothing." Duan was still smoking. Duan was also a member of the team. When Jian Yimo became emperor, she was taken over by the team leader and became his woman. She knew Li Wenhua very well. "What do you mean by these words?" Li Wenhua noticed something different. "What do you mean?" Duan fiercely put out the cigarette in her hand, with a hint of hatred in her eyes. "What I mean is that I also want Tu Shanliang to die. I worked hard for him, helped him win over those women, and helped him keep accounts. But in the end, just for a woman from the palace, he threw me into the crowd like a prostitute, and let so many lowly people insult me." Duan's hands trembled. Obviously, she really hated Tu Shanliang, even more than Li Wenhua. Li Wenhua somewhat understood her hatred. If Li Wenhua didn't carry her out, those men with red eyes would torture her to death. Chapter 297, An Unusual Woman. "Li Wenhua, if you really want Tu Shanliang to die, you have to change your approach." Duan stood up, staring at Li Wenhua, with a fierce look in her eyes. Li Wenhua was startled. "Killing people is to be tortured to death. I still want to live." "Who told you to kill? Can't you kill someone with someone else's knife?" There was a kind of hidden contempt in Duan's eyes. After all, if she wanted to have any ideas, she had to rely on this man. Borrow a knife to kill someone. How to borrow it? How to kill? Li Wenhua saw that Duan was definitely a person with ideas. "Listen to me. I will definitely kill that beast." Duan got off the bed, walked with her legs spread, walked to the table, poured herself a glass of cold water, and drank it in one breath. "The first thing you need to do now is to cultivate a group of loyal people." Looking at her naked body, Li Wenhua found a few overalls and threw them to her. "Put them on." Looking at the workers who came back from work outside, making vulgar jokes, and talking about the results of yesterday's battle on Duan. Duan's eyes flashed a murderous look. But it was gone in a flash. These men outside the window, except for that big tiger, none of them are yours. Don't you think there's a problem? Li Wenhua was stunned for a moment. "Not really. There are a few people who have a good relationship with me." "Haha, that's just perfunctory. I know very well that." There are nearly 30 men in the whole team, and only De Chong is obedient to you. Du Wan's eyes were fixed on the men outside. You have to win over this group of men to be able to take revenge. Only then can you bring Tu Shanliang down. Li Wenhua was a little angry. He was angry with himself, because he actually listened to the guidance of a woman. This made him very uncomfortable. In Jianqing, the status of women returned to the feudal era overnight. Extremely low, and they had to rely on men to survive. Because Emperor Jian Yimo was an extreme male chauvinist. In Jian Yimo's family history, women were accessories, trophies, and men were the protagonists. This trend also affected the entire Jianqing. This is why Li Wenhua was angry with him. Du Wan noticed Li Wenhua's resistance. She said, "Do you know what is the real way to control these men?" She glanced at Li Wenhua, "Including you. Power, status, money." Li Wenhua said, "Wrong. Neither of them." Du Wan put on her clothes and tied her hair up. Now she looked much better. "It's the right to reproduce." This statement was very fresh, which surprised Li Wenhua. "What do you mean? I used to study philosophy. These days, I have been studying the life of Jianqing and everyone's mental state. I found that Jian Yimo controlled the population of 100,000 on Jianqing. It was obviously very rude and cruel, but everyone could tolerate it. The most important reason was that he controlled the right to reproduce." Li Wenhua didn't understand, but didn't want to appear ignorant. So he just shut up and listened to Du Wan continue. Jian Yimo spent a lot of effort to build an artificial breeding site on Jian Star, which is called an artificial womb. This is his great trick. Isn't it just an artificial breeding base? Other planets have it. Li Wenhua finally found an opportunity to refute. It's different. The artificial embryo breeding center on Blue Star Earth is to relieve the pain of childbirth for women, so it uses the process of artificial incubation, but in fact, it is still raised by parents. This is a symbol of progress. And everyone can use this artificial embryo method to give birth to the next generation. But it's different on Jianqing. On Jianqing, the artificial womb is the only occasion and opportunity for men without women to reproduce the next generation. The children born are not raised by men, but by the royal family, which is equivalent to the orphanage in the past. The genes used by the artificial breeding center on Jianqing are all from the bottom workers in various positions. Every bottom worker who wants to have an offspring must pay a fee that is not too much but not too little, and go to the artificial breeding center to cultivate offspring. After they are bred, there is no need for men to take care of them. They are raised at the expense of the royal family until they grow up. The only thing that the lower class men need to do is to spend money and donate their genes. Do you know what the most basic logic of biological existence is? Without waiting for Li Wenhua to answer, Du Wan answered it herself, as if she had known that Li Wenhua could not answer it. The most basic logic of biological existence is the reproduction of genes. The potential motivation in men's bones is to pass on their genes from generation to generation, and endlessly. And Jian Yimo satisfied this most basic desire of men, and he could pass on his genes at a small cost, and continue. In this way, the men's desire to rebel was cut off. At the same time, Jian Yimo also achieved his goal. What is the emperor's goal? Li Wenhua asked with some fear. He just wants to solidify the class. He wants to be an immortal emperor, to rule mankind forever. Du Wan said. These men at the bottom spend money, and donate genes. After training, the status of the children born will always be at the bottom, and they will be enslaved by him forever. Li Wenhua understood a little. The current trend is that children born by women have a higher status after birth. If you want to have a child born by women, you need a woman. Those who have women are basically management. The higher the level of management, the more children they will have. Among the population at the bottom, only the strongest men have the opportunity to marry and have children. In this way, after a generation of breeding, the class will be completely solidified. The children of the poor are artificially bred, and their status is inferior from birth. The children of the rich are all born, and their status is higher than others as soon as they are born. In the long run, the society will be stable. The rich are high above, enslaving the poor. The poor will never be able to turn over. Just like a country with a caste system in the previous life, the people at the bottom have lost the years of resistance. They think they are guilty since they are born, and can only live at the bottom. As the top of the rich, Jian Yimo's status is even more transcendent. His throne will also be more stable. This is the underlying logic of Jian Yimo's ability to maintain a stable rule. If you can provide other workers with an opportunity to give birth to children, then you can win over most people, so you can kill Tu Shanliang. Du Wan said. Li Wenhua still didn't quite understand. He felt more and more that Du Wan was not a simple woman. Fortunately, he saved this woman yesterday, otherwise, she would have been disabled if not dead. You talked for a long time, but you didn't say what to do? Li Wenhua muttered. The first step is to take out your savings. Invite a few men to be your guests. And cultivate your own backbone, Du Wan said. This made Li Wenhua feel a little painful. There must be wine and cigarettes, which are more useful than anything else. As soon as this sentence came out, Li Wenhua had a headache. Cigarettes and alcohol are scarce goods. As the deputy captain, he only has a small supply. These are all what he saved up with great difficulty. Don't feel bad. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. 2 days later, Li Wenhua's first dinner party on Jianqing began. The reason was the wedding banquet. It was the wedding banquet where he and Du Wan officially got married. However, at the beginning of the wedding banquet, the scene was a little awkward, because, just 2 days ago, Du Wan was still lying on the bed, letting these men use their savings to torture her wantonly. The most outrageous bearded man even deliberately said to Du Wan, I saved some money, and was going to find you, but you got married, what a pity. While saying this, he glanced at Du Wan with ill intent. Li Wenhua almost got angry after hearing this. After all, Du Wan was his woman now. This bearded man spoke so recklessly, which made him uncomfortable. Du Wan secretly helped Li Wenhua. She said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, you will never have another chance. I am Li Wenhua's woman now. Li Wenhua is the deputy captain and your superior. Do you know what is the crime of committing a crime against one's superior? This sentence pointed out 2 things. First, he was taken. Second, Li Wenhua was his superior. No matter which one it is, violating it is a serious crime. Big bearded Juzi smiled awkwardly. Sorry. I was wrong. Du Wan, however, acted as if nothing had happened, invited everyone to take their seats, and then whispered in Li Wenhua's ear, don't just be angry, get to the point. Li Wenhua came back to his senses, and reluctantly joked, Big bearded Juzi, you might as well go to a fertility center with the money you saved, and you can have another offspring. Big bearded Juzi was a little depressed. The woman who took the genes was too rude, not at all pleasant. The most unhappy thing is my child, who can only be a servant in the future, with no future. This sentence opened up everyone's chatterbox. De Chong sat down and said, there is nothing we can do, there are too few women, and we can't marry one. Even if there are too many women, you can't marry one either. They are all married to officials. The bearded Juzi pointed at Li Wenhua. Look at Deputy Captain Li, who has just married a wife. Even if there are women, it should be Deputy Captain Li's turn to choose first. Only when the next batch of children grow up, can we marry a wife. Worker Wusan said. It's useless. When the next batch of children grow up, the official sons will also grow up. They will have already picked all the women. It's even harder for us to get a woman. The big bearded man suddenly became unhappy. Du Wan poked Li Wenhua again, and Li Wenhua knew that it was time to talk about the second content. All these conversation contents were prepared by Du Wan in advance, so that Li Wenhua could say them at the appropriate opportunity. For some reason, Li Wenhua felt that he could not go against Du Wan's words. He could feel that Du Wan was more opinionated than he was. If you ask me, the current system of allocating women is not reasonable. Li Wenhua also sat down, sitting with the workers. It is normal for the emperor to have thousands of women. But for others, there must be rules. The prime minister's women cannot exceed 1/10 of the emperor's. The squadron leader's women cannot exceed 1/10 of the prime minister's. And the squad leader, no more than 3. This is fair. And we all have the hope of getting women. Li Wenhua finally expressed his thoughts. Chongzi looked at Li Wenhua with contempt and asked, Deputy Captain, if you become a team leader, you won't say that. Li Wenhua raised his hand and swore, if I become a team leader, I only want one wife. I want all the brothers to marry a wife, give birth to a son, and become the best. Everyone should have the opportunity to have children. This is to give everyone hope. Isn't it? Others looked at Li Wenhua strangely. Because what Li Wenhua said was a little different. In people's current thinking, it is natural for those in power to control power and resources. Women are also part of the resources. It has been a long time since anyone mentioned fairness and equality. On this planet, mentioning fairness and equality is a taboo. If someone reports it, they will be beheaded. The management will not mention these things. After all, they are the beneficiaries. Now that these words come out of Li Wenhua's mouth, it is indeed a bit unexpected. After all, Li Wenhua is now also a member of the management team. But Li Wenhua's words were very touching. They also made the men in the room a little moved. Du-Wan brought out the dishes and wine that had been prepared long ago. This was almost all of Li Wenhua's recent savings, in addition to the tobacco leaves that were equivalent to luxury goods. The men's perception of Li Wenhua began to change. They used to think that Li Wenhua was stingy, but now they began to think that Li Wenhua was generous. This move can be considered to have worked. 2 months later, an incident completely triggered Li Wenhua's murderous intention towards the team leader Tu Shanliang, because Xiaoyue was pregnant. According to the time calculation, Xiaoyue was pregnant when she just came to this team. In other words, this child is likely to be Li Wenhua's. Du-Wan is unable to have children, so this child became Li Wenhua's only wish. Didn't you say kill with a borrowed knife? How? Li Wenhua grabbed Du-Wan's arm and asked. These days, Du-Wan and Li Wenhua have been trying to win over the men. The effect is not bad. Li Wenhua's prestige in the team is gradually increasing, and his reputation has also greatly improved. He even has a few close subordinates. The big bearded Juzi, Chongzi, Wu San and others are all considered to be people who favor him. You used to be hesitant about killing Tu Shanliang. Why are you so active now? Du-Wan is a very perceptive woman, and she immediately saw that Li Wenhua was unusual. Li Wenhua hesitated for a moment and said, I suspect Xiaoyue is pregnant with my child. Du-Wan was startled. Oh, the day you picked her up. Did you do it with her? Yes. Du-Wan's mouth curled up a smile. I didn't expect you to be so impatient, and you did it well. She patted Li Wenhua's shoulder and whispered in his ear, if that's the case, you should just ask him for the child. This? Li Wenhua hesitated. Why, are you afraid of offending him? Du-Wan asked contemptuously. Of course not. Then go, this is a good time to reduce his influence. Du-Wan said. Li Wenhua understood. It doesn't matter whether you want a child or not, what matters is to hit Tu Shanliang's prestige. Chapter 298 Winning over the people. In the 5th year, the development team's work focus finally began to change. It was no longer just building infrastructure and expanding the territory. Instead, it began to build some improvement facilities. For example, artificial food processing plants, machinery plants, energy plants, etc. Because of the increasing demand for energy, the construction of energy plants is particularly important. There are 2 ways to obtain energy. One is solar energy. This energy is everywhere. Although the power is low, it covers a large area. It is now a widely used energy supply method. The other is nuclear energy, but it requires a very high level of technology and corresponding supporting facilities. At present, the entire industrial system of Jianxing is imperfect and cannot support the extraction of nuclear energy. It is only doing basic construction of construction sites and factories. As for fossil energy, it has long been developed by the Puja people and is meaningless. As for super energy, this technology is in the hands of Yulin Sheng. Only senior people in Blue Star can master the method, and it is even more impossible for Jian Yimo to master it. Therefore, the current energy focus can only come from solar energy. The team's mission is to go deep into the radiation area, lay solar energy equipment and pipelines, and transport electricity to the base camp. Although the radiation in the construction area is not large, long-term exposure to radiation is still harmful to the human body. The workers' method of resisting radiation is also very simple, because there are few fully enclosed radiation-proof suits, and there is no ability to build them on a large scale, so they cannot be provided to the workers. The workers put on radiation-proof underwear, radiation-proof gloves and masks, and just work. The palace stipulates that each team will work in the radiation zone for 1 week each month, and will rotate to work in the radiation-free zone for the remaining 3 weeks. This is not because of the workers' health, but simply to retain more workers, because it will take at least 10 years for the next batch of workers to grow up, before the children who grew up in the artificial nursery can take over. These workers must be used well, and cannot be reduced easily. Li Wenhua got on the construction vehicle, and Du-Wan was sitting on the passenger seat. The two drove the construction vehicle and followed the entire team to go deep into the radiation zone. When the car arrived at the edge of the radiation zone, the team leader Tu Shanliang stopped and shouted to the crowd, Dear workers, today's task is to set up 100 equipment bases. You must complete the task. Otherwise, whoever drags his feet, I will deduct his rations and money. Tu Shanliang would not follow the construction team into the radiation zone. He has a long life, and he does not want to damage his body because of radiation. The team members were already used to such an arrangement. They lowered their heads and kept silent, waiting for the meeting to end before entering the radiation zone. Tu Shangyang glanced at Li Wenhua. Deputy Captain Li, you must do a good job of supervision. If there is any problem, report it at any time. This is also a cliché. Every time before setting out to the radiation zone for construction, there is such a thing. After saying this, Tu Shangyang was ready to turn around and leave. Duan coughed. Li Wenhua gritted his teeth, got out of the cab, climbed onto the top of the engineering vehicle, and shouted loudly to Tu Shangyang, I have a problem. Tu Shangyang was stunned, and immediately turned around gloomily, and asked impatiently, what's the problem now? Li Wenhua said loudly, Captain, the radiation intensity at the construction site this time is a bit high. Can we give our workers more anti-radiation drugs? This was also Duan's plan. The purpose was to let Li Wenhua win people's hearts through this little trick. At the same time, it alienated the relationship between Tu Shangyang and the workers. Tu Shangyang's face darkened. Deputy Captain Li, I want to. Too, but the amount of anti-radiation drugs distributed to us is limited, and there are not enough to share. Anti-radiation drugs are also an important material, and are used by Jian Yimo as an important means to control people's hearts. Basically, the amount of anti-radiation drugs distributed by Jian Yimo is sufficient. But after being exploited at all levels, not much is left in the hands of the workers. For the sake of health, workers can only buy anti-radiation drugs through the black market. And the anti-radiation drugs on the black market are an important means for management at all levels to make money. This is also the reason why it is difficult for people at the bottom to save money. Anti-radiation drugs are very important. If you don't take them, hair loss, tooth loss, and nosebleeds are likely to happen. Therefore, everyone has a great demand for anti-radiation drugs. A lot of the great income of team leader Tu Shangyang comes from these anti-radiation drugs. Duan knew this very well. So she asked Li Wenhua to start from this point, to alienate the relationship between Tu Shangyang and the workers, and then establish Li Wenhua's upright image. Li Wenhua said loudly, Captain, our anti-radiation drugs are distributed according to the number of people. However, some people are not involved in the high radiation area, but they can still be allocated anti-radiation drugs. This is unreasonable. This sentence attracted the attention of all the workers. After all, this is related to the interests of everyone. Tu Shangyang frowned. Who doesn't participate in the work? Those women. Li Wenhua looked up and said, the anti-radiation drugs distributed from above are 1 bottle per person per month. When it comes to our team, it's 50 bottles. But each worker gets 1 bottle. Those women who don't participate in the work in the high radiation area can also get 1 bottle. Isn't this unreasonable? The women who don't go to the anti-radiation area are mainly the women of team leader Tu Shangyang. There are as many as 10 of them. There are also several women who are members of the guard team. Tu Shangyang wants to please the members of the guard team, so he will not arrange them to work in the high radiation area. However, these anti-radiation drugs are all in the names of these women, and finally fall into Tu Shanlu's pocket. Li Wenhua turned and looked at the workers, who had already focused their attention. What do you think? Should it be distributed according to work? Those who go to the radiation zone should be allocated anti-radiation drugs. Yes. How can the women who don't go get the same amount as us? They don't need that much. Chongzi was the first to respond. This is unfair. The big bearded Juzi also spoke up. This was the first time he realized the existence of unfairness. What was given to those women should be given to us. They just need to keep the basic amount. Wu San also shouted. They are now close to Li Wenhua, and they believe what Li Wenhua says. We should get more. Others also started to make noises. Tu Shangyang regretted it very much. He originally wanted to deny it. Anyway, no one knew how much was actually distributed from above. However, the accounts of distribution have always been made by Duan. Duan is very clear about these accounts, and knows how many drugs are distributed each time. Tu Shangyang regretted that he should not have thrown Duan out. Although she can't give birth, she is useful. Moreover, she has mastered a lot of secrets. Now he doesn't even have the chance to deny it. His face darkened. Stop arguing. Do you want to rebel? After this big hat was put on, everyone turned off the fire. Rebellion means death by slow slicing, which no one dares to do. Who wants to rebel? We just ask you not to be partial. The emperor has said again and again that managers must not be partial. Li Wenhua said with a stiff face. You distribute materials to women who can't work according to our standards, which is a disguised form of partiality. It is an act strictly prohibited by the emperor, and you are violating the emperor's order. Li Wenhua put a big hat on him. He also figured it out. There is no possibility of peaceful coexistence between him and the team leader Tu Shanliang. He could betray his woman, and he could betray his life in the future. Moreover, Li Wenhua was not particularly afraid, because he had another important identity that was the lifesaver of His Majesty the Emperor. This was the amulet, which prevented Tu Shanliang from being too harsh on him. The deputy captain is right. We are responding to the Emperor's call. How can it be considered a rebellion? The bearded Juzi was a carefree man, and he immediately supported Li Wenhua's idea. Yes, we did not rebel. Don't put a finagling on us, the crowd shouted. The muscles on Tu Shanliang's face twitched a few times, and it took him a while to suppress his anger. We'll talk about this later. Now, get to work. If you delay the construction period, none of you will be able to escape. The crowd suddenly calmed down. This was the usual tyranny of the team leader. No one really dared to go against Tu Shanliang. At this time, Li Wenhua saw that the time was ripe and raised another question. Captain, the child in your wife Chiuyu's belly is mine. When I ask for the birth, I will raise it. Boom! The crowd exploded immediately. No one expected this news. This news is too explosive. In Jianxing, adultery is a serious crime. Men are punished by slow slicing, and women are punished by becoming a shared wife. In order to have a shared wife, people will always consciously supervise those men and women who want to have an affair. Once they are caught in the act, everyone will have an extra channel to vent. Now Li Wenhua publicly questioned the ownership of the child in the captain's wife's belly, which shocked the whole audience. However, everyone also understood that Li Wenhua was not courting death, because this woman almost became his woman. If it happened before the captain kept this woman, it would not be adultery. Moreover, this incident was undoubtedly a huge blow to the prestige of the team leader Tu Shanliang, because Li Wenhua announced in public that he had slept with Tu Shanliang's woman. But Tu Shanliang had no way to refute it. Even the members of the guard team next to him were watching the fun. You are talking nonsense. Tu Shanliang was furious. I am not talking nonsense. When I picked Chiuyu up, she agreed to marry me. We did it on the way, and more than once. Li Wenhua was very happy. This was the first time he could fight back against Tu Shanliang. I calculated the time. The day she was pregnant was about the same time as this. Li Wenhua turned and shouted to the workers, I want my child back. Is this request reasonable? Reasonable. Seeing the authority being trampled, everyone felt a sense of joy in their hearts. Human nature is like this. Once those stars get into trouble, the spectators always hope that the stars will be severely punished. Watching the authority figures fall, being abused, is a kind of enjoyment. Tu Shanliang's face turned red, and he was obviously extremely angry. Just now, regarding the issue of the distribution of anti-radiation drugs, he was just a little annoyed. But now, he is very angry. But he has nowhere to vent his anger. His woman was slept with by someone, and it was made public, and it was not illegal. Who can stand this? Especially since this person was just his subordinate. If his superior did this, he would have no choice but to endure it. But Li Wenhua was just a useless subordinate, and he felt uncomfortable with this anger. Get lost and go to work. Tu Shanliang finally got angry and turned to the guards. Brothers, if you see anyone not moving again, arrest them and lock them up. The guards had a higher status than ordinary workers, basically equivalent to deputy captains. They pulled the bolts of their guns and began to drive the workers to work. However, they were also very interested in anti-radiation drugs. After all, they also had to go deep into the high-radiation areas to supervise the work. They could only get the anti-radiation drugs that belonged to them. As for the anti-radiation drugs hanging on their women's heads, they actually went into Tu Shanliang's pocket. A member of the escort team shouted, Everyone is starting to leave. Your captain will give you an explanation for the distribution of those anti-radiation drugs. This sentence made the team leader Tu Shanliang even more uncomfortable. But he couldn't control the guards. Li Wenhua saw that the time had come, and he shouted, Well said. When we come back from work, the captain will definitely give us an explanation, including my little bastard. Let's go. He turned over swiftly, and got into the cab of the engineering vehicle, and smiled at Duwan. How was my performance? Duwan smiled sweetly at him. Very good performance. To reward your outstanding performance, whatever tricks you want to play tonight, I will listen to you. Hearing Duwan's promise, Li Wenhua became even more excited. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the car rushed out. Duwan turned around with a sneer of contempt. Men are so easy to deal with. The impact of this incident is obvious. Li Wenhua's actions today not only slapped Tu Shanliang in the face, but more importantly, established Li Wenhua's prestige. This laid the foundation for killing Tu Shanliang. Because Li Wenhua pleaded for the people and demanded the redistribution of anti-radiation drugs. This action was considered to be a spokesperson for the workers. Moreover, Li Wenhua's identity is quite special. He is the emperor's savior. Although the emperor is reluctant to mention this matter, his influence is still there. Therefore, Li Wenhua has become a very symbolic spokesperson. His image has suddenly changed from marginalization to the core of the workers. In addition to the hype of Dechong, De Hu Zhu and Wu San, he has now become a presence in the hearts of the workers that is no less than the captain. When working today, everyone respected Li Wenhua's opinions. From this point of view alone, a good effect has been achieved. Wife, let's eat. Li Wenhua really loves Duan now. The only drawback is that she can't give birth. However, if she can give birth, she will not be dumped by Tu Shanliang. Chapter 299 The Mastermind. Duan took the lunchbox, chewed the steamed buns made of artificial flour, ate the meat dishes made of artificial protein, and suddenly said, "You have to be careful. Tu Shanliang will definitely attack you." Li Wenhua was now full of confidence. "I am the emperor's man. He dare not kill me. But he will exclude you and punish you," Duan said slowly. "For example, deliberately find reasons to deduct your income, arrange the worst things for you to do, and then throw dirty water on you to the squadron leader." Li Wenhua was stunned. "Then what should I do?" "You'd better start planning to kill Tu Shanliang." Duan's words were cold, which scared Li Wenhua. "How do you plan?" "Kill someone with a borrowed knife." Duan turned her sight to the people working outside and began to scan them one by one. "Find a knife that is handy." Li Wenhua followed Duan's sight and saw the big guy Zhao Ming and his ugly wife. His ugly wife Xiaofang is now equivalent to an old maid. General public health and other work are all done by her. Last time, she cleaned the guest rooms. Now she comes to work in the radiation area. She also has to do it, almost equal to the workload of a man. Zhao Ming is also a very special person in the team. Although he is not smart, he is strong and domineering. That is why he can grab Xiaofang, who all the management do not want, and make her his woman. She is also the only woman among the workers in the whole team. Although this wife is a little too ugly, and her body is as strong as a man, she is a woman after all, which still attracts the envy of many people. By his hand? Li Wenhua understood a little. Yes. How? Use your power first, give him more food, and win him over, Duan said. I will contact Xiaofang and stimulate her. Okay, I'll listen to you. Li Wenhua also figured it out. In terms of planning, he is no match for Duan. Let Duan do this kind of work that requires heart, lungs, and brains. As for the execution of such open things, I will do it myself. When returning to the camp at night, Tu Shanliang finally made a concession and took out the part of the medicine that his woman had swallowed. He had to give in. Even though everyone was doing it, it was against the emperor's order after all. If Li Wenhua insisted on holding on to this matter and reported it to the emperor, it would be troublesome. Tu Shanliang had to take out some of the medicine to appease people. It was probably to take revenge on Duan, so he gave the women half less medicine. Duan smiled secretly. This was a perfect opportunity to split the relationship between the team leader, Xiaofang, and Zhao Ming. Seeing Xiaofang coming over with a bucket, Duan pretended to meet her casually. She called Xiaofang. Xiaofang, fetch water? Xiaofang put down the big bucket. My man loves to take a bath, and he needs to fetch a lot of hot water every day. Duan pretended to raise the medicine box in her hand casually and said, Oh, by the way, did you receive the extra medicine boxes sent today? Xiaofang nodded. I received it. Duan smiled. I didn't expect the team leader to be fair this time. Men and women get the same amount. After that, Duan walked forward. Xiaofang grabbed Duan and said, What did you say just now? You get the same amount as your husband? On Jianqing, it is a fact that men and women are different. So when she received the medicine, Xiaofang did not think much. It is normal for women to get half as much as men. Doing the same thing, getting half the money is the norm on Jianqing. Even the woman of the team leader Tu Shanliang is like this. But what Duan said just now made her feel very strange. When the whole team went out to work today, only 2 women went, Duan and her. Logically, the 2 people should have the same amount of items. Yes, the same amount. Duan shook the medicine box in her hand again. Is this the first time? Without waiting for Xiaofang to say anything, Duan walked over. Back in the house, Xiaofang sat down with her head down, feeling uncomfortable all over. Xiaoming walked in, closed the door, and was about to pull the woman to bed. Xiaofang shook his hand off. Stop it. I'm not happy. What's the matter? Xiaoming grabbed the woman's hand. Whoever wants to tease you again, I'll destroy him. Xiaofang shook her head. No. The captain is unfair. He gave Duan the same amount of medicine as you. In the whole team, I am the only one who did not get the same amount of medicine as you. Anti-radiation drugs can effectively repair the damage caused by radiation, and can also supplement the corresponding nutrition. In the base camp, the radiation is basically not over the standard. But for safety reasons, everyone still takes a small amount of maintenance dose drugs every day. As for construction in high radiation areas, it is necessary to take more anti-radiation drugs to ensure safety, otherwise, the workers would have died long ago. Women have less than men. Xiaoming muttered. Who said that? Duan has as much as her man. Xiaofang said depressedly. Human nature is like this. It is not poverty that worries us, but inequality. Women can have less than men, but women should have the same amount. This is Xiaofang's logic. Xiaoming felt uncomfortable when he heard this. He could not stand provocation from others. The behavior of the team leader Tu Shanliang was undoubtedly a provocation. However, rebellion against superiors is a serious crime. He could only bear it. Forget it. It's fine as long as it's more than before. This saves another sum of money. Xiaofang also sighed. Although the two no longer care about these things, they still have a shadow in their hearts. What to do next? Seeing that the work in the high radiation area was about to be completed, but Xiaoming and Xiaofang seemed to have no movement, Li Wenhua could not sit still. Don't worry, next time when Xiaofang goes to the team leader's office to clean, we can start the second step, Duan said mysteriously. Li Wenhua felt a little confused. This woman always seemed to have a plan in mind. Isn't cleaning a very common thing? What can it be about? Li Wenhua wanted to know. Duan chuckled and said, Who is Tu Shanliang's favorite woman? Do you know? It may be Qiu Yue now, but it should be Sun Wenwen before. Li Wenhua was quite familiar with these women. Sun Wenwen is narrow-minded. I used to quarrel with her a lot. Moreover, this woman has a bad temper and always bullies others by taking advantage of her position. Now that she has lost her most favored position, she will definitely feel uncomfortable. Duan seemed to know everyone well. Xiaofang. You probably have seen this person. Although she is usually quiet, she has a bad temper and often scolds people. The two of them will definitely quarrel. Duan sneered. Most importantly, it was Sun Wenwen who distributed the medicine last time. Xiaofang. She should have hated her a long time ago. There will definitely be a big quarrel between them. Fighting is a common thing. Li Wenhua disagreed. Where there are many women, there are many disputes. Even in the imperial palace. This is true. That is why Julia stayed by Jian Yimo's side, helping him manage the huge inner palace. Let's make it abnormal. Duan glanced at Li Wenhua. I asked you to prepare the medicine. How is it going? Li Wenhua took out a bag of white powder. This is poisonous. It's not poisonous. What do I need it for? Duan rolled her eyes. As it turned out, Duan's prediction was correct. Just after returning to the base camp to do some work, Li Wenhua saw Xiaofang and Sun Wenwen quarreling. Strictly speaking, it was Sun Wenwen who quarreled with Xiaofang, saying that she was clumsy and broke all her things. Xiaofang argued quietly for a few words, and was pushed by Sun Wenwen a few times. Back home, Xiaofang complained to Xiaoming, but Xiaoming could do nothing. On Jianqing, the higher the rank, the more powerful the person. As a low-level person like him, he could only endure the anger of his superiors. The next day, Duan showed up in the office. As Sun Wenwen succeeded Duan, she needed to ask Duan for advice on some things. The two were chatting, and Duan suddenly said, Did you scold Xiaofang yesterday? Such a clumsy woman. Asking for scolding, Sun Wenwen said disapprovingly. She now had a sense of superiority. For her, people like Xiaofang and Xiaoming, who were at the bottom of society, could be beaten and scolded at will. No wonder, Duan said casually. Sun Wenwen still respected Duan. After all, they were sisters before. And now she was the vice-captain's woman. They both belonged to the management. However, she felt something was wrong with Duan's words. Duan, what do you mean? Did she scold me behind my back? Du-Wan tried to smooth things over. No. No. I was just complaining. Seeing Sun Wenwen's face turn gloomy, Du-Wan knew that her provocation had succeeded. I'll go back first. Du-Wan turned and left. Soon, Xiaofang went back from the office crying. Although Xiaofang had a sturdy figure like a man, she didn't dare to fight back when she was beaten by Sun Wenwen. But Sun Wenwen beat her harder and harder, and she vented all her resentment of losing favor on Xiaofang. Finally, Xiaofang couldn't bear it anymore and pushed the woman. Xiaofang was strong and powerful, and she pushed Sun Wenwen down with one push. This time, Sun Wenwen beat her even harder. Xiaofang turned and ran away. This scene was seen by many people. The next morning, Zhao Ming hurriedly carried Xiaofang's sturdy body to the hospital, shouting as he ran, "Doctor! Doctor! Save my wife!" Xiaofang lay in Zhao Ming's arms, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back, and twitching all over. Seeing this scene, Li Wenhua couldn't help asking, "Did you poison her?" "No. It was Sun Wenwen who did it." Du-Wan's eyes were very firm. "Spread this news to Dechong, Big Beard Juzi and Wu San. Be casual. Don't be too deliberate." Li Wenhua understood, and he looked at Du-Wan with awe. Because this woman really dared to kill. This was definitely not poisoned by Sun Wenwen. This was poisoned by Du-Wan. All of this was her plan. The news spread quickly, and finally reached Zhao Ming's ears. Zhao Ming thought of the conflict between Xiaofang and Sun Wenwen in the past 2 days, and believed this statement. He could no longer suppress his hatred for Sun Wenwen. After the doctor's rescue, Xiaofang was saved. According to Xiaofang's recollection after she woke up, Sun Wenwen did touch her water cup. The poisoner must be Sun Wenwen. However, things were not as smooth as Du-Wan had planned, because Xiaofang and Zhao Ming did not do anything extreme, but Xiaofang no longer had any contact with Sun Wenwen. This made Du-Wan a little depressed. It's a pity that Xiaofang couldn't die, otherwise Zhao Ming would definitely do it. Du-Wan said, gritting her teeth. Li Wenhua pondered for a moment and said, "It seems that we need to give it another push. Do you have a way?" Du-Wan looked at Li Wenhua with some surprise. "Yes. Although it is not so authentic, it must be effective. Zhao Ming, you will be responsible for the maintenance task this time." Li Wenhua began to assign work early in the morning. Line maintenance is the most hated job for everyone. It requires a long journey to a high radiation area, and it takes 1 or 2 weeks to complete a maintenance. Generally, the whole team takes turns to go, and Zhao Ming had just been on the rotation for a short time. Moreover, the people who go for maintenance do not need to participate in the last laying task. Zhao Ming just came back from the high radiation area, and now he is arranged to go to the high radiation area for line maintenance, which is obviously unreasonable. "Why me again?" Zhao Ming glared at Li Wenhua. Zhao Ming's ferocious look made Li Wenhua feel a little guilty, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, "This is the captain's arrangement. If you have any questions, you can go to the captain to talk. In fact, this is Li Wenhua's arrangement, and the captain Tu Shangyang will not care about such trivial matters at all." Li Wenhua was also certain that Zhao Ming would not question the captain. Moreover, even if he did, the captain would not deny it. In Jianqing, Jian Yima was the boss, and he had the final say. In the team, the captain Tu Shangyang was the boss, and who dared to oppose him? Tu Shangyang would definitely take on the responsibility to avoid being considered a coward. Sure enough, Zhao Ming struggled for a while, and finally began to make preparations before departure. The fat woman Xiaofang came over and pleaded with Li Wenhua, "Deputy Captain Li, please tell the captain that I am not well yet, and need someone to take care of me." Li Wenhua shook his head. "There is no other way." The captain specifically emphasized that Zhao Ming must go this time. He stretched out his hand and patted Zhao Ming's broad shoulders. "Well, don't worry. I'll ask my wife to help you take care of your wife. It will be fine." Zhao Ming nodded helplessly, followed his companions, and drove the maintenance vehicle into the wilderness. No one dared to disobey the orders of their superiors, because it meant heavy punishment. In less than a week, Zhao Ming received bad news. His woman Xiaofang died. Zhao Ming, who was still repairing the line in the wilderness, was finally enraged. He drove the maintenance vehicle angrily, and returned to the base camp. Seeing Zhao Ming appear, Li Wenhua hurried to greet him. "My condolences. Go and take a last look now. The captain asked for cremation as soon as possible. You are late. You may not even see the last side." Chapter 300. The conspiracy succeeded. Zhao Ming's anger became even stronger. He lowered his head and walked forward with a thump. Li Wenhua could hardly keep up. "How did she die?" The doctor couldn't tell me. Li Wenhua sighed. But the doctor said the symptoms were similar to the last time. Zhao Ming stopped abruptly. Has Sun Wenwen come recently? Li Wenhua suppressed his joy and said, my wife said that Sun Wenwen came to visit her on behalf of the team leader. However, she didn't stay long, and left after a few minutes. Zhao Ming became even more angry. It must be her. It must be her. As soon as he arrived at the residence, he saw that the corpse handlers had already pulled Xiaofang's body to dispose of it. Zhao Ming angrily stopped the car. But the driver said helplessly, Brother Zhao. The captain said that the body must be disposed of quickly. It has been parked for more than 2 days. And it has a smell. Zhao Ming wanted to say something. But Li Wenhua held Zhao Ming tightly. Don't affect their work. Take a look quickly. And keep it as a memory. Zhao Ming opened the body bag and took a look. Xiaofang's mouth was indeed full of white foam. Exactly the same as last time. Zhao Ming was completely blinded by anger. He picked up a knife and rushed to the captain's residence. Li Wenhua, who was well prepared, winked at Chong and the others, and they rushed up together to stop Zhao Ming. Because Zhao Ming going to the captain's house now would be like seeking death. If Zhao Ming died like this, it would be in vain. Duan saw this scene from the outside and smiled. The plan was already half successful. Now Zhao Ming couldn't be allowed to go to the captain's house like this. Otherwise it would be meaningless. Tu Shanlian can kill Zhao Ming at any time. And he doesn't have to bear any responsibility. Since he wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife, he must use it on the right spot. And make sure that he can kill Captain Tu Shanliang. Otherwise, all the plans will be useless. When Zhao Ming calmed down a little, Li Wenhua handed him a glass of water, sat on the table, and said, Brother Zhao, if you go to Tu Shanliang like this, he can pick up a gun and kill you, and then accuse you of treason. And your death will be in vain. Zhao Ming's hands couldn't help shaking. Then what should I do? I can't let Xiaofang die in vain. Li Wenhua sighed. I know that you and your wife have a deep relationship. But you are unarmed. And you go to Tu Shanliang like this. What's the point? You use your fire stick to deal with the guns of the guards? The muscles on Zhao Ming's face twitched a few times. I can't swallow this breath. I can't swallow it. But I have to swallow it. Can you steal the guns of the guards to kill Tu Shanliang? Li Wenhua finally said what he had been brewing. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up. Although he was stupid, he was not mentally retarded. He heard a train of thought from Li Wenhua's words, which was to get a gun first, and then kill Sun Wenwen. Thinking of this, he finally stopped insisting on going out and forcing his way into the captain's house. The method of handling the body continued the method on Blue Star. Cremation first, and then burying the ashes. Li Wenhua took the initiative and announced that he would hold a funeral for Xiaofang. This made Zhao Ming very grateful to Li Wenhua. The funeral was scheduled after work in the evening. The sun had already set, and Zhao Ming came over holding the ashes. Most of the team members came, partly because they all had a good relationship with Zhao Ming, and partly because Li Wenhua had paid for the funeral and prepared drinks and food. If there were food and drinks, only a fool would not come. Will Tu Shanliang come? Li Wenhua asked in a low voice. He will definitely come. Duan sneered. I have already sent a message through someone. As a team leader, if he didn't come, it would disappoint everyone. As a team leader, he still needed the help of his fellow workers. So he dared not come. Li Wenhua glanced at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming seemed very calm now. But Li Wenhua knew that Zhao Ming was holding back a lot of energy. Watching Zhao Ming put the ashes into the grave. When Li Wenhua was about to start burying them, several figures came over from the dark shadows in the distance. One of them walked arrogantly. And it was obvious that it was Tu Shanliang. There were 2 members of the escort team traveling with him. Tu Shanliang had also heard some rumors, saying that Xiaofang's death was related to Sun Wenwen. But Tu Shanliang asked Sun Wenwen, and Sun Wenwen said that she was wronged, and that she had nothing to do with Xiaofang's death. Tu Shanliang didn't take it seriously, after all. As a manager, even if he killed a low-level person, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he could just give her some compensation. That Zhao Ming was a dumb person, and easy to fool. Xiaofang was the first person to die in the team, and as the team leader, he had to come and show his respect. Zhao Ming stood up straight, and clenched his fists, obviously very angry at Tu Shanliang. Tu Shanliang came over and said casually to Zhao Ming, my condolences. He took out a paper bag from his arms, and handed it to Zhao Ming. This is the consolation money from the team and me. Zhao Ming did not move. After Li Wenhua was poked by Du Wan, he quickly took it and stuffed it into Zhao Ming's hand. Zhao Ming, take it. This is the first time for our team. No one has ever received consolation money from the team. This is the team's consolation for you. This sentence was said very skillfully, making Zhao Ming think that this was a sign of Captain Tu Shanliang's guilty conscience. But Tu Shanliang did not realize Li Wenhua's sinister intentions at all. Tu Shanliang said casually, yes, this is the first time in the team. You must remember the kindness of the team to you. This sentence was very harsh to Zhao Ming, as if Tu Shanliang was telling Zhao Ming that killing a woman was nothing, just give some money as compensation, and it would be over. Zhao Ming rolled his eyes, suddenly stretched out his hand, knocked down a guard, and took the gun. The other guard panicked, and hurriedly raised his gun to aim. Du Wan rushed up, grabbed the guard's hand, and shouted, Zhao Ming, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Because of Du Wan's restraint, the guard could not do anything, and could not even raise his gun. On the other side, Zhao Ming was tall and strong, and he threw the guards aside, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger at Tu Shanliang. Li Wenhua was excited, and Du Wan's plan began to work. However, the next moment he found that nothing happened, because the safety was not on. Zhao Ming did not pull the trigger. At this time, Tu Shanliang realized what happened, and he turned around and wanted to run. In a hurry, Li Wenhua grabbed Tu Shanliang, so that he could not run. Li Wenhua shouted, Captain, hurry up and catch Zhao Ming. He doesn't know how to turn on the safety. This sentence reminded Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming has lived for decades, and every member of the development team has practiced shooting with laser guns and gunpowder guns. It was just because of the momentary urgency, and he hadn't touched a gun for a long time, that he made such a low-level mistake. Zhao Ming quickly turned on the safety, and fired at Tu Shanliang, who had just started, and knocked Tu Shanliang down directly. Seeing Tu Shanliang fall, Du Wan quickly let go of the other guard, crouched down, and hid under the hillside next to him. The guard quickly aimed at Zhao Ming, and was about to shoot. Zhao Ming also found the guard and fired a burst of bullets, killing the guard again. The guard whose gun was robbed was completely stunned, and Zhao Ming also forgot the existence of this person. He now held a gun and scanned the surroundings blankly. At this time, Du Wan shouted, Zhao Ming, don't kill the guards. This sentence reminded Zhao Ming, and he turned around and aimed his gun at the last guard again. After a few more bullets, the last guard also died. Now, everyone at the scene was stunned, including Zhao Ming, who had vented his anger. Li Wenhua was the first to come to his senses. He shouted to the others, go back, go back. The people who were reminded fled in all directions, leaving only Du Wan and Li Wenhua. Zhao Ming dropped the gun in his hand, and his mind went blank for a moment. Du Wan ran out and said, Li Wenhua, hurry back to get some dry food and water. Li Wenhua understood and ran home. Du Wan walked in front of Zhao Ming, reached out, and took his gun. Zhao Ming, now you only have one way, hurry up and run. When Li Wenhua comes with the stuff, you should run away. Zhao Ming was a little confused. Where can I run to? Du Wan pointed to the distance and said, remember the cave we found when we set up the solar energy last time? You can go there. But I can't last long without food. Zhao Ming said, don't worry. Your deputy captain will not ignore you. Just go. We will bring you medicine and food. Don't worry, Du Wan said seriously. Li Wenhua ran over, holding the items he had prepared long ago, and handed them to Zhao Ming. Let's go. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will definitely send you food on time. This sentence, there is a big loophole. It is obvious that he and Du Wan had discussed it long ago. Du Wan quickly rolled her eyes at Li Wenhua. Li Wenhua was stunned. He understood, by the way. Zhao Ming, where are you going to escape to? I will always send you food and medicine. This can be regarded as filling the loophole in the previous words. If Zhao Ming was a smart man, he would have heard that Li Wenhua and Du Wan had already planned it, and even prepared a place for him to escape. But Zhao Ming's mind was in a mess, and he couldn't tell what they were planning. He mechanically took the backpack and looked at Du Wan and Li Wenhua. Both of them nodded encouragingly at him. Zhao Ming turned around and ran deep into the wilderness. Li Wenhua quickly put away the 3 guns, threw them into Xiufang's grave, and then filled it with soil. These guns will definitely be useful in the future. After doing all this, the other members of the escort team hurried over. Li Wenhua and Du Wan no longer bothered about what happened next, and just watched things unfold step by step. The squadron leader rushed over in a shuttle fighter overnight, but in the vast night, it was too difficult to find a fugitive. Although the shuttle fighter was equipped with a thermal detector, the energy required by the shuttle fighter was high-purity energy, which could not be produced at all with Jianxing's current technology. The few energy sources that were available were very precious. It was not worth using them to search for someone like Zhao Ming. Moreover, even if they did not look for Zhao Ming, he would definitely be dead. In a high-radiation area, without medicine, people would die in 2 years at most. Moreover, without a source of food or clean water, they would die even faster. The squadron leader still arranged for a symbolic search, but found nothing. In order to resume work as soon as possible, the squadron leader, after consulting the team members, directly promoted Li Wenhua to the position of acting team leader, left 5 members of the escort team, and then left in a shuttle fighter. Li Wenhua finally got what he wanted. That night, Li Wenhua and Du Wan went crazy all night, because the deputy captain was just a marginal figure. But the team leader was different. The team leader meant entering the upper class and entering the real management. It can be said that, in the team, he was a person who could cover the sky with one hand. Li Wenhua completely flew to the top and became a phoenix. After the madness, Li Wenhua panted, he raised his arm and asked, Du Wan, those women are under your control again, you can take revenge however you want. Du Wan's happy heart suddenly cooled down. She heard the meaning of Li Wenhua's words. He wanted to take over all the women of Tu Shanliang. Li Wenhua, have you ever thought about why you can become the deputy captain? Li Wenhua kissed Du Wan. Don't worry, your status will always be the highest. I'm not talking about this, I'm asking you, why did the squadron leader decide to make you the deputy captain, and not someone else, let alone transfer someone from other teams? Du Wan's tone was very calm. Because, she knew very well what kind of person Li Wenhua was, but she had a plan. Li Wenhua sat up, lit a cigarette. I have good relationships with people, and the team members are very convinced of me. Why are they convinced of you? Du Wan persuaded. Because you taught me to be generous to them, and win them over. Li Wenhua said. Du Wan shook her head. No. What is it? Because you have been telling them that if you were the team leader, you would be fair. You would only marry one woman and distribute the other women. Du Wan said. But you? Li Wenhua glanced at Du Wan, and swallowed the words in his mouth. Du Wan knew what he wanted to say. She knew what Li Wenhua meant too well. No, she knew too well what men think. Li Wenhua despised her for not being able to have children, and for not being able to give him a child who would enter the upper class at birth. Just as she was about to say something, there was a commotion outside. If you listen carefully, you can hear many women shouting. Li Wenhua was startled, and immediately got dressed and stood up, and called the guards to rush out. The shouting came from Tu Shanliang's home. When Li Wenhua arrived, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The scene was a tragic one, and even the 3 pregnant women were not spared. Li Wenhua wanted to get mad on the spot, but was stopped by Du Wan, who came over. You could only save one woman, and let the rest go.